Chapter 1. The Airplane Incident. Sir, would you prefer coffee or a beverage? A flight attendant smiled as she addressed a young man aboard the aircraft. They'll have coffee. Thank you. The young man replied with a slight smile. The young man, Lu Tian, 25 years of age, had just resigned from his job in Tianhai and was eager to embark on a journey to Brazil. He harbored a deep passion for mountain climbing and fitness, having joined a mountaineering group. He had traversed the Qinling Mountains and crossed Mount Taibai unscathed, showcasing his exceptional wilderness survival skills. At that moment, Lu Tian sat in his seat, sipping coffee while engrossed in a book titled The Wild Amazon. Attention passengers, please fasten your seatbelts as we are about to enter a cloud layer, which may cause turbulence. The flight attendant's melodious voice interrupted Lu Tian's concentration. What is happening? There's something wrong with this cloud layer. As the aircraft penetrated a dark cloud, the sky abruptly darkened. The captain furrowed his brow and spoke to the co-pilot. Thunder rumbled. Bang! A tremendous noise erupted as a lightning bolt struck the left wing, causing thick smoke to billow forth. The aircraft jolted violently, followed by a series of severe tremors. What on earth is going on? Oh no, this can't end well. I'm not even married yet. The cabin was in disarray, with passengers beginning to panic as the flight attendant attempted to reassure them that all was well. Lu Tian felt a surge of anxiety, realizing that the odds of survival in such a situation were dismally low. My goodness! Lu Tian glanced out of the window and was immediately startled, witnessing the thick smoke enveloping the wing. Thunder rolled. Bang! A second bolt of lightning struck the right wing, causing the aircraft to shake violently. Tower! Tower! It's over. I can't reach the tower. The instruments have failed. I am powerless to do anything. The captain shouted in desperation. Help! I don't want to die. Chaos ensued in the cabin as the plane plummeted rapidly, and Lu Tian could only clutch the seat in front of him. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Lu Tian slowly regained consciousness on a sandy beach. He opened his eyes to a blinding light, instinctively shutting them again until he adjusted to the brightness. I'm not dead? Didn't the plane crash into the ocean? How did I end up here? Lu Tian gradually sat up and surveyed his surroundings. Well, no matter the circumstances, I'm alive, which is a miracle in itself, he remarked with a wry smile. Rising to his feet, Lu Tian explored his surroundings and discovered that he was on an island. He stood on a beach with steep cliffs to his left, an endless sea before him, and a dense forest behind. Scattered along the shoreline were several coconut trees, their fruits high above. Apart from his drenched clothing, Lu Tian found himself devoid of any possessions. Well, it seems I must embark on a wilderness survival adventure, he chuckled to himself, glancing down his soaked attire with a bittersweet smile. After Lu Tian finished speaking, he promptly removed his clothing, his shirt, pants, and shoes and gathered several branches to hang his garments for drying. He understood that the temperature on the island varied greatly between day and night. Wearing damp clothing could lead to severe consequences when night fell. Grateful for the sun and the sea breeze, he anticipated that his clothes would dry within an hour. Dressed only in a pair of shorts, Lu Tian approached the edge of the forest. Lacking any substantial tools such as axes or knives, he scavenged for fallen twigs and found a clear patch of ground to construct a rudimentary cross-shaped shelter frame. He then returned to the woods to break off some leaves, which he draped over the frame. After more than an hour of effort, he had erected a simple shelter strewn with dry leaves inside. Returning to the spot where his clothes had been drying, Lu Tian touched them and found them completely dry. He dressed and made his way to a coconut tree, carefully climbing to the top of a modest 7 or 8 meter tall tree to gather a few coconuts. Descending, he grabbed the coconuts and headed toward the beach, reaching the rocky shore where he smashed them open. After quenching his thirst with coconut water and feasting on the fruit, Lu Tian felt considerably uplifted. He noticed numerous small shellfish among the rocks at the beach, but refrained from collecting them, fearing illness from consuming them raw. I wonder if the rescue team will discover this place. For now, I must keep an eye out for passing ships. The most pressing matter is to create fire, Lu Tian pondered while seated on a rock. After resting for a moment, he ventured back into the woods to gather some dry branches and grasses, contemplating the possibility of starting a fire by friction. Admittedly, he had always relied on a lighter during his previous wilderness excursions and had never attempted the method of fire by drilling. However, having watched numerous survival shows, he felt compelled to give it a try. Lu Tian snapped the dry branches in half and used a sharp stone to carve a notch in one of them. He then positioned another branch into the notched one and began to rotate it vigorously with both hands. It seems my impatience has hindered progress. Let me try again. After an hour and 2 attempts, he nearly produced an ember, but his eagerness extinguished the spark in the dry grass. "Huh, I have finally succeeded," he exclaimed joyfully. After several minutes, Lu Tian carefully transferred the ignited grass onto the prepared dry branches, adding more dry grass on top, followed by small twigs, until the fire gradually blazed brightly. "Before night falls, I should gather some mussels." He placed a few large branches onto the fire and walked toward the rocky shoreline. "Look at the little crabs scurrying away. How delightful. There's one here and another there." Cautiously bending near the rocks, he collected several small crabs and a good number of mussels, encountering a few sizable fish weighing around 2 to 3 kilograms. However, with empty hands, Lu Tian recognized that his chances of catching a large fish were exceedingly slim. Half an hour later, Lu Tian had captured 6 small crabs, a dozen little sea snails, and a considerable number of mussels. He placed them all into a coconut shell and returned to his shelter, where he set the coconut shell atop the fire to cook. By this time, the sky had begun to blush with the hues of dusk. Lu Tian sat on the ground, gazing at the evening glow on the horizon, aware that in about half an hour, darkness would envelop the land entirely. A few minutes later, the small crabs and sea snails within the coconut shell had cooked thoroughly. Lu Tian carefully removed the shell and placed it on the ground, commencing his first dinner on the deserted island. Chapter 2. A Visitor by Night. After finishing the small crabs, Lu Tian gathered a few broad leaves resembling banana leaves from the forest, hoping to reinforce a shelter. "I hope it doesn't rain tonight. A light drizzle would be manageable, but a heavy downpour would surely compromise this shelter," he murmured to himself while sitting beside the fire and gazing at the sky. The night soon enveloped the land, and Lu Tian, weary from his labor, placed a thick log over a meter long onto the fire and lay down in his shelter, closing his eyes. In the dead of night, as Lu Tian drifted in and out of sleep, he heard a rustling outside. Startled, he awoke immediately, grasping a stone nearby as a weapon. Cautiously, he stood and stepped out of the shelter. The fire pit now only illuminated the large log that burned steadily. Clutching the fist-sized stone, Lu Tian scanned his surroundings. "Who's there?" Suddenly, he spotted a shadow beneath a nearby coconut tree. The flickering firelight could not reach that far, leaving only a dim outline. Tension gripped him, and he instinctively prepared to hurl the stone at the figure. "Don't!" Just as Lu Tian was about to throw the stone, the shadow spoke, albeit haltingly. The figure approached unsteadily. As it drew nearer, Lu Tian discerned that it was a woman, clutching a branch over a meter long, her clothes tattered in several places, with long, dark hair that now resembled a character from a ghostly film. "Who are you?" Lu Tian inquired, still gripping the stone, wary even of a woman on this desolate island. I know you. From the plane," the woman exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with excitement. "From the plane? Oh, you're also a passenger?" Lu Tian realized that she, like him, had washed ashore on this island. "Come over here, don't just stand there," he urged. "You don't remember me? I was a flight attendant on the plane, and I remember you." Lu Tian beckoned her to the fire, offering her a stone to sit upon. Once seated, the woman brushed her long hair back, revealing a delicate oval face illuminated by the firelighted visage of remarkable beauty. "It's you. Huh. By the way, how did you end up here?" As Lu Tian gazed upon the exquisite visage before him, he was reminded that this flight attendant was indeed the one who had inquired whether he preferred coffee or a beverage. He held a faint recollection of her. "I cannot fathom how I ended up here. After the plane incident, I awoke on the beach, accompanied by 2 others, yet they did not survive," the flight attendant revealed, her expression marred by anguish. "I was overwhelmed with fear at that moment, so I fled into the woods to hide, remaining there until dusk. As the chill set in and hunger gnawed at my belly, I made my way along the shoreline, where numerous coconut trees stood tall, but they were too lofty for me to harvest." Cough, cough. Perhaps due to her hurried speech, the flight attendant coughed a couple of times. Lu Tian, within the shelter, took a coconut and struck it forcefully with a sharp stone. After a quarter of an hour, a hole was made in the coconut, which he then offered to the flight attendant. "Thank you. She expressed her gratitude as she accepted the coconut and drank deeply, finishing the coconut water before placing the shell upon the ground. After walking for nearly half an hour, darkness enveloped the land. At that moment, I believed my fate was sealed and sat upon the beach. Suddenly, I noticed the glow of a fire here, and thought to myself, where there is fire, there must be people. I cautiously approached, yet fear still gripped me, compelling me to remain beneath that coconut tree. After expressing her thanks, the flight attendant continued, "Hee, weren't you afraid of encountering nefarious individuals?" Lu Tian chuckled as he added more firewood to the flames. Alas, at that time, I had no choice. Outside, I would surely perish. Here, there was a glimmer of hope, so I took a gamble, and it appears fortune favored me, she said with a smile directed at Lu Tian. Actually, I share your experience. I awakened upon the beach as well. By the way, I am Lu Tian, he mentioned, toying with the fire using a twig. I am Lu Yun, she replied. Now, you should retire inside, and rest. You must be quite fatigued. Lu Tian gestured towards a shelter as he spoke to Lu Yun. And you? She inquired. I have already slept for several hours. I am well rested. Moreover, one can never know what beasts may emerge from the woods at night, so I shall keep watch. You should sleep, Lu Tian replied with a smile. At the break of dawn, Lu Tian was already scouring the rocks for small crabs and sea snails. At present, these were the only sustenance available to him. Due to the high tide from the previous night, the area was abundant with small sea snails, and within half an hour, he had gathered a considerable amount. He also climbed a coconut tree to procure several coconuts, which served as his sole source of fresh water. Climbing trees was trivial for Lu Tian. After more than an hour, Lu Tian returned to the shelter, placing 2 coconut shells upon the fire to burn. He glanced inside the shelter, finding Lu Yun still in slumber. 20 minutes later, Lu Yun awoke, observing Lu Tian tending to the fire with a smile. She straightened her posture and stepped out of the shelter. Lu Tian, where did you find all this? She asked in astonishment, gazing at the small crabs and sea snails nestled within the coconut shells by the fire. Awake at last? These treasures were discovered amidst the rocks by the beach, but one can only forage for them during low tide. Here, they are ripe and ready for consumption. Lu Tian retrieved 2 coconut shells from the fire and handed one to Lu Yun with a smile. Thank you. I have been famished for ages. I shall not hold back. Lu Yun eagerly scooped a small crab from the coconut shell and brought it to her mouth. Ouch, it's scalding hot, she exclaimed as the creature touched her lips, yet she did not spit it out. Be cautious. There is no need to rush. Lu Tian slowly extracted the flesh from a sea snail and began to enjoy it, speaking to Lu Yun as he did so. After a brief interval, Lu Yun finished the crab and the sea snail meat from her shell, while Lu Tian had already completed his meal. Lu Tian, thank you. This breakfast is simply delightful, Lu Yun said, patting her stomach and smiling at him. Hee, we are all castaways in this plight. It is only natural to assist one another. No need for gratitude, Lu Tian replied, waving his hand dismissively. By the way, Lu Tian, what are your plans now? Lu Yun inquired, stretching languidly. They were both stranded on this desolate island. It was clear that remaining idle was not an option. They needed to devise a means to escape. Chapter 3. Encountering the cave. For now, we can only wait here to see if any rescue teams arrive or if a boat passes by. I have not thought of any other alternatives. We shall proceed as we go, Lu Tian remarked, gazing out at the vast expanse of the ocean. Alas, this is all we can do for now, Lu Yun said slowly, her eyes drifting toward the sky, filled with longing for a helicopter to appear above. Well, during our wait for rescue, we must also strive to survive and search for any other survivors. Let us move, Lu Tian urged, rising to his feet and brushing the sand off his trousers as he addressed Lu Yun. Lu Yun also stood up, trailing slowly behind Lu Tian. To their left loomed a sheer cliff, which they did not intend to approach. Their only option was to investigate the area from which Lu Yun had emerged. After half an hour and navigating a couple of bends, Lu Tian and Lu Yun arrived at another stretch of beach, the very spot where Lu Yun had regained consciousness. Lu Yun, is this where you awoke? Lu Tian inquired, surveying the area before him. Indeed, and 2 corpses have also vanished. When I woke up, this was still a beach, devoid of water, Lu Yun replied, her brow furrowed in concern. This must be due to the tide rising. The bodies likely drifted away or were consumed by sharks, Lu Tian stated, gazing contemplatively at the sea. Oh, Lu Tian, look. There is a black object lodged on that protruding rock over there, Lu Yun exclaimed, pointing to a dark shape more than 100 meters away on the jagged outcrop. Indeed, it is unknown what it may be, but we shall have to wait until the tide recedes to investigate further, Lu Tian responded, shielding his eyes to better observe the object on the rock. Regardless of what it is, it could prove useful. So Lu Tian resolved to explore it when the tide ebbed. Lu Yun then found a stick and began to draw a large SOS sign in the sand, hoping a helicopter might spot it. Lu Yun, please gather some firewood while I venture into the woods, Lu Tian instructed her as she continued her task. Go ahead. There is plenty of firewood along the edge of the beach. I will collect some shortly, Lu Yun called back. Lu Tian turned and made his way into the forest, where trees of arm's thickness stood tall, reaching over 3 meters, their ground blanketed with dry leaves. He skillfully maneuvered through the underbrush. In less than half an hour, Lu Tian's clothes became drenched in sweat, the midday sun making it easy to perspire. This appears to be a cave, Lu Tian observed as he reached a cliffside that blocked his path. The cliff stood 4 to 5 meters high and was uneven, with numerous tree roots sprawling across its surface. The space is quite expansive. Lu Tian picked up a stick and swept aside the roots obstructing the cave entrance. Stepping inside, the cave was surprisingly spacious, measuring around 10 square meters, though the ground was littered with animal droppings, suggesting that wild beasts frequently rested there. This seems like a suitable place. Regardless, we shall settle here tonight. If it rains heavily, this cave will provide far better shelter than a mere lean-to, Lu Tian murmured to himself as he assessed the cave. Lu Tian exited the cave, elated as he made his way back to the beach to share the good news with Lu Yun. Wow, you gathered so much firewood, and a few water bottles as well. Lu Tian walked onto the beach and gazed at a pile of firewood, smiling as he asked Lu Yun. This water bottle is quite a treasure. It can hold fresh water. Indeed, I collected it from a nearby woods, and I stumbled upon the water bottle right by the shore, Lu Yun replied cheerfully, pointing towards a forest in the west. However, transporting all this wood back will be quite a challenge, she added. No need to carry it. I've discovered a spacious cave not far from the woods. It offers a broad view, increasing our chances of spotting any passing ships, Lu Tian said with a grin, taking a few steps forward. Really? That's wonderful, Lu Yun exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. All right, I will fetch some fire starters. You can wait for me here, Lu Tian said, turning back towards their previous location. After more than half an hour, Lu Tian returned with a piece of wood, one end glowing with red embers. He hurried towards the cave, while Lu Yun followed closely behind, carrying the water bottles. Look, this is the place, Lu Tian said, smiling at Lu Yun as they reached the entrance of the cave. He gathered some dry leaves and twigs, placing them atop the glowing coals and blowing gently. Meanwhile, Lu Yun went off to gather more firewood. The fire quickly ignited, and Lu Tian picked up a stick, entering the cave, with Lu Yun trailing behind. Through their combined efforts, the debris on the cave floor was swiftly cleared away. Lu Tian, do you think wild animals will come here at night? Lu Yun asked while hauling firewood into the cave. Wild animals? No need to worry. We have a campfire, and they are afraid of fire. Rest assured, Lu Tian reassured her with a smile. Before long, Lu Tian had also kindled a fire inside the cave, placing some damp leaves on it. Soon, thick smoke billowed out, sealing the cave. Lu Tian and Lu Yun stood at the entrance, observing. Lu Tian, what are you doing? Lu Yun asked, curious about his actions. This will drive out any venomous creatures lurking within the cave, ensuring our safety, Lu Tian explained, watching the smoke swirl. Oh, I see. You certainly know quite a bit. Lu Yun nodded, her voice soft. It's nothing. I often roam deep into the mountains alone. These are merely experiences I've gathered, Lu Tian said with a modest smile. So, you made this fire too? Lu Yun inquired. Yes, I used a method of friction to ignite it. Are you familiar with that technique? Friction fire? I've seen it on television before, Lu Yun exclaimed, astonished. Now, let's gather some leaves to spread on the ground for bedding, Lu Tian suggested, ignoring Lu Yun's surprise as he began to collect leaves. Lu Yun, seeing this, followed suit. In under half an hour, the cave floor was completely covered with leaves, making it comfortable for resting. Lu Tian even left a small space for the fire, ensuring that it would remain lit even if it rained at night, encircling it with small stones. This afternoon, you can bring back the firewood from the beach while I go in search of food, Lu Tian instructed. Lu Tian gazed contentedly at the cave and addressed Lu Yun. What if a wild beast comes? Lu Yun, feeling somewhat apprehensive as she remained alone while Lu Tian went in search of food, inquired. Rest assured, wild animals do not venture out during the day. They only emerge at night, Lu Tian replied as he walked away, his words scarcely fading before he was out of sight. Oomph. Seeing Lu Tian had walked off, Lu Yun could only huff softly before she set off to gather firewood from the beach. Chapter 4. The black box. Lu Tian arrived at another section of the rocky shore. The tide had yet to recede, compelling him to search the nearby woods for wild fruits. After more than an hour of futile searching, he returned to the beach, where the water had significantly withdrawn. Approaching the rocks, he began to collect small seashells. Before long, the large leaves he had gathered were brimming with shells and other treasures, which he placed beneath a coconut tree. If only I could catch a few fish, Lu Tian murmured, observing fish darting about in the shallows. Retracing his steps, Lu Tian found himself back at the beach outside the cave, only to discover that Lu Yun had gathered all the firewood by herself. His gaze fell upon the dark object on the rocks. Although the tide had receded considerably, it was still a 20-meter swim to reach it. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Tian stripped off his clothes and waded into the water. What are you doing, Lu Tian? Lu Yun emerged from the woods and called out, alarmed at the sight of him disrobing. Lu Tian turned to her, gesturing towards the dark object on the rocks, before continuing on his path. Be careful, Lu Yun shouted, her concern for Lu Tian evident. Should anything happen to him, she feared she would perish waiting for help. As Lu Tian approached the rocky outcrop, he realized that the dark object was, in fact, a large chest. Reaching the water's edge, he bent down and swam towards the black box. In less than a minute, he had arrived at the rocks, hoisting the box and making his way back. It's quite heavy, Lu Tian remarked, clutching the box with one hand while swimming back with the other. Soon, he reached the shore, dragging the chest along the sand. Lu Yun, look, it's a chest, he exclaimed, setting it down beside her with a grin. You should put your clothes back on, Lu Yun said, her cheeks flushed as she gazed at Lu Tian, who stood before her in all his glory. His chiseled abs and the prominent outline of his underwear left her blushing furiously. Oh, my apologies. Lu Tian realized the state and hurriedly retrieved his clothes, quickly dressing. Take these leaves back. The chest is rather heavy. I will carry it, Lu Tian offered, handing the leaves filled with shells and crabs to Lu Yun and shouldering the chest as he headed towards the cave. This chest has a note attached, inscribed with exempt from inspection. Though the writing is somewhat faded, Lu Tian observed, placing the chest on the ground upon entering the cave. I recognize this chest. It belonged to a soldier. I even escorted him to first class back then. It was never inspected, Lu Yun said, brushing her fingers over the box. Well, whatever the case, I hope it contains something useful, but it's locked with a combination I cannot decipher, Lu Tian lamented after several unsuccessful attempts to open it. There's a crack here, quite sizable. A knife would be handy, Lu Yun noted, tracing a crack of several centimeters along the bottom of the chest. A knife? Lu Tian lowered his head in contemplation before abruptly exiting the cave and making his way towards the beach. After a brief interval of around 10 minutes, he returned, his hands now clutching several stones. This should suffice, he exclaimed with delight, holding a particularly sharp stone towards Lu Yun, who watched curiously. He then proceeded to rub the stone back and forth in the crack of the box. Half an hour later, Lu Tian had polished several stones. Yet the crack had only widened slightly. He ventured out once more to retrieve additional stones, continuing his efforts. Lu Yun, you should start boiling the conch. It's been a day since we last ate, and you must be ravenous, he advised her. All right, Lu Yun replied, gathering the conch and crabs from the leaves and placing them in a coconut shell, adding some firewood to the flames. Haha, it's ready. Lu Tian cheered a few minutes later, opening the box just as Lu Yun approached. Inside, he discovered 2 garments, a pair of trousers, a Nepalese knife, a dagger, a pair of binoculars, and a handgun with 12 rounds of ammunition. "This is astonishing," he exclaimed. "These belong to the state. We must return them," Lu Yun stated earnestly. "I understand, but we are in dire need of them now. We are castaways. Should we manage to survive and return home, I will ensure they reach their rightful place." Lu Tian responded with equal seriousness. "All right, but remember your words," Lu Yun sighed. "Rest assured, we live in peaceful times." "What would I do with these now?" "They are essential for our survival at this moment," Lu Tian insisted, shaking his head. "You take these clothes. I will wear this set. Do not worry. They're just garments," he said, extracting the clothes and the Nepalese knife while placing the rest back in the box. He positioned the box at the back of the cave before stepping outside to eat the conch. After finishing his meal, the horizon was painted with hues of red, signaling that dusk was approaching. Lu Tian began to chop down the trees at the cave's entrance, while Lu Yun wandered off to the beach, her purpose unknown to him. After a brief respite, Lu Tian continued his work, stripping the bark from the trees to fashion ropes. He constructed a wooden door, ensuring that they would not be vulnerable to wild beasts during the night. "This knife is remarkably sharp. One cut per tree. What a delight," he mused as he admired his handiwork. Half an hour later, Lu Yun returned, surprised to see the wooden door. "Did you create this? It's incredible," she exclaimed. "Is this truly impressive? Even without a knife, I could have fashioned a door. It would merely take longer. We should head inside. Nightfall is upon us." Lu Tian replied with a grin. "Lu Tian, do you think the rescue team will come?" "I miss home," Lu Yun suddenly asked from within the cave. "Do not worry. I will bring you back. Now, get some sleep," Lu Tian reassured her. In truth, Lu Tian was uncertain whether the rescue team would arrive. Several days had passed since the incident, yet no vessel had graced the surface of the sea. He understood that if no ships were spotted in the coming days, his only recourse for returning to civilization would be to rely on his own efforts or face unforeseen calamities. For now, all he could do was to survive. Lost in thought, Lu Tian eventually succumbed to slumber, with only the flickering campfire casting a warm glow and the stars twinkling in the night sky. Chapter 5. The Quest for Fresh Water. As dawn broke, a beam of sunlight streamed through the cave entrance, rousing Lu Tian from his slumber. He slowly opened his eyes and rubbed them before rising. "You're awake too? Aren't you going to sleep a little longer?" Lu Tian inquired, noticing Lu Yun had also risen and was adjusting her attire. "I've had enough rest after a night's sleep. Today, I plan to head to the beach to see if any boats have passed by," Lu Yun replied as she stepped outside the cave. "Lu Tian, look. It seems an animal visited us last night," Lu Yun exclaimed, opening the wooden door and pointing to the fresh footprints in the sand, which had not been there the previous day. "These tracks belong to a wild boar. I recognize them," Lu Tian remarked as he stepped outside to examine the prints. Time slipped by swiftly. For several consecutive days, Lu Yun ventured to the beach each morning to scout for passing vessels, while Lu Tian busied himself digging a 2-meter deep hole not far from the cave entrance. Since discovering the presence of wild boars, he had been contemplating capturing one, as surviving on small crabs, sea snails, and oysters was proving unsustainable. "I am sorry, Lu Tian. You've been the one searching for food, while I've only been to the beach," Lu Yun said softly, observing Lu Tian as he chopped coconuts. "Not to worry. I understand your longing for home. I yearn for it as well. However, given our current predicament, our foremost priority is survival," Lu Tian replied, handing Lu Yun the freshly cut coconut. "The coconuts on the tree are nearly all harvested, and without fresh water, enduring this situation will be arduous. Therefore, I shall seek fresh water now, and you can gather some firewood outside the cave," Lu Tian stated, taking a sip of coconut water. "Take this dagger. It may serve as protection should the need arise," he added, removing the dagger from his waist and offering it to Lu Yun, armed with a Nepalese knife and several water bottles. Lu Tian made his way towards the sheer cliffs to the left, aware that the numerous depressions on the cliff face would likely retain rainwater. He walked along the beach for nearly an hour before reaching the cliffs. The edge was exceedingly smooth, having been polished by the relentless waves. Ascending the incline, he arrived at a substantial rock formation, where a faint trickle of water flowed, barely noticeable at first glance. Lu Tian dipped his fingers into the water on the rock and tasted it. "Ah, fresh water. But how shall I collect it in my bottle?" he pondered aloud. scratching his head. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Eureka! He exclaimed, descending the rock to search for a slender stick on the beach. He returned to the rock, opened the mouth of a water bottle, and positioned it at the base of the rock, using the stick to guide the water into the bottle. This method would take nearly half an hour to fill a single bottle, but time was abundant, and he could afford to wait patiently. Lu Tian placed the remaining bottles beside the rock and descended. Thud, thud. The fish were elusive, proving to be quite wily as Lu Tian struggled to catch them with his knife, but they always managed to evade him. Wait for me to craft a harpoon. I refuse to believe this, Lu Tian murmured to himself. After walking for several minutes, he arrived at the wooded area by the coast, where he felled a remarkably straight tree, approximately 2 meters in height, just the right size for his grip. He sharpened one end into 4 small points and encased it with bark, significantly enhancing his chances of spearing fish. Standing motionless in the water by the shore, Lu Tian grasped the harpoon, his gaze fixed on a large fish swimming slowly towards him. With a sudden thrust, he struck as the fish neared within a meter, successfully spearing it. The fish was impressive, weighing over 2 pounds. Although he did not know its name, he thought, who cares? It's edible. He carried the fish to the shore and strung it up with bark. What is this? A clam? Lu Tian mused, noticing a rather sizable object beneath his feet as he walked barefoot on the sand. He reached down to investigate and discovered it was indeed a clam. More than 2 hours later, he filled 4 mineral water bottles with seawater, having also caught another fish and collected 6 clams, marking a bountiful morning. An hour later, Lu Tian returned to the cave entrance, finding Lu Yun carving a piece of wood with a dagger. I'm back. What are you up to? He asked with a smile as he approached her. I'm trying to make a stool, but after much thought, I still don't know how. Lu Yun replied while continuing to whittle the wood. Let me handle this. Look, we have lunch, Lu Tian said, lifting the fish triumphantly. Wow, we have fish. And what is this? Lu Yun exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the fish and clams. These are clams. Just place them by the fire, and you can simply wait to eat, Lu Tian chuckled. He gutted the fish, skewering it from mouth to tail with a branch and suspending it over the fire, while the 6 clams were nestled among the embers. Come, sit here and turn the fish gently. I will make the stool. Lu Tian instructed Lu Yun after positioning the fish, then began drilling holes into the wood with his dagger. He bored holes in several pieces of wood, shaved down a few others, and began assembling them. Lu Tian, hurry. The fish is done. It smells wonderful. Lu Yun called out, flipping the fish as she beckoned him. This one is yours. Eat up. You haven't had anything all morning, and I'm hungry too, Lu Tian said, using 2 large leaves to divide the fish and also splitting the clams between them. This is delicious. It's the taste of the sea, Lu Tian remarked, savoring the delightful fish. Lu Yun, you can have these 2 clams. I'm full from the fish and 1 clam, she said, placing the clams onto his leaves while patting her stomach. Lu Tian, do you have a girlfriend? Lu Yun asked, seated on a stone, gazing at him. Yes, but we broke up a while ago, Lu Tian replied after finishing his meal and tossing the leaves into the fire. Oh, why did you break up? Lu Yun inquired. Her curiosity piqued. There exists a slight discord in our personalities. However, the primary reason is my lack of financial resources, he chuckled bitterly. Here, this is a token of appreciation for you. Lu Yun suddenly stood up and planted a kiss on Lu Tian's cheek before swiftly turning and dashing away towards the beach. Haha. Lu Tian, somewhat astonished, touched his cheek and could only smile at her rapidly disappearing figure. Chapter 6. Capturing the wild boar after a brief respite. Lu Tian resumed his endeavor to craft a stool. Half an hour later, an unremarkable stool was finally completed. Sitting upon it, Lu Tian found it quite satisfactory. He then proceeded to fashion another stool, ensuring that each of them had a seat and no longer had to sit upon the cold stone. The discomfort of sleeping on the ground was unbearable. It was evident that he needed to construct a bed. Lu Tian mused to the sky. Without hesitation, he ventured into the woods, chopping down 4 trees of considerable girth and reducing them to a length of 1.8 meters. He also felled several other trees measuring 1.3 meters in width. Subsequently, he gathered a few long vines. What is this? While creating grooves in the timber, something suddenly protruded from a hollow in a large tree, only to disappear just as quickly. However, Lu Tian had already caught sight of it. Goodness, such a massive crab. This must be what they call a coconut crab on television. With a stick, Lu Tian poked into the tree hollow, and the coconut crab clamped down on the branch with its formidable pincers. With a swift pull, he managed to extract it, carefully binding its pincers with a vine and hanging it from a branch. Ah, tonight's dinner is secured, Lu Tian exclaimed joyfully, gazing at the coconut crab before resuming his work on the assembled timber. Once the wood was joined, he meticulously smoothed the surface with a dagger, wrapping it several times with vines. By placing some soft, dry grass atop it, he would sleep quite comfortably. Lu Tian beamed at the bed he had constructed, measuring 8 meters long, 3 meters wide, and several centimeters high. Lu Tian, where are you? Look, I found something wonderful. Just as Lu Tian reveled in his creation, he heard Lu Yun's voice calling from outside the cave. Since his location was merely a few dozen meters from the cave, Lu Tian could easily hear her. Lu Yun, I'm over here. Come this way. Lu Tian called back toward the cave. Moments later, Lu Yun followed the sound and arrived at his side. Lu Tian, what are you doing here? Lu Yun's voice drew nearer, and soon she stood beside him. Look, I made a bed for you. Sleeping on the ground is detrimental to one's health, Lu Tian said, pointing to the newly crafted wooden bed with a smile. Wow, it's quite sturdy, but how can one sleep on something so hard? Lu Yun replied cheerfully as she approached and examined the bed. How can you be so foolish? Just place some soft dry grass on top, and it will be comfortable enough to sleep on, Lu Tian chuckled. You're the foolish one, Lu Yun retorted playfully, her cheeks slightly flushed at his teasing. Ha, all right. Help me carry the bed back, will you? Look, I also caught this. Lu Tian grinned and walked over to the branch, retrieving the coconut crab. Wow, how can a crab be this enormous? Lu Yun exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Haven't you seen it on television? This is a coconut crab, Lu Tian said, placing the crab on the wooden bed with a smile. The two of them quickly transported the bed back to the cave. Once they set it down, there was still ample space within the cave, ensuring it did not feel cramped at all. Lu Tian, look, I found this on the other side of the beach. Upon emerging from the cave, Lu Yun joyfully produced a tin can from the woods. This appears to be a type of can used for paint. Let me cut it open and see, Lu Tian said with excitement, subsequently taking the can and swiftly dividing it in half with a sharp dagger. It is intact and in good condition. As long as we clean the mud inside, we can use it for cooking, and the other half can hold other items. He added cheerfully, I will take it to the beach and wash it with sand, Lu Yun suggested. Wait a moment, the edges of the can are quite sharp. Let me finish preparing it before washing it, Lu Tian replied. 5 minutes later, after smoothing the sharp edges, Lu Yun hurried off to the beach with the 2 cans. Meanwhile, Lu Tian ventured into the woods, using his knife to cut a considerable amount of fine grass, which, once dried, could be laid upon the wooden bed. He also chopped 2 straight tree trunks, each over 2 meters long, and brought them back to the cave to add to the firewood. After a while, Lu Tian retrieved the nearly burnt tree trunks and sharpened their ends with his dagger. The fire-hardened wood was very sturdy, and Lu Tian intended to use them as weapons for protection. He placed the 2 trunks inside the cave and then cleared away all the trees within a 5-meter radius, making it much easier to enter and exit the cave. He even carved a path directly leading to the beach. By the time he finished, twilight had descended, painting the sky with beautiful crimson hues along the coastline. Lu Tian, look, I gathered many small seashells and 2 clams, Lu Yun exclaimed, running over with a smile. Impressive. Place them on the fire, Lu Tian responded with a grin. Lu Yun set the tin filled with small seashells on the stones of the fire, while Lu Tian poured half a bottle of water into the can and placed the coconut crab and clams directly onto the glowing embers. Lu Tian, I have been truly happy during this time. Each day feels free of pressure. I wish to live like this forever, Lu Yun said, seated on a stool, gazing at him. Haha, don't think too much about it. This is merely the novelty of the situation. After a month and a half, you may no longer feel the same, Lu Tian gently replied, poking the charcoal in the fire with a stick. It might rain tonight. Let us move those grasses back inside, he continued, noticing the dark clouds gathering in the sky. In less than 10 minutes, They had transported all the grasses into the cave, laying them flat on the wooden bed. Lu Tian also brought in firewood from outside to prevent it from getting wet. Wow, this coconut crab meat is delicious, though a bit bland, Lu Yun remarked while savoring the perfectly cooked crab. If you like it, we should search for more tomorrow. There must be plenty of coconut crabs on this island, Lu Tian replied while picking at the meat of the small seashells. Really? That would be wonderful. I will look for them tomorrow too. Of course, just be cautious of its large pincers. You don't want to get pinched. Thunder rumbled as heavy rain began to fall in the middle of the night. Fortunately, Lu Tian had secured the wooden door. Otherwise, the rainwater would have splashed inside. Lu Tian, are you asleep? I feel a bit frightened, Lu Yun whispered. Are you afraid of the thunder? Do not worry. Once you fall asleep, everything will be fine. Lu Tian reassured her softly as he approached her wooden bed, draping a garment over her shoulders. He then gradually made his way back to his own resting place, surrendering to slumber while listening to the soothing sound of rain outside, eventually drifting into a dream. What is that sound? Just as Lu Tian was teetering on the edge of sleep, he heard an unusual noise coming from not far away. Rising to his feet, he grasped his Nepalese military knife and a wooden stake, stepping outside. By this time, the rain had ceased and dawn was gently breaking. Indeed, it is a wild boar. Lu Tian observed the trap he had dug a few days prior, now containing a wild boar weighing around 50 to 60 pounds. Instinctively attempting to leap out, but failing every time. Ha! For the next week or so, I need not worry about food, Lu Tian said, his spirits lifted by the sight of the wild boar. Chapter 7. Crafting sea salt, Lu Tian gazed at the wild boar trapped before him, fastening his dagger with wooden spikes and vines, and plunged it into the creature's neck. With a few agonized cries, the boar succumbed to its fate. As dawn began to break, Lu Tian dragged the boar back to the cave, commencing the process of butchering it. He set aside the entrails, dug a hole in the ground, and placed the boar's legs within, covering them with firewood from the cave to ignite a flame. He constructed a wooden rack to smoke the remaining meat, aware that on the island, failing to process the boar swiftly would lead to spoilage. Thus, Lu Tian worked tirelessly. Once the meat was adequately arranged, he turned his attention to the entrails, placing them into a metal canister before making his way to the beach. Upon reaching the shore, he cleaned the entrails and then took a refreshing bath in the sea. Upon returning to the cave, Lu Tian set the canister containing the entrails atop a pile of stones over the fire. He added a bottle of water, mixed with a touch of seawater, and diced the entrails into smaller pieces. Remarkably, a whole wild boar had been efficiently managed by Lu Tian. There's no water left. I will need to fetch some from the cliffs soon, he murmured, eyeing the empty 4 mineral water bottles. What are you up to, Lu Tian? At that moment, Lu Yun awoke and approached him. I am preparing breakfast. It will be ready in just a few minutes, Lu Tian replied, gesturing towards the canister with a smile. What is this? Lu Yun exclaimed, noticing the steaming entrails in the canister as she drew nearer to the fire. Wild boar meat. Look, there's plenty more outside. We need not worry about food for the week, Lu Tian replied, pointing towards the fire pit with enthusiasm. Wild boar? Wow, Lu Tian, you are incredible, Lu Yun exclaimed, rushing outside to admire the meat hanging on the rack. After days of seafood on the deserted island, she was elated to have a new source of sustenance. Cool, it's time to eat, Lu Tian said, fashioning 2 pairs of chopsticks from small twigs and handing 1 pair to Lu Yun. They seated themselves on a bench and began to savor the entrails. It's delicious with a hint of saltiness, Lu Yun remarked, daintily picking up small pieces to savor. I added a bit of seawater, hence the salty flavor, Lu Tian explained as he took a piece of liver into his mouth. But isn't seawater undrinkable? Lu Yun inquired. Her curiosity piqued. A little for cooking is perfectly fine. Do not worry, Lu Tian reassured her. After both had their fill, with still some entrails left in the canister, Lu Tian picked up the 4 mineral water bottles and headed outside. Just keep an eye on the meat on the rack. When I return with water, if the fire has died down, simply add some more wood, he instructed Lu Yun before departing. Upon Lu Tian's exit, Lu Yun added a few pieces of firewood and made her way to the beach. After a brief interlude, she returned, the sun now casting its golden rays upon the land. After a couple of hours, Lu Tian returned with water in hand, along with 2 sizable sea snails. Lu Yun, come here. I shall teach you how to weave a basket. Lu Tian meticulously peeled away the bark from numerous trees, allowing it to dry on the branches he had fashioned. Turning to Lu Yun, he instructed, "This way, cross like this. It will suffice. Now, give it a try." After demonstrating, Lu Yun quickly grasped the technique. Lu Tian, you are truly remarkable. You possess such diverse skills. Had I not encountered you, I might have perished long ago, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Clearing his throat, Lu Tian, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by her gaze, pretended to cough and then picked up his knife, heading into the woods. Lu Yun, increasingly immersed in her weaving, found the task delightful and continued diligently from her spot. Meanwhile, Lu Tian returned with an abundance of timber and vines, excavating several small openings outside the cave. He secured 6 wooden poles into these holes and, once stabilized, began to lay branches atop them. As the sun ascended to its zenith, indicating midday, Lu Yun held up a basket woven from the bark. Lu Tian, look at my creation. Isn't it beautiful? She asked eagerly. Indeed, it is splendid. It can be used to collect items in the woods or on the beach. Lu Tian replied with a broad smile. Giggle. I shall weave 2 more to store things. Lu Yun declared joyfully, her happiness rooted in the ability to assist Lu Tian. By the way, what are you constructing? She inquired, glancing at the incomplete shelter with curiosity. I am building a shelter so that, even in the rain, we can continue our work outside the cave, Lu Tian explained, gesturing toward the structure. Now, we have worked all morning and must be hungry. Let's finish this meal, he said, pointing at the meat in the iron pot. The 2 quickly consumed every morsel, with Lu Tian even savoring the broth. Lu Yun, please take this iron pot to the seaside and fill it with water, he instructed her. What do we need seawater for? It's not potable, she queried, perplexed. To make sea salt, just bring it back, he replied hastily. Make sea salt? You can do that? Lu Yun murmured to herself as she departed. Before long, she returned with the seawater, and Lu Tian placed the iron pot over the fire to boil. While Lu Yun resumed her basket weaving, Lu Tian continued constructing the shelter. After an hour, seeing that the structure was nearly complete, he ventured deeper into the woods in search of expansive leaves to cover the roof. Lu Yun, I have brought you a delightful treat, Lu Tian announced, returning with an armful of palm leaves and 2 tender palm hearts. After placing the leaves down, he handed the palm hearts to Lu Yun. What is this? Can it be eaten? She asked, curiosity piqued as she examined the white palm heart. Huh, you'll find out once you taste it, Lu Tian replied with a grin. Wow, it's delicious. Where did you find this? Lu Yun inquired while savoring the treat. There are plenty more where that came from. If you wish to sample more, I shall take you there later, Lu Tian assured her as he arranged the palm leaves. The flavor was slightly sweet, crisp, and refreshingly delightful. Truly exquisite. Lu Yun joyfully indulged in the palm hearts, expressing her delight. Observing her happiness, Lu Tian felt an immense sense of joy himself, which invigorated his work. He arranged palm fronds atop the shelter, layering them from low to high. Once completed, he placed a thick covering of approximately 10 centimeters of grass on top, securing it with vines before laying additional palm leaves over it, effectively rendering it waterproof. After finishing the roof, Lu Tian proceeded to construct railings outside the shelter. With the railings completed, the shelter was finally finished, and Lu Tian beamed with satisfaction at the completed structure. Approaching the fire pit, he gazed at the white crystals in the iron pot, recognizing them as sea salt, albeit unfit for consumption at this stage. Is this truly sea salt? Lu Yun inquired, her voice laced with astonishment as she followed closely behind. Indeed, but it is not ready to eat yet. It requires 1 more filtration, Lu Tian replied, his smile radiating joy. He then added some wood ash to the white crystals and began to stir once more. Chapter 8. Returning to Water Bay after Lu Tian had crafted the sea salt, he poured it into a dried coconut shell for future use. He also sliced the smoked wild boar meat into thin strips with a dagger and placed it inside the cave. The sunset was extraordinarily beautiful. How delightful it would be to capture it with a smartphone. At this moment, Lu Yun lay on the beach, admiring the exquisite hues of the sunset. her figure perfectly silhouetted against the sky. Lu Tian, seated nearby, found himself captivated by her stunning form, swallowing hard as his gaze gradually shifted away. Once they had satisfied their hunger, and with dusk still far off, they ventured out onto the beach to witness the sunset. Lu Tian, do you think if we remain undiscovered, we could live on this island forever? Lu Yun turned her delicate face towards him and inquired. No, we will return, rest assured. Lu Tian replied, shaking his head. In truth, he was uncertain when someone might come. They had been living on the island for nearly 10 days without sighting a single boat. A sense of worry gnawed at his heart, yet he dared not express it. As the two of them quietly observed the sun gradually dip below the horizon, they eventually returned to the cave. Early the following morning, Lu Tian approached Lu Yun's wooden bed and gently shook her awake. Lu Yun, rise and shine. Today we shall explore this island. Is it already dawn? Lu Yun asked, rubbing her eyes. After she got up, they shared some wild boar meat and set off from the cave with 2 bottles of water. Before departing, Lu Tian secured the wooden door. The pair walked along the beach, chatting as they strolled, and before long, they arrived at a cluster of rocks. Lu Tian, look, there are several water bottles over there, and a large one as well. Lu Yun exclaimed joyfully, pointing at the bottles beside the rocks. This is Returning Water Bay. When the tide rises, various marine creatures such as crabs, sea snails, and fish come here, but during low tide, many become trapped, Lu Tian explained with a smile. Additionally, a great deal of marine debris washes ashore, making this a treasure trove, he continued. Wow, Lu Tian, how do you know so much? Lu Yun laughed at him. Hee hee. I've always enjoyed watching such programs at home. I never imagined I would put this knowledge to use today. Lu Tian chuckled, touching his face with a smile. Since the tide had not yet receded, Lu Tian suggested they continue walking further inland. By the time we return, the tide should have gone out, and we can explore then. He felt a sense of joy at having discovered this spot. Lu Tian, come quickly. The wildflowers here are stunning. After half an hour, Lu Yun dashed into the forest bordering the beach upon spotting the wildflowers. Lu Tian followed her into the woods, marveling at the vibrant yellow flowers, along with some in red and blue hues. Lu Yun soon picked a bouquet of a dozen wildflowers, showcasing a spectrum of colors. Lu Tian, look, aren't they beautiful? Lu Yun, clutching a bouquet of wildflowers, joyfully approached Lu Tian and inquired, aren't they beautiful? Indeed, they are quite lovely, Lu Tian replied with a smile, gazing at the flowers in her hands. He then ventured into the thicket of wildflowers, exploring his surroundings. Suddenly, he came upon a patch of yellow wild grass, and, with a grin, declared, this is an edible wild vegetable. Really? Can we eat this? Lu Yun asked, stepping closer to examine the grass. This is called yellow amaranth, a delicious wild vegetable. Hurry, let us gather some. We can have greens to eat, Lu Tian said, his excitement palpable. I wish I had brought a basket. Lu Yun lamented, her face contorting in disappointment. Not to worry, you gather the leaves, and I shall craft a basket swiftly, Lu Tian assured her. With that, he retrieved his knife and began to peel bark from nearby trees while Lu Yun searched for wild vegetables. In less than half an hour, Lu Tian had fashioned a simple yet effective basket to hold their foraged greens. Lu Tian, look, there are so many varieties of wild vegetables here. Lu Yun exclaimed as she rushed back to him. Do not gather too much. Just enough for our meal will suffice. We can always return for more later. Lu Tian advised, handing the basket to her. I understand, Lu Yun replied, eagerly dashing off to collect the vegetables. Lu Tian surveyed the area and noticed a towering tree not far away. He thought that climbing it might provide a clearer view of their surroundings. Quickly, he made his way to the great tree, its branches adorned with vines and its bark rough but climbable. Ascending the tree, Lu Tian reached the summit in just a few minutes. As he looked ahead, he noted that a mere 200 meters further lay a sheer cliff, with no path leading onward. Only the dense forest beckoned. Gazing into the verdant expanse of the woods, he spotted a prominent peak rising amidst the greenery. Descending the tree, Lu Tian mused to himself, this island is vast, and the exploration will prove challenging. One must take their time. Haste will not serve us well. Lu Yun, I've gathered a bountiful harvest of wild vegetables, she announced, approaching him with a large basket brimming with greens, enough for 2 meals. Together, they strolled to the beach where Lu Tian felled a tree and harvested several coconuts. With his knife, he opened them, and they sat on the sand, sipping the refreshing coconut water. After finishing, Lu Yun removed her shoes, revealing her delicate feet as she playfully walked barefoot on the beach, occasionally bending to collect beautiful seashells. Lu Tian, come quickly, she called out excitedly from beside a rocky outcrop. Curious, Lu Tian stood and made his way to her. Look at this. Lu Yun pointed to a coconut shell on the ground. As he approached, Lu Tian examined the remnants of the coconut. The shell was cracked, the juice consumed, and the flesh devoured, indicating that others had been here. Yet he wondered whether they were fellow castaways or perhaps indigenous inhabitants. It would be preferable if they were fellow castaways. Having indigenous people around could spell trouble, he pondered. Do you think there are others here? Lu Yun asked softly, her voice tinged with apprehension. Well, I just do not know who they are, whether they are fellow unfortunate souls like us or... Indigenous people, Lu Tian remarked to Lu Yun. Indigenous? Are you referring to those cannibalistic tribes? Lu Yun inquired, her face reflecting a look of terror. Not all indigenous people resort to cannibalism. Come, let's return, Lu Tian replied as he led Lu Yun back. Half an hour later, they arrived at the return water bay. By this time, the tide had receded significantly, revealing numerous items, decayed fishing nets, water bottles, buoys, and foam boards, among others. Chapter 9. Encounter with the stranded, standing at the seaside. Lu Tian gazed at the treasures upon the rocks, his heart swelling with joy. These were precisely what they needed at this moment. Lu Tian, should we hurry back? Lu Yun implored, tugging at his sleeve. She yearned to return to the safety of their cave, where fear would not linger. Fear not, for I am here to protect you, Lu Tian reassured her, his tone comforting. He understood her trepidation. Wait for me here. I shall descend and return swiftly. With that, he removed his shoes, grasped a knife, and made his way towards the rocks, while Lu Yun perched herself upon a stone, watching him intently. This fishing net is splendid, and it even has a few hooks, he chuckled, pulling the net from the rocks and dragging it toward Lu Yun. Take this net to the shore and wash it clean, but be cautious with those hooks. Don't lose any. With a smile, he ventured back into the rocky expanse. This oilcan is quite useful. It can hold at least 50 pounds of water and is in good condition. A thorough wash will make it usable, and this buoy shall be mine as well. His spirits lifted as he gathered more. What a magnificent conch! And look at this. Good heavens! A lobster too. Lu Tian delightedly scavenged through the rocks, his heart brimming with happiness. Lu Yun, look what I found, he exclaimed joyfully as he returned to shore, holding up the lobster. Wow, what an enormous lobster! And several fist-sized conchs. Is it a sea urchin? Lu Tian, you are remarkable, Lu Yun exclaimed, momentarily forgetting their previous fears. There are many more treasures to be found, but I cannot carry them all alone. Let us return, Lu Tian declared, wrapping the lobster conchs, and sea urchin in his clothing, while securing the net and buoy together. Lu Tian, look, there seems to be someone over there. Lu Yun pointed towards a figure lying on the beach, merely a few dozen meters away. I shall investigate. He set down the clothing filled with lobster and hurried towards the mysterious figure, knife in hand. It's a woman, Lu Tian realized as he drew closer. She was clad in tattered garments, her face obscured by unkempt hair, her bare feet caked in mud, and her arms bore several wounds. Ah, it seems you too are a victim of misfortune. Sigh, I'm not one to turn a blind eye to the suffering of others. Lu Tian carefully lifted the unconscious woman onto his back and returned to Lu Yun. Lu Tian, why are you carrying her? Lu Yun asked, astonished at the sight. She appears to be another unfortunate soul, and she has fainted. I shall carry her. You can manage the fishing net and our finds. Now let us return. Bending down, he picked up the clothing filled with lobster and led the way, while Lu Yun followed closely, clutching the net as they hastened back to their cave. An hour later, Lu Tian and his companions had returned to the shelter outside the cave. Lu Yun set down her belongings and approached the woman, gently offering her some water. Lu Tian chopped several tree branches and laid them on the ground, covering them with some grass, and placed the woman upon it. Lu Yun remained by her side, providing care. After a brief moment, the woman, having sipped the water, gradually regained consciousness her eyes fluttering open. Upon seeing Lu Yun, tears of gratitude welled up in her eyes. "Was it you who saved me?" she inquired softly. "It was him who rescued you," Lu Yun replied, gesturing toward Lu Tian. At that moment, Lu Tian approached with an iron pot, filled with a generous portion of wild boar meat. "First, let us nourish you," he urged. "You must be famished." With deft chopsticks, he picked up a piece of meat, blew gently on it, and offered it to the woman. In a mere 10 minutes, she had devoured nearly a pound of the wild boar, followed by several sips of water, and her complexion began to improve gradually. "Thank you for saving me," the woman said, her voice trembling with emotion. Lu Yun asked, "You must also be a victim of the plane crash, are you not?" "Indeed," the woman replied. "After the crash, I thought my fate was sealed. When I awoke, I found myself on the beach, my foot injured. I limped into the woods. Perhaps luck was on my side. I stumbled upon a small cave just large enough for one to sleep. I survived by relying on coconuts, praying each day for a rescue team to arrive, but at this, her tears began to flow once more. Days passed without a soul in sight. My foot throbbed with pain, and I could scarcely walk far. The coconuts became increasingly difficult to reach, and I felt certain my end was near. With a bittersweet smile, she continued, "Today, while I was in a daze, I thought I heard voices outside the cave. I attempted to stand and venture out, but my foot ached so painfully that I could scarcely rise. Desperate to survive, I crawled out, and when I reached a field of wildflowers, the voices had faded. I presumed the speakers had not ventured far, so I continued to crawl toward the beach. Eventually, I lost consciousness, and upon awakening, I found myself here." She paused to take a sip of water. "In truth, we were also passengers on that ill-fated flight, much like you. Yet, I was somewhat fortunate to encounter him. Otherwise, my plight would not have been much better than yours," Lu Yun said with a reassuring smile. After resting for an hour, the woman felt considerably revitalized, though she was still unable to walk. "Could you assist me?" she called out to Lu Tian as she lay against the trees. Lu Tian approached slowly, while Lu Yun set aside the half-finished basket she had been weaving and joined them. "I wish to wash off the grime from my body at the beach," the woman expressed to both Lu Tian and Lu Yun. "I'll help you," Lu Yun replied with a smile. "It would be best if he, as a strong man, stayed here." After saying this, she returned to the cave to fetch her freshly cleaned clothes, supporting the woman as they made their way to the shore. Lu Tian shook his head with a smile and resumed chopping the wood he had gathered, preparing to craft a bed. After assembling the wooden bed, Lu Tian carried it into the cave, laying down dry grass atop it. Inside the cave, 2 beds were already occupied, leaving just enough space for one person to walk. Lu Tian then retrieved a box and placed it beside his sleeping area to serve as a makeshift pillow. Within an hour, they returned. Upon seeing them, Lu Tian hurried over to assist, taking Lu Yun's hand to help the woman back into the cave, gently laying her on the wooden bed. "Thank you so much. My name is Su Qing." The woman expressed her gratitude to Lu Tian. "There's no need for excessive courtesy. It's only right that we help one another." "My name is Lu Tian," he replied with a smile. "I am aware of your name, Lu Tian, as Lu Yun informed me, but I must still extend my thanks. For you saved my life," Su Qing said with a smile. "Please rest well. In a couple of days, your foot should allow you to walk again." "I must attend to other matters now," Lu Tian said, waving his hand cheerfully before stepping out of the cave. Chapter 10. The red box. Lu Tian emerged from the cave, retrieving the fishing net and its contents, which he placed in the shed. He also took down the fish hooks. Grasping an oil can, he intended to walk toward the beach, gathering the empty lobsters and sea snails, which he placed into an iron pot, adding a bit of water to cook them. "Lu Yun, keep an eye on the contents of the pot while I clean the oil can and fetch some water for tomorrow," Lu Tian instructed Lu Yun, who was weaving a basket. "Go ahead. I will watch over it," Lu Yun replied. Upon Lu Tian's return, he found that Lu Yun had removed the lobsters and sea snails from the pot, adding some water and cooking wild vegetables, on which she had also placed a bit of wild boar meat. "I realized we wouldn't have enough water to drink tonight, so I brought back a few coconuts," Lu Tian said, placing 3 coconuts in the shed and addressing Lu Yun. "By the way, Lu Tian, do you have a way to make a bowl?" Lu Yun inquired, stirring the wild vegetables with chopsticks by the fire. "A bowl? That could be arranged. I will see if I can find some wood." Lu Tian mused before picking up his knife and heading into the woods. Before long, he returned with a piece of dried wood, which he split into 3 sections. Using his knife, he skillfully carved one piece into a semicircular shape, leaving a square edge at the bottom, and gradually hollowed out the center. Here you go. Make do with this for now. When I find better wood, I shall craft a more exquisite bowl for you, Lu Tian said, handing over the freshly crafted bowl to Lu Yun, having spent nearly half an hour on it. You really managed to make a bowl. This is impressive. It's for Su Qing. She can't walk, so having a bowl will help me serve her food, Lu Yun exclaimed, marveling at the wooden bowl in her hands. Quickly, fill it with food for her before it gets dark, Lu Tian urged, chopping at the coconuts. Lu Yun placed a piece of sea snail meat, half a lobster, wild vegetables, and a bit of wild boar meat into the bowl and took it to Su Qing. Lu Yun, this is far too much food. I can't finish it all, Su Qing said, astonished as she looked at the bowl's contents while sitting on the wooden bed. There is no such thing as too much when you're injured. Eating a bit more will aid your recovery, Lu Yun said with a smile, handing Su Qing the chopsticks. Take your time eating, I will step outside, Lu Yun said before heading out of the cave. As Su Qing gazed at the food in the bowl, tears suddenly streamed down her face. This was her first experience of consuming cooked, warm food since arriving on the island, and in that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Outside, Lu Tian and Lu Yun were enjoying their wild vegetables and sea snails, with Lu Tian having given Lu Yun the half-lobster. These wild vegetables are truly delicious. I shall gather more tomorrow, Lu Yun mused as she savored the meal. Do you eat sea urchins? Lu Tian inquired, presenting 2 sea urchins to Lu Yun. You enjoy them. I am full, she replied, picking up a coconut to drink. I will take this coconut to Su Qing, Lu Tian said, slicing open a coconut and handing it to Lu Yun. This is for you to drink. We have run out of fresh water and will only have more tomorrow. Lu Tian entered the cave and handed Su Qing a coconut, saying, by the way, Lu Tian, there's a red box in the small cave where I reside. It was right beside me when I awoke, but it has a password and I cannot open it. Could you retrieve it tomorrow? It might prove useful. It's located in a small cave not far from the blooming wildflowers, easy to find. Su Qing accepted the coconut and replied, all right, I'll go look for it tomorrow. You should rest now. I'll take my leave. Lu Tian picked up the wooden bowl and chopsticks before stepping outside. The sunset was incredibly beautiful, though dusk was approaching. Lu Tian sat on a bench outside the shed, gazing at the clouds and sighed. Lu Tian, I have woven 4 baskets. Is that sufficient? Lu Yun approached at that moment. That will suffice. Tomorrow, I shall teach you how to weave fishing nets, so we can set traps in the sea and have fish to eat, Lu Tian said with a smile. Really? That's wonderful, Lu Yun exclaimed, her face radiating joy as she admired the evening glow on the horizon. The night passed swiftly, and Lu Tian rose early to cook wild boar meat. Lu Yun soon emerged as well. She served a bowl of wild boar meat to Su Qing, and after they were satiated, the two made their way towards Su Qing's small cave, with Lu Yun carrying a basket. An hour later, they arrived at the place to gather wild vegetables. You pick the wild vegetables first. I will search for the small cave, Lu Tian instructed Lu Yun. Go ahead, but be careful, Lu Yun replied, lifting her small basket to gather wild vegetables. It should be here, Lu Tian thought, wielding a long stick as he explored the small cave. After a thorough search, he bent down and entered, finding a red box and several coconut shells inside. Lu Tian lifted the red box and exited the small cave, heading back the way he came. Ah, Lu Tian, come quickly, there's a snake. Suddenly, Lu Yun's voice echoed from nearby, prompting Lu Tian to rush towards the sound. Box in hand, where's the snake? Are you all right? He inquired as he reached Lu Yun's side. Look, it's right there, Lu Yun said, her trembling finger pointing to a pile of leaves. There, coiled among the foliage, lay a several-pound viper, its head flicking its tongue and its eyes fixed on Lu Tian and Lu Yun. Step back and wait for me at the beach, Lu Tian instructed Lu Yun. Be careful, she replied, turning to dash towards the beach. Armed with a long stick, Lu Tian cautiously approached the viper, which hissed menacingly. He pressed the stick down towards the snake's head, but the viper evaded him, lunging several meters toward Lu Tian, who quickly retreated. The viper raised half its body, facing Lu Tian. He slowly maneuvered the stick behind the viper and swiftly pressed down, pinning its head. Once immobilized, Lu Tian drew out a Nepalese knife and swiftly severed the viper's head. Afterward, he dug a small hole in the ground with the stick, burying the head, and then skinned the snake, removing its innards to leave only the meat. Once finished, Lu Tian made his way toward the beach. Lu Tian, you've come out. Upon seeing Lu Tian emerge from the thicket, Lu Yun joyfully inquired, having been preoccupied with his safety ever since her departure. All is well now. Let us proceed to Huishui Bay and collect some sea conchs to take back, Lu Tian replied with a smile, leading Lu Yun on their way back. This time, I shall join you. Upon reaching Huishui Bay, Lu Yun removed her shoes and ventured towards the cluster of rocks, as the tide had yet to rise. Take your time and be cautious. Some of those rocks can be quite sharp, Lu Tian remarked with concern as he observed Lu Yun hastily descending. Chapter 11. Amusing fishing tales. Lu Tian, look, a conch and also some oysters. The joyful voice of Lu Yun echoed, while Lu Tian discovered a tin can among the rocks, the kind typically used for paint. He hurriedly cleaned the can in the seawater, slicing it open with a knife to create an opening, perfect for holding the conchs and other treasures. Come, place everything you caught inside, Lu Tian encouraged as he approached Lu Yun with the can. The two then began foraging for seafood among the rocks and mud, and after half an hour, the tide began to rise. That's enough. The water is coming in. We must leave quickly, Lu Tian exclaimed, holding the can aloft towards Lu Yun. Wow, we've gathered so much. It's enough for a day's feast. Lu Yun smiled at the contents of the can before rinsing her feet in the sea and making her way toward the cave. How did you get out? Lu Tian inquired as they returned to the shelter, where Su Qing was already seated on a stool. I felt stifled in the cave, so I hopped out here on one foot, Su Qing replied with a laugh. Wow, you caught so many seafood. Lu Tian placed the tin can in the shelter, prompting Su Qing to exclaim in astonishment at the sight of the conchs. I helped catch some too. Once your foot heals, I'll take you with me, Lu Yun said with a grin as she pulled another stool beside Su Qing. You two chat. I'll go fetch some vines, Lu Tian announced before heading into the woods with his knife. Look, all these wild vegetables are what I foraged, and Lu Tian brought back that box. Lu Yun pointed to the red box on the ground. Is this what I ate last night? It was delicious, Su Qing exclaimed as she pulled a leaf from the basket, marveling at the unexpected tastiness of wild vegetables, something she had never considered before. While they were happily chatting, Lu Tian returned with a load of vines, placing them down in the clearing. Come, I'll teach you how to weave a fishing net, he said to Lu Yun. Bring it over here. I want to learn too. Su Qing replied eagerly, despite her inability to walk, feeling that any contribution would be worthwhile. All right, Lu Tian chuckled, dragging the vines into the shelter to instruct them on the art of net weaving. Insert 6 branches here and slowly wrap the vines around them like this. He patiently demonstrated, noting that it was quite simple. After seeing it once or twice, one could easily grasp the technique. You two take your time weaving. I'll go fetch some fresh water, Lu Tian said as he stood up. As Lu Tian departed, the two women continued to chat and weave, quickly adapting to the task after just one demonstration, a testament to their keen learning abilities. Lu Tian returned promptly, carrying approximately 40 pounds of fresh water, sufficient for 3 to 4 days. He brought the nearly full tin can of water into the cave. How is the weaving going? Lu Tian inquired with a smile as he approached the shelter. Look, I've woven 2 already. Lu Yun proudly presented one of the fishing nets to Lu Tian for inspection. Very impressive. Su Qing's work is quite commendable as well, Lu Tian responded, examining the fishing net with approval. Come sit over here. I shall craft a long bench, providing us a place to rest in the future, Lu Tian remarked. Thus, Lu Yun and her companion busied themselves weaving fishing nets, while Lu Tian ventured into the woods to gather timber for the bench, exchanging playful banter from time to time. As midday approached, Lu Yun began filling an iron pot with water, adding several sea snails and oysters. Once the snails were cooked, she prepared wild vegetables and wild boar meat, while Lu Tian roasted snake meat over branches. By noon, everyone had their fill, and after a brief respite of half an hour, they returned to their net weaving, as Lu Tian neared completion of the bench. An hour later, Lu Yun had crafted 8 fishing nets, and the bench was finally finished. All right, I shall go set the nets. Lu Yun, please take good care of Su Qing while I am away, Lu Tian said, securing the nets with vines before departing. Now that he has gone, let us see what treasures lie within the box, Lu Yun suggested as she brought it over. But the box has a lock. How do we open it? Su Qing inquired, gazing at Lu Yun. I have just the thing, Lu Yun replied with a mischievous smile, brandishing the dagger Lu Tian had given her. With the sharp blade, she swiftly pried open the box in mere minutes. Lu Tian arrived at the rocky edge of the cliff, where the waves were gentle. Observing the fish swimming below, he decided to place 3 nets there. He foraged for numerous worms in the forest, placing several in each net, spacing them 10 meters apart. He submerged 3 nets into deeper waters, using stones to secure them before surfacing. After completing this task, he rested on the beach for a moment before re-entering the woods. While searching for worms earlier, he had discovered a cluster of palm trees and felled 5 trunks, also collecting 6 plump palm worms, a delightful find, which he wrapped in palm leaves. Not wishing to return too soon, he fashioned a spear and stood in the shallow waters, attempting to spear fish. However, the fish proved elusive, and after half an hour without success, Lu Tian began to move slowly. What is that? A sea urchin? He wondered, noticing a dark figure motionless on the seabed. Stealthily, he approached, raising his spear and skillfully striking the center of the sea urchin. Ha! This sea urchin is enormous. I can head back now, Lu Tian exclaimed, dragging the prize ashore. He severed the sea urchin's tail, gathered the palm heart and leaves, and joyfully returned to the cave. Look what I have, Lu Tian announced as he entered the shelter. Wow, is that a sea urchin? It's so large, Lu Yun exclaimed, dropping the garment she was holding. Indeed, tonight we feast, Lu Tian replied with a gleeful laugh, placing the sea urchin into the iron pot alongside the sea snails and urchins. And we have sweet fruits as well, he added, pulling out the palm heart. He handed each Lu Yun and Su Qing 2, while he indulged in one. This is so sweet and refreshing. What kind of fruit is this? Su Qing asked in surprise after taking a few bites. Haha, this is palm heart. Isn't it delectable? Lu Yun remarked with a smile after taking a bite, to which Su Qing nodded in agreement with a grin. Where do these clothes come from? Lu Tian inquired, glancing at the 3 outfits sprawled across the bench. These garments are from that red box, along with a mirror and a set of cosmetics. It must belong to a woman, Lu Yun replied. Oh, the clothes are fine as well. You may wear them, Lu Tian said nonchalantly. Time flew swiftly, and after 3 days, Su Qing was able to walk on her feet again, though she was not yet ready to run. Chapter 12. Into the depths of the woods, ha, Su Qing. Come quickly, there are clams here too. Lu Tian lounged on the shore, observing Lu Yun and Su Qing frolicking barefoot in the water, their fair thighs glistening beautifully under the sun. Reclining on the beach with a coconut beside him and a blade of grass between his lips, he wore a broad smile as he watched them. It seems we must plan ahead. Foraging for food is becoming increasingly challenging. With 3 mouths to feed, relying solely on a few fish will not suffice, Lu Tian sighed, murmuring to himself. In the evening, after dinner, everyone gathered in the shelter to chat. Tomorrow, I wish to venture deeper into the woods. Who among you will accompany me? Lu Tian said, smiling at Lu Yun and Su Qing as he sat on a stool. Into the depths of the woods. Isn't that dangerous? Lu Yun inquired. Fear not. We won't venture too far. Besides, our food supply is dwindling, and we have already consumed all the wild vegetables around. Thus, we must explore the woods, Lu Tian replied with a wry smile. How about the 3 of us go together? Lu Yun suggested. That won't work. One of us must stay behind to tend to the fishing nets. Moreover, what if a boat passes by? Lu Tian shook his head. I'll go with you. I know where the fishing nets are located, Su Qing said, glancing at Lu Tian and then patting Lu Yun's hand. Oh, it's not like we're going for days. We'll leave in the morning and likely return by afternoon. It's merely a reconnaissance, Lu Tian chuckled. The trio continued their conversation until the sun set, at which point they returned to the cave to sleep. Before resting, Lu Tian added some firewood. Early the next morning, as dawn broke, Lu Tian rose to prepare the wild vegetables he had gathered the previous night. The wild boar meat had been consumed a couple of days prior. and hanging from the branches inside the cave were several pieces of dried fish that Lu Tian had made. Are you awake? You could sleep a bit longer. It's barely dawn, Lu Tian said with a smile as Su Qing approached. I can't sleep. I went to bed too early last night, Su Qing replied, sitting on a stone beside the fire. Here, have some wild vegetable fish soup to warm your stomach, Lu Tian offered, filling a wooden bowl with the soup for Su Qing. Lu Tian, how much longer do you think we'll stay on this island? Su Qing asked, cradling the bowl as she sipped the soup. I'm uncertain. We've been on the island for over 10 days without a single boat in sight, let alone a rescue team. However, as long as we are alive, there remains hope, Lu Tian said softly, poking the fire with a stick. You're right. As long as we are alive, there is hope, Su Qing replied with a smile, turning to Lu Tian. The bright sun illuminated the shelter outside the cave, as Lu Tian and Su Qing prepared their gear for entering the woods. Lu Tian donned a woven backpack made from vines and held a knife, while Su Qing carried a basket and a sharpened stick. Before departing, Lu Tian secured the wooden door and led Su Qing into the depths of the woods. After walking for over 10 minutes, they arrived at an unfamiliar place, dense with trees, a location that Lu Tian had never visited before. Holding a knife, he cleared a path as he proceeded, with Su Qing following closely behind. After half an hour, Lu Tian reached a small clearing and observed the wild greens on the ground, saying to Su Qing, this is wild purslane. It is edible, and over there. Look, Lu Tian, it seems there's a fruit tree over there, Su Qing exclaimed happily, pointing at a nearby tree while holding some wild purslane. This is a wild kumquat, Lu Tian responded as he approached to take a look. The tree bore a dozen or so fruits, some green and some yellow, with a few yellow ones scattered on the ground. This wild kumquat is a bit sour. Would you like some? Lu Tian inquired, glancing at Su Qing. Yes, it's better than nothing, she replied with a smile as she walked over. The wild kumquat tree was only about 2 meters high, allowing Lu Tian to easily pluck the 7 or 8 yellow fruits without climbing. He refrained from taking the green ones. Let us head in that direction, Lu Tian directed, pointing to a raised area. Lu Tian, this looks like a small stream, Su Qing remarked as they walked along a narrow path. After heavy rain, the water collects here and flows to the sea. This is a great place to find fresh water. Look, the soil is sandy and moist. Digging deeper should yield fresh water, Lu Tian said, squatting down to grasp some damp earth. We can come back to dig after we return. That will solve our freshwater issue. Let us go, Lu Tian stated, rising to his feet. The two continued along the dry riverbed, and Lu Tian encountered a few palm trees, which he chopped down to harvest the heart for sustenance when hunger struck. Lu Tian, there's a snake, Suin suddenly exclaimed, startled, as she clung tightly to Lu Tian and pointed at a slender, small snake. That's a harmless little earth snake. There's no need to be afraid, Lu Tian reassured her, patting her shoulder with a smile. The little snake, startled by the noise, quickly darted into a burrow. It seems wild boars frequent this area. Lu Tian observed the varying footprints in the stream bed, indicating that a wild sow had been out foraging with her piglets. Let us keep moving, he said to Su Qing. After about 10 more minutes, they reached the end of the stream and ventured into the thick forest. Lu Tian, look, there's an animal over there, Su Qing whispered from behind him. Wow, are those wild goats? 3 of them, Lu Tian exclaimed, his excitement evident as he gazed at the spot Su Qing had indicated. Being only a few dozen meters away, he could see them clearly. The wild goats bleated a few times before disappearing into the woods. After walking for over half an hour, feeling a bit fatigued, Lu Tian and Su Qing found a clearing and sat down against a large tree. Let us eat this to tide us over, Lu Tian said, handing Su Qing 2 palm hearts with a smile. The scenery here is so beautiful, and the grass is lovely. It would be wonderful to vacation here, Su Qing remarked, enjoying the palm heart while gazing at the clearing. Hey, Lu Tian, do those goats look like the ones we encountered earlier? Suddenly, Su Qing pointed towards 3 wild goats grazing at a distance of 60 to 70 meters, her voice tinged with surprise. Perhaps, she mused. Lu Tian chuckled softly as he observed the distant goats, harboring a desire to feast upon them, yet pondering how to capture such elusive creatures. Let's head that way. We can return to the cave from there, he suggested, rising and brushing off his trousers. Venturing into the woods, Lu Tian carved a path with his knife, foraging along the way and gathering an abundance of wild vegetables, which filled Su Qing's basket to the brim. This resembles taro, doesn't it? Lu Tian remarked, stopping before a plant adorned with several large leaves. Seizing Su Qing's stick, he began to dig into the earth around the leafy specimen. Indeed, this is taro, albeit in its wild form. What a delightful find, he exclaimed, unearthing a tuber the size of his fist. With a sense of joy, Lu Tian replanted the harvested taro before continuing on their journey. He discovered a total of over a dozen taro plants, but only excavated half before departing with Su Qing. Lu Tian, why didn't you harvest them all? She inquired, curiosity evident in her voice. Chapter 13. A bountiful catch. We cannot harvest everything. We should leave some for future sustenance, just in case we find ourselves without food, Lu Tian remarked with a smile to Su Qing. The two strolled along, engrossed in conversation, and time passed swiftly. Before they knew it, they had reached the thicket, a sign that they were nearing the beach. Is this truly what I think it is? Lu Tian exclaimed as he jogged over to a plant, crouching down to pluck a leaf. Rubbing it between his fingers and inhaling its aroma, he broke into a grin. What kind of plant is this? Su Qing inquired, approaching him. This is wild ginger. If we add a few leaves to fish soup, the flavor becomes remarkably enhanced, Lu Tian explained. There are 5 plants here. We can dig up 3 to take back. With that, he set to work, carefully uprooting 3 wild ginger plants and placing them in his backpack. Before long, they arrived at the edge of the beach, where Lu Tian discovered they had reached the spot for placing fishing nets and storing fresh water. Su Qing, I'll retrieve the oil drum for the fresh water. Please wait here for a moment, Lu Tian said before heading towards the cliff. In less than 10 minutes, he returned with more than half a drum of fresh water. Let us return to the cave, Lu Tian said cheerfully to Su Qing. Glancing at the sun in the sky, he noted they still had over 2 hours until dusk. Half an hour later, they were back outside the cave, where they found Lu Yun pouring fish from the fishing net into a tin can. You've returned. That's wonderful. Look, the catch from nets today is quite impressive, Lu Yun exclaimed, gesturing to the can filled with fish. Lu Tian entered the shelter, placing the oil drum inside the cave and setting down his backpack before approaching Lu Yun. By the way, what did you bring back? Lu Yun asked, rummaging through the backpack. Oranges? What is this? She lifted a taro and held it up to Lu Tian. This is taro. It's quite delicious. We can cook 3 tonight and save the rest for tomorrow, Lu Tian replied, sitting on a stool with a smile. Wow, it's so sour, Lu Yun remarked, peeling an orange and savoring it, her mouth watering. Lu Yun, you and Su Qing should clean these fish and wash some wild vegetables. I will repair the fishing net. Tomorrow, the 3 of us will go fishing together, Lu Tian suggested with a grin. The fishing net had several large holes, and Lu Tian aimed to mend it. Currently, the cave stock of dried fish was only a few, insufficient for even a single day. Thus, he contemplated fishing the next day to dry more fish for storage. The net spanned over 10 meters, ample enough to wait in the shallow waters for the fish to swim in. With both sides netted, the catch should be plentiful. By the way, Lu Yun, you haven't checked the fishing net in the deep water, have you? Lu Tian asked suddenly while mending the net. I haven't looked. I'm afraid of the deep water, as I am not a strong swimmer, Lu Yun replied. I'll go check now. It has been 2 days since I last looked, Lu Tian said, setting aside his work and grabbing his knife and fish spear before heading out. 20 minutes later, Lu Tian arrived at the spot designated for placing the fishing nets, where the water was over 10 meters deep. Stripping off his clothes and taking a few deep breaths, he set the knife on the beach and grasped the harpoon firmly. With a splash, he plunged into the water. After a short while, Lu Tian surfaced, triumphantly holding a fishing trap. Exhaling deeply, he placed the trap on the shore and dove back under. Within 2 minutes, he had retrieved 3 traps. Haha, not bad at all. 2 lobsters, quite sizable, and 2 crabs, also substantial. 1 trap for each crab. Could they be a couple? Lu Tian chuckled, glancing at the traps. Once dressed, he picked up the 3 traps, humming a cheerful tune as he made his way to the cave. Look, what do we have here? He called out loudly to Lu Yun and Su Qing as he entered the shed. Wow, lobsters. 2 of them. And crabs, they're enormous. Lian exclaimed, rushing over to inspect the lobsters in the trap. Let us place them in the iron container for now. We can cook them when we want to eat. Lu Tian suggested with a smile. The iron container is too small. If only we had a large barrel. We could keep many fish, Su Qing remarked with a grin. Many ideas abound. Indeed, Lu Tian replied, sharing a smile with Su Qing. While Lu Yun and Su Qing busied themselves with cleaning some fish and washing wild vegetables, Lu Tian continued mending the fishing nets. Soon, the sky was adorned with the hues of twilight, and Lu Tian had completed his task. Lu Yun was preparing the last of the taro. Lu Tian, why not craft a wooden table tomorrow? It would spare us from always eating with wooden bowls. Lu Yun suggested, enjoying her taro. I hadn't thought of that. Yes, let's make a table after fishing tomorrow, Lu Tian responded with a smile. Thus, under the gentle glow of the evening light, they shared a delightful dinner together. Early the next morning, the birds chirped playfully atop the shed as Lu Tian and his companions rose early. After a light meal of wild vegetable fish soup, the 3 of them ventured to a shallow water area with their fishing nets. Let us set the nets properly. As soon as fish enter, we can pull them up from both sides, Lu Tian instructed Lu Yun and Su Qing. Look, fish are swimming in. Lu Yun whispered from the shore. Don't move. Let more fish come in before we pull, Lu Tian advised from the other end. After about 10 minutes, nearly 20 fish had ventured into the rocky area, varying in size. Lu Yun, pull them up, Lu Tian called out. Lu Yun hastily ran forward, grasping the net with both hands to haul it up, mirroring Lu Tian's actions at the other end. Lu Yun, pull back towards the rocks. Lu Tian shouted. Suyin, come over here and hold the net while I catch the fish, Lu Tian urged, directing Su Qing, who stood on the shore. Once Su Qing took hold of the net, Lu Tian stepped inside to catch the fish. The captured fish were tossed onto the shore, and, after about 10 minutes, several fish weighing over 2 pounds each lay scattered on the sand. Some have escaped, Lu Yun said, letting go of the net. Never mind, let it be. Lu Tian said to Su Qing with a smile. You go to the shore and thread those fish together with tree vines like this. Gome, Lu Yun. Let's each take one end of the fishing net and gradually approach the sandy beach. Be cautious of the sea urchins. Do not step on them. Lu Tian instructed Lu Yun. Pull towards me. The school of fish is swimming this way, he whispered. There are so many sea urchins. I've touched one. Be careful. Just approach slowly, Lu Tian advised. After nearly 3 hours of fishing, they finally brought the net ashore. We have over 50 fish and several octopuses as well. I also gathered a basket full of sea urchins, around 20, Su Qing exclaimed with a smile. That's enough. We can clean the fish this afternoon. Let us go back. Lu Tian replied cheerfully. The 3 of them lifted the fish in the net with wooden sticks and swaggered towards the cave. Chapter 14. Crafting bows and arrows. After the 3 of them carried the fishing net to the open space outside the shed, they began to extract the fish entrails. Lu Tian went to chop 4 wooden sticks over 2 meters long and set up a frame. He then strung the cleaned fish with a small vine, hanging them on the wooden sticks to dry under the sun. Don't discard the fish entrails. They will be useful, Lu Tian instructed Lu Yun. You go and prepare some dishes. We only need to deal with these few. Come, have some sea urchin, he added. Once their tasks were completed, the trio sat on the chairs inside the shed, gazing at the sun-dried fish outside with smiles adorning their faces. Lu Tian, we're low on salt. It will only last for tonight, Lu Yun remarked after lunch. Not to worry. I'll boil some seawater and filter it. You two take a good rest this afternoon. I'll set the fishing traps and return shortly, Lu Tian replied, a blade of grass in his mouth. Half an hour later, Lu Tian placed the fish entrails into various fishing traps before heading out again. These trees are excellent. They are perfect for arrowheads, straight and sturdy. I'd rather not resort to firearms unless absolutely necessary. This is my secret weapon. In case of an unexpected situation, it could provide a surprise advantage, he murmured as he diligently chopped the trees in the forest. Upon returning to the shed, Lu Tian found that Lu Yun and Su Qing had already boiled the seawater several times, setting the white crystals aside. Come, let me show you. Add some ash from the weeds and trees, filter it again, and boil it once more. Voila! Salt is produced. Lu Tian demonstrated the process for them. ensuring that they could replicate it in the future if they ever ran out of salt. What are you doing, Lu Tian? Lu Yun and Su Qing curiously approached him, watching as he worked with a dagger. Haha, fine creation. Here, let me place the float board here. You can give it a try, Lu Tian said, hanging the float board 10 meters away. Armed with the freshly crafted bow and arrow, he stood a dozen meters back and took a shot. Whoosh! The arrow struck the edge of the float board, prompting Lu Tian to run over and assess the situation. It must be due to the arrowhead, he concluded. This is a bow and arrow. Practice with them when you have the time. They may come in handy in the future, he said, handing the bow to Lu Yun. Great. Let me have a go first, Lu Yun exclaimed joyfully. The two of them then took turns shooting arrows while Lu Tian wandered over to inspect the trap. There had been no animals visiting during this period. Observing the ground around him, Lu Tian noted the absence of any animal tracks. It seems I need to find a new location to dig a trap, he muttered to himself. Lu Tian, the bough broke. Look, Lu Yun approached him, holding the broken bough. Oh, it was the vine that snapped. There's no way to find better rope now. I'll craft a few more. If they break, they break, he said as he took the bough from her. Lu Tian, didn't you mention making a table? Su Qing chimed in with a smile. Oh dear, I had almost forgotten. You two sit tight. I'll go chop some more wood, Lu Tian exclaimed, slapping his forehead with a chuckle. Lu Tian returned after felling several trees, skillfully chopping them into segments. With a dagger, he carved grooves into the timber and bound them with vines. An hour later, a square table materialized before him, which he then moved into the shelter for future meals. Following this, Lu Tian crafted several bows along with a dozen arrows, allowing Lu Yun and Su Qing to practice their skills, as they had nothing else planned for the afternoon. Meanwhile, Lu Tian utilized the leftover wood to fashion a comfortable chair. Observing the girls as they focused intently on their archery, a subtle smile graced his lips. Once the chair was complete, he set out to fell more trees, initiating the construction of a small shelter against the cliffs to store firewood, ensuring it would remain dry even in the rain. At last, he sighed contentedly while seated in his chair, remarking on his weariness. Just then, Lu Yun and Su Qing entered, taking a seat on the bench. Lu Yun waved her hand, saying, "Look, we are all sweating." Su Qing replied with a smile. "Shall we go swim in the sea to freshen up?" Lu Yun suddenly proposed to Su Qing. "Shall we go together?" Lu Tian interjected with a grin. "Dream on. Su Qing and I are going, and you better not peek," Lu Yun retorted, eyes wide, as she tugged Su Qing towards the beach. "Am I really that kind of person?" Lu Tian called out to their departing figures, pondering within himself. The mere thought of the beach's allure sparked a light in his eyes. "Ah, enough of that. It's time to cook," he decided, shaking his head as he rose. He washed an iron pot and set it over the fire, pouring in some fresh water. He retrieved lobsters and crabs from another pot and placed them inside. Once the lobsters and crabs were cooked, he removed them and added more fresh water, boiling it before tossing in some wild vegetables and salt. When the vegetable soup was ready, Lu Tian ladled it into wooden bowls, filling 3 just right. He then shelled 2 lobsters, chopping the meat into small pieces and placing them into the iron pot. While 3 crabs were just enough for each person, he carried everything to the table in the shelter, alongside 6 or 7 sea urchins nestled among the large leaves. As Lu Yun and Su Qing's laughter drew closer, they arrived at the shelter, their eyes lighting up at the sight of the meal, and they sat down with smiles. "Did you cook all the lobsters?" Lu Yun inquired, gazing at the lobster meat in the pot. "Indeed, you both worked hard today. Come, let's eat," Lu Tian replied, lifting the bowl of vegetable soup with a smile. Lu Yun and Su Qing raised their bowls in a toast, and soon it was time to feast. "Lu Tian, do you have any plans for tomorrow?" Su Qing asked after finishing her meal. As Lu Tian often did not share his intentions, the two were left uncertain about their activities. Gradually, he had assumed the role of leader among them. "Tomorrow, you both will gather wild vegetables and firewood in the morning while I dig a trap behind the cave for wild boars. We'll discuss the afternoon plans when I return," Lu Tian stated, finishing the last sip of his vegetable soup. "Very well then, since the sun hasn't set yet, shall we head to the beach for some fun?" Lu Yun smiled at Lu Tian and Su Qing, saying, "All right, let's go." Lu Tian rose to his feet and replied. On the dusky beach, 3 figures frolicked joyfully in the sand, while seabirds hunted for fish in the water. The rays of the setting sun illuminated the beach, casting a golden hue across the landscape. Chapter 15. Natural mosquito repellent. The mosquitoes are utterly insufferable, relentlessly biting me. In the dead of night, Lu Yun exposed half of her beautiful leg, swatting at the persistent pests. As dawn broke, Lu Yun yawned widely, then emerged from the cave. Lu Tian, these mosquitoes have nearly driven me to madness. I can hardly sleep, she lamented to Lu Tian, who was busy preparing breakfast. Fear not. Today I shall seek out a few termite mounds. They serve as a natural mosquito repellent, Lu Tian replied with a smile. Though he too had suffered numerous bites in recent days, having simply forgotten amidst the day's tasks. Before long, Su Qing emerged, and the trio shared a modest meal of wild vegetables and dried fish before dispersing to their respective duties. Lu Yun and Su Qing ventured into another part of the forest to forage for more wild greens and firewood. Lu Tian, armed with his crafted tools, made his way to the woods behind the cave. The ground was marked with tracks from wild boars, and a path where one had recently passed caught his attention. He planned to set several snares along this route, using resilient vines known for their strength, which would be difficult for a wild boar to escape. After nearly 2 hours, Lu Tian had positioned 7 snares. What is this? A carnivorous animal's footprint. Is a leopard? He crouched to examine the tracks, furrowing his brow in contemplation. These prints were distinctly different from those of the wild boar. A solitary island of this size surely harbored carnivorous creatures. Lu Tian pondered. It seemed the leopard had been pursuing the wild boar, as evidenced by the trail, given that his current location was merely half an hour's journey from the cave. Lu Tian felt an unease, primarily concerning the 2 women. It appears I shall need to bring them along in the future, lest they remain alone in the cave. He murmured to himself. As Lu Tian made his way back, he remained vigilant. Upon reaching the palm trees, he discovered 3 termite mounds, which he carefully excavated, also cutting down a few palm hearts to take back with him. Upon returning to the cave, he found that the 2 women had yet to arrive. He placed the termite mounds in position and lit them that evening, effectively banishing the mosquitoes from the cave. Lu Tian then harvested several sturdy logs. Uncertain of their type, but knowing they required multiple strikes from his Nepalese knife to sever. Aware of the nearby leopards, he decided to reinforce the wooden door, as restful sleep would be impossible otherwise. After completing the door, he laid out the fish to dry. Half an hour later, Lu Yun and Su Qing returned. Su Qing carrying 2 baskets of wild vegetables, while Lu Yun bore a few logs. Lu Tian, you're back. I have wonderful news. I discovered a few rabbits in the thicket, Su Qing announced as she set down her baskets. Yes, quite sizable ones, Lu Yun chimed in. Rabbits? Let us go. Bring the bow and arrows. As Lu Tian heard the mention of rabbits, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Soon after, Su Qing and Lu Yun guided him to the Huishui Bay, leading him through the woods, twisting and turning until they arrived at a patch of wild grass adorned with unknown wildflowers and abundant wild vegetables. Lu Tian, look, they are right there, Su Qing whispered, pointing towards a gray wild rabbit grazing a few dozen meters ahead. Observing the vigilant creature, which intermittently glanced around, Lu Tian realized that approaching them would be no easy feat. You 2 should head back to the beach and wait for me. Too many people will only startle them. He advised Su Qing and Lu Yun in hushed tones. The 2 girls slowly retreated towards the beach, leaving Lu Tian alone. Seizing the moment, he cautiously moved his body, remaining still when the rabbit glanced in his direction. After a brief wait of several minutes, Lu Tian found himself merely a dozen meters away from the rabbit, lying flat on a small mound of grass, making it even harder for the creature to discern his presence. With his bow and arrow ready, he aimed at the rabbit, which continued to graze, occasionally hopping a few paces closer. Lu Tian thought. After 2 minutes, 2 more rabbits approached, and the one he was targeting leaped 2 meters closer to him. Perfect distance, Lu Tian murmured, slowly drawing back the bowstring. Whoosh! A long arrow swiftly flew towards the rabbit, striking it in the belly before it could react, causing the creature to collapse lifelessly. The other 2 rabbits, startled by the commotion, bounded away and vanished from sight. Haha, Tonight we feast on rabbit, a delightful change of taste. Lu Tian exclaimed with a grin as he approached to retrieve the rabbit. So plump, it must weigh at least 4 or 5 pounds, he remarked, then headed back toward the beach. Wow, Lu Tian, you're amazing, Lu Yun shouted upon seeing the rabbit in his grasp, while Su Qing simply smiled quietly, watching him. Look, we also found 2 sea snails and a clam, Lu Yun said, pointing at the treasures on the ground. Let us go find more to take back. Lu Tian glanced at the Huishua Bay, noting that the tide had not yet risen, and he intended to gather as much food as possible. Thus, the trio continued to scavenge for seafood among the rocks and mud of Huishua Bay. Over there's a white canister, Su Qing called out to Lu Tian, indicating a spot not far from where he was searching, likely obscured from his view by the rocks. Lu Tian approached slowly, discovering a large peanut oil canister, presumably holding 50 pounds, and a large mineral water bottle, albeit with a damaged spout. He collected them both and placed them on the shore before resuming his search. Half an hour later, the 3 returned to the beach, and Lu Tian produced the mineral water bottle, offering it to them. Have some water. Lu Tian gazed at the 6 conchs, 5 clams, several plump blue crabs, and a dozen tiny sea snails, and a smile broke across his face. He picked up the battered mineral water bottle, deftly slicing off the unusable parts with a knife, and placed the seafood inside, ready to take it home. Lu Yun held onto the wild rabbit, and the trio, filled with laughter and chatter, gradually vanished into the waters of the bay. Upon returning to the cave's entrance, Lu Tian commenced the preparation of the rabbit, while Lu Yun and the others ventured to the beach to cleanse their freshly acquired seafood. This peanut oil was in remarkable condition, showing no signs of decay, thus providing yet another vessel for storing fresh water, Lu Tian remarked with a smile as he admired the cleaned oil can. He skewered the rabbit onto a branch and positioned it beside the fire to roast. Soon, the rabbit emitted a delightful, sizzling sound. Meanwhile, Lu Yun and Su Qing busied themselves on the other side, utilizing an iron can to simmer the conchs and clams, adding the tiny sea snails into the pot as well. Chapter 16. Wild boar and clouded leopard come. Let us commence our meal, Lu Tian declared, as he deftly severed a hare into 3 portions, placing them upon the table within shelter. Meanwhile, Lu Yun and Su Qing entered bearing conchs and clams, having refrained from cooking wild vegetables, as Lu Tian had reserved the remaining half of the hare for dinner, given that it was still midday. Delightful. The flavor of the hare is exquisite, Lu Yun remarked, eagerly gnawing on the hare's leg, her lips glistening with grease. This is my first experience with rabbit meat, and I must say, it is quite pleasant, Su Qing chimed in with a smile. Here, you shall encounter many firsts, Lu Tian remarked, extracting the meat from the conch and casting a knowing smile at Su Qing, who he presumed to be a refined young lady from the city, based on her demeanor. Su Qing merely returned Lu Tian's gaze with a slight smile before resuming her feast on the hare. Following their lunch, the trio settled into their chairs, observing the sun-dried fish outside. Once they had dried sufficiently today, they could be stored in the red box, ensuring their preservation for an extended duration. Lu Tian, we ought to construct a thatched cottage. Relying on the beach for our needs is hardly sustainable, Su Qing suggested, her cheeks flushed. Indeed, the open air is rather inconvenient. I am unaccustomed to it, Lu Yun added. My apologies, I nearly overlooked this vital aspect. I shall commence construction this afternoon and forego other pursuits. Lu Tian chuckled. In the afternoon, Lu Tian set about chopping down trees. He had nearly depleted the timber outside the cave, and for future endeavors, he would need a venture behind the cave to procure more. Lu Yun and Su Qing gathered the palm fronds that Lu Tian had cut, and with the materials prepared. The only remaining task was to decide upon the location for their construction. After deliberation, they settled on a site to the right of the cave, approximately 50 meters away. The trio then began to dig. After more than an hour of collaborative effort, they had swiftly excavated a pit over 1.5 meters deep. Lu Tian planted several large logs around the perimeter of the pit, fashioned a framework from smaller branches, and completed the structure with palm fronds. He even fashioned a wooden door, thus finalizing the thatched cottage. Phew, at last it is complete, Lu Tian exclaimed with satisfaction, gazing at their handiwork. The trio refrained from venturing outside in the afternoon. Lu Tian felled the remaining trees, resulting in a vast clearing of over 100 square meters. Fortunately, this area was a 10-minute walk from the beach, allowing Lu Tian to leave the coastal trees untouched. Thus, should anyone arrive at the beach, they would not discover the cave. Suddenly, a rumble echoed through the sky as dark clouds began to coalesce. It seemed that within half an hour, rain would descend, and it appeared it would be quite heavy. Lu Tian had initially intended to construct a fence, but with the impending rain, he had no choice but to postpone that task until the following day or the day after. Hurriedly, Lu Tian and the others gathered the sun-dried fish and brought them into the cave, stacking the dry firewood in the small shelter and placing the iron cans inside as well. No sooner had they entered the cave than the rain began to pour, heavy and accompanied by thunder and lightning. Lu Tian placed a termite mound upon the fire, sending wisps of white smoke swirling into the cave. Lu Tian, what was your profession before? At that moment, Lu Yun and Su Qing approached, taking a seat where Lu Tian had been resting. Su Qing inquired, "And you?" "Just a minor employee at the company. After resigning, I intended to travel abroad for some respite, never anticipating encountering such an extraordinary event." Lu Tian chuckled softly in response. "A mere employee, yet you seem to possess a wealth of knowledge on this deserted island?" Su Qing gazed at Lu Tian, intrigued. "Indeed, I may be just an ordinary employee, but I venture into the wilderness 2 or 3 times a year, traversing through untamed forests. Hence, the skills I have acquired are quite applicable here," Lu Tian replied with a smile. "Wow, traversing through untamed forests? Alone?" Lu Yun's eyes widened with surprise. "At times, yes, but often I embark with a group," Lu Tian explained. "What about you?" He directed his question towards Su Qing. "I run a small company in Tianhai. This trip was meant for an inspection abroad, but it seems," Su Qing sighed, shaking her head, "I need not inquire further, as I am merely a flight attendant," Lu Yun remarked with a laugh. "I wonder when I shall return home," she continued. "Do not fret. Consider this an adventure or a holiday," Lu Tian reassured Lu Yun. "That is the only perspective I can maintain at this point," Su Qing murmured, gazing out at the torrential rain. Deep down, she understood that without the arrival of a rescue team, their return to Tianhai would be exceedingly difficult. Half a month had already passed, and not a single vessel had appeared on the horizon. The prospect of returning seemed daunting. "Do not be too disheartened. As long as a boat arrives, we shall find our way home," Lu Tian gently patted Su Qing's shoulder, offering solace. The rain, though heavy, ceased abruptly, revealing a vibrant rainbow across the sky. Sunlight bathed the island once more, refreshing the air with its natural essence. "How beautiful the rainbow is!" Lu Yun exclaimed joyfully as she dashed out of the cave. Lu Tian and Su Qing followed, navigating the muddy ground until they reached the beach. Lu Tian grabbed a sturdy stick and knocked down 3 coconuts, and the trio delightedly sipped their refreshing drink. "Ah, how I wish I had some cigarettes," Lu Tian mused while perched on a log, observing the 2 women frolicking in the water. He then approached the 2 beautiful figures. They indulged in their play until nearly dusk before returning. "Add some sand ginger to the wild vegetable fish soup." "Dis, Suing. Please fetch the half of the wild rabbit from the cave," Lu Tian called out. Thus a lovely evening passed. Today, Lu Tian intended to check the snares he had set the previous day, rising early while Lu Yun and Su Qing continued to sleep soundly, refraining from waking them. Lu Tian carried a handgun, having discovered the presence of leopards in the vicinity, prioritizing his safety. He followed the path he had cleared towards the cave's rear. Seeing that the 2 snares had not been triggered, he made his way to inspect the others. Suddenly, Lu Tian heard a series of animal roars nearby. Frowning, he crouched down, drew his handgun, and cautiously approached the source of the sound. After traversing 30 meters, Lu Tian approached a grand tree and gradually crouched down. Before him, a few meters away, 2 creatures were engaged in a fierce struggle. A leopard? A wild boar? Lu Tian discerned a leopard sinking its teeth into the thigh of a wild boar, which appeared to weigh over 200 pounds and bore remarkably long tusks. The wild boar, in a sudden movement, swung its head towards the leopard. The leopard nimbly evaded, releasing its grip on the boar's thigh. Seizing the moment, the boar charged at the leopard, but the agile feline adeptly dodged its advances. In a fleeting instant of the boar's pause, the leopard leapt onto the boar's back, clamping its sharp teeth onto the boar's head. However, the boar's skin was exceedingly thick, and the leopard's bites left only faint marks. As the leopard clambered onto its back, the wild boar thrashed violently, attempting to dislodge its adversary. Lu Tian observed blood trickling from the leopard's legs, while the boar bore several scratches and bite marks. The leopard struggled to maintain its grip as the boar bucked and swayed, eventually losing its hold and leaping off the boar's back just as the boar charged, aiming its tusks at the leopard's abdomen. The leopard, caught off guard, was violently propelled several meters away upon impact, landing on ground. The boar, emboldened by its advantage, charged again with its head lowered. With a fierce roar, the leopard rolled on the ground, rising swiftly to seize the boar's throat. The boar emitted desperate cries, darting wildly and kicking fiercely at the leopard, which clung tenaciously to its throat. Gradually, the leopard began to tire, its grip weakening. Sensing this, the boar relentlessly kicked at the leopard, which, unable to sustain the struggle, finally relinquished its hold and collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. For a wild boar weighing over 200 pounds, its strength was formidable, coupled with thick skin and sharp tusks. Typically, a leopard would refrain from attacking such a formidable opponent. Enraged by the injuries it had sustained, the boar charged at the now vulnerable leopard, which leapt away and sprinted towards Lu Tian's direction. In its frenzied state, the boar moved with alarming speed, while the already injured leopard, bleeding from its abdomen, managed only a short distance before being struck and sent crashing into the tree where Lu Tian sought refuge. With a resounding crash, the leopard collided with the tree, subsequently falling to the ground just 2 meters away from Lu Tian. Struggling to regain its footing, the leopard found itself gravely wounded and devoid of strength. As the wild boar charged towards it once more, armed with a pistol, Lu Tian quickly rose, taking aim at the approaching boar from a distance of 7 or 8 meters. Bang! Bang! Chapter 17. The Clouded Leopard Cub. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots echoed, one striking the head and the other the belly of a wild boar. The beast let out 2 anguished cries, yet its momentum carried it forward, charging toward Lu Tian. With a swift movement, Lu Tian darted behind a large tree. The wild boar collapsed a few meters away, succumbing to its injuries. Heart racing, Lu Tian aimed his gun at the creature, wary of its potential resurgence. The boar lay on the ground, convulsing, and in less than a minute, it lay still, blood pooling around it, increasingly abundant. Exhaling deeply, Lu Tian sat down, gazing at the fallen wild boar, a smile breaking across his face. Soon, he rose and approached a few meters away from a leopard. To his astonishment, he recognized it as the rare clouded leopard, a first-class protected species in Huaxia. The leopard lay on the ground, raising its head to look at Lu Tian, letting out low growls in an attempt to rise, but failing repeatedly. Minutes passed, and the clouded leopard slowly crawled with its front legs, dragging its hind legs toward the forest. After a few meters, it turned back, growling at Lu Tian before continuing its arduous journey. Observing this, Lu Tian furrowed his brow and followed. After about 10 minutes, the leopard reached the entrance of a small hillock where it growled twice. Moments later, a cub, no larger than a small dog, emerged from the den. Upon seeing its mother, the cub rushed over, nuzzling against her. The leopard turned its gaze toward Lu Tian, growling softly before collapsing to the ground, utterly motionless. Lu Tian approached slowly, realizing the leopard had passed away, while the cub remained oblivious, nestled close to its mother. "Do you wish for me to take your cub?" Lu Tian murmured. "Rest assured, I shall protect it and raise it." It dawned on him that the leopard's actions were a desperate attempt to secure its cub's future, knowing it would not survive without her. Lu Tian gently placed the leopard's body into the small cave, sealing the entrance with dirt. This was all he could do. Afterward, he cradled the lamenting cub, soothing its head until it quieted. The cub appeared to be about 3 months old. Quickly, Lu Tian made his way back to the wild boar, realizing the size of the creature rendered it impossible to transport alone. "I should return first and summon Lu Yun and the others to see if they can help carry it back," he mused, upon returning to the cave entrance. he found Su Qing preparing wild vegetables. Su Qing, where is Lu Yun? Lu Tian inquired. She's changing clothes inside the cave. Su Qing replied, turning her gaze toward him. Lu Tian, is that a puppy you're holding? Where did you find it? It's adorable. Su Qing exclaimed, approaching him with a smile. This is no puppy. It is a clouded leopard cub, Lu Tian explained, gently stroking the cub's head. A clouded leopard cub? Where did you acquire it? Su Qing asked, her curiosity piqued. Let us set that aside for now. I have something important to discuss with you. Please call Lu Yun out, Lu Tian instructed. What do you need me for? At that moment, Lu Yun emerged from the cave and inquired, her eyes sparkling with delight upon spotting the small creature cradled in Lu Tian's arms. Lu Tian, is this a puppy? How adorable! But it somewhat resembles a puppy, yet is not one. This is a clouded leopard cub, not a puppy. I have something important to discuss with you all, so come with me, Lu Tian replied hastily. He placed the clouded leopard cub inside the cave, secured the wooden door, and led Lu Yun and the others to lift the wild boar. Wow, such a large wild boar. Can we actually lift it? Lu Yun exclaimed in astonishment as they approached the beast. Did you hunt this wild boar? Su Qing asked Lu Tian with a smile. He recounted the events involving the clouded leopard confronting the wild boar and the cub's rescue. How unfortunate for the clouded leopard, Lu Yun murmured softly after hearing the tale. Enough of that. The priority now is to figure out how to transport this wild boar back. Let's try this, Lu Tian suggested as he bound 2 sturdy logs with vines. The 3 of them maneuvered the wild boar onto the logs, with Lu Tian gripping one end and Lu Yun and Su Qing each taking hold of the other. 1, 2, 3, lift, Lu Tian called out, and they slowly began to raise it. Put it down, I can't lift it anymore, Lu Yun shouted anxiously, panting heavily, while Su Qing also struggled to catch her breath. This isn't working. We can't manage it, Su Qing said with a wry smile. How about this? We can butcher the wild boar right here, and you two can make several trips back and forth to carry the meat, Lu Tian suggested as he set the boar down. That works. It's not too far, Su Qing nodded in agreement. Thus, Lu Tian began to butcher the wild boar into several pieces, while Lu Yun and Su Qing transported the meat back in baskets, piece by piece. In the end, Lu Tian took care of the entrails in an iron pot, a task that took nearly 2 hours. Upon returning to the cave, Lu Tian released the clouded leopard cub. At first, it cowered in a corner, but after Lu Tian fed it some pig liver a few times, the cub began to follow him closely. However, when Lu Yun and Su Qing approached, it growled at them. You must feed it meat regularly. Only then will it lose its fear of you and grow fond of your presence. Lu Tian smiled, stroking the cub. Lu Tian kindled a fire in the clearing, constructed a few wooden racks, and sliced the wild boar meat into strips, hanging them on the racks to roast slowly. He instructed Lu Yun to boil the entrails in the iron pot for consumption, while Su Qing assisted, and the cub remained faithfully by Lu Tian's side. For the next few days, we need not venture out for food. Let's finish the wild boar meat first, Lu Tian remarked with a grin. This substantial wild boar would sustain them for quite some time, and with the addition of dried fish, he contemplated searching for more provisions once their current supplies dwindled. What about the wild vegetables? Su Qing inquired. We can look for wild vegetables. Eating only meat is not ideal. We need some greens, Lu Tian replied while adding firewood. Lu Yun, do not feed it cooked meat. It requires raw food, he called out to her. Why? Isn't cooked meat better? Lu Yun asked, puzzled. Wild animals only consume raw food. There's no need for further explanation. Just remember that, Lu Tian instructed. Lu Tian extracted the tendons of the wild boar and laid them out to dry, having deliberately set them aside during the butchering. These tendons could be fashioned into a fine bow. Lu Tian, it's time for dinner. Half an hour later, Lu Yun called out to him from the shed. Lu Tian entered the shed, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the iron pot brimming with offal and wild boar meat, and he joyfully took a seat. This is delightful. It would be even better with some pepper, Lu Tian remarked after taking a bite. Pepper, you say? Chili would suffice, Lu Yun replied, casting a glance at him. Su Qing, do you enjoy spicy food? Lu Tian inquired, turning his attention to her. I can manage, as long as it's not too spicy, Su Qing responded, placing a piece of meat into her mouth. Here, this is for you, Lu Tian said, placing a piece of raw liver on the ground, smiling at the clouded leopard cub. with a large iron pot filled with liver and meat. The trio had consumed only half, indicating that there would be more to savor later that evening. Meanwhile, the clouded leopard cub had nestled into a pile of firewood for a nap, while Lu Tian continued to roast the wild boar meat, and Lu Yun and Su Qing settled in the shed to rest. Chapter 18. Wild banana trees. After a brief respite, Lu Yun and Su Qing approached to assist Lu Tian in setting aside the freshly roasted meat on a clear patch of ground, while the unprepared pieces hissed and sputtered by the fire, releasing their savory oils. An hour later, all the meat was cooked and left to bask in the sun. The still dripping pieces would be stored in the cave once they ceased to exude oil. I will step out for a moment. You two keep an eye on the meat while I'm gone. I fear that rain may complicate matters. If you find yourselves bored, practice your archery. Lu Tian instructed them. He shouldered his basket and grasped his knife, making his way into the woods. Soon, he arrived at the bank of a small stream, where he felled a tree and sharpened its tip before seeking a moist area to dig. Freshwater, indeed, he chuckled. After digging down several inches, water began to seep from the hole, though it appeared slightly discolored. Testing it with a finger, Lu Tian licked it and confirmed its potability. This water must be filtered before boiling, he murmured, continuing his excavation. Half an hour later, Lu Tian had widened the hole significantly, resembling a bathtub, as the yellow-tinged water gradually pooled. He placed some leaves within and cleared the surrounding area, pleased with the prospect of storing ample fresh water for the next rainfall. Content with his handiwork, he envisioned returning with a container to collect the water. After a brief glance, he hoisted his basket and ventured deeper into uncharted woods. As he traversed, cutting through vines with his knife, he climbed over a rocky cliff, his clothing suffering several tears. An hour later, fatigued, he sat amidst the underbrush to rest, munching on palm hearts while attentively surveying his surroundings. Ah, there you are, wild goats, he said, spotting the 3 goats he had encountered days prior grazing on the grass to his right. Let us see if I can catch one to take home. With a grin, he rose and descended along the cliff's edge toward the goats. Upon noticing his approach, the goats bleated twice and dashed into a small valley, prompting Lu Tian to pursue them closely. Damn, where have they gone? He muttered, but fortune smiled upon him as he stumbled upon wild banana trees. Entering the valley, he discovered 7 or 8 wild banana trees in a damp area, though only 2 bore fruit, still green and inedible, requiring at least another fortnight to mature. Undeterred, Lu Tian continued his ascent through the valley. Half an hour later, he was taken aback as the 3 goats reappeared at the edge of a sheer cliff. The cliff towered 50 to 60 meters high, its surface smooth and glistening with water, extending far into the distance, as if enclosing something. Glancing at the sky, Lu Tian noted the sun was nearing the horizon. With a final look at the goats, he turned to head back. I shall return tomorrow morning. I refuse to believe I cannot catch you, he murmured as he walked away. Lu Tian quickened his pace, eager to return to the cave before darkness enveloped the woods. Spending a night in the forest was not a prudent choice, and he knew that Lu Yun and the others would be worried. As he ran, he glanced at the sky, realizing that walking would not suffice. Fortunately, he had previously cleared a small path, allowing for a much swifter journey. Finally, he arrived just before nightfall, looking up at the grand tree with a smile. After an hour and a half of running and walking, he had returned to the spot where he had hunted the wild boar. Lu Tian, you're back. Lu Yun exclaimed joyfully upon seeing him enter with a basket on his back, while the young clouded leopard scampered outside. I'm a bit late. Haha, Lu Tian replied, bending down to lift the young clouded leopard with a grin. Make sure to come back earlier next time. Look, it's already dark. Come eat. Lu Yun and I have already had our meal. Lu Yun was just worried about you. Su Qing chimed in, placing a can on the table with a smile. Who worried about him? Lu Yun's face flushed at Su Qing's words, and she quickly retreated to the cave. Don't worry. I promise to return earlier in the future. Besides, even if I were to spend a night outside, it would not be an issue, Lu Tian said, sitting down at the table with the young leopard nestled beside him. I discovered several banana trees outside, and 2 of them bear fruit, though they're not ripe yet, Lu Tian remarked while eating, addressing Su Qing, who was tending to the fire. Banana trees? You truly are remarkable, finding yet another food source. Su Qing replied with a subtle smile. Ah, it's nothing. There should be plenty of food on this island. We simply have yet to uncover it. Moreover, we have explored less than a third of this island, Lu Tian stated. This island is that large? Su Qing asked, astonished. Indeed, it is quite vast. There are still many venomous creatures and carnivorous animals lurking within, Lu Tian said, popping 2 pieces of meat into his mouth. Then you must exercise caution wherever you go. You cannot afford to encounter any danger, Su Qing said suddenly, her expression turning serious before she retreated to the cave. She understood that if anything were to happen to Lu Tian, their chances of leaving this place alive would diminish significantly, despite the knowledge she had gained during this time. Watching Su Qing return to the cave, Lu Tian shook his head with a smile and continued to savor the meat from the can. After satisfying his hunger, he noticed that it had grown quite dark outside. Without the light of the stars or the moon, only the glow of the fire illuminated the space. He added some wood to the fire, secured the wooden door, and settled down to sleep, the young clouded leopard resting beside him. At that moment, Lu Tian was not yet drowsy. He stared at the flickering flames, lost in thought. Gradually, his eyelids grew heavy, and he succumbed to slumber. Early the next morning, when Lu Tian awoke, Su Qing was already boiling wild vegetables, with 3 pieces of dried fish atop. "You're awake. Did I disturb you?" Su Qing asked with a smile upon noticing him rise. "Not at all. I usually wake up around this time." "Where's Lu Yun?" Lu Tian inquired, stretching lazily. "She is still asleep. By the way, Lu Tian, I was thinking of building a fence outside the shed. What do you think?" Su Qing was busy with the wild vegetables when she inquired. "That's fine, you all decide, and I shall assist you in felling the trees. After that, you may proceed as you wish," Lu Tian replied with a smile. Stepping out of the cave, Lu Tian retrieved a fish from the iron can he used for storing fish and tossed it to the clouded leopard cub, which eagerly bit into it and scampered off to enjoy its meal. Lu Tian swiftly ventured into the nearby woods, chopping down numerous trees and reducing them to a height of over a meter, placing them in a clearing. He set the branches aside to dry for use as firewood. Once he completed these tasks, Su Qing had already prepared a pot of wild vegetable fish soup and placed it on the table. "Su Qing, take this dagger. It will help you sharpen the wood, allowing you to stake it into the ground. I'm going out to search for other edible fruits, and I may not return until noon," Lu Tian said after finishing his meal, slinging a basket over his shoulder. "Be cautious, and return early if nothing happens," Su Qing advised, holding the dagger and gazing at Lu Tian. "Don't worry. By the way, if the clouded leopard cub gets hungry, just give it a live fish to eat." "I'm off now," Lu Tian replied with a smile, remembering to take 5 or 6 strips of wild boar meat and a bottle of water before departing. Chapter 19. The mysterious cave. After traversing the path he had taken the previous day for over 2 hours, Lu Tian once again arrived at the edge of the steep cliffs within the small valley. However, the 3 wild goats had yet to make an appearance. Lu Tian began to explore the area. "Is that fern? And in such abundance?" he murmured as he stumbled upon a patch of ferns. These ferns were quite delectable. Merely blanching them in boiling water twice rendered them ready for consumption. They could also be cooked with wild boar meat or dried for later enjoyment. "I shall return to harvest some to take back with me," Lu Tian mused. Suddenly, a few bleats echoed in the air, catching Lu Tian's attention. He turned to see the 3 wild goats appearing at the cliff's edge, licking the rocky surface. "When did they arrive?" he exclaimed in surprise. Carefully navigating the slippery grass towards the goats, Lu Tian stumbled twice along the way. "This time, let us see where you intend to flee," he murmured, drawing closer to the wild goats. Unexpectedly, the 3 goats dashed towards the left, skirting the smooth rock face. Lu Tian's eyes were fixed on them, but after they had sprinted several dozen meters, they vanished without a trace. Could it be a ghost? That's impossible, he pondered, shaking his head in confusion. He approached the spot where the goats had disappeared, and after 3 minutes, he discovered an area teeming with thorny plants and vines, which covered a small section of the rock face. Could they have escaped through here? Lu Tian wondered, gazing down at the steep slope below, contemplating the possibility of their descent. Inspecting the thorny vegetation, he brandished his knife and cut a few swathes, stepping forward cautiously. "What is this?" he inquired, spotting an opening among the vines. It was nearly imperceptible at first glance. "Indeed, it is a cave," Lu Tian exclaimed, drawing his handgun from his waist and parting the vines to venture inside. The entrance was modest, just wide enough for a single person, requiring one to stoop to pass through. With his gun in hand, Lu Tian bent down and cautiously moved deeper into the cave. After approximately a minute, he emerged from the other side. "Wow, is this truly a paradise?" he gasped, his heart racing as he surveyed the surroundings. Before him sprawled a vast expanse of several thousand square meters, encircled by towering cliffs that soared to heights of several dozen meters. At the cliff's edge, a waterfall cascaded down, accompanied by two pools of water, one spanning around 70 to 80 square meters and the other measuring just over 20 square meters. 7 or 8 meters away from the pond, a variety of fruit trees flourished, their roots embedded in a lush green meadow, accompanied by an array of nameless wildflowers. Not far behind the fruit trees, a cluster of bamboo and towering trees stood majestically. Across from the fruit trees, at a distance of several dozen meters, lay a substantial stone cave, exceeding 100 square meters in area. Within the cave, 2 smaller stone chambers, each spanning over 20 square meters, resembled quaint stone houses. The cave was seamlessly connected to a sheer cliff, presenting itself as a natural formation, while the opposite side bore a layer of dark ash, indicative of previous habitation. A few meters from the cave entrance, 8 grand trees grew, each too large for 2 individuals to encircle. To the right, a natural stream flowed gracefully toward the waterfall, its waters cascading down from the cliff, and most importantly, it was fresh water adorned with several large stones scattered throughout. Lu Tian explored the 2 stone chambers. One was barren, while the other revealed an axe and a half-meter-long machete, their surfaces marred by rust, yet capable of being restored to their former sharpness with minimal effort. Could this have once been a pirate's secret base? Lu Tian pondered. After observing the surroundings for over an hour, he settled upon a large stone and began to consume a chunk of wild boar meat. Nearby, 3 wild goats grazed on the tender grass, while a few rabbits scurried about. Among the bamboo and trees, a couple of wild chickens foraged on the ground, and small birds chirped playfully among the branches of the fruit trees. Such was the scene Lu Tian beheld, yet what other wonders lay hidden? Upon returning, should he inform Lu Yun and the others? However, residing here felt too distant from the beach, and should a ship arrive, it might go unnoticed. Sighing, he resolved to remain in the cave for the time being, contemplating that if any trouble arose, he could always return. Chewing on the wild boar meat, Lu Tian murmured to himself. After satisfying his hunger, he walked to the cave entrance, turned back to gaze upon this paradise, and softly declared, "I shall return." Exiting the cave and covering the entrance with vines, Lu Tian made his way towards the fern leaves, gathering nearly a basketful before retracing his steps. He once more approached the banana trees, reassured to find their fruits unharmed, and then exited the small valley. Lu Tian decided against searching for further food, as the wild boar meat would suffice for many days. Thus, he headed directly towards the beach. "Stop! Do not move! Place what you are carrying on the ground." Suddenly, a voice emerged from a thicket, and shortly after, a man and 2 women appeared, all wielding long sticks and clad in tattered, stained clothing. Upon hearing the voice, Lu Tian's spirits lifted, yet the sight of their weapons caused his joy to wane. "Hurry! Quickly place your belongings down," urged the man, limping toward Lu Tian, while the 2 women, trembling yet determined, approached slowly, sticks in hand. "Are you also survivors from the plane crash 2 weeks ago?" Lu Tian inquired with a smile, turning to face them. "Please, do not ask too many questions. Just hurry," they replied. The man, his face marred with grime, shouted out, though it was evident he was around 30 years of age. The 2 women accompanying him appear to be in their early 20s and late 20s, respectively. "Answer my question, and I shall provide you with sustenance." Lu Tian smiled faintly, retrieving a Nepalese knife from his backpack and plunging it into the ground as he spoke. "Why, yes," the man stammered, his earlier bravado dissipating as he cast a glance at Lu Tian's knife. "Where do you hail from?" Lu Tian inquired once more. We came from the beach to the west, traversing through the jungle for 2 days to arrive here. Please, grant me something to eat. I've been starving for 2 days, subsisting on grass and tree bark. The man lamented, collapsing in despair, his face buried in his hands. One of the women squatted beside him, joining in his weeping, their plight evident in their sorrowful expressions, while the third stood by, equally forlorn yet silent. Should we take them back to the cave? One considered. No, what if they are malevolent? That would endanger Lu Yun and the others. Moreover, bringing them back would compound our food scarcity. Caring for Lu Yun and her companions already occupies my every effort. Perhaps it's unwise. Lu Tian grappled with his thoughts, ultimately resolving to offer them a modicum of food. After all, this was not a metropolis but a jungle, and they were all unfortunate souls. I can offer little assistance, but take these provisions, Lu Tian said, handing 3 pieces of wild boar meat to the trio before turning away to depart. Chapter 20. The 3 misfortunes after Lu Tian turned and departed. One of the women gazed in the direction he had taken, slowly nibbling on a piece of wild boar meat, while the man and the other woman seated on the ground ravenously consumed their share of the meat. As soon as the woman saw Lu Tian walking away, she quietly followed him. Jiang Yan, where are you going? The man suddenly inquired, appearing more alert after having eaten. I intend to follow that man from earlier, replied the woman named Jiang Yan. He has a knife. Are you not afraid he might harm you? The man asked, rising to his feet. He must also be one of the survivors from the plane. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked us about our plight. Moreover, does he not seem more like a traveler than a victim? Jiang Yin chuckled softly. Then why wouldn't he take us along? The man questioned, puzzled. Lu Wei, given how he treated him earlier, why would he want to take us with him? I must find him. In our current state, we won't last 3 days. After finally finding a glimmer of hope for survival, I, Jiang Yin, shall not give up, she declared resolutely, heading in the direction Lu Tian had gone. Zhanyong, let us follow her, Lu Wei said to Zhang Hong, who remained seated on the ground. Have you already surrounded half of it? Lu Tian remarked with a smile as he entered, bearing a backpack. Back already? We haven't rested much, which is why we managed to enclose so much. Oh, what kind of wild vegetable is this? Su Qing asked as she helped Lu Tian take off his backpack, revealing it to be filled with wild greens. Oh, this is bracken, which pairs delightfully with wild boar meat when cooked, Lu Tian explained, carrying the backpack towards the shed. Lu Tian, you've returned. Are you tired? I'll prepare some sea snails for you, Lu Yun exclaimed, trotting out of the cave and preparing to cook. Lu Yun, there's no need to cook that now. I can manage with some wild boar meat for the time being. We can save the cooking for later, Lu Tian quickly interjected. Where's the little cloud leopard? Lu Tian asked, noticing the absence of the cub upon his return. Lu Yun added some firewood to the flames and replied, it's sleeping. It played all morning and is quite fatigued. Lu Tian snacked on a few strips of jerky before assisting Lu Yun and the others in constructing the enclosure. Suing, you handle the wooden stakes. Lu Yun, you steady them while I hammer down the large logs, Lu Tian directed from atop a stool. The trio worked tirelessly until the sky was adorned with a vibrant crimson hue, finally completing the enclosure, which stood about 1 meter and 30 centimeters tall. With Lu Tian's contribution, the structure proved quite sturdy, encompassing an area of approximately 80 square meters. Lu Yun, go prepare some food. Make sure to cook plenty. As we have guests arriving, Lu Tian called out to Lu Yun inside the cave. Meanwhile, Su Qing was boiling water over another fire to prepare the bracken. Come out. You've been standing there for so long. Are you not tired? Lu Tian suddenly shouted toward the woods bordering the beach. 3 figures gradually emerged from the trees, revealing themselves to be the trio Lu Tian had encountered earlier. How did you find this place? Lu Tian approached them, inquiring. My dear brother, I sincerely apologize for my previous behavior. I was utterly disoriented by hunger, Lu Wei remarked with a smile as he took a couple of steps forward. We followed the path you took, but halfway through, we veered off course. We had no choice but to continue forward until we reached the beach. Then we strolled along the shore, and upon hearing sounds emanating from this place, we ventured in. Huff! Jiang Yin stepped out, exhaling a torrent of words. We hope you might share some food with us. Rest assured, once we leave here and return to Tianhai, I shall reward you generously, Lu Wei continued. Lu Tian, Who are you conversing with? At that moment, Su Qing approached, inquiring. Just 3 fellow misfortunes, Lu Tian replied with a gentle smile. Misfortunes? Su Qing hastened over, noticing the trio before Lu Tian. Are you General Jiang? She exclaimed upon reaching Jiang Yan. You are Su Qing from Su Pharmaceutical Group, are you not? Jiang Yan exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, it is I. 2 months ago, we spoke at a conference in Yanjing. Su Qing responded with a smile. I remember you. But now, alas, Jiang Yan sighed with a bitter smile. Lu Tian, this is my friend. Could you possibly assist her? Su Qing implored quietly as she moved closer to Lu Tian. Lu Tian glanced at Su Qing, smiling as he said, When have I ever refused to help? I merely seek clarity. Smack. Thank you, Lu Tian. Suddenly, Su Qing planted a kiss on Lu Tian, causing him to be momentarily taken aback, while her cheeks flushed with color. Cough. Well then, please take them to the beach for a wash. I will have Lu Yun fetch some clothes for you. Lu Tian suggested, touching his face as he spoke to Su Qing. Su Qing promptly led Jiang Yan and the others toward the shoreline. Brother, I cannot thank you enough, Lu Wei said, turning back to Lu Tian after taking a few steps. Lu Tian merely waved his hand dismissively. Lu Tian, who were you speaking with just now? Lu Yun asked as Lu Tian entered the shelter. I encountered 3 fellow misfortunes. Su Qing has already taken them to the beach for a wash. Their clothes are in tatters, so please fetch 2 sets of women's clothing along with my 1 set for them, Lu Tian said with a smile. Misfortunes? Very well, Lu Yun replied before retreating into the cave to retrieve the garments. Lu Tian boiled 3 sea snails from the iron can, prepared fern shoots with wild boar meat, and made a soup of wild vegetables and dried fish. By the time Lu Tian had nearly finished, Su Qing and Lu Yun returned with the others. You're back. Come, let us eat. It will be dark soon, Lu Tian called out. Brother, no need for words. Whatever you wish to say can wait until after we have eaten. Lu Tian waved his hand, smiling. This is delightful. The wild vegetable fish soup is exquisite. This is the best meal I have ever had, Lu Wei remarked as he ate. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan and Zhang Hong remained silent, merely focused on their food, likely due to their prolonged hunger. Half an hour later, a large pot of food had been completely consumed. The 6 individuals settled down. The 4 women took to the long bench, while Lu Tian and Lu Wei found seats on the stools. By this time, the sky had darkened entirely, yet the heavens were adorned with a myriad of twinkling stars. Lu Yun, you, and the other 2 should take Jiang Yan and Zhang Hong to the wooden bed to rest. It should be cozy enough for you all, Lu Tian suggested to Lu Yun. Subsequently, Lu Yun and Su Qing guided Jiang Yan and Zhang Hong into the cave, leaving only Lu Tian and Lu Wei behind. Brother, care for a smoke? Lu Wei inquired, producing a pack of cigarettes. You still have these? Lu Tian exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise as he accepted a cigarette. As long as one has money and connections, these can be brought onto a plane, Lu Wei replied, revealing a splendid lighter with a grin. Hard to fathom, isn't it? I was in a luxurious cabin on the plane when the incident occurred. I clutched the bag containing these items, convinced I was doomed. To my astonishment, when I awoke on the beach, that very bag was beside me, along with 4 others, 2 of whom had perished. Phew! Lu Wei exhaled a deep cloud of smoke. We initially intended to wait for the rescue team, but after a week of anticipation, hope began to dwindle. Our sustenance consisted of small sea snails, sea urchins, and oysters, things we scarcely recognized. It wasn't until 3 days ago that a vessel appeared. Lu Wei continued. Chapter 21. The arrival of 3, is it a ship? Lu Tian exhaled a plume of smoke, his voice tinged with surprise. Indeed, it is a ship, though it belongs to pirates. We caught sight of them in the woods, escorting a man to the shore. They unsheathed their knives and severed his head. Once they had finished, they departed. Fearing discovery, we retreated deeper into the forest. After 2 days of wandering, we stumbled upon you in the thicket, Lu Wei replied with a wry smile. Pirate ships? So they truly exist, Lu Tian murmured, extinguishing the cigarette but in the fire. By the way, I left my cigarette pouch back there containing 2 more cigarettes and 2 travel cases, which we cannot open without the code, so we set them aside, Lu Wei continued. I apologize for today in the woods, Lu Wei said to Lu Tian. It's all right. Had I gone 2 days without food, I would likely have done the same. Lu Tian chuckled, shaking his head. Brother, thank you for sheltering us. Without your kindness, we might not have survived for long. Lu Wei patted Lu Tian on the shoulder. We're all in this together. If I can lend a hand, I shall. I ventured alone in the woods. You don't harbor resentment towards me, do you? Lu Tian smiled. Not at all. You acted quite rightly, Lu Wei responded, offering Lu Tian another cigarette. Let us rest. Tomorrow we shall take a day off, and the day after, we too will retrieve the cigarettes. By the way, my name is Lu Tian said, smiling at Lu Wei after finishing his smoke. I am Lu Wei. The next day, everyone awoke only when the sun's rays illuminated the entrance of the cave. The four women busied themselves preparing breakfast, while Lu Tian and Lu Wei ventured into the woods behind the cave to chop wood. By the time they returned, breakfast was ready, wild vegetable fish soup. I haven't felt this comfortable in a long time, Lu Wei remarked with a smile as he savored the soup. Lu Tian, thank you. Jiang Yin approached with a smile. At that moment, Jiang Yin appeared radiant, with a heart-shaped face, large eyes, and an impressive figure standing at around 7 meters tall. Let us not speak of such things. We are a collective now, Lu Tian responded, shaking his head. After breakfast, and a brief half-hour of rest, Lu Tian stood up and declared, this morning, you four ladies should gather wild vegetables and firewood, and perhaps search the rocky beach for small sea snails. Lu Yin knows the way. Lu Wei and I will construct a house. With this many people, the cave can no longer accommodate us. Upon hearing Lu Tian's words, the four women each took a basket and cheerfully departed. Lu Yin, be cautious, and remember not to lead them into deep waters. Lu Tian called out to Lu Yun as they walked away. Once they had distanced themselves, Lu Tian began digging 6 holes outside the shelter, while Lu Wei placed a 2-meter-long, thick wooden pole into each hole. After an hour of diligent work, they finally erected the frame. Whenever Lu Wei encountered a challenge, he would consult Lu Tian. Now, we merely need to lay some thatch and palm leaves, and we shall be nearly finished, Lu Tian said, sitting on a stool, puffing on a cigarette. Why chop down so many trees? We won't use them all, Lu Wei inquired, perplexed. Wait, we still need to make 3 wooden beds and some stools, Lu Tian remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Wei. Lu Wei chuckled, and soon after, Lu Tian began to lay down the thatch and palm leaves. Just as he finished with the palm leaves, the 4 women returned, with Lu Yun and Zhang Hong carrying baskets filled with wild vegetables, while Su Qing and Jiang Yin brought back small sea snails, crabs, and clams. Upon their return, the 4 women began to organize the preparation of lunch, while Lu Tian and Lu Wei continued their task of laying thatch and palm leaves. Little cloud leopard, come here. After finishing the palm leaves, Lu Tian sat in the shelter and offered a fish to the little cloud leopard. What kind of leopard is this? Lu Wei inquired with curiosity. A cloud leopard, which is exceedingly rare even in Huaxia. Lu Tian replied with a smile as he watched the little cloud leopard eat the fish. This thatch house is beautifully constructed. I've noticed you seem proficient in many skills. No wonder you 3 are faring so well on this deserted island, as if on a vacation, Lu Wei remarked while circling around the thatch. Enough of that. Come help me carry the wooden beds inside. I still need to install the wooden door. Lu Tian called out to Lu Wei. All right, we shall sleep in this thatch house. Let the women have the cave. And Lu Wei, go fetch some stones to place in the middle of the thatch house for a fire pit tonight, Lu Tian said, securing the wooden door and clapping his hands. Lu Tian, has Lu Wei informed you about the pirates? Do you think they will discover us? Jiang Yin approached and asked. In the short term, they should not. What happens afterward is uncertain, Lu Tian replied. If we are discovered, what do you plan to do? Jiang Yin pressed on as she took a seat. Well, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Now, let us eat. This many people cannot sustain on the limited food we have for long, Lu Tian declared as he stood up and walked towards the shelter. At that moment, Lu Wei had already carried over a dozen stones into the thatch house, and Jiang Yin followed him inside. Lu Wei, do you think Lu Tian harbors some secret? I asked him about what we would do if the pirates discovered us, and he seemed utterly unperturbed, Jiang Yin said. Jiang Yin, I advise you not to overthink. It's fortunate that Lu Tian has taken us in. Please do not jeopardize that. If you would be cast out, it would affect both me and Zhang Hong. I wish to live a little longer, Lu Wei replied, arranging the stones into a circle. Lu Wei, dinner's ready. Zhang Hong exclaimed joyfully as she rushed in. All right, let us go eat, Lu Wei said, taking Zhang Hong's hand and leading her towards the shelter, leaving Jiang Yin behind in the thatch house. I haven't said anything, Jiang Yin murmured, and then she exited the thatch house. The six of them gathered around the table in the shelter to partake in their meal, with a little cloud leopard gnawing on a piece of wild boar meat at Lu Tian's feet. Lu Tian, what shall we do this afternoon? Su Qing inquired. This afternoon, we shall go to the shallow waters to fish, Lu Tian replied with a gentle smile. After their hearty meal, Lu Tian took the fishing net while Lu Wei carried the peanut oil container. Lu Yun held the basket, and Zhang Hong took the iron can. As they made their way towards the rocky cliffs, with Su Qing and Jiang Yin following closely behind. Upon arriving at the rocky shore, Lu Tian took a bucket of peanut oil to fetch fresh water. Upon his return, he approached with a spear and stated, Lu Wei, you and Lu Yin should take the fishing net over there to catch fish. If you're unsure of what to do, Lu Yin will instruct you. Zhang, your task is simply to collect some sea urchins, Lu Tian said with a smile. And what about us? Jiang Yin inquired of Lu Tian. Oh, you two will be responsible for stringing the caught fish together. If you have any questions, feel free to ask Su Qing, Lu Tian indicated towards her. Wow, the fish are coming over here. Lu Wei, don't pull too tightly or they'll escape. Wow, brother Lu Wei, there's so many sea urchins here. Sister Jiang Yin, let us hurry and catch some fish. Suin exclaimed eagerly. Lu Tian stood motionless in the shallow waters with his spear in hand, occasionally glancing towards them, while the little clouded leopard frolicked in the nearby woods. Chapter 22. Departure from the west coast that night. Lu Tian and Lu Wei took refuge in a humble hut, kindling a small fire to illuminate their surroundings. Lu Tian, do you think we can ever return to civilization? Lu Wei inquired, taking a drag from a cigarette. As long as we find a boat, we can return. Otherwise, we must await the rescue team, Lu Tian replied. Rescue team? Huh. If they were coming, they would have arrived by now. By the way, Lu Tian, what do you do for a living in Tianhai City? I'm just a minor employee at a small company. When we return to Tianhai City, come find me. I promise you a life of indulgence, and I'll even grant you a company to play with. Is it that impressive? Does your family hold significant influence in Tianhai City? Are you familiar with the Lu Group? That is my family's enterprise. The Lu Group? Indeed, that is quite remarkable. As their conversation dwindled, dark clouds drifted across the night sky, and moments later, rain began to fall, enveloping the tranquil evening in the sounds of raindrops and chirping insects. At dawn, Lu Tian and Lu Wei had already risen. Lu Yin was preparing fiddlehead ferns, while Jiang Yin gathered some firewood, and Zhang Hong played with a small clouded leopard. Later, Lu Wei and I will head to the western coast. We may be gone for 4 or 5 days. During this time, you must take care of yourselves and avoid the deep waters near the beach, Lu Tian instructed the 4 women. Will you be gone that long? Lu Yun approached with a frown. The round trip will take 3 to 4 days. Don't worry, we'll return as soon as we gather what we need. The food in the cave will last you 5 to 6 days. Also, you and Su Qing are familiar with this area. Avoid dangerous places. Lu Tian reassured Lu Yun with a smile. Su Qing, if anything happens, take them to the spot where we saw the wild goats for shelter. You remember the route, right? Lu Tian turned to Su Qing. I do, Su Qing replied. That's good. While Lu Wei and I are away, the 4 of you must support one another. For matters you cannot resolve, wait for our return, and take care of the little clouded leopard, Lu Tian concluded before he and Lu Wei ventured into the woods. At our current pace, we should reach there in a day and a half. After more than 2 hours of walking, the two rested on a decayed log, and Lu Wei remarked. After a brief respite of 10 minutes, they resumed their journey, soon arriving at an area filled with towering trees. It was a stark contrast to the outside, where only trees of 2 to 3 meters in height could be found. Even the larger trees were sparse. Here, however, the towering trees were dense, with a plethora of broadleaf plants. The ground was damp, covered with stones and decaying logs, all draped in moss, with mushrooms sprouting abundantly. Even the sunlight barely penetrated, creating a world entirely distinct from the exterior. Be careful, Don't step there. There's a snake, Lu Tian whispered, gripping Lu Wei's arm. Let us go this way, Lu Tian continued. Thank you. If I were bitten by that thing, I would meet my end here, Lu Wei expressed with a shudder. Let us hurry. We must exit this forest before nightfall. As Lu Tian walked, he murmured to himself, sensing an ominous presence lurking within the woods, though he could not discern its nature, which left him feeling quite uneasy. After more than 2 hours, Lu Tian and his companions finally emerged from the damp, shadowy forest. Exhaling deeply, he cast his gaze ahead and beheld a towering mountain, rising majestically 1,000 meters into the sky, as if it had sprung forth from the very earth. Let us traverse this thicket and seek a place to rest for the night, Lu Tian suggested. Though he was intrigued by the mountain and yearned to ascend it for a closer view, his primary concern was retrieving 2 boxes and the 2 packs of cigarettes. Several women awaited his return in the cave, prompting Lu Tian to suppress his curiosity and press onward. After more than half an hour of walking, Lu Tian and Lu Wei exited the thicket and arrived at a large stone not far away. Let us rest here for the night. You gather some firewood while I procure some timber, Lu Tian instructed, delineating their tasks. He ventured a short distance and felled 7 or 8 trees, each the size of his arm. By the great stone, Lu Tian constructed a rudimentary shelter and cleared the ground with leaves, making it suitable for 3 or 4 people to sleep comfortably. Once his work was complete, he seated himself, gazing curiously at the mountain before him. The peak was colossal and awe-inspiring, its base composed of sheer cliffs, with trees only appearing in the midsection. Beyond that, the summit was obscured by swirling clouds and mist. Lu Wei, while gathering firewood, I spotted several scorpions and managed to capture them with a stick, Lu Wei exclaimed joyfully as he returned with the firewood. Exercise caution. Those scorpions are highly venomous, rivaling that of a poisonous snake, Lu Tian remarked with a smile, eyeing the scorpions Lu Wei had placed on the ground. Is it truly so? Such small creatures can be so deadly? Lu Wei responded in astonishment. Utilizing the lighter from Lu Wei's possession, Lu Tian ignited a fire, carefully relocating the scorpions to the edge of the flames. He severed the tails with a knife and skewered them on a branch to roast over the fire. Would you care for one? He asked, holding up the skewer of scorpions with a grin after several minutes. You go ahead. I'll stick to this. Lu Wei vehemently shook his head, pulling out chunks of wild boar he had brought from the cave. Are you truly going to eat that? Is it even safe? Lu Wei inquired curiously as he observed Lu Tian consume a scorpion. In the wild, such things serve as sustenance, Lu Tian replied nonchalantly. Before long, darkness enveloped the surroundings. After a hearty meal, the 2 men succumbed to slumber, perhaps due to the fatigue of their day's journey. Lu Tian listened. What is that sound? Lu Wei whispered in the middle of the night, shaking Lu Tian awake. Startled, Lu Tian straightened himself. The noise emanated from the forest, and, after listening intently, Lu Tian remarked, I am uncertain. It may be a carnivorous animal hunting. Let us sleep quickly. We must continue our journey tomorrow. Seeing Lu Tian drift back to sleep, Lu Wei lay down as well, yet he could not find the courage to close his eyes, fixing his gaze in the direction of the woods. As dawn broke, Lu Tian was roasting the wild boar meat over the fire, while Lu Wei appeared somewhat fatigued. What troubles you? Did you not sleep well last night? Lu Tian inquired. Alas, the sound kept me awake, Lu Wei replied with a wry smile. Let us eat quickly, for we must continue our journey, Lu Tian remarked as he patted Lu Wei on the shoulder. After satisfying their hunger, the 2 resumed their trek along a relatively easy path, bordered by thickets. Lu Tian cautioned Lu Wei to tread carefully, as venomous snakes often inhabit such areas. The stream they encountered was of fresh water, seemingly flowing down from the peaks above. Upon reaching the small riverbank, Lu Tian tested the water and declared it suitable, prompting them to fill their water bottles to the brim before setting off once more. Navigating through the underbrush, traversing the woods, and climbing over small valleys, Lu Tian and his companion finally approached the beach. Look at that grand tree over there, Lu Tian exclaimed. I have been here before. I once chased a wild hare in this very spot. Just 1 more hour of walking, and we shall arrive at the cave where I stash my boxes. Lu Wei, spotting the towering tree ahead, joyfully shouted in response. Chapter 23. Encounter with Pirates. The cave lay just ahead. An hour later, Lu Wei led Lu Tian to the entrance of a cave nestled within a grove of trees. Lu Tian followed closely behind, entering the cave that required him to stoop low to pass through the entrance. The interior was modest in size. It would be somewhat cramped for 3 individuals. The ground was strewn with fallen leaves and remnants of charred wood, and a slight dampness pervaded the cave. "Cool, me. Guide me to the spot where you encountered the pirates," Lu Tian remarked, casting a glance at Lu Wei. 20 minutes later, Lu Wei brought Lu Tian to the edge of the beach. He gestured towards a stretch of open shoreline, stating, "The pirates landed here to commit their murderous deeds. Though the body is no longer present, the tide must have swept the corpse away," Lu Tian replied nonchalantly, and proceeded to search the area. Soon, he arrived at a cluster of rocks, beyond which loomed a sheer cliff. Numerous black and white birds perched atop the precipice, while others soared gracefully above the sea. This beach was significantly broader than the one where Lu Tian resided. "Let us return to the cave for the night. We shall head back at dawn," Lu Tian suggested. Glancing at the sun, upon returning to the cave, Lu Tian instructed Lu Wei to gather firewood while he fetched some palm fronds to lay upon the ground. He noticed 2 black boxes tucked in a corner, with Lu Wei's pack resting atop them. Lu Wei soon returned, arms laden with firewood, and produced 2 packs of cigarettes from his bag, offering one to Lu Tian. "There are still 2 more packs, and a couple of cigarettes remain in the bag, but nothing else," he informed Lu Tian. Lu Tian opened the pack, handed a cigarette to Lu Wei, and lit one for himself, simultaneously igniting the fire pit. To preserve provisions for their journey, Lu Tian fashioned 2 fish spears, intending to catch fish by the shore. "Lu Tian, how do I spear them?" "The fish swim too swiftly," Lu Wei exclaimed, chasing after the fish with his spear. "Stand still in the water and wait for the fish to swim close to your feet before striking swiftly," Lu Tian advised from his position nearby. "This is futile," Lu Wei lamented, disheartened. "Then check the rocks over there for something to eat," Lu Tian suggested, shaking his head. Just then, Lu Tian skillfully thrust his spear into the water, and when he pulled it up, he had caught a sizable fish weighing over 2 pounds. "Lu Tian, the pirates are coming," Lu Wei shouted breathlessly, rushing over with various items in his arms. "Quickly into the woods," Lu Tian urged, and the 2 dashed into the trees. Crouching low, "Did the pirates spot you?" Lu Tian whispered. "No. As soon as I saw the ship, I ran to inform you," Lu Wei replied, trembling slightly as he lay on the ground. After 6 or 7 minutes, a small vessel swiftly approached the open beach, flying a flag adorned with a skull. Once it anchored, 3 pirates disembarked, escorting a captive while conversing in an unintelligible tongue. One pirate dragged the captive to a nearby rock. Bang! 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 Lu Tian heard 3 gunshots, and soon after, he noticed the 3 pirates swiftly boarded their vessel and departed within a minute. Only when the pirates had sailed far away did Lu Tian emerge from the woods. It was a foreigner, likely a victim of the pirates. He remarked as he gazed at the corpse by the rocks. "Let us return to the cave," Lu Tian said, patting Lu Wei on the shoulder. "Should we move him to the sea?" Lu Wei inquired. "Do not disturb him. What if the pirates return? If they discover the body missing, they will realize there are others on the island, and we will be in grave trouble. Do not worry. The rising tide will carry him away," Lu Tian replied as he walked. Lu Wei glanced at the corpse before turning to follow Lu Tian. Inside the cave, Lu Tian was roasting fish over a fire, with 3 oysters and a clam from the rocks, as well as 2 coconuts he had gathered on his return. "What if the pirates find us?" Lu Wei asked while lighting a cigarette. "First, we hide. This island is vast, and locating a few individuals would be quite challenging. However, if we are captured, our fate will be no better than that of the foreigner. It may even be worse," Lu Tian contemplated. "Secondly, we could confront them. If we lose, we will lose our heads. If we win, we can commandeer their ship and return home." A spark of determination glimmered in Lu Tian's eyes. "They are pirates, armed with guns, while we are unarmed. How can we possibly fight?" Lu Wei lamented. "It depends on our luck. If a horde of pirates arrives, we are doomed. But if only a handful come, we might have a chance." Lu Tian wiped his handgun with his clothing. "A handgun?" How do you possess that? Lu Wei exclaimed, eyes wide with surprise. That is not your concern. Just know that if we wish to return to civilization, the second path is our only option. If you prefer to remain here for eternity, choose the first path and forget about rescue, Lu Tian said, lighting a cigarette. Do we have a chance with the second path? Lu Wei asked quietly. We do, albeit a slim one, Lu Tian responded. Overthinking is futile. Let us return and discuss our plans with them, Lu Tian suggested, dividing the fish into 2 portions as they began to eat, though Lu Wei appeared deeply troubled. That night, a light rain fell outside the cave, accompanied by the sea breeze, while the fire crackled within. In the morning, Lu Tian ventured out to gather some palm hearts and returned to find Lu Wei just waking. Here, eat this to fill your stomach, Lu Tian offered, handing a palm heart to Lu Wei, then retrieving 7 large grubs he had discovered while chopping the palm trees. He skewered them and roasted them over the fire. 5 minutes later, the grubs turned a golden hue. Would you care to try? They are very nutritious, packed with protein. Lu Tian grinned at Lu Wei. Can we really eat that? Lu Wei pointed at the golden grubs, his skepticism evident. Trust me, just have one. It's truly delicious, Lu Tian said with a serious expression. Upon hearing Lu Tian's words, Lu Wei slowly reached up to pluck one from the branch and gently placed it into his mouth. It's a bit sweet. Quite delightful, Lu Wei exclaimed, his eyes widening with a smile. I told you it was tasty. Would I deceive you? Come, have another one. Once we've finished, we shall resume our journey, Lu Tian said gradually. After finishing their breakfast, Lu Wei shouldered a backpack while holding a travel case in one hand. Lu Tian, too, carried a case, and they began retracing their steps along the path they had come. Chapter 24. Discussing strategies, Lu Tian and Lu Wei ambled slowly among the sparse trees, each carrying a box. Lu Tian, this doesn't seem to be the path we took to arrive here, Lu Wei remarked, glancing left and right as he addressed Lu Tian. Who walked ahead? What does it matter? We merely deviated a little, Lu Tian replied, eyeing a verdant plant ahead. He then picked up his pace and jogged towards it, prompting Lu Wei to hastily follow suit. What is this, Lu Tian? Lu Wei inquired as he saw Lu Tian halt before a plant and set down the box to begin plucking its fruits. These are quite a treasure, wild mountain peppers. Do you enjoy spicy food? Lu Tian exclaimed with a grin. Spicy? Absolutely. Are you saying these are peppers? Lu Wei asked, his expression one of astonishment. Indeed. Hurry over and start picking, Lu Tian urged. Before long, Lu Tian and Lu Wei had gathered dozens of wild mountain peppers and stowed them in Lu Wei's backpack. Continuing their journey thereafter, Lu Tian, let us take a break. Carrying this box for half the day has left me utterly exhausted, Lu Wei called out from behind. There's a large rock ahead. Let us rest there, Lu Tian suggested, pointing to the boulder in the distance. Upon reaching the rock, they settled down, retrieving water and chunks of wild boar meat to eat. The small birds in the surrounding trees chirped merrily, while a few small creatures scurried about on the forest floor. Suddenly, a sound echoed from the woods. The birds began to chirp more loudly, and the ground-dwelling animals darted in various directions. Lu Tian, look, there's a large bird over there, Lu Wei exclaimed, gesturing towards the nearby trees. That's a golden eagle, a formidable raptor, Lu Tian noted, observing the eagle as it soared low through the trees. After resting for half an hour, they resumed their journey, due to the burden of the box. Their pace was significantly slower than on their way here. After a series of stops and starts, they finally returned to the cave just before noon on the 5th day. Lu Tian, you're finally back, Lu Wei exclaimed. Brother Lu Wei, you've returned? Have you eaten? I'll go cook some fish for you. Lu Wei's sister, Lu Yun, joyfully called out as Lu Tian and Lu Wei stepped outside the shelter. It's good to hear you're well, Jiang Yin smiled. What have you all been doing these past few days? Lu Tian asked with a grin as he entered the shelter, where the little clouded leopard swiftly ran to his feet, prompting him to scoop it up. What else? We've been collecting clams and small sea snails along the beach, foraging for wild vegetables in the woods, and practicing archery when we had free time, as Lu Yin taught us, Jiang Yin replied. This little clouded leopard has gained quite a bit of weight since a few days ago, Lu Tian chuckled as he held the creature before setting it back down. Jiang Yin, please call Lu Yun and the others over. I have something important to discuss, Lu Tian instructed after releasing the clouded leopard. Lu Tian, are you planning to reveal the matter of the pirates? Lu Wei asked from his seat on a stool, to which Lu Tian nodded. Shortly thereafter, Lu Yun and the others gathered in the shelter to sit. Here's the situation. We have discovered the presence of pirates. Lu Tian glanced at the four of them and spoke. Only Jiang Yin and Zhang Hong remained expressionless, for both were already aware of the pirates' existence. Pirates? What shall we do? Lu Yun stood up, her voice trembling with fear, while Su Qing's countenance shifted, her hands clasped together, betraying her anxiety. Now we have two choices, Lu Tian said, after urging Lu Yun to sit down. Firstly, we can hide deep within the woods, he articulated slowly. Secondly, we can confront the pirates head-on, he continued. Confront? How can we possibly confront them? They are ruthless pirates, armed to the teeth. And we are left with just you and Lu Wei as the men. What can the four of us women do? Jiang Yin interjected. Wait until I finish speaking. Lu Tian replied. It has now been over 20 days since the plane incident. To be frank, the prospect of a rescue team arriving is virtually impossible. So we must rely on ourselves. As Lu Tian cast his gaze upon the four women, their expressions shifted ominously. As I mentioned, we could hide, but should the pirates discover us, it would lead to certain death. Lu Wei and I might face execution, but for you, Lu Tian continued, the men would be killed on the spot, while the women would suffer a far worse fate, either being toyed with or sold after being subjected to unspeakable horrors. Upon hearing this, the four women's faces transformed, each reflecting a different shade of dread. Thus, we have no choice but to pursue the second option. There is no other path. Do you truly wish to spend the rest of your lives on this desolate island? Lu Tian gazed at the women and continued. You just mentioned confronting the pirates? I must inquire. How do you propose we do that? Jiang Yin questioned. Firstly, if the pirates discover that there are people on the island, they will send a search party, but likely not in great numbers. Secondly, they possess a ship. Should we manage to eliminate the pirates, we could commandeer their vessel and sail home, Lu Tian stated with a slight smile. Home? The four women's eyes sparkled with newfound hope, and Lu Wei glanced at Lu Tian as well. But having a ship is futile if we cannot operate it. Lu Yun remarked. I can, Lu Tian replied, casting a meaningful look at Lu Yun. Lu Tian, just tell us what to do. We will follow your lead. Su Qing spoke up. Indeed, it is better to face death than to cower in fear. Besides, had we not encountered you, we might have perished long ago. Lu Wei said with a wry smile as he lit a cigarette. Well, the good news is that the pirates have yet to discover our presence, so we still have some time to prepare. I can teach you archery and how to set traps. The bad news is that you have left considerable traces on the west coast, and I fear the pirates will soon realize that there are people on this island. Lu Tian contemplated. Enough of this. Let us see if we can unlock the secrets of the chest, Lu Tian said as he retrieved the chest. In no time, Su Qing managed to open it, for the secret was all too simple. Upon opening the box, it revealed an assortment of garments, alongside several thick tomes and 2 pairs of women's shoes. As time gradually elapsed, Lu Tian diligently crafted several bows and arrows. During the morning, they ventured to forage for wild vegetables, fish, and collect sea conchs, while the afternoon was devoted to practicing archery and constructing traps. After a month, Lu Yun and her companions displayed remarkable improvements in their archery skills, with Su Qing and Jiang Yin exhibiting the most prowess, while Lu Wei lagged significantly behind. Yet, Lu Wei showcased an astonishing aptitude for trap mechanisms, earning him a thumbs up from Lu Tian. Look, Lu Tian, I found a large piece of iron at the backwater bay, Lu Wei announced as he entered while Lu Tian was roasting fish fillets outside the shed. Excellent. This iron can be fashioned into arrowheads, significantly enhancing their lethality. I'll carve it into a small piece, and you can fetch a stone to sharpen it, Lu Tian replied with a smile, holding the iron piece. After dinner, Lu Tian strolled alone to the beach, seated himself upon a rocky outcrop, gazing at the evening glow on the horizon, murmuring, "These tranquil days, I fear, will soon be disrupted." Chapter 25. Journey to the mysterious stone cave at the break of dawn. Lu Tian set off with Lu Yun and her companions towards the Huishui Bay. Su Qing and Jiang Yin ventured into the nearby woods to forage for wild vegetables, while Lu Tian, Lu Yun, and Lu Wei removed their shoes and descended onto the rocky shore. "Snake!" Zhang Hong suddenly shouted, prompting Lu Tian to rush over, where he beheld a striking sea snake gliding into the water. "Do not be afraid. As long as you avoid being bitten, you'll be fine. Just be cautious, for this type of sea snake is highly venomous," Lu Tian cautioned Lu Yun and the others. After more than half an hour, Su Qing and Jiang Yin returned to the edge of Huishui Bay, while Lu Tian and the others made their way back as the tide began to rise. "Ha! Lu Tian, observe my archery skills. I hit the target from 20 meters. Su Qing exclaimed gleefully as she approached him. "Quite impressive, but the bow is rather inadequate. It will be better with bamboo," Lu Tian remarked. The thought of bamboo reminded him of the bamboo grove within the mysterious stone cave. "Lu Tian, we have nearly exhausted the wild vegetables in this area, and catching fish is becoming increasingly difficult. The supplies we have will last us no more than 3 days." Lu Yin interjected. "Understood," Lu Tian sighed. With 6 mouths to feed, the daily food consumption was substantial, and the wild vegetables in the surrounding woods would require 1 or 2 months to regenerate. As it stood, aside from fish and sea snails, there seemed to be little sustenance available. "It appears we must relocate," Lu Tian murmured thoughtfully. "Lunchtime," Lu Yun called softly. "Due to our dwindling food supplies, we have prepared less today." She handed Lu Tian a wooden bowl. "It's all right. Make the decisions as you see fit," Lu Tian replied with a gentle smile. After lunch, they all sat in the shelter, engaging in light conversation. The little clouded leopard had grown considerably, and Lu Tian found it somewhat challenging to lift it. He intended to train it in hunting skills once they reached the stone cave. "I have something to discuss with everyone," Lu Tian announced after a moment of contemplation. Upon hearing this, the group ceased their chatter, eager to listen. "We must relocate," Lu Tian stated calmly. "Relocate? Where to? Why move? This place is quite comfortable." The group voiced their various concerns. "Wherever you go, I will follow," one added. "Why move? Because the food here can no longer sustain 6 individuals daily. If there comes a day when we cannot catch fish, we will surely go hungry," Lu Tian explained. "And where do we relocate to?" Jiang Yin inquired. "I know a place. Just follow me," Lu Tian replied, while Lu Wei remained silent, fully aware that following Lu Tian would ensure their survival. They began to pack their belongings, placing food into 2 sturdy black boxes and clothing into a red box. They gathered the iron cans used for cooking, those for storing fish, the peanut oil can for fresh water, and the fishing nets. Finally, as they prepared to depart, everyone cast a lingering glance back at the cave and the shelter. "Follow me. The journey is somewhat lengthy." Lu Tian grasped a box and wielded a knife to clear a path ahead, stating that he had not visited this place for over a month, and the small trail he had previously opened had completely vanished. Thus, they meandered for more than 2 hours before finally arriving at a small valley. Upon reaching the edge of a banana tree, Lu Tian observed that half of the bananas had rotted away, yet fortuitously, one remained intact, which he promptly chopped down. "Are we staying here, Lu Tian?" Lu Yin inquired while munching on a banana and scanning the surroundings. "No, we must travel a bit further. We're almost there," Lu Tian replied. Half an hour later, Lu Tian led them to a cliff and began to ascend towards the entrance of a stone cave. "Be cautious. The grass here is wet and slippery," he warned Lu Wei and the others, turning his head briefly. After several minutes, they arrived at a tangle of vines. Lu Tian parted the vines and instructed Lu Yun, "Bend down and proceed." "Wow, how beautiful. I would willingly reside here for a lifetime. I never imagined such a place existed. This truly is a paradise," she exclaimed. "Lu Tian, did you discover this place long ago?" Jiang Yin asked, looking at him. "Indeed," Lu Tian replied with a faint smile. "Then why have you only brought us here now?" Lu Yin pouted. "Because back then, we were residing by the sea, waiting for rescue teams or vessels. However, it has been over 2 months now, and the rescue teams no longer exist, coupled with the threat of pirates. Thus I have brought you here now. Come, let us head to the stone cave," Lu Tian said as he walked along the path toward the cave, with everyone following closely behind. "You 4 will share 1 stone chamber, while Lu Wei and I will occupy the other," Lu Tian said with a smile. "Then move to another stone chamber to retrieve an axe and a machete. Lu Wei, take these to the stones by the stream and sharpen them. This machete will be yours from now on, Lu Tian instructed, handing the tools to Lu Wei, who gratefully accepted them. But Lu Tian, how can we sleep without beds? Zhang Hong remarked as she approached. There are plenty of bamboo over there. We can cut some to make bamboo beds, and by nightfall, we shall have somewhere to rest. Lu Tian replied cheerfully. Once Lu Wei returned, Lu Tian led Lu Yun and the others towards the bamboo grove, leaving Su Qing behind in the cave to organize their belongings and tidy up. Lu Tian, look, there are 3 goats over there, along with 2 kids. Lu Yun joyfully pointed to the wild goats in the nearby grassy area. I already knew about those wild goats. Let us go, Lu Tian called out, though he had not anticipated the presence of kids. Are there fish in that pool? Jiang Yin exclaimed with delight upon spotting fish heads bobbing up to munch on the grass at the water's edge. Indeed, there are fish and quite a few. I did not notice them last time, Lu Tian said with a wry smile. In the future, when you wish to bathe, you may use the small pool over there. Lu Tian indicated towards a nearby basin. Soon, they arrived at the bamboo grove, where Lu Tian discovered an abundance of bamboo. In the adjacent woodland, some trees bore resin, a valuable substance known for its excellent illuminating properties. After approximately 2 hours of hard work, the 4 of them succeeded in crafting 4 bamboo beds, which now stood before them. Come, let us carry the bamboo bed to the stone cave, Lu Tian said. Subsequently, the 4 of them made 2 trips before successfully transporting the bamboo bed into the stone chamber. Beside the cave, Lu Tian skillfully piled stones to construct a cooking stove, creating 3 stoves in total. Lu Yun, you all can prepare the meal now, while it is still light. Lu Wei and I will quickly make a table, Lu Tian declared, before leading Lu Wei towards the bamboo grove. An hour later, Lu Tian and Lu Wei returned, bearing a sizable table that Lu Tian had crafted, capable of seating 10 individuals. After dinner, darkness soon enveloped the surroundings. Lu Tian fashioned 2 resin lamps, placing 1 in each stone chamber. Chapter 26. Planning the stone cave and constructing bamboo houses. In the early morning, a delicate mist enveloped the entrance of the stone cave, while birds chirped incessantly among the fruit trees. A few wild rabbits frolicked across the grassy expanse, yet the wild goats had vanished from sight. Lu Tian had already risen and settled himself upon a stone beside a towering tree outside the cave. Lu Tian, you are awake, Jiang Yin exclaimed as she emerged from the stone chamber, noticing him perched on the rock. Just up. Did you sleep well last night? Lu Tian smiled softly. Not particularly. It would be better if there were a door, Jiang Yin replied nonchalantly. Rest assured, we shall construct 2 doors today, Lu Tian assured her. Before long, Lu Yun and the others awoke, and they set about preparing breakfast and gathering firewood from the forest. Lu Tian and Lu Wei donned their backpacks and ventured out of the stone cave to forage for some ferns. Are there really so many ferns? Lu Wei exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the vast expanse of ferns before him. Hurry and gather them. These dried ferns are quite delectable, as you well know. Lu Tian encouraged, and within 10 minutes, their backpacks brimmed with the ferns. Just as they were about to return, Lu Wei exclaimed, I need to relieve myself. Wait for me, and hurriedly dashed up ahead. Lu Tian, Lu Tian. Lu Wei's voice echoed from the depths of the thicket. After pondering for a moment, Lu Tian set down his backpack, seized his knife, and made his way toward the source of the call. Lu Wei, Lu Wei. Lu Tian called out as he approached the edge of the thicket. Coming quickly, Lu Wei beckoned from within the foliage. Lu Tian cautiously entered the thicket, and 2 minutes later, he arrived at a small clearing where he found Lu Wei beneath a fruit tree, picking wild fruits. Look, Lu Tian, so many mangoes, and many are ripe. Lu Wei grinned upon seeing him. These are wild mangoes, quite splendid, Lu Tian replied with a smile, noting that 3 wild mango trees stood nearby, each heavy with fruit, while the ground was littered with remnants of mango pits consumed by animals. Only pick the ripe ones. Let the unripe ones remain on the trees. We can return for them later, Lu Tian advised, patting Lu Wei on the shoulder. After collecting over 20 ripe mangoes, they departed, placing the mangoes separately in their backpacks as they made their way back to the stone cave. Lu Tian, you're back, and you've gathered so many ferns and, wow, mangoes. Lu Yun exclaimed in delight. Go ahead and eat. We will handle these, Su Qing said as she approached Lu Tian and Lu Wei. Lu Tian and Lu Wei sat on the stones with wooden bowls, savoring the wild vegetable soup and dried fish, while watching Lu Yun and the others wash the ferns by the stream. Meh meh. Suddenly, the bleating of goats reached their ears, as a few wild goats wandered into the stone cave, heading towards the thicket. Lu Tian, I want to eat goat meat, Lu Wei said, eyeing the wild goats with a smile. That won't do. I intend to raise these wild goats and feast on them once they are fattened. Lu Tian replied with a chuckle, to which Lu Wei nodded in agreement. Once they had eaten their fill, Lu Tian took Lu Wei and Jiang Yin to the bamboo grove, where they cut bamboo to fashion doors, chairs, and benches, laboring diligently for the entire morning until their tasks were complete. Once Lu Tian had moved all the chairs into the stone cave, he joyfully exclaimed, "Now, this truly resembles a home." At that moment, Lu Yun approached and said, "Lu Tian, I would like to construct a fence at the entrance of the cave." "Certainly. When Lu Wei and I go to chop bamboo, you can transport it back. Feel free to arrange it as you wish," Lu Tian replied with a smile. In the afternoon, Lu Tian and Lu Wei harvested a significant amount of bamboo, which Lu Yun and her companions transported back to the stone cave. Suddenly, Zhang Hong shouted, "Wow, what a large rat! Quick, come here." She was using a bamboo stick to pin down a bamboo rat. "This is a bamboo rat. I got it pinned." Lu Tian hurried over, grasping the rat by its head and lifting it up. It weighed a solid 5 or 6 pounds, and he laughed heartily. "Tonight, we shall feast on bamboo rat." "I do not eat rat meat," Su Qing murmured softly. Lu Tian quickly bound the bamboo rat and brought it back into the cave. "I'll leave a machete for you. The 4 of you can work on the fence while Lu Wei and I attend to other matters," he said after placing the bamboo rat down. "Sisters, come. Once we finish the mangoes, we shall commence with the fence," Lu Yun cheerfully announced, distributing the mangoes. "What shall we do, Lu Tian?" Lu Wei inquired, axe in hand. "We need to build a corral, and later we can herd the wild goats inside. This way, we will have wild goat meat to enjoy," Lu Tian said, glancing at the grazing goats with a smile. "Lu Tian, look, there are numerous holes here," Lu Wei remarked while moving through the bamboo grove. "These are bamboo rat burrows. If we wish to catch bamboo rats in the future, we can simply come here." Lu Tian chuckled, holding several bamboo stalks. After more than an hour, Lu Tian and Lu Wei had constructed a corral spanning over 30 square meters, leaving an entrance equipped with a gate. Once the goats entered, they could close the gate to contain them. This type of bamboo is ideal for crafting bows and arrows, Lu Tian said, cutting several thick stalks with a smile. "Are you not finished yet?" Lu Tian asked upon returning to the cave with a few bamboo poles, noticing that the 4 women were still at work on the fence. "Brother Lu Wei, come help us," Zhang Hong called out upon seeing Lu Wei. Lu Tian merely smiled faintly, placing the bamboo beside a large rock and meticulously slicing it open with his knife. "Ah, it is finally completed," Lu Yun said, walking over to Lu Tian with a smile. He observed the fence, which started at one cliff, encircled to the middle where a gateway was left, and then continued to the other side of the cliff. "If only we had some vegetable seeds, I could plant a garden over there," Lu Yun remarked, gazing at the nearby open space of 5 or 6 acres. "Lu Tian, we could build a bamboo house among the large trees. That way, during the rain, we could sip tea and converse in the bamboo house. Staying in the stone cave feels rather stifling," Su Qing suggested as she jogged over. "Indeed, Lu Tian. How could I not have thought of that?" Lu Yun exclaimed, slapping her forehead. "All right, once I finish making the bows and arrows, we shall construct the bamboo house." Lu Tian replied with a hearty laugh. "Jiang Yin, do give this bow and arrow a try," Lu Tian said, handing her a bow. Jiang Yin swiftly placed a bamboo tube 20 meters away and drew the bowstring. Whoosh! The bamboo tube toppled over, the arrow piercing directly through its center. Jiang Yin dashed over to examine the tube, noting that the arrow had completely penetrated it. "Lu Tian, this bow is far superior to the previous ones. Its power is unparalleled," Jiang Yin exclaimed in astonishment. "That's wonderful to hear. I happen to craft 6 of them, 1 for each of us. Whenever you have some spare time, practice as much as you can," Lu Tian replied with a smile. "Wow, this bamboo rat meat is absolutely delicious. I never expected bamboo rat could taste this good. Su Qing, do take a bite." I assure you, you'll love it, Jiang Yin urged. Dinner was soon devoured amidst the lively chatter, the setting sun casting a crimson hue across the sky. Chapter 27. The escaping woman Su Qing. You should carry a smaller bamboo. Lu Tian called out to Su Qing, who was holding a large bamboo stalk. Early in the morning, after everyone had breakfast, Lu Tian led them to the bamboo grove. They arrived at a patch where bamboo as thick as a thigh grew, and Lu Tian explained that this type was essential for constructing the bamboo house. The four of them spent the entire morning transporting the bamboo Lu Tian had cut down to the base of a large tree. Lu Wei then dug several deep holes around the tree to accommodate the bamboo. After lunch, Lu Tian commenced the construction of the bamboo house. The group worked together, asking Lu Tian for guidance whenever they encountered difficulty. In just over 2 days, a bamboo house began to take shape before their eyes. The structure was 2 stories high. On the first floor, Lu Tian fashioned the bamboo bed, while on the second, he crafted a table, 6 chairs, and various bamboo tea and water cups, among other useful items. Lu Yun, stand still over there. Zhang Hong, you position yourself on the left, and Su Qing, you take the right. Perfect. Lu Tian instructed as he and Lu Wei encircled 3 wild goats and 2 kids, guiding them into the enclosure. Jiang Yin, take your time. Lu Wei approached slowly. Lu Tian whispered. The 3 wild goats, sensing the presence of people, hurried into the enclosure with the 2 kids, and Lu Tian quickly ran to secure the wooden gate. Haha, done. Su Qing, you and Zhang Hong can fetch some grass from behind the woods every day to feed them. Lu Wei, let's build a small pavilion in the bamboo grove to place inside the enclosure so they can seek shelter from the rain, Lu Tian said to them. The tea brewed from these bamboo leaves is quite delightful, Lu Tian remarked while sitting inside the bamboo house, sipping his tea. This tea tastes even better than that at my home, Lu Wei chuckled. Lu Tian, shall we go pick mangoes later? Lu Wei asked. No need to wait. We shall go now. Let's gather Lu Yun and the others to search for wild vegetables, Lu Tian replied. Descending from the bamboo house, Lu Tian called for the 4 women and they headed towards the cave entrance. Lu Yun, you and the 3 of them should look around for any wild vegetables or fruits nearby, while Lu Wei and I will explore that way, Lu Tian instructed. After he spoke, Lu Yun and the others took their baskets and departed. This time, many mangoes have ripened, and quite a few have been eaten by animals, Lu Wei remarked as he picked the fruit. Hey, there's a small path here. It must have been made by animals, Lu Tian observed, gazing at a trail behind the mango tree. Lu Wei, there's a path here. Let us go take a look, Lu Tian said, turning to Lu Wei. Be careful. There's a steep slope, and we might pull those trees down, Lu Tian cautioned as he led the way. After more than half an hour, Lu Tian and Lu Wei arrived at a beach they had never visited before. The coconut trees here were laden with fruit, indicating that no one had come this way. Lu Tian, look over there, Lu Wei exclaimed, pointing to a cluster of rocks not far ahead. After surveying the surroundings, Lu Tian realized they were enveloped by towering cliffs on either side, forming a secluded cove. If one were not attentive, it would be challenging to discover this hidden spot. Wonderful. Upon returning, let us craft some fishing nets and gather coconuts, Lu Tian remarked with a smile to Lu Wei. Lu Tian, look, there's a large crab, Lu Wei exclaimed, spotting a coconut crab on the forest floor. This is a coconut crab. Let us search for more, Lu Tian replied, approaching Lu Wei. Half an hour later, the duo had collected 6 coconuts and captured 3 coconut crabs, 2 large and 1 small, before climbing back to the mango tree. As Lu Tian and Lu Wei traversed the small valley, they encountered Lu Yun and her companions, whose baskets brimmed with various wild vegetables that Lu Tian had taught them to identify. Lu Tian, I discovered a wild boar over there while foraging for vegetables, Lu Yun informed him as she approached. Soon, Lu Yun led Lu Tian to the spot where she had seen the wild boar. Lu Tian noted a small waterhole nearby, likely a frequent watering place for the boars, as evidenced by the numerous tracks of varying sizes. Lu Yun, you and Jiang Yin take our baskets back. Lu Wei and I will set traps for the boars here, Lu Tian stated, setting down his basket. Wow, a giant crab, along with mangoes and coconuts. Zhang Hong exclaimed upon seeing the coconut crab. Indeed, how can this crab be so large? Jiang Yin marveled. This is a coconut crab. Do not lose sight of it, for it will be our dinner tonight. Let's hurry back, Lu Tian chuckled. Where shall we set the traps? Lu Wei inquired after Lu Yun and the others returned. Come, look here. There's a narrow path that the wild boar must have trampled. We can set a few snares here, Lu Tian explained, leading Lu Wei to a nearby grove in search of vines. This type of vine possesses excellent resilience. Unless bitten through, even a 200-pound wild boar would struggle to escape. Lu Tian demonstrated to Lu Wei. Upon returning to the water hole, Lu Tian and Lu Wei began to fashion the snares. Having previously instructed Lu Wei on this technique in the cave, Lu Tian felt confident in his companion's abilities. Zhang, do not let the little clouded leopard into the enclosure. It could harm the lambs, Su Qing called out to Zhang Hong, who was playing with the small leopard. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hong hurried towards the stone cave, the little leopard trailing behind. What shall we eat tonight? 3 coconut crabs and wild vegetables seem a bit scant, and we have 10 dried fish left. Lu Yun pondered while seated on a chair. Shall we fish at the large water pool? I know where Lu Tian's 2 fishhooks are, but I do not know how to fish, Su Qing admitted. I can do it. Su Qing, you fetch the fishhooks. And I will teach you, Jiang Yen said with a smile. All right, let us go. 5 snares will suffice. We shall return to check them first thing in the morning. Lu Tian declared as he stood with a smile. On the west coast, a pirate ship rested at the shore, where 3 pirates led 2 young individuals of Eastern descent, both battered and downcast, towards the rocky edge. Ha! Eastern yellow-skinned monkeys. Do you truly believe you can rescue anyone in this state? One pirate jeered in English, while the other 2, brandishing knives, erupted in laughter beside him. As the woman turned around, her face met that of the pirate, her back pressed against the rocky outcrop. Her bound hands gradually rubbed against the stones, unbeknownst to the pirates. Brother, this woman is quite appealing. It would be a shame to kill her. One pirate remarked in English, chuckling at the leader. If anyone is to have her, it shall be me first. The pirate captain bellowed with laughter. Suddenly, the man lunged at the captain, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. Observing this, the 2 pirates rushed forward with their blades drawn. Yeshua, run, the man shouted. But before he could finish, the 2 pirates mercilessly hacked at him, leaving him a bloody mess. The woman swiftly darted into the forest. Bang! Bang! Oomph! After her! Damn it! The pirate captain growled as he rose, firing 2 shots into the lifeless body of the man. The 2 pirates hastily pursued the woman into the woods. Brother, the woman has vanished. She is too swift, but I discovered something, one pirate reported as they emerged. Vanished? Useless. Take me to see it at once. The captain barked in anger. Are there others on this island? He murmured, observing the charcoal and palm leaves strewn about the cave, the very cave where Lu Wei and Lu Tian had once resided. Let us return and inform the boss. She cannot escape. The captain chuckled sinisterly, leading the 2 pirates back to their ship to depart. Chapter 28. Capturing the Wild Boar in Truth. The woman had been hiding in the nearby woods, unable to flee far due to her injuries. She only dared to emerge once she saw the pirates sail away. She had also heard their voices moments before and quickly entered cave. This is a cigarette but from Huaxia. Such cigarettes can only be purchased in Huaxia, and this but appears quite fresh, likely from recent times, Yishuan murmured in delight as she examined the cave. Could there be Huaxia people here? How could that be? Perhaps. She pondered how Huaxiao individuals could have arrived in this place. The only plausible explanation being the plane crash over 2 months ago. Could someone have survived? It seems so. I must find him. With that, Yi Shui ventured deeper into the woods. Wow, Sister Jiang Yen is truly impressive. She has caught another fish. Zhang Hong exclaimed, jumping up in excitement. That's enough. 3 fish are plenty, Lu Yun said with a smile as she approached Jiang Yen. What are you all doing? Lu Wei and Lu Tian had just returned, and Lu Wei walked over to inquire. Ah, Brother Lu Wei, you're back. We are fishing, Zhang Hong replied, joyfully taking his hand. What kind of fish is this? It's so large, it must weigh 4 or 5 pounds, Lu Wei remarked, gazing at the fish in the iron can. All right, we need to cook the fish, otherwise we won't be able to eat by nightfall. Zhang Hong, come help, Lu Yun said, picking up the iron can and heading toward the stone cave. Go ahead, Lu Wei said, playfully patting Zhang Hong's shoulder. Splash! At that moment, Lu Tian was swimming in the small pool, holding his breath underwater. Lu Tian, I didn't expect you to hold your breath for so long. It's already been 2 minutes. Lu Wei laughed from the edge of the stone. Are you not coming in? I haven't bathed in 2 days, Lu Tian surfaced to say. I prefer to bathe at night, Lu Wei replied with a slight smile. Lu Tian was well aware of Lu Wei's preference. As night fell, Lu Wei would often venture off to wash. Tomorrow, let us change the river's flow to direct it into the small pool, and then let it flow out from there, Lu Tian proposed as he climbed ashore. Sound good. Wait, Lu Tian, how did you get those scars? Lu Wei noticed 2 prominent knife marks on Lu Tian's back, long and accompanied by several smaller cuts, along with what appeared to be a gunshot wound near his chest. They're from a previous altercation. Come on, we should head back. Dinner should be ready, Lu Tian said with a smile after putting on his clothes. Upon returning to the stone cave, 3 fish and a coconut crab were already laid out on the table, all arranged on plates crafted from large bamboo by Lu Tian. Finally, Su Qing brought out a wild vegetable soup, and everyone took their seats at the table. Impressive. Lu Yun's culinary skills are improving with each meal, Lu Tian said, taking a bite of the fish with a smile. This coconut crab is delectable. Brother Lu Wei, where did you find it? I want to go searching for it tomorrow, Zhang Hong remarked, savoring the crab's large pincers. We all contributed to the cooking. Lu Yun glanced at Lu Tian and said, We merely helped wash the ingredients. You were the one who prepared the dishes, Jiang Yin chimed in with a smile. Indeed. Su Qing nodded in agreement. Come, let us raise a toast with this wild vegetable soup. A salute to Lu Yin for preparing such delectable dishes for us, Lu Tian exclaimed, lifting his wooden bowl in joviality. Cheers! As darkness enveloped the sky, a torrential downpour ensued, accompanied by a cacophony of thunder and lightning. In the early morning, a ray of sunlight filtered into the stone cave. Lu Tian and Lu Wei, armed with knives, ventured toward the cave entrance to inspect the snares they had set the previous day. After half an hour, they arrived at the small puddle, only to find the first snare had not been triggered. Lu Tian, over here, we've caught a large wild boar, Lu Wei shouted as he discovered the snare ensnaring a hefty boar. The scent drew Lu Tian, who hurried over. The wild boar weighed nearly 100 pounds. Lu Wei, go fetch a sturdy branch and a few vines, Lu Tian instructed, eyeing the boar. Lu Wei returned after a brief interval, equipped with the necessary materials. Lu Tian produced a dagger and bound the boar with the vines to a sturdy stick, cautiously inching closer. The boar struggled fiercely, but Lu Tian swiftly aimed for its neck and delivered a precise thrust. The boar squealed a few times, then fell still. Approaching the boar, Lu Tian carefully removed the snare, securing the animal's limbs with rope, prepared to carry it back with Lu Wei. Should we reset the snare? Lu Wei inquired. Indeed, if we can ensnare another, we need not worry about food for a fortnight, Lu Tian responded. Once Lu Wei had reset the snare, the 2 men hoisted the wild boar and made their way back. Wow, a wild boar, Zhang Hong exclaimed, covering her face in astonishment. Enough with the shouting. Quickly, gather the ferns to dry. They are still damp, Lu Yun chided gently, patting her shoulder. Lu Tian and Lu Wei placed the boar on a stone by the stream, and Lu Tian began to gut it. Lu Wei, find a patch of open ground at the cave entrance and start a fire. We will need it shortly. Lu Tian called out. Su Qing, let us go cut grass to feed the sheep, Lu Yun said, taking Su Qing's hand and heading toward the woods with a machete. Here, have a piece to enjoy, Lu Tian offered to the little clouded leopard that wandered nearby, tossing it a piece of liver, which it promptly seized and scurried away to consume. Need any help? Jiang Yin approached. Just tend to the fire and ask Lu Wei to bring back 10 small bamboo sticks, Lu Tian replied as he continued slicing the meat. Quickly, Lu Tian carved the wild boar meat into strips and placed them on the bamboo rack Lu Wei had constructed, then set them over the fire. After returning to the stream to clean the entrails, he settled onto a stone to rest, enjoying his smoke. Just 2 packs left. I must cut back on my smoking, Lu Tian mused, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Lu Yun remarked, the wild rabbits in the grass by the fence look quite plump. Should we catch one for dinner? Let's refrain for now. We will save them for when our supplies dwindle. Consider them our pets. While I'm away, keep a watchful eye on the little clouded leopard and ensure it doesn't wander over there, Lu Tian cautioned Lu Yun. Oh, I see now, he said, and then departed. Lu Tian, since it is still early, I would like to gather more ferns to dry, Su Qing said, jogging over. Lu Tian nodded and led her to the fire. Lu Wei, please take Su Qing and Zhang Hong outside to gather ferns. Jiang, Yin can keep an eye on a meat. I will go chop bamboo to weave a fishing net, Lu Tian instructed Lu Wei. Following this, Lu Wei slung a basket over his back and accompanied Su Qing and the others outside. Chapter 29. Preserving Food. Lu Tian, look, we have gathered a considerable amount of fern, and if we dry it, it can last us for quite a while. Zhang Hong exclaimed with a giggle as she rushed over with a woven basket on her back. You've worked hard, Lu Tian replied with a smile, seated beside a large rock as he crafted a fishing net. In the afternoon, Lu Tian and Lu Wei took the fishing net to the beach, while Su Qing went to cut grass for the sheep. Lu Yun and Jiang Yin busied themselves washing the ferns that Zhang Hong and Su Qing had collected, blanching them before spreading them out on the grass to dry. Zhang Hong took charge of tidying up the cave, ensuring that everyone had their tasks. Someone has made a fire here, and there are cigarette butts, much like those in the cave, Yi Shuem murmured in surprise as she sat beside a large stone, gazing at the burnt charcoal. At that moment, Yi Shui, having climbed to the edge of the peak, noticed the 2 wounds on her body had become inflamed and red. If left untreated, they could pose a serious risk to her life. After resting for a moment, she limped towards the woods. Upon returning from a beach, Lu Tian and Lu Wei brought back a hefty coconut crab along with some large sea snails and clams. Oh, we shall feast on coconut crab again tonight, Zhang Hong joyfully declared as she hurried into the cave, placing the treasures into an iron can. Lu Tian, while I was feeding the sheep, I spotted 2 rabbits accompanied by a multitude of little ones grazing in the thicket, Su Qing said, approaching Lu Tian with a handful of green grass and smiling brightly. It seems we will soon have some wild rabbit meat to enjoy. Lu Wei chuckled. Lu Tian merely smiled faintly, but suddenly his eyes lit up upon seeing the plant in Su Qing's hand. Su Qing, where did you find that? He inquired, stepping closer to examine it eagerly. Not far from the stream, there's a patch teeming with them. I noticed how lush the grass looked and decided to cut some for the sheep, Su Qing replied. Let me there, Lu Tian exclaimed with delight. Upon hearing this, Su Qing guided Lu Tian and Lu Wei to the stream. After crossing it and walking about 50 meters, they stumbled upon a vibrant patch of greenery, covering a good 3 mu of land. Huh, this is a treasure, watercress. You use this to feed the sheep? Lu Tian laughed as he surveyed the abundant field of watercress, then called for Su Qing and Lu Wei to gather some to take back. I've never checked this area before. I almost missed out, Lu Tian murmured as he harvested the watercress. Lu Tian, is this edible? Su Qing asked curiously upon returning to the cave with the watercress. You don't know what watercress is? They sell it in the market, Lu Tian remarked, glancing at Su Qing. I've never been to the market, Su Qing admitted softly. Rest assured, if Lu Tian says it is edible, then it is indeed safe to consume, Lu Wei stated as he placed the watercress into an empty basket. Ah, you both are just city dwellers. It's no surprise you're unaware, Lu Tian remarked, setting down the watercress before picking up his knife and heading towards the bamboo grove with Lu Wei. Lu Tian, what are we doing in the bamboo grove? Are we catching bamboo rats? Lu Wei asked with a smile. No, I am here to cut bamboo and weave bamboo seed for drying things, Lu Tian remarked while chopping down the bamboo, instructing Lu Wei to take the harvested bamboo back to the stone cave. Oh, are these bamboo worms? Lu Tian exclaimed as he sliced through an old bamboo stalk and discovered several white worms within. He proceeded to chop a few more stalks, uncovering additional bamboo worms. These are quite a delicacy, packed with protein, he chuckled. Lu Tian then severed a bamboo tube, placing dozens of bamboo worms inside, sealing the opening with some grass, and merrily made his way back to the stone cave. Lu Tian, what are you so happy about with that bamboo tube? Lu Yun inquired as she was sunning fern shoots. Oh, nothing. Just carry on with your work, Lu Tian replied, casting a glance her way before entering the stone cave and placing the bamboo tube atop a small stone. He called for Su Qing and Jiang Yan, teaching them how to weave bamboo sieves and baskets. Who would have thought that one day you, a company president, would be weaving bamboo baskets, cutting grass to feed sheep? And gathering wild vegetables? Jiang Yin remarked with a smile while weaving a basket. You are not any different, a chairwoman of a large group, here doing everything. Su Qing responded with a grin. Alas, this has all been forced upon us. Yet it does not seem so bad after all, Jiang Yin said with a slight smile. While Jiang Yin and Su Qing engaged in conversation, Lu Tian had returned to the stone cave to prepare dinner. Lu Wei, please retrieve the wild boar meat, he called out while cooking the sea conch. Come, try the watercress and these bamboo worms, Lu Tian cheerfully said as the six of them gathered around the table for a meal. Are these worms? I won't eat them, Zhang Han declared. I'll give it a try. Quite delicious. Su Qing, you should try some too. This watercress is tastier than wild greens. I want to eat coconut crab. The dinner was quickly consumed amidst their chatter, and the sky gradually darkened as the evening glow faded. The next morning, a ray of sunlight illuminated the fence at the entrance of the stone cave, where several wildflowers, planted by Lu Yun and the others, swayed gently. Butterflies danced among the blooms. I slept so well last night, Lu Tian said as he emerged from the stone room, stretching lazily before settling into a chair. Lu Tian, are we going to see the lasso? Lu Wei asked as he stepped outside. No need to rush. We will first cut bamboo and wood to build another fence. Once that is done, we could go see the lasso, Lu Tian replied as he lit a cigarette. After a short while, Lu Yun and the other three rose as well. Lu Yun and Su Qing busied themselves with cooking. Jiang Yin went to the large stone to finish weaving the bamboo, as if she had not completed the previous day, and Zhang Hong laid out the wild boar meat on the grass. After more than an hour, Lu Tian and Lu Wei had completed 2 small fences. Lu Tian, you're back. Come and have breakfast. We've already eaten, Lu Yin called out to them as they returned. After finishing breakfast, Lu Tian and Lu Wei took their knives and baskets and stepped out of the stone cave. Lu Wei, go check the fishing nets by the beach. I can go see the lasso alone, Lu Tian instructed. Upon exiting the cave, Lu Tian addressed Lu Wei, and soon they parted ways, one heading to inspect the fishing nets while the other went to check the snares. Lu Yin, shall we take a stroll as well? Su Qing inquired with a smile. Certainly. Are Jiang Yin and Zhang Hong joining us? Lu Yin stood up to ask them. No. We should leave a couple of people at home. In case it rains, someone should be here to gather the drying items. You and Su Qing can go, Jiang Yin replied with a smile. Seeing Jiang Yin's point, Lu Yun and Su Qing carried their baskets and stepped out of the cave. Lu Yin, where should we go? Su Qing asked as they emerged. Over there, we haven't explored that area yet. Let's go, Lu Yun suggested, pointing to a thicket a few hundred meters away. Chapter 30. Lu Yun encounters Yishue the banana tree should ripen in a few days if I cut it back. Lu Tian mused as he struck a few blows against a banana tree, which promptly succumbed to his efforts. He then harvested the bananas from the tree and placed them into his backpack. Approaching a small waterhole, Lu Tian inspected his lasso only to find it yielded nothing. However, he noted several different paw prints nearby, indicating the presence of other wild creatures. Crouching down to examine them, he could not discern the species. With the lasso proving ineffective, he decided to venture into the woods. I'll take a look over there, he murmured as he made his way toward the nearby forest. Lu Yun, doesn't this resemble the chili peppers Lu Tian brought back last time? Su Qing called out from beside a wild pepper tree. Let me see. How spicy. It truly is, Lu Yun replied, walking over to pluck a wild pepper and biting into it, instantly overwhelmed by its heat. Suing, there are a few wild pepper saplings on the ground. We should dig them up and plant them, Lu Yun suggested while examining the saplings. There are 2 more over there. I'll go pick them, Su Qing exclaimed, dashing towards the nearby shrubs after successfully unearthing 3 wild pepper seedlings. Suing, we've gathered so many peppers. Lu Tian will surely praise us this time. Lu Yun chuckled, glancing at the half-filled backpack. Let us head over to that patch of weeds and gather some wild vegetables before we return. Be cautious. There are many venomous snakes here, Lu Yun cautioned, pointing toward a nearby weedy area. Lu Yun, come quickly. There are plenty of wild vegetables here, Su Qing shouted. I have some too. We only need to pick the leaves, and they will regrow soon. The 2 girls squatted happily in the weedy patch, chatting and laughing as they collected wild vegetables. Huh? Is someone talking? Yishue, still groggy from sleep, heard intermittent voices. Slowly, she propped herself up on one arm and peered toward the weedy area, spotting two indistinct figures. Rubbing her eyes, she looked again and confirmed there were indeed two people squatting amidst the foliage. It's really people. How wonderful. Yishue's face lit up with excitement as she attempted to stand. However, the injury on her foot rendered her unstable. Grabbing a stick to use as a makeshift crutch, she gritted her teeth and hobbled toward Lu Yun and Su Qing. Hey, there are people here, Yishue called out after covering a distance of several meters. Yet, her voice was too faint to reach them. Clutching the stick, she pressed on, enduring the pain as she moved forward. Lu Yun, is this enough? This should last us 2 days, Su Qing asked as she approached Lu Yun. Almost. Let us go back, Lu Yun replied, rising and shouldering her backpack. Don't go. There are people, Yishue shouted desperately as she saw Lu Yun and Su Qing preparing to leave. She quickened her pace, calling out to them. Su Qing, did you hear that? It sounds like someone is calling. Lu Yun suddenly halted and turned to Su Qing as they stepped out of the weedy area. Did you? I had not noticed. It is just the two of us here. How could anyone be calling? Su Qing inquired with curiosity. Do not speak. Listen, Lu Yun whispered to Su Qing, and the two stood still, motionless. No, you must have misheard, Su Qing eventually replied with a smile. Perhaps. Let us return, Lu Yun said, shaking her head. Do not leave. Do not leave. Yishue shouted desperately, quickening her pace despite the pain. Bang! Cough, do not leave. In her haste, Yishue suddenly stumbled and fell heavily to the ground, still crying out not to leave. Su Qing, did you hear that? Lu Yun asked as she halted. Tening do Su Qing. It seems someone is calling, and I heard something fall to the ground, Su Qing replied, beginning to look around. Over there, Lu Yun, look. There lies a person on the grass. Let us check it out. Su Qing pointed towards a patch of underbrush, and the two hurried over. Shortly thereafter, Lu Yun and Su Qing reached Yishue, surveying her from side to side. It's a woman, not a pirate. She appears to be one of us, a Huaxiao person, they remarked as they turned Yishue over. Lu Yun retrieved a water bottle and offered Yishue a few sips, and gradually, she began to regain consciousness. Cough. Who are you? How did you end up here? Lu Yun asked as Yishue awoke. Cough. I'm a police officer. Were you among the passengers of the flight that recently met with an accident? After taking a few sips of water, Yishue looked more alert. A police officer? What brings you here? Are you part of the rescue team? But how did you end up in this state? Su Qing inquired, her brow furrowing. Alas, cough. It is a long story. Yishue's complexion began to pale. Lu Yun, should we take her back? Su Qing asked cautiously. Given her condition, she is gravely injured. If we leave her out here, it will only lead to her demise. We should bring her back. I believe Lu Tian would do the same, Lu Yun responded. Thus, Lu Yun and Su Qing each supported Yishue as they slowly made their way towards the stone cave. Where's this place? Upon entering the cave, Yishue was captivated by the scenery before her. This is where we reside, Lu Yun replied, guiding Yishue deeper into the cave. Lu Yun, who is she? Jiang Yin asked upon seeing Lu Yun and Su Qing helping someone. I'll explain later. Let us first get her to the bamboo bed in the bamboo house. Lu Yun replied as they entered the bamboo dwelling. Su Qing, please prepare some food, Lu Yun instructed after setting down Yishue. Subsequently, Lu Yun filled a bucket with water to help clean Yishue's wounds. Once she was washed, Su Qing brought in a bowl of wild vegetable fish soup, adding a couple of pieces of wild boar meat. At that moment, Lu Tian and Lu Wei returned, and Lu Yun recounted the encounter with Yishue to Lu Tian. You're a police officer? Lu Tian asked as he sat down. Yes, I'm a police officer from Tianhai City. I just transferred here and was called to rescue several important individuals abducted by pirates, Yishue replied. However, how did you come to find yourself on this desolate island? Lu Tian inquired with curiosity. We were a group of 12, armed with money to secure a release, and we journeyed by boat to an unknown island for the transaction. To our dismay, the pirates had already laid an ambush, capturing us all and taking us to an island rife with their kind. Tragically, we lost several of our companions. Just a few days ago, the pirates brought my fellow captive and me here, intending to execute us. In a noble act of sacrifice, my companion gave his life to save mine, allowing me to flee into the forest where I subsequently encountered those two, Yi Shui recounted with a bittersweet smile. Glancing at Lu Yun and Su Qing, are you aware of the plane crash that occurred 3 months ago? Lu Tian continued his questioning. Indeed, the entire nation of Huaxia was shaken by the incident. A rescue team was dispatched, but after several days of searching, no survivors were found, leading Huaxia to declare all aboard as lost. Yi Shui replied. Very well, you should rest now. In a couple of days, your foot will be able to bear weight again, Lu Tian stated as he rose to his feet, leading Lu Yun and the others away from the bamboo dwelling. Chapter 31. The pirate crisis. With this method, the pepper trees will soon take root and sprout, Lu Tian remarked after planting 3 wild pepper trees, addressing Lu Yun. Lu Wei, please take the peppers Lu Yun collected and place them in the bamboo sieve to dry outside. Su Qing, you and Zhang Hong should gather some watercress. Jiang Yin, take a knife to cut the thatch for drying. It gets a bit chilly at night, Lu Tian called out as he walked. Inside the bamboo house, Yi Shui slowly rose from her bed, using a piece of wood as a cane, and made her way outside to sit on a chair near the stone cave. Why are you out here? You shouldn't exert yourself with your foot injury, Lu Tian said, joining her and lighting a cigarette. I'm just not accustomed to lying in bed all day, so I thought I'd come out for a bit, Yi Shui replied with a faint smile. Lu Tian, be cautious in the coming days. The pirates may search the island. They are aware that others are present here, Yi Shui continued, gazing at him. I will. Please share what you know, such as how far we are from the mainland. Lu Tian inhaled deeply and inquired. My knowledge is limited. I only know that it took the pirates over 2 days to bring us here. Beyond that, I am unaware, Yi Shui said with a wry smile. Over 2 days? If we were to construct a bamboo or wooden boat to leave, it would be impossible, Lu Tian murmured thoughtfully. Indeed, a single large wave would shatter a bamboo or wooden vessel. Moreover, we are far from the mainland, and should we encounter pirates, it would spell disaster. To escape this place, we would need a substantial ship, Yi Shui shook her head. Well, we shall think of a way slowly, Lu Tian sighed. In the Pacific Ocean, on an island. What did you say? That woman escaped? Black Shark, what are you doing? A pirate shouted angrily in English from his large chair. I apologize, Captain Robert, but I also discovered that there are others on the island, Black Shark replied, lowering his head. I have told you numerous times. Do not call me Captain. Refer to me as Lord Robert, Robert bellowed, rising to his feet. I want you to take men and bring back that Chinese policewoman, along with the others on the island. A few days ago, we received word that the policewoman is worth 20 million, so I require her alive. Do you understand? Robert gestured emphatically at Black Shark. Rest assured, Lord Robert, I will lead a team to capture her tomorrow, Black Shark straightened up and assured him. On the deserted island, Yi Shui mentioned that the pirates might come to search the island in the next 2 or 3 days. So we must gather more wild vegetables and fruits tomorrow to stock up on food. I will assign the tasks, Lu Tian announced to those seated around the table. Lu Yun, you, Su Qing, and Zhang Hong should dig up more wild vegetables. Jiang Yin, you will stay in the stone cave tomorrow to cut grass for the sheep. Look after Yi Shui and prepare meals. Lu Wei, you will accompany me to the bay to catch more sea snails, Lu Tian continued. I don't need anyone to take care of me, Yi Shui interjected. I understand, but it will be best if you refrain from moving about. You can assist us only once you have fully recovered, Lu Tian remarked, casting a glance at Yi Shui. In the afternoon, Lu Tian returned with a considerable amount of old bamboo, crafting numerous arrowheads and several bows for future contingencies. Time passed swiftly. For 2 consecutive days, Lu Tian and his companions ventured outside to forage for wild vegetables and gather fruits. They even ensnared a wild goat with a lasso near a small waterhole, and Lu Tian managed to capture 4 young wild boars to raise in their enclosure. All right, you ladies should remain here and practice archery or engage in other tasks while Lu Wei and I go out, Lu Tian declared after their midday meal. Fine. I still need to clear a patch for a vegetable garden. Zhang Hong, let us go later, Lu Yun replied. Lu Tian, it's not practical to be unaware of the outside situation. I propose we construct a bamboo tower by the cliffside and fashion a bamboo ladder to ascend to the summit, Yi Shui suggested, pointing towards the cliff. The location Yi Shui indicated was indeed the lowest point of the cliff, yet it still towered over 30 meters high. Erecting a bamboo tower there would require considerable time, but it was essential for gaining a view of the outside world. All right, Yi Shui, Yu Jiangyin, and Su Qing should go and gather some wood and bamboo over there. Once Lu Wei and I return, we will commence the construction of the tower, Lu Tian instructed. Rising to his feet, after a brief respite, Yi Shui took Jiang Yin and Su Qing to cut bamboo, while Lu Yin and Zhang Hong ventured to another area overgrown with weeds to clear land for planting wild vegetables. Lu Tian and Lu Wei made their way to the beach to collect fishing traps. After a little over 2 hours, Lu Tian and Lu Wei returned, bringing back several lobsters, 2 coconut crabs, a few coconuts, 7 or 8 large conchs, along with crabs and clams. After setting down their haul, Lu Tian approached Yi Shui and the others. Impressive. You managed to cut so much bamboo in less than 3 hours, Lu Tian remarked with a smile. Lu Tian, how shall we proceed with this? Lu Wei inquired, gazing at the wood and bamboo strewn across the ground. The foundation is crucial for such a tall bamboo tower. Lu Wei, dig a-holes here and there and make them deep, Lu Tian directed. Lu Wei then focused on digging while Lu Tian assisted Yi Shui and the others in transporting the bamboo. Thud, thud, thud. Lu Tian wielded a wooden mallet, driving a post firmly into the ground. Phew, all 8 posts are securely placed. Let's call it a day. We shall continue tomorrow, Lu Tian said, wiping the sweat from his brow with a smile. The 5 of them set aside their tools and returned to the stone cave to sit. Jiang Yin even brewed some tea. Here, try this new tea. I harvested these leaves from outside. The flavor is quite pleasant. I've enjoyed it twice already. Jiang Yin cheerfully poured the tea into several bamboo cups. Wow, it has a slightly sweet taste, quite delightful, Su Qing exclaimed in surprise. Is it? Oh, indeed, Yi Shui remarked after taking a sip. Oh dear, I am utterly exhausted. What have you all been chatting about? Lu Wei, Lu Tian, I'm back. At that moment, Lu Yun and Zhang Hong approached. Come over and take a rest. I'm enjoying some tea. You should have some as well, Lu Tian remarked to Lu Yun and Zhang Hong before pouring 2 cups for them. The 7 individuals sat comfortably on their chairs, engaging in cheerful conversation until the sky was adorned with a delicate blush of twilight, prompting them to prepare dinner. Wow, my favorite coconut crab is here. How delightful. This conch is mine. Haha, lobster, my utmost favorite, they exclaimed joyfully as the 7 dined. The evening glow gradually faded, giving way to a few ominous clouds. Within half an hour, a torrential downpour enveloped the dark night, leaving only the resounding roar of the storm. Chapter 32. The arrival of the pirates in the early morning, the entire island was enveloped in the crispness of fresh air, a lingering effect of the torrential rain that had fallen the previous night. Captain Black Shark, this island is vast, yet we are but a handful. How shall we conduct our search? A lean pirate inquired, stepping forward to address Black Shark. Damn it, split up and search. Quickly, if we capture that woman, a hefty reward awaits, Black Shark retorted, striking the lean pirate's shoulder with a firm hand. Subsequently, a dozen pirates arranged themselves in a line, brandishing their cutlasses as they began their slow search into the woods from the edge of the beach. Lu Wei, make sure to bind her securely. If she escapes, it will lead to significant trouble, Lu Tian called out to Lu Wei. Lu Tian, is this binding method sufficient? Yi Shui raised her head to question Lu Tian. Do not worry. This binding is merely to prevent the bamboo from slipping. It will be fine, Lu Tian replied with a gentle smile. To ensure the stability of the bamboo tower, Lu Tian had deliberately slowed his pace. It took 5 of them the entire day to construct a structure rising 7 to 8 meters high. By the afternoon of the following day, the bamboo tower had reached a height of over 10 meters. The higher they built, the more challenging it became. For safety's sake, Lu Tian reinforced the surrounding area, ensuring that movement atop the tower felt secure. We are running low on bamboo. Lu Wei, you should go and cut some. I will venture outside for a look, Lu Tian stated, sipping his tea. After a brief rest, Lu Tian armed himself with a knife and slung his bow and arrows over his shoulder as he exited the stone cave. Surveying the surroundings, Lu Tian made his way toward the mountain peak, strolling gradually through the forest. An hour later, he arrived at the base of the mountain, where he sat upon a stone to rest. It appears the pirates have not yet arrived, but complacency is not an option, Lu Tian murmured to himself as he gazed at the peak. Mike, take those two and scout that area, Black Shark commanded. Should we camp here for the night? Captain Black Shark? There are no clearings ahead, only woods, the lean pirate remarked as he approached Black Shark. Set up camp beneath the mountain ahead. Go and inform the others, Black Shark replied, exhaling a puff of smoke. Suddenly, Lu Tian detected a faint sound, prompting him to lower himself and stealthily approach the source. Indeed, the pirates had come. It seemed they intended to stay here for the night, numbering around 15 or 16, concealed beneath a large rock. Lu Tian observed the pirates as they began to erect their tents. I should return for now, he muttered, cautiously retreating along the same path back to the cave. The pirates have arrived. Tomorrow they will come here, Lu Tian announced upon his return to the cave, summoning Lu Yun and the others. Lu Tian, do you think the pirates will discover our presence here? Su Qing asked, her expression tinged with anxiety, mirrored by the other women. Rest assured, as long as they do not approach the cave entrance, they will not find us, Lu Tian reassured them. Lu Wei, take them to gather bamboo. Try to collect as much as possible. We cannot cut tomorrow, as I fear the noise may alert them. Take my knife. I need to seal the cave entrance. Lu Tian instructed as he stood up. Lu Wei grasped the knife, Yi Shui picked up the axe, and Lu Yun took the knife Lu Tian had given her, and they headed toward the bamboo grove. Lu Tian, will everything truly be all right? After Lu Yun and the others had walked far away, Jiang Yin asked in a hushed tone. Do not worry. I am here, Lu Tian replied with a reassuring pat on Jiang Yin's shoulder, which brought her a slight sense of comfort as she followed him towards Lu Yun and the others. Upon reaching the mouth of the cave, Lu Tian found a stone and positioned it to perfectly seal the entrance. He then arranged the vines at the entrance, ensuring that, unless one paid particular attention, the cave would remain undetected. For added safety, Lu Tian returned to the cave and placed another stone in the middle of the entrance, feeling a bit more at ease. Lu Wei, that's enough. No more chopping, Lu Tian stated as he arrived at the bamboo grove after more than 2 hours. Once Lu Tian and the others finished transporting the bamboo to the bamboo tower, they were all fatigued and sat down to rest. Lu Tian, look, Lu Wei exclaimed, pulling out a bamboo rat from beside the bamboo and smiling at Lu Tian. Haha, splendid. We shall feast on bamboo rat tonight, Lu Tian remarked, observing the plump creature. Lu Tian, the wild goat we caught a couple of days ago, can no longer walk. It might have injured its leg, Su Qing informed him. It can't walk? Then let us roast the whole goat tomorrow, Lu Tian replied with a subtle smile. Laughter erupted among the group. By the way, let us each carry some bamboo to the cave entrance. I plan to build a small bamboo pavilion. Starting tomorrow, someone must guard that spot every day. Lu Tian contemplated aloud. That sounds prudent. Even if we are discovered, we can respond quickly. But what about at night? Yi Shui inquired. I will take turns keeping watch with Lu Wei at night, Lu Tian assured her. After Lu Tian and the others had moved the bamboo to the entrance, Lu Yun and the other women retrieved the dried thatch from the stone chamber. Su Qing went to cut grass to feed the wild goat and the piglets, while Lu Yun, after finishing with the thatch, began preparing dinner. Lu Tian, I didn't expect your little pavilion to turn out quite lovely, Lu Wei said, observing Lu Tian's handiwork with delight. It's nothing. I could construct something even more beautiful. It's just that time is of the essence. Which is why it looks like this, Lu Tian replied as he continued building. Lu Tian, I am hesitant to kill this bamboo rat. You should do it. Lu Yun called out. I will handle it. I saw you do it once before, so I should be capable. You carry on with the construction, Lu Wei said, heading towards the cave. Once the pavilion was completed, Lu Tian also gathered several sturdy bamboo poles over 2 meters long, sharpening one end with a knife to serve as weapons. He placed 2 bows and dozens of arrows within the pavilion for future use. Lu Tian, dinner is ready. Jiang Yin approached him, announcing, all set. Good, let us go eat. Lu Tian clapped his hands and smiled. Here, each person gets a bowl of wild vegetable soup, Su Qing said, holding out wooden bowls. Lu Tian, the food we have stored will last us for over 10 days, Lu Yun noted, as she was quite aware of their provisions since she often prepared meals. That's sufficient. A pirate's provisions are not abundant. Do not fret, besides. Once our stored food is depleted, we have the fish pond filled with plenty of fish, as well as wild rabbits, bamboo rats, wild goats, and wild chickens. If we eat sparingly, it should sustain us for over 2 months, Lu Tian responded. Indeed, there is no need to worry about food. Come, eat, Liu Wei proclaimed loudly. After dinner, Yishui sat upon a stone beneath a great tree, gazing at the sky. What are you pondering? Lu Tian inquired as he approached. I find myself missing home, Yishui replied softly. Fear not, we shall surely return. Here, take this, as a police officer. It is more suitable for you than for me. However, there are only 10 bullets, so use it wisely, Lu Tian said, producing a handgun and handing it to Yishui. A handgun? How did you acquire this? Yishui asked, astonished as she took the weapon. After the plane incident, I found a box, and the handgun was inside. No need to ask too many questions. For now, we must focus on surviving and returning home. Lu Tian replied with a faint smile. If you give me the handgun, what will you use? Yishui questioned, looking at Lu Tian. I have this, Lu Tian chuckled, standing up and patting the Nepalese knife at his waist before walking back into the stone chamber. Chapter 33. Roasting Wild Goat at the Break of Dawn. The radiant sunlight bathed the valley, and Lu Tian and his companions had already risen. Lu Tian, accompanied by Lu Wei and Yishui, commenced the construction of a bamboo tower, while Lu Yun and Zhang Hong busied themselves preparing breakfast. Jiang Yin stood guard at the cave entrance, and Su Qing went to gather grass to feed the wild goats. Little Cloud Leopard, come back. Su Qing called out to the little cloud leopard that was chasing a wild rabbit, laying down fresh grass. The little cloud leopard had grown quite robust, weighing nearly 20 pounds. With a small roar, it dashed off to find Lu Tian, moving with remarkable speed. Go play over there. There'll be food soon. Lu Tian chuckled, ruffling the little creature's head. Yishui, Lu Wei, take a moment to rest. We should be able to finish the tower this morning, and we can make a bamboo ladder in the afternoon, he instructed them. After a brief respite, they resumed their work. With Lu Tian's guidance, Yishui and Lu Wei worked swiftly, and by midday, a bamboo tower spanning over 20 meters had been erected. Once we had a ladder, we can ascend to survey the surroundings, Lu Tian remarked with a slight smile at the tower. Lu Tian, it's quite high. Will we be able to see clearly? Yishui inquired, seated beside the tower. Ha, fret not. There's a tool we have yet to utilize. It's time to bring into play, Lu Tian responded, rising with a playful pat on his backside as he headed towards the stone cave. Shortly thereafter, he returned, holding an object. Look with this. Will you still worry about seeing clearly? He presented a telescope to Yishui. A telescope? Yishui exclaimed, marveling as she examined it from side to side. Her surprise evident. After lunch, Lu Tian began to prepare the wild goat he had caught, carefully arranging its wool to dry under the sun. Lu Wei started a fire in the clearing to roast the goat. All right, Lu Wei, keep an eye on the fire. Don't let it burn, Lu Tian instructed, washing his hands before addressing Lu Wei. Yin, what troubles you? You seem distressed, Lu Tian noticed as he approached the bamboo pavilion near the cave entrance, where Lu Yun sat on a chair. It's nothing, Lu Tian. Do you think we can return to Tianhai? She asked, gazing at him. Rest assured, with me here, I will surely bring you back, Lu Tian reassured her, gently brushing aside her hair. Lu Tian, do you like me? Lu Yun suddenly grasped his hand, her query filled with anticipation. Of course I do, with a beauty like you. I fear I might not be worthy, Lu Tian replied, his gaze fixed on her, noticing the subtle blush on her face. His heart began to race, and warmth surged through him. Lu Tian, Lu Yun began. But before she could finish, Lu Tian leaned in and kissed her. Their lips met, and he gently coaxed her mouth open with his tongue, engaging in a passionate kiss as their tongues intertwined. Lu Tian's hands began to explore her softness, intensifying the moment. Lu Tian, Lu Yun attempted to speak, but was silenced by the fervency of his kiss, gasping for breath as Lu Tian pressed on, their connection deepening. Lu Tian, that's enough. They will discover us soon. Lu Yun hurriedly pushed Lu Tian away with her hand and whispered, her cheeks flushed, exuding a captivating charm. Rest assured, they are all fishing by the fruit trees and won't notice us. Lu Tian replied, leaning in for another kiss. Lu Tian, wait. That's not appropriate. Lu Yun gently grasped Lu Tian's hand, which was reaching toward the forbidden place. What should we do then? Lu Tian looked at Lu Yun, a wry smile on his face. Lu Yun glanced downward, noticing Lu Tian's trousers noticeably tinted, her face reddening further. I can assist you in another way. Lu Yun lowered her head and extended her hand. Half an hour later, Lu Tian left the bamboo pavilion, his face beaming with joy. Lu Tian, have you found something wonderful? You seem so happy, Jiang Yin inquired, holding a fishing rod. Nothing much. I merely came to take a look. Jiang Yin, I didn't expect your fishing skills to be quite impressive. Lu Tian chuckled, glancing at the two large fish in the tin can. I won't disturb you any longer. Lu Tian continued, making his way towards the clearing by the stone cave. Lu Tian, how do you find the lamb roasting? Lu Wei asked as he saw Lu Tian approaching. It's nearly done. Give it another 10 minutes or so, Lu Tian replied. Black Shark, we've discovered a cave where someone has resided. A pirate hurriedly approached Black Shark. Oh, let me there at once, Black Shark exclaimed, quickly following the pirate and a dozen others to the cave's entrance, which was once Lu Tian's dwelling. A shed? It seems a few people have lived here, but they have since departed, less than half a month ago. Xiaohei, take your men and scout the surrounding area, quickly. Black Shark commanded as he entered the shed and sat down. You all go too. Leave no stone unturned, he urged the pirates. You cannot escape. Black Shark murmured to the cave. The ladder is ready, but be cautious while climbing. Lu Tian announced, having finished constructing the bamboo ladder. I have a slight fear of heights, so I won't climb up. Lu Wei chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. I'll go up first to take a look. Lu Tian took the binoculars and ascended the bamboo tower, swiftly reaching the cliff summit. He surveyed the surroundings through the binoculars. Honestly, without them, it would be impossible to discern the outside situation due to the dizzying height. Moments later, Lu Tian descended. If all goes well, the pirates should have discovered our former dwelling. Their absence indicates they have already passed through here, Lu Tian remarked, confident as 2.5 days had elapsed since their arrival. We should remain here and not venture out. Once the pirates leave, we can safely exit. Su Qing proposed. It's unlikely. Pirates do not abandon their search easily. Even if they depart this time, they will return with more men and provisions next time. Yishui glanced at Lu Tian and added, Yeshua spoke correctly. The pirates are acutely aware that we lack a vessel to depart from this island and will undoubtedly employ every means at their disposal to locate us. However, it is inconceivable that they could simply leave. El Tian rose and declared, Yeshua, keep the binoculars trained on the situation outside while I venture forth. You all remain here. I shall accompany you, Lu Wei insisted, rising as well. No need for that. I can manage alone. A man must remain here. You are to guard the entrance. El Tian replied, shaking his head. With a quiver slung over his back, a knife in hand, and adorned with a grass circlet upon his head, he proceeded towards the cave's mouth. One side apart, Lu Wei, ensure you seal the entrance with a stone, he instructed as he approached the threshold. Be cautious. Lu Yin expressed her concern. Rest assured, I shall, El Tian reassured her before turning on his heel and stepping outside. After his departure, Lu Wei promptly used a large stone to secure the cave's entrance once more. Chapter 34. Crafting Mechanisms and Traps. After Lu Tian departed, Lu Wei, Jiang Yin, and Zhang Hong remained in the pavilion, guarding the cave's entrance, while Lu Yun and Su Qing attended to other matters. Yi Shui sat within the bamboo tower, periodically climbing the ladder to observe the external surroundings. Upon exiting the cave, Lu Tian made his way towards the mountain peak, intending to construct mechanical traps within the nearby woods, as it was an essential pathway. After an hour, Lu Tian arrived in the forest, felled some small trees, sharpened them, and began assembling the traps. Captain Black Shark, we have scoured this vicinity and encountered not a single soul, several pirates reported as they entered the shelter. How curious. Where could they possibly be hiding? Black Shark mused, sipping coconut water from a freshly chopped coconut. This island is vast, and with merely a dozen of us, it is implausible to conduct a thorough search. Furthermore, our provisions are running low, another pirate remarked. Indeed, you raise a valid point. Let us return for reinforcements and supplies. I shall scour the entire island. I refuse to believe we cannot locate them, Black Shark declared vehemently, striking the table with his palm. Gather your belongings and summon everyone. We must head towards the ship Swiftly, he commanded the pirates in front of him. Meanwhile, Lu Tian had set several traps in the woods, awaiting the pirates' passage. He emerged from the forest and into the underbrush, surveying his surroundings while savoring morsels of wild boar meat. They're coming, huh? However, as dusk approaches, they will undoubtedly seek refuge in the thicket for the night, Lu Tian murmured, contemplating the sky. Setting up camp in the flat ground within the shrubbery would be the optimal choice. Indeed, an hour later, Lu Tian observed a band of pirates, armed and vigilant, halting in the underbrush to erect tents and kindle fires. He crouched low beneath a large tree adjacent to the thicket, now within a mere 100 meters of the pirates. Haha, come eat. It's been days since I've encountered a woman. I'm nearly dying from desire, haha, one rotund pirate exclaimed. Indeed, upon our return to the island, we shall be surrounded by women aplenty, haha. Another chimed in. You speak the truth. I have a particular fondness for Eastern women, haha. Come, let us drink. As darkness fell, the group of pirates gathered around the fire, indulging in drink and meat, their voices loud and boisterous. Lu Tian remained motionless on the ground, observing intently. Gradually, he retrieved another piece of wild boar meat, patiently awaiting the moment when the pirates would succumb to slumber. By midnight, the pirates had retreated into their tents, leaving only one on watch by the fire. Lu Tian stealthily approached, placing one hand near the pirate's mouth while gripping his head with the other, swiftly twisting with force. The pirate, caught off guard, was rendered lifeless in an instant. After laying the pirate to rest, Lu Tian quietly approached the tents, extracting the food from his pack. He took all consumables and also seized solar-powered lamps, lighters, and cigarettes, packing them away diligently. With 2 heavy bags slung over his shoulders, Lu Tian departed under the soft moonlight, intent on returning to the valley before dawn, planning to revisit the stone cave once daylight broke. Captain Black Shark, has the brother on watch perished? Our provisions have vanished. What the devil? Where's my cigarette? Where has it gone? A pirate bellowed as he awoke in the early morning light. What are you all yelling about? At that moment, Black Shark emerged from one of the tents, his voice booming. Captain Black Shark, the brother on watch died by the campfire. Our food is gone, and even the solar lanterns have disappeared. A pirate rushed to inform him. What? Black Shark's eyes widened in disbelief as he strode over to inspect the fallen pirate. Surely, while we slept last night, someone murdered our comrade and made off with our provisions, another pirate exclaimed in fury. Enough of this commotion. There is still some food on the ship, enough for us to eat until we return to shore. Come, we shall abandon these belongings and hasten to the ship. Black Shark replied, regaining his composure. Dozens of pirates seized their blades, leaving the tents behind as they followed Black Shark into the woods. No sooner had the pirates entered the forest than a horrific scream echoed through the trees. One pirate was impaled upon a sharp wooden spike. Be cautious. There are traps here. Black Shark approached the lifeless pirate, his expression darkening as he addressed the others. Who could it be? I shall find you, and when I do, you will be cooked and eaten. Move. Black Shark shouted in rage. Help me, Captain Black Shark. Suddenly, a pirate triggered a trap, ensnared by a vine that hoisted him into the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows flew from the opposite side, striking the pirate dead, causing him to convulse briefly before falling still. Damn it, we must flee this forest. Black Shark cursed as he cast a glance at the deceased pirate, then sprinted out of the woods. Lu Tian returned to the stone cave, methodically unpacking his belongings. Here are canned meats, along with a dozen vegetable cans. Lu Yun, take these and store them properly. This is a solar lantern, 2 in total. Su Qing, you may take one to your stone chamber, while this one stays here. And here are 2 small shovels, which will make foraging for wild vegetables much easier, Lu Tian said, handing a shovel to Lu Yun with a smile. Additionally, there are 4 packs of cigarettes. Lu Wei, you take 2. And a dagger for you, Yi Shui. It is now yours. As for the lighters, there are 5. I'll keep 1, and you 4. Lu Yun should keep safe, Lu Tian continued, emptying his pack. Lu Tian, have the pirates left? Jiang Yin inquired. They have departed. Without food, they surely had to go. However, they will return soon, perhaps within a week, bringing more pirates with them. Therefore, We must venture out these next few days to gather more provisions, Lu Tian replied, glancing at them. Now is the time for division of labor. I will outline our tasks for the coming days, Lu Tian said, taking a sip of water. Lu Wei, accompanied by Su Qing and Yi Shui, set out for the beach with fishing nets in hand to catch fish and set traps. Lu Yun, you and Jiang Yin need only to gather wild vegetables each day. Zhang Hong, you shall remain at home with Xiao Yunbao to tend to the sheep and the wild boar. I shall venture towards the mountains. As Lu Tiangang concluded his words, Lu Wei and Yi Shui embarked on their journey with the fishing nets. Lu Yun and Jiang Yin, carrying their baskets, also departed, while Lu Tian returned once more to the site where the pirates had pitched their tents. Ah, they have even abandoned their tents? And a metal kettle for boiling water? How fortuitous for me. Lu Tian collected the 3 tents, leaving them in place before heading into the nearby woods. Chapter 35. The Wrath of the Pirate's Black Shark. Your usefulness has diminished. You couldn't even bring back a single woman, and several of our brothers have perished, Robert chastised. Standing before Black Shark 3 days later. A ship laden with wealthy elites will pass through Tian Shan Gorge soon. I have no time to deal with the inhabitants of that desolate island, but this time I shall provide you with 30 men and ample provisions. If you fail to return with that female officer and the others from the island, you may as well throw yourself into the sea to feed the fish. Robert stated coolly. Rest assured, my Lord Robert, I shall certainly retrieve those captured from the island. I will set off with my men in 3 days, Black Shark replied, standing upright before departing. White Shark, you must keep a vigilant eye on the vessels at sea. An opportunity for wealth is upon us, Robert exclaimed, addressing a nearby white man. My Lord Robert, I will make the necessary arrangements, White Shark responded respectfully. In Yinjing, within a heavily guarded courtyard, an elderly man with a head full of white hair sat in a chair, inquiring of a middle-aged man beside him. How Tian? Have there been any updates on Shui? Father, there is still no news, the middle-aged man replied softly. Send out more men to search and raise the bounty to 50 million. I must have Shui return alive. The white-haired elder declared calmly. Understood, Father, the middle-aged man responded before exiting the study. In recent days, Lu Tian and Lu Yun have been diligently foraging for wild vegetables and fruits, gathering edible plants, and producing sea salt. Lu Tian, what creature is that? Lu Yun joyfully inquired as she saw Lu Tian return with an animal cradled in his arms. This is a wild deer, which I lassoed and brought back to raise in a pen, Lu Tian replied with a smile, proceeding to place the deer gently within the enclosure. As soon as it was set free, the deer began to dash about. Lu Tian placed some leaves inside the pen before returning to the stone cave with Lu Yun. Lu Tian, have some tea, Lu Yun said, pouring a cup and placing it before him. Where's everyone? Why is it so quiet? Lu Tian observed, noting that only Lu Yun was present in the cave. They just went out a short while ago. In recent days, they have gathered all the nearby wild vegetables, and some have even been planted in the newly cleared patch over there. Lu Yun pointed to a freshly cultivated garden. Setting down his teacup, Lu Tian approached Lu Yun slowly, gazing at her with deep affection. Lu Tian, why are you looking at me like that? Lu Yun asked softly, her hands tucked into her clothing, her head lowered. With a playful chuckle, Lu Tian lifted Lu Yun into his arms and carried her into the stone chamber, gently laying her on the bed and kissing her tenderly. Half an hour later, Lu Tian emerged from the stone chamber with a smile, followed closely by Lu Yun, her cheeks flushed. Lu Tian, will you always treat me well? Lu Yun asked, looking at him with earnest eyes. Silly girl, you are mine. Who else would I treat well if not you? Lu Tian embraced Lu Yun and said, in truth, Lu Tian and Lu Yun are merely one step away from completion. Everything else has been accomplished. The fruit trees in the orchard are in bloom, and they look splendid. Let's go and take a look, Lu Yun exclaimed, pulling Lu Tian's hand as they dashed toward the orchard. At noon, while Lu Tian and Lu Yun were preparing a meal, Lu Wei and the others returned one by one, bringing a bountiful assortment of goods. Come and eat. There's still plenty of wild goat meat left from yesterday. So I prepared some vegetable soup, Lu Yun announced to the group. After lunch, Lu Tian and Lu Wei took a shovel to the area where watercress grew and excavated a small pond to store the lobsters and sea snails they had captured from the ocean. Jiang Yin, please weave a few bamboo screens to cover the pond. Otherwise, they will escape. Lu Tian instructed Jiang Yin, who promptly left with Su Qing to gather bamboo. While Lu Tian and Lu Wei were digging the pond, Lu Yin used a dagger to remove the entrail from the fish, while Zhang Hong tied the fish with vines and hung them on a bamboo rack to dry, thus preparing fish jerky. Lu Tian observed this soil. It is smooth and beautiful, unlike any other, Lu Wei remarked, having unearthed some glossy blue clay. Haha, this is clay suitable for pottery. If you extract more, we can take it back and fire it into ceramics. Once we have ceramics, we can store the roasted meat and fish jerky in them, prolonging their shelf life. Lu Tian said with a hearty laugh as he examined a handful of blue clay. After more than an hour, the pond had been excavated to a considerable size, capable of holding a substantial amount of seafood. Lu Tian and Lu Wei also harvested a significant quantity of blue clay to bring back to the stone cave. Take it to eat. Lu Tian tossed a 2-pound sea fish to the little clouded leopard, which caught it in its jaws and scampered into the woods. After a brief rest, Lu Tian and Lu Wei set out again with their shovels. They walked for an hour until they reached a cluster of taro plants. Let us dig up these small ones to take back and plant, and for the larger ones, we will harvest a few to cook, Lu Tian suggested, pointing to the taro plants on the ground. The two knelt down to dig up the small taro plants, placing them into their baskets. In half an hour, they had gathered dozens of small taro plants and unearthed several large ones. Oh, are these sweet potato leaves? Just as Lu Tian was about to leave, he noticed a patch of vibrant green leaves out of the corner of his eye. He approached for a closer look, astonished. Lu Wei, come here and dig in this spot, he beckoned Lu Wei. What kind of plant is this? Lu Wei inquired curiously. A treasure indeed. Hurry, dig them up. And be sure to bring back the roots and leaves as well, Lu Tian urged, squatting down to start digging with his shovel. Lu Wei followed suit, also squatting down to assist. Let us return. The sun is setting, Lu Tian said as he stood up and spoke to Lu Wei. And they hurried back toward the stone cave. Lu Tian, what have you brought back? Su Qing ran over to help them set down their baskets, smiling as she asked. Good stuff, Lu Tian replied with a grin. Come, it is time to eat. Lu Yin called out, and Yishui promptly illuminated the solar lamp, bathing the entire stone cave in a brilliant white glow. Jiang Yin placed the wooden bowl upon the table. Lu Tian, what have you brought back? Lu Yin inquired curiously while savoring a sea snail. Taro and sweet potatoes, the latter also known as yams. Are you aware? Lu Tian replied with a subtle smile. Sweet potatoes? I am familiar with them. I have tasted them before, and they are quite delectable. Su Qing chimed in with a smile. We shall prepare the taro and sweet potatoes for breakfast tomorrow, Lu Tian stated while sipping on the wild vegetable soup. The dinner unfolded amidst laughter and merriment, as a radiant moon ascended slowly into the night sky. Chapter 36. Crafting ceramic vessels. As dawn broke, the sun gently ascended, and little birds flitted between the fruit trees and bamboo groves, while a few small creatures scurried about in the underbrush. Lu Tian and his companions had also risen, ready to embrace a new day. This taro is delightful, Zhang Hong exclaimed, savoring a large taro root. This sweet potato tastes quite good. Two of them leave me feeling quite satisfied, Jiang Yin remarked, patting her belly with a smile. Indeed, these two are quite filling. Lu Tian chuckled as he enjoyed a sweet potato. After we have eaten our fill, let us head out to plant sweet potatoes and taro, Lu Tian suggested. Half an hour later, once everyone had finished their meal, they gathered their tools and found a patch of soft earth, taking turns with the iron shovel to begin their work. By the end of the morning, they had cultivated a plot of 3 mu, planting taro and sweet potato roots, followed by watering the newly sown crops. After the watering was complete, they returned to the stone cave to rest. Lu Tian, shall we go out to forage for wild vegetables this afternoon? Jiang Yin inquired, sipping water. No need for wild vegetables. In the next few days, we shall fish by the beach. I have some matters to attend to, so you all can go fishing. Try to dry as much fish as possible, for soon we will be staying here for an extended period without the chance to venture out, Lu Tian replied calmly. Once they departed, Lu Tian began to tread back and forth in the clay, constructing a mud kiln. When the firewood ran low, he took his axe to the woods to gather some dry timber. Lu Tian commenced crafting ceramic jars from the clay, which transformed under his skilled hands. After more than 2 hours, he had fashioned 3 jars over a meter tall, which he placed into the kiln to be fired. Having completed these tasks, Lu Tian finally found a moment to light a cigarette, tending to the fire thereafter. Lu Tian, we caught a lot of fish today. A voice called out from across the clearing. It was Lu Yun, signaling the return of the others. Quite a good haul, Lu Tian remarked, observing the seafood and coconuts in Lu Wei's basket with a smile. Lu Yun and Jiang Yan's baskets brimmed with various sea fish, while Zhang Hong's basket was filled with an abundance of mangoes, evidently collected on their way back. Let's take a moment to rest before we prepare the fish. I will fetch more bamboo poles, Lu Tian cheerfully offered as he poured tea for everyone. Lu Tian, what are you doing with that kiln? Su Qing asked, glancing at the fire in the mud kiln while sipping her tea. I am crafting ceramic jars. Otherwise, with so much dried fish, we will have nothing to store them in, risking spoilage, Lu Tian replied with a smile as he picked up his knife and headed into the bamboo grove, with Xiao Yunbao following closely behind. Half an hour later, Lu Tian returned with over a dozen bamboo poles and began constructing a bamboo rack in the open space. Meanwhile, Lu Yun and Jiang Yin used their knives to prepare the fish, while Zhang Hong and Yishui were responsible for tying the cleaned fish to hang on the bamboo rack to dry. Su Qing busied herself washing sea cucumbers and octopuses in preparation for dinner, while Lu Wei placed some large sea snails, lobsters, and sizable fish into the water pit for safekeeping. Lu Tian organized the coconuts and mangoes brought back by the others, placing them carefully inside the stone cave before heading out to cut grass to feed the sheep and wild boars. The wild rabbits have grown increasingly unafraid of humans, even daring to bring their young ones out. Lu Tian placed some grass into the enclosure, murmuring as he observed the rabbits not far ahead. The little clouded leopard is back, he exclaimed. Upon spotting the rabbits, the little clouded leopard was eager to dash forward, but Lu Tian halted it, for these rabbits were meant to be captured for sustenance when food became scarce. He did not wish for the young rabbits to fall victim to the leopard's claws. Tomorrow, these 5 wild goats can be released in the meadow to graze, thus alleviating the need for feeding. We shall simply keep them indoors, Lu Tian remarked, addressing the now unperturbed wild goats. You must not catch these goats, understand? Otherwise, you shall have no meat to eat, he added, gently patting the little clouded leopard's head. Lu Tian, look above. There's a bird's nest, Lu Yun pointed out, indicating the nest nestled in the large tree. Indeed, it appears to have been constructed recently. I had not noticed it before, Lu Tian replied, glancing upwards. As time passed, 5 days later, Lu Tian and his companions had amassed a considerable supply of dried fish, carefully stored in ceramic jars, and had also gathered a plethora of wild vegetables to plant. The waterhole brimmed with seafood. This wild boar is colossal. It took 4 men to carry it back. We nearly lost it. The vine almost snapped, Lu Wei chuckled. Quickly, stoke the fire. I shall prepare smoked meat, Lu Tian instructed. Under the collective effort, the hefty boar, weighing over 100 pounds, was chopped into pieces and placed over the flames to smoke. These entrails will suffice for our meals today. Lu Wei, take them to the stream for cleaning, Lu Tian directed. I will assist brother Lu Wei, Zhang Hong said before following Lu Wei. Boss Black Shark, we are ready. A pirate approached Black Shark with the news. Excellent. Let's set sail, Black Shark shouted, brandishing an AK-47 before boarding the ship, as 2 pirate vessels gradually departed from Pirate Island. Lu Tian, a week has passed, yet there has been no sign of the pirates. Do you think they will not come? Yishui inquired of Lu Tian. For the past couple of days, she had scoured the area each morning without encountering any pirates. Isn't that preferable? Lu Tian replied with a smile. Let us observe for another 2 days. If the pirates do not arrive, we shall cut some large bamboo, transport it to the beach, and construct a boat. At that point, we may see if we can leave this place, Lu Tian continued. Crafting a bamboo boat? That is unfeasible. It would be easily overturned by the waves, posing great danger. Yishui shook her head. We shall assess the situation as it unfolds. If it comes to that, danger must be faced, Lu Tian stood, patting Yishui's shoulder before returning to the stone cave. This mango is not yet ripe. It still has a hint of astringency. Lu Wei remarked as he tasted a mango. These are ripe. Eat this one, Su Qing suggested, handing him a mango. Lu Tian, come and taste this mango. It is ripe and fragrant, Su Qing called out as Lu Tian entered. Indeed, quite good, Lu Tian said, peeling the mango skin and enjoying several bites before taking another. The coconut is finished. We should fetch some more tomorrow, Lu Wei added. Lu Tian, there are many bees collecting honey in the orchard. Lu Yin ran in, laughing as she spoke. Oh, quickly take me to see, Lu Tian replied, rising to his feet. Soon, they arrived at the orchard, where hundreds of bees flitted about, some resting upon the flowers. It seems there is a nearby hive. You may return now. I shall remain here, Lu Tian said to Lu Yin and the others. Chapter 37. Honey gathering. Lu Tian found a stone to sit upon, observing the bees flitting about the fruit grove. He lit a cigarette, intending to wait until dusk when the bees would return to their hive, thus revealing its location. Half an hour later, Lu Tian stood up, scrutinizing the bees and noticing that after collecting nectar, they all soared into the forest. He followed suit and discovered a tree hollow. Watching the bees enter and exit, he chuckled to himself. Approaching the hollow, he peered inside and saw golden honey oozing out. The entrance was modest, just large enough for a single hand to reach in. Lu Tian refrained from harvesting the honey at that moment, and instead made his way back to the stone cave. Upon his return, Lu Yun and the others had prepared dinner. Lu Yun, please wash those mineral water bottles tomorrow morning. I intend to store the honey, Lu Tian said while seated at the table. Wow, brother Lu Tian, you found honey? Zhang Hong inquired, astonished. Honey? Haha, splendid. Su Qing laughed heartily. Lu Tian smiled and nodded. Honey is indeed a rare treasure. Early the next morning, Lu Tian rose to prepare breakfast, boiling some taro and pieces of wild boar meat. As he cooked, Lu Yun and the others emerged, freshening up before they all began their meal. Lu Tian, I'm off, Yishui declared after finishing her breakfast, grabbing some cooked sweet potatoes and pieces of wild boar before departing the stone cave. Be careful. If you spot pirates, return immediately, Lu Tian called after her. Lu Tian, I'm taking Zhang Hong and Su Qing to the beach to gather coconuts, Lu Wei announced, hoisting a basket onto his back as he headed toward the shore, while Lu Yun and Jiang Yin set off to collect ferns, leaving Lu Tian alone in the cave. Holding several mineral water bottles, Lu Tian ventured into the woods. Upon arrival, he kindled a fire, placing damp leaves atop it, which soon billowed white smoke. Using a large leaf, he fanned the flames, directing the smoke into the tree hollow, whereupon the bees fell silent. Lu Tian widened the entrance slightly and discovered 4 layers of honey within. He reached inside, carefully extracting 3 layers of honey and placing them on the large leaf, though he endured a few stings in the process. After securing the honey, he returned to the stone cave. Once back, Lu Tian squeezed the honey into the mineral water bottles. Wow, it's incredibly sweet, he remarked after tasting a few drops. Here, have some. He tossed the leftover honey to the little clouded leopard. Brother Lu Wei, this coconut tree is too tall. I can't reach it. Zhang Hong shouted from below, wielding a bamboo stick. Stand back, you might get hurt. Go help Su Qing instead, Lu Wei advised as he approached her. Zhang Hong walked into the woods to assist Su Qing in collecting the coconuts she had knocked down. Su Qing, I'm going to step aside for a moment, Zhang Hong mentioned as she walked towards the back of the woods. Wow, Su Qing, come quickly, there's a coconut crab. Zhang Hong's voice echoed from behind the trees. Coconut crab? I'm coming. Upon hearing Lu Wei's words, he set down the bamboo and rushed inside alongside Su Qing. Meanwhile, Lu Yun and Jiang Yin engaged in conversation while gathering bracken, their baskets brimming with the verdant ferns. By midday, everyone had returned, save for Yishui. We'll save the coconut crab for tomorrow's feast. Today, we shall indulge in wild boar stew with dried ferns and a wild vegetable fish soup. Lu Tian remarked with a smile. Come, taste this honey. Simply dissolve it in hot water, he added, presenting a bottle of honey to Lu Yun and the others. Wow, it's so sweet. It's been ages since I've tasted anything sweet, Lu Wei exclaimed, savoring a sip with closed eyes. Meanwhile, off the west coast, 2 pirate ships lingered upon the waves, disembarking a multitude of pirates in succession. Leave a few aboard. The rest, follow me and bring the supplies, barked the bearded black shark, standing on the beach with an AK in hand. A score of pirates trudged into the woods, laden with their belongings. Outside the stone cave, Lu Tian and the others tended to the taro trees, watering them diligently. The night swiftly passed, and by the following day, Lu Tian accompanied Lu Yun and the others in archery practice. However, many of the arrows lacked iron tips, significantly diminishing their potency. I'm so tired. Shall we wash up in the small pool? Lu Yun suggested to Jiang Yin and the others. Sure. Lu Wei suddenly interjected. Don't get any funny ideas. No peeking. Su Qing laughed as they made their way to the small pool, leaving Lu Wei and Lu Tian behind. Let us return for some tea, little cloud leopard, shall we? Lu Tian said with a gentle smile. Wow, Sister Jiang Yin, yours is quite ample. Yours isn't tea lacking either, came the playful banter. The largest here is definitely Su Qing. Haha, let me touch. The group of young women frolicked joyfully in the water. Meanwhile, Lu Tian and Lu Wei sat on the second floor of the bamboo building, sipping tea and smoking. In truth, this life isn't so bad, Lu Wei remarked, taking a sip. Oh, I never expected a young master like you would express such sentiments, Lu Tian replied with a slight smile. Back in Tianhai City, my days revolved around drinking and gambling or reveling in the nightlife. Had it not been for the plane incident, I could never have imagined living such a life, Lu Wei said with a rueful smile. Every day brings unexpected revelations. It's just that no one knows where they will land, Lu Tian mused, gazing at the sky. Lu Tian, if we manage to return, I shall gift you a private club, Lu Wei declared with a grin. Haha, I'm but a poor man. Perhaps upon returning, you won't even recognize me, Lu Tian jested in response. Though I, Lu Wei, am a scion of privilege, I have never underestimated anyone, especially not you, Lu Tian, he continued earnestly. By the way, doesn't your father look after you? Lu Tian inquired curiously. My parents seldom interfere. As my sister is a business prodigy managing the company, I merely run a few private clubs in various cities, Lu Wei explained. But now they must be heartbroken. He added with a bitter smile, from the plane crash, few survive. Rest assured, I shall lead you back, Lu Tian reassured as he patted Lu Wei's shoulder. I have faith in you, Lu Wei replied with unwavering determination. At that moment, Lu Yun and the others had returned. Lu Tian, what are you discussing? Su Qing inquired as she approached the bamboo pavilion. What can men possibly discuss? Lu Tian replied with a slight smile. Soon after, Lu Yun and the others joined them, engaging in conversation over tea. Lu Tian, the pirates have arrived. There are many of them, approximately 30, and several are armed. They have set up tents in the bushes beyond the peak and brought an abundance of supplies, Yishui announced as she ascended the bamboo pavilion, her voice grave. They come well prepared, Lu Tian murmured, gazing up at the sky. Chapter 38. The pirates searched the deserted island from this moment forth. You shall remain within, Lu Tian instructed. Lu Wei, you and Lu Yun will take turns guarding the cave entrance each day. Yishui, keep a vigilant watch for pirates from the bamboo tower. I would prefer to venture outside rather than stay here. You merely need to ensure the cave entrance is secure. Do not worry about my safety, Lu Tian asserted. Rising to his feet, he then retrieved a pouch filled with tobacco, placing several cans and some chunks of wild boar meat inside, along with a bow and arrows. Perhaps you should take this with you, Yishui suggested, presenting a handgun to Lu Tian. No need, my bow and knife will suffice. Lu Tian replied with a faint smile. It was better to leave the handgun with Yishui, as it would serve as a means of protection should any danger arise. Lu Wei, once I depart, seal the cave entrance. I may not return for 2 or 3 days. Remember, the entrance must always be guarded, day and night. With at least 2 people on watch, Lu Tian instructed Lu Wei. I understand. Do not worry, and take care of yourself, Lu Wei reassured him, patting Lu Tian on the shoulder. Be cautious, Lu Yun added softly. I shall depart now. Do not fret, Lu Tian said, making his way toward the cave entrance, followed closely by Lu Wei and the others. Lu Yun, Jiang Yin, let us move large stones to block the entrance, Lu Wei suggested as Lu Tian stepped outside. They began to shift heavy stones to seal the cave. Jiang Yin, you and Zhang Hong should keep watch here for now. Later, Yi Shui and Lu Yun will take over, and I will guard at night. If anything happens, simply call out, Lu Wei directed. And what shall I do? Suining Guiyev. You will prepare meals, tend to the wild boar, and maintain the cave, Lu Wei replied with a smile. After exiting the cave, Lu Tian camouflaged the entrance before heading towards the mountain peak. An hour later, he concealed himself behind a rock, observing the pirates amidst the thicket. The pirates had set up camp, with 7 or 8 tents erected. The largest tent, likely belonging to the pirate captain, was accompanied by a crackling fire, and Lu Tian noticed that each pirate was armed with an AK-47. This certainly poses a challenge, Lu Tian murmured to himself. He then left the rock and made his way towards the opposite side of the woods, running swiftly as he sought to reach the western coast to scout for pirate ships. Phew, the path here is rather arduous. After running for over 2 hours, Lu Tian sat on a log to rest. I cannot proceed any further. Night is approaching. I must find a place to spend the night. Extinguishing his cigarette, he rose and continued on his journey. This small cave will do nicely. I shall rest here for the night. After half an hour, he discovered a small cave suitable for one person. He placed his bag inside and ventured outside to gather some dry wood. Black Shark, do you think they might be hiding on this mountain? One pirate asked. Regardless of where they hide, I will find them. Let us retire early tonight, leaving 2 to keep watch. Tomorrow at dawn, we shall search the island, Black Shark declared loudly. Thunder rumbled ominously. Damn it, it's starting to rain. Thankfully, I have this cave. Lu Tian sat by the fire, murmuring to himself as he opened a can. The beef was quite palatable, he remarked after taking a bite. Having slept only a few hours in the cave, he rose before dawn to roast chunks of wild boar. Once satiated, he began to gather his belongings as the first light of day began to break. Brothers, after a hearty meal, let us commence the search. Leave no stone unturned. Black Shark called out to the pirates who were enjoying their breakfast. Once they finished eating, the pirates armed themselves with guns and wielded knives, scattering in all directions to scour the area. Meanwhile, Black Shark remained in the tent with 4 other pirates, awaiting news. The pirates have arrived. Yi Shui, peering through binoculars, observed several pirates searching the valley, though they did not approach the cliff, as there were no trees nearby to obscure their view. After half an hour of searching, the group departed towards the woods. Seeing this, Yi Shui descended the bamboo tower. Yi Shui, have the pirates come? Lu Wei inquired as she returned to the stone cave. Yes, they're scouring the island, Yi Shui replied, taking a sip of water. Will they discover the cave entrance? Su Qing asked anxiously. Do not worry. As long as they do not approach the entrance, they will remain oblivious. I must continue my watch, Yi Shui stated, grabbing a bottle of water and heading back to the bamboo tower, while Lu Wei moved towards the cave entrance. The pirates continued their search until darkness enveloped the land, gradually returning to their tent. Boss Black Shark, we noticed that the underbrush nearby seems to have been disturbed, and several wild fruit trees are stripped bare, clearly the work of someone else, a pirate reported to Black Shark. This indicates they are close by. Tomorrow morning, take provisions for 2 days and locate them, Black Shark commanded. Should we send a couple of men to investigate that mountain peak? Another pirate suggested, pointing to a nearby elevation. Then let us dispatch 2 individuals, Black Shark agreed. Very well, Boss Black Shark. Jess, you are quite astute. Once you capture them, I shall commend you before Lord Robert, Black Shark said, patting the pirate on the shoulder with a smile. Thank you, Boss Black Shark, Jess replied, elated. At long last, Lu Tian arrived at his destination. He traversed the sparse woods and reached the west coast. Entering the cave where he had previously resided, he noted that little had changed. Emerging from the cave, Lu Tian crouched slowly, inching closer to the beach. Lying flat on the ground, he spotted 2 pirate ships anchored at the shore, their lights aglow, with 2 guards patrolling, occasionally glancing around. After observing for half an hour, Lu Tian deduced there were 4 men aboard the ships. Should he eliminate them, he could sail away, yet Lu Yun and the others remained trapped in the cave. He pondered deeply. If I set sail, I could summon help. But that would take considerable time. And what if Lu Yun and the others are discovered by the pirates? They cannot hold out for long. No, if we leave, We must do so together. Lu Tian contemplated to himself. I cannot abandon them. If something were to happen, it would be too late for regrets. There is but one course of action, to eliminate this band of pirates, thus ensuring a safe departure from this place. Lu Tian murmured to himself. He drew his bow and cautiously moved to the edge of a nearby rock. At this moment, he was merely 30 meters from the vessel. Rosen, go ashore and fetch a few coconuts for us to drink, a voice called from the ship. Lu Tian quickly pressed himself against the rock as the footsteps of the pirates grew increasingly closer. When they were only a few steps away, he shifted slightly to the right, ensuring that the pirates would not detect his presence as they passed by. Chapter 39. A bloodbath. Lu Tian concealed himself beside the rocks, observing as the pirates passed by. The marauders approached a coconut tree and began to chop at it with their blades. Slowly, Lu Tian drew his bow and nocked an arrow. With a swift motion, he released the arrow, which pierced the throat of the pirate, causing him to collapse to the ground, convulsing momentarily before falling still. Without delay, Lu Tian readied another arrow and struck a second pirate on the ship's deck, eliminating both adversaries in mere seconds. With a resounding splash, the pirate fell into the sea. What is happening? A pirate inside the ship shouted as he emerged, only to catch sight of his fallen comrade in the water. Enemies! In an instant, another arrow flew through the air, finding its mark in the head of a pirate, who then plummeted into the ocean. Hearing the commotion, another pirate rushed out with an AK, only to be met with the sight of his deceased companion in the water. He began firing wildly at the surrounding rocks. As bullets struck the stones, creating sparks, Lu Tian took refuge behind a rock, seizing a shell and hurling it toward another boulder. The shell struck the rock with a resounding thud, drawing the attention of the pirates, who raised their weapons and fired in that direction. Seizing the moment, Lu Tian swiftly knocked another arrow and sprang to his feet. With precision, he released the arrow, and a pirate let out a cry of agony before discharging a few rounds skyward, collapsing onto the deck, lifeless. Cautiously, Lu Tian approached the ship, wary of any remaining pirates, moving with deliberate slowness. After a thorough search of both pirate vessels, he found them devoid of any threats and breathed a sigh of relief. Commencing his exploration of the ships, he discovered provisions and various weapons. What is this? A nautical chart? This could prove invaluable. Examining the map, Lu Tian noted that the nearest island was over 2,000 kilometers away, with the mainland even farther, a daunting 3,000 kilometers distant. He observed 2 marked points on the chart, presumably the islands inhabited by the pirates. Throughout the night, Lu Tian busied himself, transferring supplies from one pirate ship to another. Food, medical supplies, blades, several AK-47 rifles, and a few daggers. If we store these provisions in the cave, they will sustain us for more than 2 months, he chuckled, eyeing the cans with satisfaction. Time to rest. Tomorrow, I shall navigate the ship to the cove. Lu Tian murmured as he lay down on a bed and drifted off to sleep. At dawn, Lu Tian awoke and navigated the ship out to sea, steering along the island's edge. After over an hour, he anchored near the cove, realizing that the treacherous reefs made it impossible for the vessel to enter. Grabbing a rifle, 2 magazines, and several cans, he disembarked and began scaling the rocky cliffs, entering the forest. Navigating through the underbrush, Lu Tian finally emerged into a clearing, standing at the edge of sparse thickets. You, go take a look over there. As Lu Tian approached the crest of a small hill, he was suddenly alerted by a sound. Instinctively, he dropped to the ground, and soon after, a pirate wielding a knife advanced toward him. The footsteps grew nearer, prompting Lu Tian to draw his dagger and retreat cautiously to the edge of a small bend in the path. Abruptly, a figure materialized at the bend. Lu Tian leaped forward, covering the pirate's mouth with one hand while swiftly slashing the pirate's throat with his dagger. The pirate fell lifelessly to the ground. Lu Tian rose slightly, peering ahead to see 2 more pirates searching the area. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Tian stripped the pirate of his garments and donned them himself, pulling the hat low over his brow. Securing his dagger, he grasped the pirate's sword and stealthily approached the other 2. Sanji, there's nothing over there. Let's check the other side, one pirate called to the other. Joe, hurry over. We need to investigate that direction, the second pirate shouted at Lu Tian, feigning casualness. Lu Tian scanned the surroundings, lowering his hat further as he trailed behind the two pirates. Before long, they ventured into a grove of palm trees. Lu Tian smirked slightly and, without warning, plunged the sword into one pirate's back. Before the second pirate could react, Lu Tian swiftly withdrew the sword and struck him down at the shoulder. Ah, Zhou, the pirate fell to the ground, seething with rage. Do you recognize me? Lu Tian chuckled, adjusting his hat, as the pirate realized Lu Tian's identity and reached for his gun. Lu Tian swiftly drove his dagger into the pirate's heart. Lu Tian dragged the two lifeless bodies to a hollow and covered them with palm leaves, confiscating their firearms. He then returned to the bend, dragging the other pirate's corpse into the woods, where he buried 3 guns and a knife. Continuing towards the mountain peak, Lu Tian walked for several minutes before encountering 2 more pirates searching the area. He approached them directly. Hey, brother, have you found anything over there? One pirate called out to Lu Tian, who shook his head in response. Seeing Lu Tian's gesture, the pirate resumed his search elsewhere. Lu Tian stealthily approached the 2 pirates, who were turned away from him. When he was merely a few meters away, he drew his bow, nocking an arrow. With a swift motion, the arrow struck one pirate in the neck. Lu Tian dashed forward, retrieving his dagger, and hurled it. The pirate, turning in surprise, was pierced in the throat by the flying blade. Securing the pirate's weapons, Lu Tian slung them over his shoulder, shouldered his backpack, and departed. Navigating carefully, Lu Tian arrived at the foot of the mountain after an hour. Observing his surroundings, he noted the absence of pirates in the vicinity. It seems the pirates have likely surged toward the eastern coast. This area must have been scoured already, hence their absence. Lu Tian murmured to himself while sitting on a rock. Lu Tian gradually made his way towards the stone cave, encountering not a single pirate along the route. He surmised that the pirates had ventured towards the eastern coast. With a sense of urgency, he quickened his pace, weaving through the thicket. After more than half an hour, Lu Tian emerged from the woods, realizing he had arrived at the location for harvesting fern shoots. It dawned on him that he had already passed the area where the pirates had pitched their tents. Lowering himself, he cautiously approached the upper valley to survey his surroundings. Noticing the absence of pirates, Lu Tian proceeded towards the entrance of the cave. He swiftly arrived at the cave's mouth, parting the vines and pushing aside the stones. Who guard within? Lu Tian called softly into the depths. Who is it? Is that you, Lu Tian? A voice responded from within. It is I. Move the stones aside. Lu Tian urged. Hurry, Lu Tian has returned. Remove the stones, came the reply from inside. After pushing the stones aside, Lu Tian entered, carefully repositioning the stones back to their original place before venturing further inside. Chapter 40. The Fury of the Black Shark. Lu Tian, you have finally returned. As Lu Tian emerged from the cave, Lu Yun embraced him, weeping softly. Zhang Hong, observing from the side, looked on in astonishment. Everything is fine. I have returned. Have I not? Lu Tian gently patted Lu Yun's shoulder, offering a reassuring smile. Now, I shall return to the cave. You and Zhang Hong stay here for the moment. I will come back shortly. Go ahead, Lu Yun replied, wiping away her tears with a smile. Wow, Lu Tian, you're back. Su Qing exclaimed with joy as she rushed over upon seeing him enter the cave. Jiang Yin and Lu Wei, having heard of Lu Tian's return, swiftly made their way back inside, and even Yi Shui descended from the bamboo tower. An AK rifle? You managed to acquire 3? Yi Shui picked one up, inspecting it with delight. I took them after eliminating a few pirates. Lu Tian responded with a slight smile. You killed a few pirates? How impressive. Su Qing gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. Heh, pirates are still human. They possess only 1 head and 2 shoulders. Lu Tian chuckled lightly. Once seated, Lu Tian recounted the events of the past 2 days. Are you saying we are over 3,000 kilometers from land? Yi Shui inquired. Indeed. Even if we commandeered a pirate ship, we would be unable to travel such a distance without spare fuel. Lu Tian nodded in affirmation. What should we do? Is returning impossible? Lu Wei asked. There is another option. We can eliminate the pirates outside, lure their leader, and commandeer his ship, which is likely to be a larger vessel equipped with spare fuel Lu Tian proposed. You mean to lure the pirate leader, eliminate him, and then escape on his ship? Surely you jest. Yeju regarded Lu Tian skeptically. If we wish to return, this is our only course of action. Otherwise, we may remain here for a lifetime. There is no alternative, Lu Tian asserted. Upon hearing Lu Tian's words, the group fell into silence, and the cave was enveloped in stillness. Lu Tian, I will follow your lead, Lu Wei declared, patting Lu Tian on the shoulder. Yes, we will heed your guidance, Su Qing and Jiang Yin chimed in. What should we do next? After all, you saved my life. If it comes to it, I am willing to remain here, Yi Shui said, gazing intently at Lu Tian. All right, let me outline our next steps. Lu Tian rose to his feet. Yi Shui, as a police officer, I need you to train these few individuals over the next few days. I do not expect them to be exceptionally skilled, but they must learn to shoot. For soon we shall face a formidable battle. I cannot manage alone. I will require your cooperation. Understood? I will first work on enhancing their physical fitness, and then instruct them in marksmanship, Yi Shui replied, looking at Jiang Yin and the others. What about me? Lu Wei inquired. You too, Lu Tian said, walking over to pat his shoulder. All right, we can discuss the rest tonight. I also brought back some additional supplies. Lu Tian opened his backpack on the table, revealing 5 rifle magazines, a bottle of medicinal liquor, 2 bottles of baijiu, several packs of cigarettes, a lighter, and a few cans. Is this all? Yi Shui cast a glance at Lu Tian and remarked, everyone else is on the pirate's ship. I cannot manage so many alone. Lu Tian smiled faintly in response. After lunch that afternoon, he summoned Lu Yun and Zhang Hong, as Yi Shui intended to commence their training immediately. Consequently, Lu Tian stationed himself at the cave entrance, where 2 AK rifles and 3 magazines were placed in the bamboo pavilion for emergencies. Firing a weapon without sufficient arm strength can easily lead to injury, either to oneself or others. Therefore, I shall first train your arm strength. If you find it unbearable, feel free to take a break and return, but I hope you will grit your teeth and persevere. Yi Shui addressed the 5 individuals standing in a row. Before long, each of the 5 took hold of a vine, to which a stone weighing over 10 pounds was affixed. Yi Shui instructed them to raise the vine, lifting the stone several centimeters off the ground. Hold it for as long as you can, she called out. Lu Tian sat on a chair, observing the 5 with a faint smile. They were all young ladies and gentlemen from the city, and demanding such exertion from them posed a challenge. Fortunately, they had already completed a considerable amount of labor here, making the training feasible. As time elapsed, 2 days passed swiftly. Jiang Yin and her companions made rapid progress in their training as well. In the evenings, Lu Tian taught them how to use the rifles, though firing was prohibited due to the noise potentially attracting pirates. What on earth are you all doing? Several days have passed, and not a single trace can be found. Have they ascended to the heavens? Black Shark bellowed at the 20 pirates before him. Boss Black Shark, I have noticed that Sanji and the other 4 have gone missing. We haven't seen them in the past 2 days. One pirate spoke up. Damn it, go find them, Black Shark shouted, prompting the pirates to scatter and begin their search. By nightfall, the pirates returned to their tents. Boss Black Shark, they've been killed. Their bodies are in the woods, with 2 found outside. One pirate reported as he entered Black Shark's tent. Damn it, tomorrow form groups of 3 and continue the search. I must find them. Black Shark roared at the pirates. Oh dear, my arms have been killing me these past 2 days, Su Qing murmured while shaking her arms. Hu Isnt feeling the same. In a few days, you'll get used to it, Yi Shui replied with a slight smile. I will be heading out early tomorrow. The cave entrance will not require guarding for now. I will divert them towards the west coast. Yi Shui, focus on training them diligently, Lu Tian stated while taking a bite of conch. Going out again? Yeju inwaited. There is no choice. To lure the pirate leader here, I must provoke him. The only way to do that is to deal with the pirates outside first, Lu Tian replied with a faint smile. After dinner, everyone retreated to the stone chamber to rest, as they were weary from the past few days. Lu Tian sat in the bamboo loft, sipping tea and smoking, gazing at the stars in the sky, while the solar lamp emitted a soft white glow. Just then, a voice emerged. It was Lu Yun approaching. She gracefully walked to Lu Tian's side and seated herself upon his lap, whereupon Lu Tian tenderly embraced her. Lu Tian, is there a possibility of danger if we go outside? Lu Yan inquired, gazing at him. Indeed, there will be risks, but I shall exercise caution. Do not worry about me, Lu Tian replied with a gentle smile. Lu Tian, take me tonight. I am yours. Lu Yan stood, slowly shedding her garments. Lu Tian beheld her flawless form before him, swallowing hard, as his hand ventured to caress her softness. Lu Tian, MMM. Chapter 41. The stratagems of Lu Tian as dawn broke, accompanied by a gentle drizzle. Lu Tian had already risen to gather his belongings. The others were also awake, following Lu Tian to the cave entrance. After his departure, Lu Wei and Yi Shui sealed the entrance. Given the rein, let us practice within the confines of the cave today. I shall teach you self-defense techniques. Lu Yan, are you feeling unwell? You may rest a while. Yi Shui remarked upon noticing Lu Yan's difficulty in walking. Emerging from the cave, Lu Tian arranged stones and vines before braving the light rain towards the pirate camp. Upon his arrival, he found the pirates sheltering from the rain in their tents, prompting him to navigate around the periphery of the mountains and into a dense thicket. With a shovel in hand, Lu Tian began to excavate, swiftly unearthing a pit approximately half a meter deep. He gathered some sturdy branches, sharpened their ends, and placed them within the pit, covering them with smaller twigs and decaying leaves. After 2 hours of diligent work, he had set numerous traps throughout the thicket. Once completed, Lu Tian slung his rifle over his shoulder, grasped his bow, and secured a knife and a dagger at his waist. He stowed his backpack beneath a large tree and ventured out of the thicket towards the pirate camp. Upon reaching the camp, he observed the pirates huddling under their tents, narrowing his eyes slightly as raindrops trickled down his hair. He halted approximately 30 meters from the pirates, drew his bow, nocked an arrow, and released it towards one of the tents. Whoosh! Ah! The arrow swiftly pierced the tent, striking a pirate in the back, eliciting a cry of pain. We have intruders. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 more arrows flew towards the tent. Over there, a pirate dashed out, spotting Lu Tian, loosing arrows, and shouted to alert the others, who emerged brandishing firearms. Capture him! Black Shark emerged, spotting Lu Tian's retreat into the thicket, and bellowed for the pirates to pursue him. Hurry! Hurry! Black Shark shouted, clutching an AK-47 and exhaling a plume of smoke as he followed the other pirates in pursuit of Lu Tian. As Lu Tian entered the dense thicket, he smirked upon noticing the pirates in hot pursuit. He readied his bow once more, targeting the foremost pirate, who met his demise immediately. Enraged, the remaining pirates unleashed a barrage of gunfire into the thicket. Rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat. Lu Tian had already rolled behind a protruding rock, cautiously crouching and shifting positions to hide behind a large tree. Split up and search. Move quickly, Black Shark commanded as he entered the thicket. Suddenly, a pirate fell into one of Lu Tian's traps, impaling his foot on a sharp branch, and screamed in agony. Black Shark glanced at the pirate and warned, "Be careful." A blood-curdling scream pierced the air as another pirate was impaled by several sharp branches against a tree, meeting his end. Whoosh! Ah! Another pirate cried out in horror as an arrow pierced his throat. He is over there. With swift agility, Lu Tian dashed several dozen meters and swiftly ascended a towering tree, concealing himself among the dense foliage. Meanwhile, the pirates, filled with trepidation, scoured the vicinity with their firearms in hand, searching for Lu Tian. Before long, one pirate found himself directly beneath Lu Tian, who suddenly descended from above, tackling the pirate and driving a dagger into his heart, only to swiftly withdraw it and slice across the pirate's throat, vanishing into the thicket like a specter. Alas! Another pirate inadvertently triggered a snare, suspended in mid-air, which activated the hidden arrows within the tree, resulting in his immediate demise as 3 arrows pierced his body. Black Shark, witnessing the near obliteration of his crew within the span of an hour, was seized by alarm. Quick, retreat to the camp, he bellowed at the remaining pirates, who promptly fled the dense woods. At that moment, Lu Tian rose, seizing a rifle to commence a barrage of gunfire. In the ensuing minutes, the pirates congregated outside their tents, weapons drawn towards the forest, poised to fire at the slightest movement. However, after a prolonged wait, no one emerged from the underbrush. The only sounds that reached their ears were 2 gunshots, signaling the demise of the pirate with the injured foot. An hour later, the rain had ceased, and the pirates remained vigilant, fixated on the forest's edge. "How many of us are left?" Black Shark inquired, puffing on a cigarette. "There are 13 remaining," a pirate replied, lowering his gaze. "You may leave first." Black Shark exhaled a plume of smoke. After eliminating the injured pirate, Lu Tian exited the thicket and found a flat expanse to rest, closing his eyes in repose. "Damn it! Are you a man or a ghost? I will kill you." Black Shark raged inside the tent. "Guard the camp. Do not let yourselves be ambushed," he commanded as he emerged, rallying the pirates, who split into 3 groups to patrol the camp's perimeter. Night fell, and the pirates finally settled by the fire, consuming canned food. "I want you to feel despair and fear," Lu Tian murmured to himself while sharpening a piece of wood with his dagger by a nearby rock. Suddenly, he sheathed his dagger, grasped his bow, and stood, aiming at the pirates engaged in their meal. With a swift twang, a pirate was struck in the back by an arrow, the food in his mouth spilling forth as he crumpled beside the fire. "He is here! He is here!" The pirates cried out in alarm. Black Shark emerged, witnessing the lifeless pirate, his rage reaching a boiling point. Meanwhile, Lu Tian retreated into the woods, leaning against the trunk of a great tree. His intention was clear: to deprive the pirates of their rest, instilling in them a perpetual state of dread and anxiety, ultimately driving them to the brink of mental collapse and rendering them incapable of combat. Lu Tian swiftly altered his position, lying low as he observed the tents not far ahead. Under the cover of night, the pirates dared not stray far from their camp. He crawled into a hollow, retrieving his bow and loosing 2 arrows towards the tents. With a swift whoosh, whoosh, he is back. The pirate bellowed a command, subsequently raising his rifle and sweeping it towards the shadows. Rat-tat-tat. Lu Tian crouched down as several bullets whizzed overhead. "Where is he?" Black Shark inquired, stepping forward with his rifle in hand. "I don't know. He shot arrows, and it's night, making it impossible to see anyone," one of the pirates replied. "Fools! With so many of you, how can you not subdue a single man? Useless lot!" Black Shark shouted, brandishing his rifle and firing recklessly into the darkness. Rat-tat-tat. Lu Tian remained quietly crouched, awaiting the cessation of gunfire before cautiously lifting his head to observe the tent, where the pirates were scanning the surroundings with their weapons. "We'll conclude for tonight. Tomorrow we shall continue our game," he murmured, gradually retreating into the enveloping darkness. Chapter 42. The Pirates Retreat as Dawn Broke. Lu Tian perched himself upon a log, savoring the tender heart of palm. Upon finishing his meal, he ambled towards the pirate encampment. After a brief stroll of several minutes, he found himself approximately 100 meters from the pirate's lair. Stooping slightly, he approached a sloping area and raised his gaze, observing the pirates lethargically consuming canned food, a clear indication that they had endured a sleepless night. "Early this morning, one of our brethren was bitten by a venomous snake while he was outside and has since perished," remarked one pirate as Black Shark emerged from the camp. "Damn it!" Black Shark glared at the pirates feasting on their rations, acutely aware that remaining here was futile. "How will I explain this to Lord Robert?" He cursed bitterly. "Finish your meals, pack up, and let us depart." He spoke to the pirates with a tone of frustration, for he had never felt such disgrace since taking on the pirate's life. Half an hour later, the pirates began to dismantle their camp. "Take only the cans and water. Discard everything else. Carrying those items will only hinder our speed," Black Shark barked at those packing up the tents. In short order, each pirate slung a small pack over their shoulders and hastily made their way towards the west coast. "Oh, are they fleeing?" Lu Tian mused, observing their hurried movements. He trailed them discreetly, darting through the trees on the left, ensuring he maintained a safe distance. Reaching a substantial tree, he knocked an arrow and released it. Whoosh. "Ah, my leg." A pirate at the rear was struck in the thigh by the arrow, collapsing to the ground, clutching his wound in agony. "Over there, fire," Black Shark commanded, hearing the pirate's cries. He pointed towards the woods and began to unleash gunfire into the thicket. Tot-tot-tot. At that moment, Lu Tian crouched behind the tree, brandishing an AK rifle, remaining perfectly still as he focused on the pirates firing in the distance, bullets occasionally whizzing past him. After a while, the gunfire ceased, and the pirates began to retreat rapidly. Lu Tian waited a moment before swiftly rising and sprinting forward, maneuvering to another location to unleash another volley towards the pirates. Hot tot tot. Once he finished firing, he quickly crouched and darted to the right, diving into a depression. Puffed. A pirate behind him collapsed, lifeless, having been struck down. Get down. Black Shark shouted urgently as he dropped to the ground. Hot tot tot. The pirates unleashed a barrage into the woods, smaller trees splintering under the assault. This demon, we must flee, Black Shark bellowed, leading the pirates towards the west coast while occasionally glancing back to fire. Whoosh! Damn it! Black Shark felt an arrow pierce his arm. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he yanked the arrow free and discarded it on the ground, hastily wrapping a piece of black cloth around his wound before turning to run. Boss Black Shark, are you all right? Run. We'll discuss it later. Black Shark barked in anger. Lu Tian stood up, no longer pursuing, and turned to leave the woods. 2 hours later, he had returned to the entrance of the stone cave and called out, "Who is guarding inside? Please move the stone." Lu Tian, you're back. Gumin. Jiang Yin joyfully replied. Lu Tian entered the cave, where Jiang Yin poured him a cup of tea. Come, everyone grab your baskets and follow me. Lu Tian said with a smile after taking a sip of tea. 7 individuals, each with a basket on their back, hurriedly followed him out. After more than an hour, Lu Tian led them aboard the pirate ship. Wow, is this truly a pirate ship? Zhang Hong exclaimed as she ran across the deck, looking left and right. Lu Tian, can this ship take us away from here? Lu Yin asked, gazing at him. This ship won't do. It can't sail far. If we encounter other pirate ships, we will be in grave danger. Quickly, gather what we can and return, Lu Tian instructed. Wow, this is rice. Su Qing exclaimed joyfully upon seeing 2 bags of rice inside the ship. Come, everyone aboard. The tide has risen, and we should be able to reach Backwater Bay, which will save us a long journey. Lu Tian remarked happily as he surveyed the water. He stepped into the ship and began sailing. After sailing for over 10 minutes, they arrived at Backwater Bay, where Lu Tian anchored in shallow waters. Let us take the canned goods up to the mango tree, he said as he placed the cans into a basket. I'm so exhausted. I feel like I'm falling apart. My feet can hardly move, one of them complained. Here, have some honey tea, Lu Tian said with a smile. After more than 3 hours, they finally brought everything from the ship back. Yi Shui, have you tallied everything? Lu Tian asked, looking at her. Yes, I have, Yi Shui replied with a slight smile. 4 AK rifles, 13 magazines, a box of ammunition containing 1,000 bullets, 5 daggers, 6 sabers, and 5 axes. That's the count for the weapons, she reported. There are 2 bags of rice weighing 100 pounds each, 3 boxes of noodles, 58 cans, 10 bags of fine salt, 30 radishes, 22 vegetables, a 50-pound barrel of cooking oil, a barrel of gasoline, 5 bottles of soy sauce, 2 bottles of chili sauce, and a medical kit. That's the food inventory, Yi Shui added with a gentle smile. Bringing so much. It seems the pirates intend to stay on this island for an extended period to find us. Lu Tian contemplated aloud. That appears to be the case. Last time, the pirates suffered significant losses, and this time they brought dozens of men to thoroughly search the island. However, this island is vast. Even dozens of people cannot scour it all. Moreover, they will require a substantial amount of food daily. What we have is hardly sufficient. It would last at most a week. Yi Shui explained. Now that we have these supplies, it seems quite fortunate for us. Lu Tian chuckled. Are you well rested? We should head to the pirates' camp. There may be more supplies there. Lu Tian stood up. I'm ready, came the reply. Then let us set off. 7 individuals hurriedly made their way to the pirate camp, located just over an hour's distance from the stone cave. Lu Wei, come help me dismantle these 6 tents. Lu Tian called out. Wow, there are cooking pots and a frying pan, along with 2 iron kettles for boiling water. Zhang Hong remarked as she approached the fire pit with a smile. Here are several iron shovels, half a bag of rice, and some canned goods, Lu Yin added. All right, let us gather everything and take it back. Lu Tian, what should we do about the pirate corpses over there? Yeju Inuited. Sai, let's find a place to bury them. There are a few rifles and magazines over there. We should bring those back as well, Lu Tian responded to Yi Shui. After the seven had finished clearing the pirate camp, they gathered the corpses in one place, found a low-lying area to bury them, and then returned to the stone cave. Chapter 43. Diligent Training. Lu Tian, what shall we do next? Yi Shui inquired as everyone settled into their seats within the stone chamber. The pirates, upon their return, will undoubtedly come back, likely accompanied by an even greater number of their ilk. Thus, our time is limited, perhaps a week, 10 days, or at most half a month. Lu Tian replied gravely. Therefore, during this interval, you must engage in rigorous training. It is our only chance of survival when facing the pirates. He glanced at the 5 individuals present. Consequently, this afternoon you may enjoy yourselves freely, but tomorrow we commence our training, he added with a smile. As soon as Lu Tian finished speaking, Lu Yun and Jiang Yin, along with the other 2 women, dashed outside to frolic in the fruit grove, leaving Lu Tian and Yi Shui behind, while Lu Wei took the little clouded leopard into the bamboo forest. Lu Tian, this is for you, Yi Shui said, retrieving a revolver from the stone chamber and handing it to him. M500 revolver? This is the king among revolvers. Where did you find this? Lu Tian asked, admiring the firearm as he looked at Yi Shui. I discovered it in a hidden compartment aboard the pirate ship, along with a box of ammunition, 20 rounds. And here's the holster, Yi Shui replied, placing the holster and the box of bullets on the table. Many revolvers typically hold 6 rounds, but this one accommodates 5. He chuckled. Thank you, I truly appreciate it. It is only right. Without you, we would not have survived to escape this place. Therefore, Lu Tian, you must not come to harm, Yi Shui insisted, her gaze fixed on him. Alas, please don't look at me like that. It makes me feel rather uncomfortable, Lu Tian said with a wry smile. I speak the truth, Yi Shui reiterated. I understand. I shall go feed the wild boars now, Lu Tian announced as he stood up and swiftly exited the stone chamber. Who exactly are you? To triumph against dozens of pirates single-handedly? You seem quite exceptional, Yi Shui murmured to herself, aware that, as a police officer, her only option when confronted by such a multitude would be to flee. The setting sun cast its golden rays outside the stone chamber, painting the sky with vibrant hues of dusk, creating a breathtaking scene. Oh, it has been ages since I last had rice. Indeed, I can scarcely recall the taste of rice, came the reply. Here, wild boar meat stir-fried with fern stems. This is stir-fried radish shreds, along with some greens. And lastly, wild vegetable and dried fish soup. The 7 gathered around the table, joyfully partaking of their meal. As the evening glow gradually faded, stars began to twinkle in the sky, and a full moon ascended, casting a silvery light over the island. At dawn, Lu Tian ventured into the woods to chop wood, transporting the logs to a clearing, while crafting several wooden signs. Meanwhile, Yi Shui busied herself boiling noodles. Soon, Lu Yun and the others arose, washed up, and began to eat the noodles. Now, I shall teach you how to shoot and utilize the AK-47 rifle. First and foremost, an AK-47 magazine holds 30 rounds, which is crucial information you must remember, Lu Tian stated, brandishing the AK rifle before the 5 individuals standing in a row. After loading the magazine, pull the bolt back, and you are ready to fire. After Lu Tian demonstrated once, he remarked, tat tat tat, as he fired his rifle at a wooden target not far away. Now it's your turn, he instructed. Subsequently, the 5 individuals each grasped a rifle and began to follow Lu Tian's example. As time gradually passed, 3 days later he addressed them. Your performance over the past few days has been commendable. Now, I shall lead you into the woods for training, which is of utmost importance. First, it will familiarize you with the terrain. Second, it will teach you how to engage in woodland combat. Let us set off, Lu Tian shouted, with Yi Shui joining them this time. Meanwhile, on the Pacific at the Pirates' Haven of Rock Island, Robert sat in an imposing chair, berating Black Shark. You should dive into the sea to feed the sharks. With his head bowed, Black Shark pleaded, My Lord Robert, please grant me another chance. I will ensure their safe return. Robert scoffed. A chance? Huh, I have given you opportunities, yet what have you brought me? The deaths of dozens of brothers, the loss of 20 rifles, and a ship. He rose and kicked Black Shark in a fit of rage. My Lord Robert, that woman is now worth a fortune. The bounty has soared to 50 million. We must capture her, White Shark interjected from the side. Oh, 50 million? Ha ha, I must seize her. Spare your life for now. I shall deal with you upon my return. Now be gone. Robert retorted angrily at Black Shark. White Shark, tomorrow we shall negotiate with Lusha on Crew Island. Let us finalize the discussion swiftly so I can return sooner to apprehend that policewoman, Robert stated as he sat down. My Lord Robert, could there be danger? White Shark inquired. Oof. Lusha lacks the courage to confront me. She is only about 100 men, while we number over 200. She wouldn't dare touch me. Rest assured. By the way, will the men on Lake Island flee? That is 50 million or more at stake, Robert questioned, gazing at White Shark. Rest easy, my Lord Robert. Without a large vessel, they cannot escape Lake Island, White Shark replied with a slight smile. Well then, once I resolve the crew's issue, I shall return to deal with them. Ha ha ha. Robert laughed heartily. This morning, Lu Tian informed the five, Yi Shui will instruct you on how to duel with daggers. Yi Shui stepped forward, stating, First, I will teach you the agile use of the dagger. She proceeded to hand 5 daggers to the group. Lu Tian returned to the stone cave, bringing a chair outside to observe their training. Over these past days, the 5 had evidently undergone significant transformation. All right, there will be no training this afternoon. Enjoy a half-day off, he announced with a smile after lunch. Although they had heard of the half-day break, they did not indulge in leisure, opting instead to wash clothes by the nearby stream. Lu Tian, they have been doing remarkably well, Yi Shui remarked, observing the 5 at the stream. I am aware, but we have no choice. Pirates could arrive at any moment. The more they learn, the higher their chances of survival. Lu Tian replied solemnly. After finishing the laundry, Lu Yun and her companions did not rest. Instead, they ran back and forth through the overgrown field, armed with rifles. You're back. Come, have some honey tea, Lu Tian said to Lu Wei, who had just entered. How have you been feeling these past few days? Lu Tian inquired with a slight smile. I feel great. Really, Lu Wei replied, sitting down with a grin. Lu Tian, why do I get the impression that you can do everything? Jungle warfare, using firearms, one would hardly think you are merely a salesman, Lu Wei continued. Many skills are born out of necessity, Lu Tian remarked, taking a sip of tea and lighting a cigarette. They've returned. Let's prepare some lobsters tonight for a little replenishment. As you all have been quite exhausted these past few days, Lu Tian stood up and declared, The sunset is infinitely beautiful, yet it nears dusk. The lovely night will soon fade away. Chapter 44. A tranquil life today, I shall instruct you on the art of cooperative combat. Prior to the pirates' arrival, you will engage in daily drills in pairs. Swiftly, Lu Tian commanded. At the break of dawn, Lu Tian led them to the valley for training. After imparting her teachings for just one day, they ventured out each day to train independently in various locales, valleys, woodlands, and dense forests, exploring many corners of the island. For Lu Tian emphasized the significance of becoming familiar with the terrain and environment. It has been 10 days since the pirates departed, and tomorrow I shall assess whether they have returned. Henceforth, Yi Shui will guide your training, Lu Tian announced. In truth, their cooperative combat skills had already reached an impressive level. Ye ju similite genti. Very well, you may determine the training regimen, Lu Tian replied with a grin. As night fell, Lu Tian shed her garments and reclined in a small pool, quietly gazing at the moon and stars above. With the dawn, she departed from the stone cave, making her way towards the mountain peak. From this vantage point, it seemed feasible to ascend. Arriving at the mountain's base, she surveyed her surroundings for a suitable path upward and soon discovered a slope that promised a way to the summit. Goodness, this is perilous. These rocks are exceedingly fragile and prone to crumbling, likely weathered by time, Lu Tian observed. Just as she stepped onto a weathered stone, it dislodged beneath her feet. Cautiously navigating the slope, she found herself amidst sparse thickets, where she continued onward until the path vanished. Reluctantly, she scaled a rocky outcrop to traverse over to a patch of wild grass. Persistently ascending, she occasionally had to climb over rocks, and, after half an hour, she reached a lush green meadow. Not far ahead, a small waterfall cascaded into a tranquil pool, surrounded by wildflowers, with a few butterflies fluttering gracefully above. Crossing the pool, Lu Tian entered the woodland once more, progressing upward while wielding her knife to clear obstructing branches. An hour later, she reached the pinnacle of the mountain, encircled by jutting cliffs, with a depression at its center housing a serene lake, bordered by tall trees and verdant grasses. It appeared that this location had once been a volcano, now dormant, yet the scenery was undeniably enchanting. Lu Tian mused as she stood amidst the wild grass. After a brief time of contemplation, she retraced her steps down the mountain. Arriving at the base by midday, Lu Tian settled on a rock to enjoy a can of food before wandering about. After perusing the woods and thickets for over 2 hours and finding no unusual occurrences, she made her way back to the stone cave. Zhang Hong, keep up. Su Qing, you straight a bit. Lu Tian remarked as she approached the cave and heard Yi Shui's voice. Upon arriving, she observed 5 individuals jogging with firearms in hand. Lu Tian, you've returned. Yi Shui exclaimed with a smile upon noticing her approach. Indeed, I came to check on you. Please continue with your activities, Lu Tian replied cheerfully. After watching for a while, she returned to the cave to prepare a meal. An hour later, she set the dishes upon the table. Dinner is ready, she called out. Lu Tian emerged from the stone cave and called out to Yi Shui and the others. It's time to head back for dinner. I am utterly exhausted from all the running. Finally, we can eat. I am both weary and famished. Upon hearing the prospect of a meal, the group ceased their running and made their way to the nearby stream to wash up. Wow, there are my favorite lobsters. Zhang Hong exclaimed joyfully upon spotting the lobsters on the table. Dinner was enjoyed in a warm atmosphere, likely due to the fatigue from training, which rendered everyone considerably quieter. Starting tomorrow, there will be no more training. You may freely explore areas you have yet to visit and familiarize yourselves with the terrain, Lu Tian announced after dinner, as everyone gathered together. Indeed, you have all performed admirably during this time, Yi Shui added with a gentle smile. However, exercise caution when venturing outside, as the pirates may strike at any moment. Be sure to carry your firearms, Lu Tian cautioned. Aren't you coming with us, Lu Tian? Lu Yin inquired. I must remain at the west coast to keep watch. If the pirates arrive, I can promptly return to issue a warning. Now, everyone, it's time to rest. You all must be weary, Lu Tian replied, casting a glance at Lu Yun. Once the others had retired for the night, Lu Tian ascended to the second level of the bamboo house, poured himself a cup of tea, and settled down with a cigarette. An hour later, Lu Yun stealthily approached the bamboo house and softly called out Lu Tian. Upon recognizing her voice, Lu Tian embraced Lu Yun, and the two lost themselves in a passionate kiss. Moments later, Yi Shui emerged from the stone chamber. As she stepped outside, she heard sound from the bamboo house and noticed shadows dancing under the light. How shameless, Yi Shui muttered, her face flushed. After observing for a while, she slowly retreated back into the stone chamber, realizing that only Lu Yun was absent. Yi Shui made her way to bed, feeling an inexplicable sense of discomfort in her heart. Early the next morning, the sun shone brightly, and a little clouded leopard dozed atop a tree. After breakfast, the group cheerfully set out with their firearms. Only Lu Wei and Lu Tian remained in the stone cave. Why aren't you joining them? Lu Tian asked, taking a drag from his cigarette. I wish to accompany you to the west coast. Besides, they are all women. What purpose will my presence serve? Lu Wei replied with a slight smile. Fair enough, let us go, Lu Tian said, extinguishing his cigarette and rising to his feet. The two then armed themselves with rifles and knives, securing daggers at their waists, before exiting the cave. The 5 women walked through the woods, engaged in lively conversation, while Yi Shui's eyes occasionally drifted toward Lu Yun. Look, it seems we haven't explored that area over there. Su Qing pointed towards a dense thicket. Let us head over there, but be cautious of venomous snakes and other poisonous creatures, Yi Shui advised. Half an hour later, the 5 ventured deep into the thicket, stepping over decaying leaves and branches. Wow, look at all those palm trees, Zhang Hong exclaimed with delight, pointing at a vast expanse of palms. There are animals in the trees. Look how adorable, Su Qing remarked, indicating the squirrels leaping about. Those are squirrels, Yi Shui replied with a glance. A few individuals strolled and paused, observing their surroundings. Wow, what a sizable centipede, exclaimed Jiang Yin, as she pointed to the creature crawling amidst the leaves. Be cautious. It is venomous. If we proceed any further, we will exit the dense forest. Let us hurry, advised Yi Shui. feeling somewhat uncomfortable after wandering in the suffocating heat of the jungle for over an hour. Lu Tian, what if we cannot fend off the pirates? Inquired Lu Wei, trailing behind Lu Tian. If we cannot overcome them, we shall take refuge in the cave. We possess firearms, and they cannot enter, Lu Tian replied nonchalantly. But what if the pirates manage to enter? Lu Wei pressed on. Then we will fight. Besides, without a helicopter, they cannot breach our defenses, Lu Tian declared, wielding his knife to chop at the branches before him. Inside the cave, there are over a dozen rifles and thousands of rounds of ammunition. Securing the entrance will not be an issue. Let us explore that direction. We have yet to visit that area, Lu Tian suggested, leading Lu Wei toward the uncharted woods. Chapter 45. Setting sail. Lu Tian, is that a monkey? Lu Wei inquired, pointing towards the creature perched on the tree. Indeed, I never expected to see monkeys here. Lu Tian replied with a smile after casting a glance at the animal. No wonder there are monkeys. This place is abundant in wild fruits. As Lu Tian ventured into the thicket, he discovered 3 distinct wild fruit trees within a mere 10 minutes. The fruits, slightly smaller than eggs, adorned the trees in hues of green and red, while a few monkeys indulged in the wild delicacies above. Can we eat those wild fruits? Lu Wei asked, gazing at the vibrant red fruits hanging from the branches. They are edible, but they are quite high up. Are you willing to climb? Lu Tian chuckled, noting that the wild fruit trees stood at least 20 meters tall, making it impossible for those unaccustomed to climbing to reach them, leaving only the fruits that had fallen to the ground. These wild fruits are rather delicious. You should try some, Lu Wei said, picking up 2 fruits from the ground and tasting one. Not bad, a bit sweet. Gather a few more, Lu Tian responded with a smile after sampling one himself. Let us find a place to rest. Wow, this place is stunning, Zhang Hong exclaimed, standing atop a precipice, mesmerized by the tumultuous waves crashing against the rocky walls. It turned out that Yi Shui and her companions had reached the edge of the island, where there was no beach, only cliffs. Numerous seabirds were seen fishing in the waters below. This area is filled with cliffs and reefs. Let us ascend and see if we can reach the beach, Yi Shui suggested, glancing at the sea as she spoke to the 4 women. There are so many coconut trees. After an hour of walking, Yi Shui and her friends arrived at the beach, lined with coconut trees. Sister Su Qing, let us collect some shells. There are so many beautiful ones, Zhang Hong exclaimed, removing her shoes, placing her gun beneath a coconut tree, and dashing onto the sandy shore. The 5 beauties frolic along the beach, creating a picturesque scene. Lu Tian, aren't we heading to the west coast? Lu Wei questioned as he noticed Lu Tian veering into a patch of weeds and then turning towards the stone cave. There is no need to go that way. It's too far. We only need to inspect the area around the stone cave. If we return from here, we'll have just enough time to prepare dinner, Lu Tian replied with a grin. In jungle warfare, familiarizing oneself with the terrain is paramount. Knowing where the elevations and depressions are, where the rocks lie, and so forth. All of this is crucial, Lu Tian articulated as he walked. It seems I have much to learn from you, Lu Wei remarked with a faint smile. Why does a young master like you need to learn so much? Isn't charming the ladies more appealing? Lu Tian jested. One can never have too many skills, haha. Lu Wei chuckled in response. Let us move quickly, or we want to make it back before dark, Lu Tian urged, glancing at Lu Wei. Zhang Hong, what are you and Su Qing planning to do with all those shells? Yi Shui asked. They'll all look lovely displayed in the stone cave. Zhang Hong replied, cradling the colorful shells wrapped in leaves with a grin. Lu Tian and Lu Wei will return soon. We should start preparing dinner. As Yi Shui and her companions returned to the cave, they discovered that Lu Tian and Lu Wei had not yet arrived, prompting them to commence preparing a meal. Lu Yun and Jiang Yin busied themselves washing vegetables, while Su Qing ventured out to gather grass for the wild deer. The few wild goats, having feasted on the grass, would return to their enclosure on their own. Su Qing entered the cave, smiling as she addressed Lu Yun. Please cook these wild vegetables. They've been sitting for 2 days now, and they won't be edible much longer. Yi Shui, carrying a basket of wild greens, approached the stream and spoke to Lu Yun. Wouldn't it be better for them to return on their own? That way, we wouldn't need to feed them, Zhang Hong remarked playfully to Su Qing. Half an hour later, Lu Tian and Lu Wei made their entrance through the cave's mouth. You returned rather early, Lu Tian said, casting a glance at Yishui as he stepped inside. It's still early. The evening glow has yet to appear, Yishui replied, glancing at Lu Tian. Come, taste the wild fruits I brought back, Lu Wei exclaimed, producing a handful of red wild fruits from his trousers, grinning widely. Wow, they're quite sweet, though it seems there are worms inside, Zhang Hong said, taking a bite before discarding the other half. Haha, consider the worms as a source of protein, Lu Tian responded with a light chuckle. Choose the good ones. These were all picked from the ground, so it's not surprising to find worms, Lu Wei added with a smile. Tomorrow, I will take you all out to sea, Lu Tian announced as he settled down. Oh, splendid. But aren't you afraid of encountering pirates? Not at all. If we see pirates, we can simply return. Besides, we won't venture too far, Lu Tian reassured them. Come, let us eat. Set the table, he instructed. Just as they were sharing laughter, Lu Yun's voice resonated through the cave. The night passed without incident. At dawn, Lu Tian retrieved the binoculars and led them back to the water bay. Hurry onto the boat. The tide is starting to recede, Lu Tian called from the boat deck. Where are we headed? They inquired. Let us circle around the island first. Lu Tian replied, entering the cockpit to start the vessel, which gradually glided out into the open sea. Wow, this place is stunning. We've never been here before, Zhang Hong exclaimed from the deck. The cliffs on either side are steep. It's completely normal that we Haven T explore this area, Yishui observed. Lu Tian navigated the boat deeper into the ocean, but halted due to the formidable waves ahead, feeling hesitant to proceed further. Let us fish here, he suggested, pulling out 2 fishing rods and handing one to Jiang Yan. Before them lay the endless sea. Standing at the bow, Lu Tian surveyed the horizon with the binoculars, yet found nothing but the tumultuous waters. Did you spot something? Lu Yan asked, offering him a coconut. Lu Tian accepted the coconut, smiling faintly, and casually handed the binoculars to Lu Yun, who joyfully began scanning the surroundings. The waves here are too fierce. Let us head over to the west coast, Lu Tian said, eyeing the towering waves a few meters ahead. Wow, Sister Jiang Yan is amazing. She caught a fish, Zhang Hong shouted excitedly. Half an hour later, Lu Tian maneuvered the vessel to the western shore and brought it to a halt. Everyone disembarked, joyfully frolicking along the beach. It had been a long-awaited return to this cherished place, murmured Jiang Yan, as she felt the warm sand beneath her bare feet. Reflecting on the months past when she had resided here, she recalled the struggle of enduring hunger. Yinjing, in the courtyard of the Sihiyuan, is there still no news of Shuer? An elderly man with white hair inquired languidly from his armchair. There's a piece of news. It seems that Shuer was captured by pirates while attempting to rescue someone from the sea. Altogether, 5 police officers were taken hostage, the middle-aged man replied. Pirates? From where? The elderly man asked, his brow furrowing slightly. From an island in the Pacific, known as Machi Gorge. There are 2 groups of pirates. One group resides on Rock Island, while the other occupies Crew Island. The pirate leader on Rock Island is named Robert, and on Crew Island, the leader is called Lusha. That is all we currently know, the middle-aged man stated in one breath. Send Lung Ying to investigate further. Inform me as soon as there is any news. The elderly man said softly, closing his eyes slightly. Understood, Father, the middle-aged man replied, bowing slightly before departing. Chapter 46. The pirates prepare to land again. Come, everyone aboard. We shall set sail for the eastern coast, Lu Tian called out to the 6 individuals frolicking by the shore. As each person boarded the vessel, Lu Tian commenced their journey toward the eastern coastline. Look, there are numerous seabirds, Lu Yun exclaimed joyfully upon spotting a multitude of birds perched upon the rocks beneath the cliffs. After more than an hour, Lu Tian anchored the ship at the eastern shore and disembarked towards the cave where they had previously resided. The pirates have visited this place. The shelter is half in ruins, Lu Tian mused as he surveyed the dilapidated structure. Inside the cave, it remains as it once was, Jiang Yin remarked with a smile as she entered the cave. The trees have regrown, Lu Yun noted, observing the new saplings sprouting in the clearing. Indeed, in a few months, this place will revert to its former glory, Lu Wei commented as he approached to take a look. Bring over the food. We shall dine here at noon. Lu Tian instructed Suing. Su Qing hurriedly dashed to the ship to fetch provisions, while Lu Tian kindled a fire in the clearing. And Lu Wei ventured behind the cave to gather some palm hearts. The group enjoyed their time outside the cave for over 2 hours before returning to the ship. Today was splendid fun, Lu Tian. Shall we set sail again tomorrow? Su Qing inquired with a smile. We will not go tomorrow. What if the pirates return? Lu Tian replied, seated in a chair. Ha ha ha. Su Qing, do you think we are here on vacation? Lu Wei laughed. What shall we do tomorrow then? Lu Yan asked. You may choose whatever you wish. You can fish by the beach or stroll through the woods, but do not wander too far. Lu Tian replied with a gentle smile. Let us bathe in a small pond while it is still light, Lu Yun suggested to the 4 girls. Yes, yes. I will fetch my clothes, they chorused. Once they departed, Lu Tian produced a cigarette and offered one to Lu Wei, lighting one for himself as well. Rock Island. That wretched woman, Lusha. Given the chance, I shall surely pin her to the bed, Robert bellowed as he strode into the room. Lord Robert, do not be overly vexed. It is merely 500,000, White Shark murmured, trailing behind. I am not angry about the 500,000. I am infuriated that she shows me no respect. Robert grumbled as he took a hearty swig of beer. Rest assured, my lord, I will help you regain that respect, White Shark replied with a slight smile. Well, with you handling matters, I feel reassured, Robert remarked, his anger subsiding considerably upon hearing White Shark's words. By the way, we must expedite the capture of that female police officer from Lake Island before unforeseen complications arise. She is worth 50 million, Robert stated, casting a glance at White Shark. My lord, if we apprehend that police officer, it could very well be worth not 50 million, but 80 million or even 100 million, White Shark said, grinning at Robert. Oh, ha ha ha. You truly are my strategist, Robert exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he clapped White Shark on the shoulder, laughing heartily. Tomorrow, I shall send 40 men, accompanied by Black Shark, to Lake Island to retrieve that female police officer, Robert declared. Rest assured, my lord, await my good news. White Shark replied with a slight smile. Indeed, I must journey to Black Obsidian City in a couple of days. Hence I entrust the matter to your capable hands. Robert said solemnly. The following morning, at the break of dawn, White Shark assembled 40 pirates on a beach, Black Shark among them. He commanded the pirates to load provisions onto the ship. This time, it is imperative that all orders from Robert are strictly followed while we are at Lake Island. White Shark remarked with a smile directed at Black Shark. I understand, Black Shark muttered darkly. That is good to hear. White Shark nodded in satisfaction before proceeding to oversee the loading of supplies onto the vessel. Just a sycophant, Black Shark mumbled to himself, casting a sidelong glance at White Shark. Half an hour later, the pirates had loaded food and other supplies onto the ship. They had dispatched 3 vessels, as each could only accommodate a dozen pirates. Set sail for Lake Island, White Shark shouted from the bow. The 3 pirate ships set out simultaneously toward their destination. Wow, look at all the wild vegetables here. Let us gather some to take back. Su Qing exclaimed, rushing into a patch of weeds. Hurry up and pick them. We must return, Yi Shui urged. What is the rush? We haven't been out long, Lu Yun replied. We have strayed quite far from the cave. If pirates arrive, we shall be unable to return, Yi Shui cautioned. Oh, I see. Then let us hurry back, Zhang Hong said, quickly rising to her feet. This pit could be dug deeper. That way, if a pirate falls in, they will meet their demise, Lu Tian remarked, observing Lu Wei as he excavated the pit. Lu Tian and Lu Wei were busy digging traps in the woods. Lu Tian sharpened branches with a dagger, and after laying the sharp sticks in the pit, they covered it with branches. Let us mark this spot. Thus, even if pursued, you shall recognize the trap, Lu Tian said, carving a mark beside the trap with his dagger. This tree is quite resilient. With our method, we can ensure a fatal blow, Lu Tian stated, felling a tree and binding 5 sharp branches to it. Next, it is your turn to create the trap mechanism. Be sure to leave a mark, or you may become the victim of your own designs. Lu Tian smiled at Lu Wei. An hour later, Lu Tian and Lu Wei emerged from the woods and made their way toward another dense thicket. All right, remember these past few days to avoid this area and the woods over there. I fear you may forget the markings have fallen into your own trap. Lu Tian chuckled, patting Lu Wei on the shoulder. What if Yi Shui and the others come here? Lu Wei inquired, looking at Lu Tian. Why are you so foolish? Just tell them not to come here when we return. Now let us go back, Lu Tian said, giving Lu Wei a light slap on the head. Rubbing his head, Lu Wei smiled and followed closely behind Lu Tian. Lu Tian, you have returned? Look, see what we have captured. As Lu Tian and Lu Wei stepped into the cave, Su Qing rushed over with a smile, exclaiming, "Oh, conch lobster, blue crab, and even a sea turtle. Did you visit the return water bay?" Lu Tian walked over to the iron can, glanced inside, and inquired with a grin, "Indeed, we even brought back some coconuts." Su Qing replied cheerfully. "Well then, tonight we shall indulge in a seafood feast," Lu Tian remarked with a slight smile. Little cloud leopard's appetite is growing. It devoured 3 fish weighing over 2 pounds. Lu Tian observed, watching the little cloud leopard munching on the fish. "In a few months, it will be able to hunt for itself," Lu Wei added. As night fell swiftly, the 7 of them gathered around the table for dinner. "Oh, don't snatch my lobster. I've already eaten this clam. I'm so full." The evening glow gradually faded, and soon everyone retreated into the stone chamber to rest. Chapter 47. The arrival of the pirates in the early morning. A delicate mist enveloped the exterior of the stone cave as sunlight gradually filtered through the fog. The inhabitants awoke later than usual, emerging from their rocky chambers only when the sun began to illuminate the interior. "Let us prepare some noodles to eat," Lu Tian suggested to Jiang Yan, who was tending to the fire. After they finished their meal, everyone settled into their chairs. "Are we not venturing out today?" Lu Tian inquired with a smile. "No, we shall remain at home today and take a well-deserved rest," Lu Yun replied. "Lu Wei, let us depart," Lu Tian announced, rising and addressing Lu Wei. The two armed themselves with guns, while Lu Tian also brought along a pair of binoculars. "Lu Tian, are we heading back to the place we visited a few days ago?" Lu Wei asked as they stepped outside the cave. "No, today we shall take the boat. Walking is too slow." "Let us go," Lu Tian responded, leading Lu Wei back toward the bay. "Lu Tian, if the pirates are coming, will they approach from the east coast?" Lu Wei queried once aboard the vessel. "I do not know. Regardless of their approach, we must be prepared to confront them. Use the binoculars to keep watch from the deck," Lu Tian instructed, handing the binoculars to Lu Wei. The boat swiftly departed from the bay and sailed into the deep sea. Lu Tian navigated the pirate ship, moving intermittently around the island's perimeter, though his focus remained on the west coast. "We are low on diesel. There is barely enough for a few hours of travel," he noted, realizing the dwindling fuel supply. "Lu Wei, let us have something to eat," Lu Tian suggested as he anchored the ship near the western shore. After consuming a can of food, they stepped onto the beach to gather coconuts to drink. "Lu Tian, look, there are 3 dark shapes out at sea," Lu Wei remarked, having just taken a sip of coconut juice. "Those are 3 pirate ships. We must return quickly," Lu Tian exclaimed, grabbing the binoculars to confirm the sighting. The two swiftly made their way back to the boat, and Lu Tian immediately set sail toward the east coast. Half an hour into their journey, the 3 pirate ships arrived at the western shore and came to a halt. "You few, gather the supplies. You others, take the tents and water. 5 of you stay to guard the ship, while the rest search as you move. Hurry," White Shark commanded, directing the crew along the beach. "You take a few men and search from that direction," he instructed Black Shark. More than an hour later, Lu Tian returned the vessel to the bay and hurried back into the stone cave. "You have returned," Yi Shui exclaimed upon seeing Lu Tian enter. "Where are they?" Lu Tian inquired. "They are in the fruit grove," Yi Shui replied, casting a glance at Lu Tian. "Call them back," Lu Tian requested. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Shui went to summon them from the grove. "Should I stand guard at the cave entrance?" Lu Wei offered. "No need. They will set up camp at the foot of the mountain, and it will be at least until tomorrow afternoon before they can move on. With 3 more hours until dusk, they cannot travel far," Lu Tian replied calmly. Shortly thereafter, Yi Shui returned with the others, and Lu Tian instructed them to sit down. "The pirates have arrived, numbering approximately 40 to 50, Lu Tian stated directly. "Then we can seize their ship and return to Tianhai," Su Qing jested. "Their vessel is identical to the last one," which leads me to believe that these few individuals are merely the vanguard. Their leader has yet to arrive, Lu Tian remarked, casting a glance at them. Vanguard? Are you suggesting that more will follow? Yi Shui inquired, regarding Lu Tian with curiosity. Indeed. Therefore, we must take the initiative. The time has come to test your mettle, Lu Tian asserted. But can't we hide? They are so numerous, Zhang Hong interjected. If you wish to remain here, we can conceal ourselves in the cave. Even if the pirates discover this place, our firearms will deter them from entering. However, should they station guards at the cave's entrance, our escape would be thwarted, Lu Tian replied with a slight smile. What then? Su Qing asked. As I mentioned before, the sole way to return is to lure the pirate leader here. Now is the opportune moment, Lu Tian declared. You witnessed the tumultuous seas when we set sail a couple of days ago. Only a large vessel can navigate such treacherous waters, he continued. If the pirate leader comes, will he arrive on a large ship? Lu Yin questioned. Yes, for it is a mark of status, Lu Tian replied nonchalantly. There are so many, and we are but 7. How can we fight? Jiang Yin voiced her concern. As long as you heed my commands, we shall be fine, Lu Tian reassured. All right, it is still early before nightfall. Go and enjoy yourselves. Rest well tonight, he instructed before ascending to the bamboo loft. Lu Tian, are you truly taking them to confront the pirates tomorrow? Yi Shui approached to ask. Yes, otherwise why train them at all? If they are not exposed to the brutal realities of battle now, it will be too late when the pirate leader arrives, Lu Tian sighed. But are you not concerned about their safety? What would you suggest? Should I venture out alone to confront the pirates? Or remain here for eternity? What do you think? Lu Tian asked, looking at Yi Shui. Is there truly no other option? Yi Shui sat down with a sigh. There is a possibility. Hiding here until the pirates depart. Then we could construct a bamboo or wooden boat to escape. However, this is a perilous gamble. A single wave could claim all our lives, Lu Tian stated calmly. When dinner time arrived, a somber mood enveloped everyone, and little was spoken. After the meal, they retreated to their quarters for the night. In the early morning, Lu Tian was the first to rise and prepared noodles, taking a stroll around the cave before returning. Oh, why are you up so early? Upon his return, he found Jiang Yin seated in a chair. Well, I usually go to bed early and rise with the dawn. It's a habit, Jiang Yin responded with a smile. Come, enjoy some noodles. They are ready. A dash of chili makes them even better. Lu Tian chuckled. Just as Lu Tian and Jiang Yin were relishing their noodles, Lu Yun and Yi Shui also stirred awake, prompting Lu Tian to invite them to join for breakfast. If only we could add some lobster to these noodles, Lu Yun remarked as she ate. Oh, are you suggesting seafood noodles? This was truly unexpected for me. I shall assist you tomorrow, Lu Tian remarked. Half an hour later, everyone had finished their noodles and sat together engaged in conversation. Yet an air of tension lingered as they awaited Lu Tian to speak. However, Lu Tian remained silent, seated to the side, examining his revolver. You need not be so apprehensive. With me here, there is no cause for fear. If you find yourselves at a loss for activity, perhaps you might check your firearms. Surely, you would not wish for your weapon to malfunction at a critical moment. Lu Tian advised them. Throughout the morning, no one ventured away from the stone cave. After lunch, Lu Tian commenced instructing them to equip themselves. First, inspect your rifles and magazines. Each of you requires a dagger. Is that acceptable? Lu Tian addressed the 6 individuals standing before him. He retrieved his backpack, stowing away several cans, chunks of wild boar meat, and a bottle of water before leading them out of the stone cave. Chapter 48. Counterattack against the pirates. Lu Tian led them out of the cave and into the valley, where they concealed their backpacks in a hidden spot. Lu Tian, why are we hiding the backpacks here? Lu Yin inquired with curiosity. We cannot all return to the cave. I will remain outside, vigilantly monitoring the movements of the pirates. I shall return at night, ensuring that the pirates remain unaware of our presence, Lu Tian explained after securing the backpacks. Let us proceed. The pirates should be arriving soon, he added with a smile. Taking the lead, Lu Tian sensed the palpable tension among the women. An hour later, he guided them to a patch of uneven, overgrown terrain. Look, 30 meters ahead, there are no trees. For the pirates to set up camp in the open ground beyond, they must pass through here. Once they reach that exposed area, they'll be sitting ducks, Lu Tian remarked, pointing towards the distant thicket. Do not be anxious. If anything goes awry, we will retreat to the cave, understood? He glanced at them reassuringly. Now, form pairs and conceal yourselves in the depressions. Keep your heads down, and when I instruct you to fire, simply aim your guns at the pirates, Lu Tian directed, settling into the hollow and lighting a cigarette as they dispersed in pairs. Yi Shui, you and Su Qing hide over there. Be cautious of any pirates approaching from the woods, he whispered. While sitting in the hollow, Lu Tian periodically took out his binoculars to survey the surroundings. Where are they? They should have arrived by now, he murmured to himself, bored, as he chewed on a blade of grass, staring intently at the trees before the clearing. They're coming. Be prepared, he announced softly. Everyone, quickly move to the clearing and set up camp, shouted the white shark, gesturing towards the open ground a few dozen meters away. White shark. Several brothers triggered traps in the woods. 2 are dead, and 3 are severely injured, a pirate reported to him. It seems someone anticipated our arrival. Hurry. Let us set up camp, White Shark commanded, leading the way with his rifle. The pirates emerged slowly from the woods, soon reaching the clearing and advancing towards a sparse thicket. Get a little closer, Lu Tian muttered, raising his AK rifle towards them. Fire, he bellowed. Hot tot, hot tot tot. Lu Tian was the first to fire at the pirates, with Lu Yun and the others quickly rising to join the onslaught. Rat-tat-tat. It's an ambush. 2 pirates fell to the ground, struck by gunfire. Get down, White Shark shouted to his men upon hearing the gunfire, already prone and returning fire towards Lu Tian's direction. Hot tot tot. Zhang Hong, why aren't you firing? Lu Tian inquired, glancing at her. Lu Tianyi, I'm scarred, Zhang Hong replied, cowering in the hollow with tears in her eyes. Do not fear. Just imagine there are wild boars you're shooting at, Lu Tian encouraged. Firing a few more rounds. They are outnumbered. Charge. The White Shark discerned that Lu Tian and his companions were directing their fire at the pirates and shouted urgently. A dozen pirates, while firing their weapons, charged towards Lu Tian. Open fire and suppress them, or we shall all perish. Quickly, Lu Tian exclaimed. The sound of gunfire echoed, and just as the pirates had barely covered 10 meters, several fell to the ground. Observing this, the remaining pirates retreated back into the woods. Boss White Shark, we can't push forward. One pirate crawled up to White Shark and said, Damn it, where's Black Shark? White Shark asked, filled with frustration. Boss Black Shark is searching on the far right. It will take him about half an hour to arrive, the pirate replied. Damn it. Take a few men and go through the woods. I will draw their fire here. Hurry, White Shark instructed, surveying the surroundings. The pirate complied, leading 3 others into the forest. Lu Wei, take Zhang Hong to Yi Shui. The pirates intend to encircle us from the woods, Lu Tian said, observing the few pirates entering the forest. Lu Wei immediately grabbed Zhang Hong and ran towards Yi Shui. Jiang Yin, are you all right? Lu Tian inquired, lowering his head towards Jiang Yin. I'm fine, just a bit startled, Jiang Yan's voice replied. The pirates are charging again. Be cautious. Lu Tian warned as he spotted another group of pirates emerging from the woods. Gunfire erupted, bullets flying wildly, and Lu Tian swiftly picked up his rifle to return fire. Jiang Yin, Lu Yun, quickly shoot and exhaust all the bullets in your guns, Lu Tian shouted. The gunfire continued, and amidst the chaos, a cry of pain escaped Lu Yun's lips. Hearing her, Lu Tian rushed over. Lu Yun, are you all right? He asked anxiously upon reaching her side. I'm fine, just grazed by a bullet on my arm, Lu Yun replied, covering her injured arm. Lu Tian seized Lu Yun's rifle, standing up to fire fiercely. With one AK-47 in hand, he aimed at the pirates, while Jiang Yin retaliated as well. At that moment, Yi Shui and her group also joined the fray. Retreat, quickly, the enemy's firepower is overwhelming, a pirate shouted. As several pirates surged into the underbrush, a few fell, forcing the remaining ones to take cover in the woods. Yi Shui, support Lu Yun. You both must retreat to the stone cave now. I will cover you, Lu Tian said, taking Zhang Hong's magazine. Yi Shui and Zhang Hong each supported Lu Yun as they made their way towards the stone cave, while Jiang Yin, Lu Wei, and Su Qing followed closely behind. Weapons drawn. Lu Tian swiftly changed his magazine and, seeing that they had distanced themselves, fired a few shots into the woods before gradually backing away from the hollow ground. You lead them forward. White Shark commanded from his position on the ground, directing the nearby pirates. A dozen pirates began firing in the direction where Lu Tian had just been. Boss White Shark, they have already fled, a pirate reported hastily after sprinting into the woods. The White Shark rose to his feet and walked to the clearing, his gaze fixed upon the fallen pirates, an overwhelming fury igniting within him. You few, proceed to set up camp. You two, ascertain the number of casualties, he commanded, suppressing the tempest of anger within. At that moment, the Black Shark hurriedly approached with 5 others. What has transpired? How could this happen? He inquired, eyeing the lifeless pirates with concern. Where have you been? Why did you take so long to return? The White Shark growled through clenched teeth, glaring at the Black Shark. It was you who instructed me to lead a search in that direction. Now that calamity has struck, you lay the blame at my feet? The Black Shark retorted coolly before turning to lead his companions to set up camp. The White Shark, speechless, could only point at the retreating figure of the Black Shark. Boss, we have lost a total of 13 men, including those who fell into traps, a pirate reported as he rushed to the White Shark's side. Take a few men and bury them. The White Shark sighed, his voice heavy with sorrow. Chapter 49. The suggestion of the Black Shark upon their return to the stone cave, Lu Tian and his companions sealed the entrance securely. Fortunately, only a minor abrasion was sustained, and with a couple of days' rest, it would be nothing to worry about. Lu Tian retrieved a medical kit, extracting antiseptic and gauze to tend to Lu Yun's wound. Please take a moment to rest. I will prepare the meal, Lu Tian announced. The group settled into their chairs, with Jiang Yin and several other women still visibly shaken, while Lu Wei appeared somewhat more composed. Here, have some tea, Lu Wei offered, pouring a cup for each person before taking a seat and lighting a cigarette. How do you feel? Lu Tian inquired as he entered after washing the vegetables. Who would have thought that one day I would take a life? Jiang Yin replied with a bittersweet smile. Indeed, I am terrified at the sight of the dead. Zhang Hong added. Me too. My legs are still trembling, Su Qing lamented. I understand. With time and experience, you will grow accustomed to it. You must realize that no amount of training can compare to the reality of combat. Lu Tian reassured them as he took a seat. Lu Tian, seeing how you dealt with the pirates, have you killed many before? Lu Wei suddenly asked. Let's not dwell on the past. Should we manage to escape this place, I shall share my stories, Lu Tian replied with a smile as he lit a cigarette. Now, please rest well while I prepare the meal. It will be ready shortly. In the thicket, the pirates had just finished establishing their camp and lighting a fire to cook. White Shark instructed several pirates to remain vigilant around the perimeter. Having already lost a third of their men upon arrival, the forthcoming search would prove challenging. And with the enemy lurking in the shadows, sigh, White Shark sat alone in the tent, murmuring to himself. I suggest you send someone back to inform Lord Robert and request additional men. Black Shark entered the tent, addressing White Shark. I can manage without your counsel. They are but 6 or 7, while we have over 20. I refuse to believe we cannot capture them, White Shark retorted, rising to his feet in frustration. The earlier ambush was merely a setback. Henceforth, you shall heed my advice. Now go, White Shark remarked coolly, casting a glance at Black Shark, who simply nodded before exiting the tent. Come, dinner is served, Lu Tian announced as he placed the dishes on the table, prompting everyone to gather. Here, each of you shall have a lobster. I have cooked all the ones from the water hole to reward you for your efforts today. Lu Tian distributed the lobsters, smiling as he did so. After dinner, the group ascended to the bamboo loft to enjoy tea, as twilight had not yet descended, allowing them to linger a while longer. Lu Tian, are we venturing out again tomorrow? Lu Wei inquired, glancing at Lu Tian. Tomorrow, we shall rest and recuperate. We will seek an opportunity for a proper confrontation the day after, Lu Tian replied with a slight smile. Lu Wei, you will stand guard at the cave entrance tonight. I shall relieve you later. As night swiftly enveloped them, everyone retreated to their quarters to sleep. After 2 hours of slumber, Lu Tian arose to replace Lu Wei. Lu Tian, I have brought you a cup of honey tea, Lu Wei said. At this moment, Su Qing entered the bamboo pavilion, holding a cup of tea, and softly spoke to Lu Tian. Su Qing, why are you still awake at such a late hour? Lu Tian inquired with a hint of surprise. I can't sleep, Lu Tian. I'm so scared. Su Qing suddenly embraced Lu Tian, expressing her fears. Do not be afraid. I shall ensure your safety. Lu Tian gently reassured her, patting her shoulder. He began to doubt whether he had made the right decision in sending these women to confront the pirates. Lu Tian. Su Qing lifted her gaze, her eyes filled with a dreamy allure as she looked at him. Captivated by her flawless visage, Lu Tian instinctively leaned in and kissed her. The two soon found themselves entwined in a passionate embrace, as Lu Tian's hands wandered towards her soft curves. Lu Tian, please don't. Su Qing gasped, her voice dripping with temptation. I need to go back to sleep. She abruptly pushed him away and hurried back to the stone cave. What is this all about? Alas, another long night awaits, Lu Tian lamented, glancing at the situation with a wry smile. As dawn broke, Lu Tian awoke in the bamboo pavilion after dozing for over 2 hours at the table. Just then, Yi Shui entered. Lu Tian, you should have breakfast and rest well. I'll guard the cave entrance, she advised. After finishing his meal, Lu Tian retreated to his room for more sleep, while Lu Wei and Lu Yun went to cut grass to feed the wild deer and release the mountain goats. Su Qing tended to the wild piglets. Black Shark, take a few men and search over there. I will scout this area, a shark instructed after finishing breakfast. Black Shark, armed with a gun, led 5 pirates into the nearby woods. Boss Black Shark, aren't we supposed to search the other woods? Why are we here? One pirate curiously asked as they settled in an open area. With just a few of us, how can we search? We are visible, while the enemy lurks in the shadows. I wish to survive a little longer. If you want to search, go ahead, but do not inform by Shark upon your return. Black Shark replied, lighting a cigarette. We follow your lead, Boss Black Shark, the pirates agreed, sitting down. In the afternoon, Lu Tian awoke, enjoyed a bowl of noodles, and sipped tea. Lu Yun, is your injury all right? Yi Shui asked, glancing at Lu Yun's arm in the bamboo pavilion. It's fine now. The pain has subsided. Lu Yun responded from her seat. Lu Tian retrieved a box of bullets, opened it, and began loading them into the magazine. Look, a wild rabbit. It was bitten by a small, clouded leopard, and I snatched it from its jaws. It caught 2. I let it have the other one, Lu Wei announced as he entered the stone cave, grinning at Lu Tian. Haha, let's have some spicy rabbit tonight. Lu Tian chuckled while loading the bullets. Where are Jiang Yin and the others? He continued to inquire. Oh, they went to the fruit grove. The trees are bearing fruit, and they wanted to see what kind it is, Lu Wei explained. What is there to see? We'll know when they ripen, Lu Tian remarked. After Lu Tian secured the final magazine, she carried the ammunition box into the room. Unbeknownst to them, I ventured out to prepare the rabbit. Lu Wei unsheathed his dagger and proceeded to the riverbank with the wild hare. Once Lu Wei had cleaned the rabbit, Lu Tian commenced cooking, washing the wild vegetables, and retrieved several pieces of dried fish, preparing to concoct a dish. Lu Tian, why are you cooking so early today? Jiang Yin and Zhang Hong, Su Qing inquired as they entered. We shall have an early dinner tonight. After eating, we can wander about. Lu Tian replied with a smile while seated on a chair. An hour later, ominous clouds gathered in the sky, indicating that a torrential downpour was imminent. It seems a heavy rain is about to descend tonight, Lu Tian murmured to herself as she gazed at the sky from the bamboo house. Chapter 50. Encounter the night was tumultuous, filled with the roar of thunder and the relentless downpour of rain. Each lightning flash illuminating the stone cave as if it were day. Quick, secure the tents. Curse this wretched weather, Black Shark shouted, wielding a lantern towards the pirates. The fierce winds and torrential rain threatened to uproot their tents as the pirates, drenched, valiantly anchored them to the ground, placing numerous stones around the edges for stability. At dawn, the pirates busied themselves with the wet belongings from the night before. Boss White Shark, have some canned food. We've run out of dry wood to cook. One of the pirates offered, presenting a can to White Shark. Are we still going to search? Another inquired. This manner of searching is futile. It would be best to send someone back to inform Lord Robert to bring more men from the eastern coast, while we search from here to encircle them. They want to be able to escape, Black Shark declared as he emerged from the tent. I know what to do, White Shark replied coolly, pondering. This lad has some wit about him. It seems I must keep him here. Otherwise, my position as strategist may be in jeopardy. You take 5 men to search the left, Black Shark, you take 5 to the right, and I will lead 8 through the center. The 4 of you remain here to guard the camp. White Shark commanded. Yeshua, climb the bamboo tower and see if there are any pirates, Lu Tian instructed, handing her a pair of binoculars. Each of you carry 2 magazines. Lu Yun, is your arm all right? Do you need to stay in the stone cave? Lu Tian asked Lu Yun. I'm fine, don't worry, she assured him. Remember, if you encounter pirates, do not panic. Utilize the skills I've taught you and coordinate well with your teammates, Lu Tian advised. Lu Tian, I didn't spot any pirates, Yeshua reported as she approached. Good. Let us move out, Lu Tian shouted, leading the way to the cave entrance. As he stepped outside, he surveyed the surroundings for any signs of disturbance before signaling for the others to emerge. Once they were all outside, Lu Tian covered the cave entrance with vines and headed towards the valley. Yeshua, take them to the right and be cautious. I will scout ahead, Lu Tian whispered to her. After Yeshua led Lu Yun and the others away, Lu Tian ventured slightly into the woods alone. Half an hour later, Yeshua and her group arrived at a cluster of large stones and paused to rest. Yeshua, do you think we'll encounter pirates? Su Qing asked as she approached Yeshua. I don't. Yeshua began, but suddenly saw pirates ahead, raising their rifles towards them. Bang, bang, bang. Yeshua instinctively grabbed Su Qing and rolled behind the stones as bullets struck the ground where Su Qing had just stood. Quick, take cover behind the stones. Yeshua shouted to Lu Yun and the others. They're over there. Fire at them. One pirate yelled, followed by a barrage of gunfire directed at Yeshua and her group. Bang, bang, bang. The large stones erupted with sparks as bullets struck them. Lu Wei, you may fire now, quickly. Yishue shouted towards Lu Wei. Zhang Hong, let us shoot together. Lu Wei instructed Zhang Hong beside him, then cautiously peered out, raising his rifle to fire at the pirates. Be careful, duck down. The pirates were caught off guard by the sudden assault, immediately rolling to the ground and taking cover behind a thicket. Lu Yun, you and Jiang Yin move slightly towards that rock. Lu Wei, you and Zhang Hong stay on my left, and we shall fire together when the time comes, understood? Yi Shui whispered. Understood, Lu Wei replied. All right, I will go first. Su Qing, let us move. Yi Shui slowly emerged from behind the rock, aiming her weapon at the location where the pirate lay. Seeing Yi Shui had advanced, Lu Wei hurriedly followed with Zhang Hong. Rat-tat-tat-ah. Just as a pirate attempted to lift his head to investigate, he was shot in the head by Yi Shui. Fire! Yi Shui shouted. Subsequently, Lu Wei and Zhang Hong fired from the left, while Lu Yun and Jiang Yin shot from the right, with Yi Shui and Su Qing in the center, keeping the remaining 4 pirates pinned down. Boss White Shark, there's gunfire coming from that direction. They must have encountered enemies, one pirate reported. Quickly, let us move over there. White Shark shouted, leading 8 pirates towards the sound of gunfire. Damn it, I'll fight you all. The 4 pirates, suppressed by the bullets from Yi Shui and her companions, found themselves unable to move, their fury mounting as they stood up, weapons in hand. Ha-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. The moment the 4 pirates attempted to retaliate, they were riddled with bullets, leaving them lifeless. Yi Shui, there are pirates approaching from that direction, Jiang Yin alerted, noticing pirates running not far away. Quickly, take the magazines from them. We will set up a defensive line behind the rock. Hurry. Yi Shui commanded. Jiang Yin and the others hastily removed the magazines from the fallen pirates and returned to crouch behind the rock. Lu Wei and Zhang Hong, take cover behind the stone on the left. Jiang Yin, you and Lu Yun hide behind the stone on the right. Su Qing, let us move to that rock across. Yi Shui instructed the 5. The 6 of them positioned their rifles atop the rock, directed towards the front. As time elapsed, they anxiously watched ahead. The moment any movement occurred, they would fire. Fire! Yi Shui shouted, and all 6 fired simultaneously, pinning White Shark and his crew down the slope. Stop! Yi Shui commanded again. We fire as soon as they approach, she stated. Boss White Shark, all 5 of them are dead, right in the woods. A pirate crawled up to White Shark. 5 useless fools. I'll draw their fire here. You take 2 and flank them from the woods, quickly. White Shark whispered to the pirate. Fire! White Shark bellowed, raising his weapon to shoot in Yi Shui's direction. while the other 5 pirates simultaneously opened fire at the rock. Rat-tat-tat bullets struck the stone, sparks flying, and Yi Shui and her companions could only return fire occasionally. Jiang Yan, be careful, there are pirates in the woods on your side. Out of the corner of her eye, Yi Shui noticed several figures among the trees and shouted towards Jiang Yan. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan and Lu Yun began firing into the woods. Rat-a-tat-tat. Damn it, we've been spotted, shoot. A pirate, crouched on the ground, cursed and directed gunfire towards Jiang Yan's direction. Lu Yun, be cautious, get down. Jiang Yan called out, and before her voice faded, she threw herself over Lu Yun as bullets whizzed past them, striking the rocks instead. Hurry, keep them down. Bai Sha rose, shooting and shouting, while 5 pirates stood up, firing as they advanced towards the stones, leaving Yi Shui and her companions with no choice but to take cover. Rat-tat-tat. Suddenly, Lu Tian burst forth from the left side of Bai Sha, shooting down 2 pirates. There are intruders. Damn it, retreat into the woods. Bai Sha fired at Lu Tian, but Lu Tian evaded the shots, calling out to the 3 pirates, and then the 4 of them dashed into the forest. Yi Shui, are you all right? Lu Tian shouted from the slope below. It's Lu Tian, we're fine. Ye Zhu replied joyfully. And the 6 of them felt a wave of relief wash over them with Lu Tian's arrival. The pirates have fled, come out. Lu Tian called. Hearing that the pirates had retreated, Yi Shui and the others emerged from behind the rocks and ran to Lu Tian's side. Chapter 51. The surprise attack on the pirate ship. Are you all right? Lu Tian inquired once more. We're fine, don't worry. The pirates have fled. What shall we do next? Yi Shui responded. Let us return to the cave first. Lu Tian replied with a slight smile. How do you feel now? Upon their return to the stone cave, Lu Tian asked the 6 individuals. Much better than the first time, Jiang Yan said with a smile. Indeed, it seems I'm not as frightened anymore. Su Qing added. That's good to hear. The pirates number only a handful now, and they will surely call for reinforcements. Therefore, I intend to take a few of you to the west coast to retrieve their supplies and provisions, Lu Tian declared. It will take at least a day to travel from the pirate camp to the west coast. Lu Wei, Yi Shui, and Jiang Yan, you 3 will accompany me. Lu Yun, you and Su Qing can guard the cave entrance, Lu Tian continued. Lu Tian, along with the 3, journeyed to the return bay, boarded the ship, and set sail into the deep sea towards the west coast. Damn it, those cunning Chinese. Bai Sha fumed from within his tent. Bai Sha, we have lost 7 more brothers, a pirate murmured. Sai, has He Sha returned yet? Bai Sha inquired. Not yet, the pirate replied. Take 1 person back and inform Lord Robert of our situation here. Hurry, Bai Sha commanded the pirate. Yes, Bai Sha, I shall depart at once, the pirate said respectfully, then left with another pirate to hurry towards the west coast. All right, everyone hide. Wait until we are close to the pirates before firing. They will surely believe we are one of them. Lu Tian instructed the 3 as he navigated the ship. After more than an hour of sailing, they were gradually approaching the west coast, and Lu Tian spotted 3 pirate ships anchored by the shoreline. Where did that ship come from? One pirate murmured from the ship's railing. Hey, look, it seems to be our vessel. Another pirate exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, upon realizing it was their own ship, the pirates let down their guard and waved at Lu Tian and his companions. Careful now, I'm about to approach them, Lu Tian said with a subtle smile. He slowly maneuvered the ship closer to the 3 pirate vessels, while the pirates on board continued to laugh boisterously. Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. Oh, it's the enemy. As Lu Tian halted the ship, he, along with Lu Wei and Jiang Yan, rushed onto the deck and unleashed a barrage of gunfire at the 5 pirates, who were caught completely off guard and fell like targets. Quick, transfer everything from the ship to that vessel. Lu Tian shouted to Lu Wei. Shouldn't we move it to our ship? Jiang Yan questioned as she jumped off. This ship is out of fuel, Lu Tian replied with a grin. So much food and even boxes of ammunition. Hurry, Yi Shui, go check that ship. Lu Tian retrieved several magazines from the deceased pirates, and an hour later, she and her companions transferred the belongings from the 2 other pirate ships to another vessel. We must await Lord Robert's arrival to move the provisions into a tent, Bai Sha proclaimed, addressing the surrounding pirates outside the tent. It would be more prudent to return and inform Lord Robert. He Sha remarked from his seat. Return? I have no desire to feed the sharks. We must wait for Lord Robert to bring reinforcements and capture them. This is our chance for redemption. Bai Sha replied to He Sha. For the next few days, we shall remain here, guarding the camp, for they will not dare to attack us, Bai Sha asserted solemnly. Quickly, let us move the supplies from the ship back to the stone cave, Lu Tian announced as she docked the vessel in the return bay. Lu Wei, you all proceed with the transport. I will fetch Lu Yun and the others, Lu Tian declared as she disembarked. Securing several firearms with ropes, she made her way towards the stone cave. Who goes there? It is I, Lu Tian. Upon seeing Lu Tian enter, Lu Yun joyfully embraced her. All right, take Zhang Hong and Su Qing with you to the return bay to collect the supplies. Lu Wei and the others are waiting there. I shall keep an eye on the pirates, Lu Tian said, patting Lu Yun's shoulder with a smile. After Lu Yun and her companions departed, Lu Tian proceeded toward the pirate camp. An hour later, she lay on the ground, using binoculars to survey the pirate encampment. It appeared the pirates had summoned reinforcements. After observing for a time, Lu Tian noted they seemed uninterested in searching the island, instead engaged in what appeared to be a game of cards. After an hour of surveillance, she slowly retreated. Have you finished moving everything? Lu Tian asked upon returning to the entrance of the stone cave, spotting Jiang Yin and Lu Yun carrying baskets. Not yet. There is still much left, Jiang Yin replied with a wry smile. No need to rush. Take your time. The pirates will not come, Lu Tian reassured them with a smile, joining Jiang Yin and the others in the task of transporting the items. In Yanjing, at the Sihiyuan, a middle-aged man spoke to an elderly gentleman with white hair. Father, Lung Ying has sent word that the pirates on Rock Island are capturing a female police officer on a deserted island. I suspect that the officer is Shui Er. The elderly man responded gravely, then dispatched someone to bring Shui Er back. Father, that sea area belongs to Malaysia. They will not permit our people to enter for a rescue, the middle-aged man countered. Send He Bao and a few men disguised as fishermen to investigate the situation. Should we ascertain Shui Er's location, I have my methods to secure her release, the elderly man instructed. Understood, the middle-aged man replied. At last, they completed the task, exhausted. Several women entered the stone cave, patting their shoulders as they sank into the chairs. Yi Shui, please tally the items so we can determine how to utilize them. Lu Tian instructed. I will begin preparing dinner. Everyone should take a good rest this afternoon, Lu Tian announced as she stood. I am going to retire to my chamber for a brief slumber, and upon awakening, I shall partake in a meal. So shall I. Several women have since entered the room to rest, leaving only Yi Shui and Lu Wei to tally the items that have been relocated. An hour later, Lu Tian had arranged the meal upon the table. Where are they? Lu Tian inquired, noticing only Yi Shui and Lu Wei present. There is no need to wait for them. They have all gone to sleep, Lu Wei replied with a smile. Lu Tian, I have completed the inventory, Yi Shui said as she approached Lu Tian. 8 AK rifles, 1.5 crates of ammunition, 2 medical boxes, several daggers, cigarettes, and lighters have been set aside. These are the entirety of our weaponry. The bulk consists of food, including fruits, vegetables, noodles, and rice. I believe this supply will sustain us for several months. Not accounting for our pre-existing provisions, Yi Shui added with a smile. Very well, let us dine first. After our meal, we shall take a good rest, for there are matters to attend to this evening, Lu Tian remarked with a slight smile. Chapter 52. A surprise attack on the pirates. As the afternoon hours gradually slipped away, Lu Tian sat in a bamboo pavilion, meticulously sharpening an arrowhead with a dagger, while a small clouded leopard lounged beside him. Several women emerged from their rooms one after another, rejuvenated after a brief slumber. Jiang Yin poured herself a cup of honey tea and settled into a chair, remarking, I shall go wash my face outside. Wait for me, Su Qing, Zhang exclaimed, hastily following Su Qing as she stepped out. At Guala Bay, a port area, the commander had given explicit orders. We were to seek out an island and an individual near Machi Gorge. Here are the photographs and nautical charts, Black Tiger instructed. Hey Niu, prepare several barrels of oil. We shall depart in 10 minutes. He reiterated, remember, we are now fishermen from Guawa City. Lu Tian, I am quite weary of canned food and wild vegetables after these past few days, one of them lamented. Indeed, another chimed in. Ha, very well. I shall go dig for a bamboo rat. As Lu Tian stepped into the stone cave, a chorus of voices erupted. I do not want bamboo rat. Idizao revit meat, Su Qing declared. Then here is the plan. Lu Wei and I shall dig for bamboo rats, while the rest of you take your bows and arrows to hunt for wild rabbits. Remember, do not capture the young ones, Lu Tian suggested with a faint smile. Hooray! I shall fetch a bow and arrow, Zhang Hong exclaimed, her excitement palpable. The women, armed with bows and arrows, merrily ventured into the thicket, while Lu Tian and Lu Wei made their way towards the bamboo forest with a spade in hand. Lu Tian, there's a hole here, Lu Wei called out, spotting a burrow. This one won't do. We need a hole with fresh soil at its entrance, Lu Tian replied after examining it closely. Later that evening, after half an hour of fruitless digging in the bamboo grove, Lu Tian resolved to use smoke to lure the bamboo rats out. This method actually works. Lu Wei chuckled, observing the bamboo rat in Lu Tian's grasp. Let us return, Lu Tian said, carrying the bamboo rat back to the stone cave. You are back. Since there is plenty of food left from lunch, I won't be cooking again, Lu Yun greeted him. I appreciate that. You sit aside while I prepare the dishes. Lu Tian smiled in response. During their conversation, Jiang Yin and the others returned, proudly presenting a wild rabbit. An hour later, the dining table was adorned with several dishes: stir-fried bamboo rat, spicy rabbit meat, greens, and fish soup. The meal was enjoyed amidst lively chatter and laughter. After a brief respite, Lu Tian led them outside the cave. Listen closely, fire a full magazine, and then retreat, understood? Lu Tian whispered. He guided them to a position just a few dozen meters from the pirates' camp, halting momentarily. Let us wait a little longer until it grows darker. As they crouched beneath the slope, they inspected their firearms and ammunition. Half an hour later, night had nearly enveloped the surroundings. It is time. Aim for the tents and the pirates outside. Fire your rounds, and then withdraw without hesitation. Prepare yourselves. Lu Tian lay prone on the slope, addressing the others. Fire! With a rapid succession of gunfire, Lu Tian was the first to shoot, followed closely by Jiang Yin and the others. Get down, we are under attack. My hand. The pirates were scattered in disarray, some firing back in Lu Tian's direction. Let us go, Lu Tian whispered to Lu Yun and the others, bending low as they retraced their steps. The night had already descended, but Lu Tian was well acquainted with this path, having traversed it numerous times before. So even in the dark, he knew how to navigate. Cunning Huaxiao people, White Shark exclaimed as he scrambled to his feet, firing his weapon and shouting into the night. Black Shark, wielding a flashlight, scanned the area. They have fled, he remarked. Boss White Shark, we've lost 4 men and 3 are injured, a pirate reported. We must leave this place immediately and head to the west coast to return to the ship, Black Shark urged White Shark. Pack up, we're leaving, quickly. After a moment of contemplation, White Shark shouted to the pirates, knowing that if Lu Tian and his group launched another surprise attack, their fate would be sealed. The pirates hurriedly gathered their belongings, illuminated by the flashlight, and swiftly departed the camp towards the west coast. All right, everyone should get some rest, Lu Tian said as he returned to the stone cave. Once everyone had retreated to their rooms, Lu Tian took a kettle of hot water and ascended to the bamboo loft. He turned on the solar lamp and sat down, gazing at the starless sky while smoking. He pondered his thoughts, the nature of which remained unknown. The following morning, just as dawn broke, Lu Tian set out towards the pirate camp. An hour later, he found it peculiar that no one was present. Have they left? He wondered. Using his binoculars to survey the camp, he discovered it utterly deserted. He approached cautiously, finding only a cold, extinguished campfire and several tents, which still contained a number of items. They must have departed last night, Lu Tian murmured as he inspected each tent. Looking toward the west coast, he took a few items with him and headed back to the stone cave, planning to return with Yi Shui and the others for the remaining items. Lu Tian, where have you been so early? Yi Shui inquired as he entered the cave. I visited the pirate camp. They fled overnight, leaving behind many belongings. After breakfast, you all should go retrieve them, Lu Tian replied as he set down the items he had collected. The pirates are gone? That's wonderful. Su Qing exclaimed with joy. Don't celebrate too soon. The next time the pirates come, it will be the decisive battle. For now, enjoy yourselves these next few days, Lu Tian said as he took a seat. After breakfast, Yi Shui, carrying a basket, led Jiang Yin and the others back to the pirate camp. 2 days later, on Rock Island, Robert sat in a chair, chastising White Shark and Black Shark, who hung their heads in disappointment. You two have greatly disappointed me. Leave for now, and I shall deal with you later. Sigh. Captain Black, I apologize for the embarrassment, White Shark lamented. Robert smiled at a burly man seated beside him. Oh, Robert, have you encountered some difficulties? Do you require the assistance of my fire ant mercenaries? Blake inquired with a grin. Thank you for your kind offer, Captain Blake. But these are merely minor issues that we can resolve on our own, Robert replied, waving his hand dismissively. Very well, should you need help, do not hesitate to inform me, Blake chuckled. By the way, when can I expect the weapons to arrive? Robert suddenly asked, nodding. Rest assured, Robert, as long as the funds are prepared, the weapons will arrive on the island the day after tomorrow, Blake assured him. Haha, splendid. The money has long been prepared. Captain Blake, come, let us dine before you depart. I have arranged a sumptuous feast, Robert exclaimed with hearty laughter. Excellent. Ha! Blake nodded with enthusiasm. Chapter 53. A rare moment of serenity. Haha. My gratitude to Lord Robert for his hospitality. I shall take my leave now. Rest assured, I will personally deliver the weapons the day after tomorrow, Blake exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Many thanks to you, Commander Blake. Haha, travel safely. Robert responded with a smile as he escorted Blake to a ship. Lord Robert, what prompted your sudden acquisition of arms? White Shark inquired. That wretched Lusha is secretly recruiting soldiers and has procured quite a few fine weapons in Dark City. Hence, I must also be prepared, Robert remarked, gazing at the sky. Are you suggesting that Lusha intends to attack us and seize Rock Island? White Shark whispered. Sigh. Caution is indeed advisable. Now let us discuss the situation on Lake Island, Robert said, casting a glance at White Shark. As they walked, White Shark recounted the events on Lake Island in detail. Oh, you mean there are 6 or 7 individuals there? Among them are some skilled fighters? Robert inquired as he settled back in the hall. Yes, my lord, White Shark replied respectfully. Currently, our funds for purchasing weapons are limited. Therefore, we must capture that female officer. With the 50 million, I shall immediately recruit soldiers and eradicate Lusha and her cohorts, Robert stated vehemently. Prepare yourself. When the weapons arrive the day after tomorrow, we shall head to Lake Island. This time, I shall take the lead, Robert declared. Also, summon Black Shark to Dark City to recruit a few dozen men. We still possess some funds, Robert added. Understood, my lord. I shall depart at once. White Shark responded before exiting the hall. Lu Tian, you should join us. On the beach, 5 women frolicked in the waves while Lu Tian and Lu Wei rested beneath a coconut tree. Lu Tian, let us go spear fishing. Lu Wei stood, brandishing a spear towards Lu Tian. You go ahead. I prefer to enjoy the tranquility, Lu Tian replied nonchalantly. Seeing Lu Tian's disinterest, Lu Wei ventured into the water alone to fish. Lu Tian, why aren't you joining the fun? Lu Yan asked as she sat beside him. I'm a bit weary and don't wish to join, Lu Tian said, placing his hand on Lu Yun's thigh, feeling its smoothness. Suddenly, Lu Tian pushed Lu Yun down onto the ground and kissed her. Lu Tian, please don't, they will notice, Lu Yun gasped softly. Fear not. The rocks provide ample cover. They won't see us. Lu Tian continued to kiss her face and lips. No, stop, I'm leaving, Lu Yun exclaimed, pushing Lu Tian away and swiftly retreating into the water. Ha! How delightful, Lu Tian chuckled, reclining on the ground. In recent days, Lu Tian had taken them to the beach for leisure, to the woods for wild fruits, and to the sea for fishing, basking in the joy akin to a vacation. I want to eat lobster. Come, Jiang Yin, have a drink. Cheers. Lu Tian stood up from his chair, raising a bamboo cup towards everyone. Cheers. 7 individuals stood together, raising their cups and laughing joyfully. After dinner, they gathered in the stone cave, engaging in lively conversation and bursts of laughter, continuing until fatigue overtook them, prompting their return to their chambers for rest. Lu Tian, however, ascended alone to the bamboo loft to enjoy a cup of tea. An hour later, Lu Yun slowly emerged from her slumber, stepping quietly out of her room and making her way to the bamboo loft, while Yi Shui gradually opened her eyes, observing Lu Yun's retreating figure. Lu Tian. Lu Yun softly called as she approached the loft. Upon recognizing her, Lu Tian drew her close, seating her upon his lap and leaning in for a tender kiss. Gradually, enchanting sounds echoed within the bamboo structure. Scoundrel. Yi Shui muttered to herself as she caught a glimpse of the entwined figures before retreating back to her room. The next morning, all seven awoke leisurely, roused by the sun's warmth, and set about preparing breakfast. Lu Tian, where shall we venture today? Su Qing inquired, slurping her noodles. You all may decide your own destination. Lu Tian replied with a smile, taking another bite. I'm quite fatigued after our recent excursions. I think I shall remain in the stone cave today, Jiang Yin remarked. Why not go fishing at the pond? We could also bathe in the small pool, Lu Yun suggested as she approached. Sound good. Su Qing, you gather some worms. And I'll fetch the fishing hooks, Jiang Yin said, rising to retrieve the hooks, while the other women chirped excitedly as they made their way to the pond. Lu Tian observed their departing figures with a faint smile before pouring himself a cup of tea and returning to the loft. Lu Tian, you appear to be deep in thought, Lu Wei said as he followed Lu Tian up the stairs and took a seat. Sigh, I worry that the pirates may come with a large contingent. If that happens, Lu Tian lamented. We can hide in the stone cave, avoiding confrontation. Lu Wei replied dismissively. It's not as simple as you think. What if they discover the cave's entrance? How long can we remain hidden there? 6 months? A year? If they station armed guards at the entrance, we'll be trapped. If they breach our refuge, our demise is inconsequential. But what of them? Lu Tian spoke gravely, fully aware that if a few of the women fell into the pirates' hands, their fate would be dire. What do you propose we do? Lu Wei inquired after a moment's contemplation, recognizing that hiding in the cave offered no escape. We must take a gamble. Before the pirates arrive, we should set sail at dawn tomorrow, heading towards the mainland. We still possess a barrel of oil. If we are fortunate enough to encounter other vessels at sea, we might find salvation, Lu Tian declared with unwavering resolve. I will follow your lead, Lu Wei responded with a faint smile. By midday, the women returned joyfully, each carrying a pair of substantial fish. After lunch, Lu Tian shared the situation with them, which suddenly cast a heavy silence over the stone cave. Lu Tian is correct. Once our boat reaches this point, there is a strong possibility that the Coast Guard or passing merchant ships will notice us, thus granting us a chance for rescue. Yi Shui pointed out, gesturing towards the maritime chart. Wherever Lu Tian goes, I shall follow, Lu Yun affirmed. At this point, it seems there is no other choice. I would rather perish in the sea than fall into the hands of pirates, Jiang Yin remarked. Since there are no objections to setting sail, we shall depart at dawn tomorrow. Lu Wei, please release the animals we have kept. Tonight, we will prepare a feast from the seafood gathered from the waterhole. Lu Tian declared as he rose to his feet. Very well, let us indulge in a seafood banquet on our last night, Yi Shui replied with a gentle smile. In the afternoon, Lu Wei set free the wild boars, mountain goats, and deer he had been tending to, while Jiang Yin and the others collected sea snails, lobsters, clams, and fish from the waterhole to wash in the nearby stream. Lu Tian took a shovel and found a secluded spot to dig a hole, where he concealed the surplus AK rifles, ammunition, several daggers, a large knife, and a shovel, all wrapped in a tent before covering them with soil. Chapter 54. Setting sail. Lu Tian. There remains so much food. It seems a bit wasteful, Yi Shui remarked. Well, there's nothing we can do. We cannot carry so much, Lu Tian replied. While everyone was preoccupied with various tasks, Lu Tian strolled slowly into the bamboo grove, surveying his surroundings. Are you reluctant to leave this place? Jiang Yin inquired upon seeing Lu Tian return to the stone cave. Perhaps a little. After all, I have lived here for quite some time, Lu Tian said with a slight smile as he sat down. If I survive and return, I shall eradicate the pirates and purchase this land, Jiang Yin declared, gazing at Lu Tian. Ha ha, you are formidable. I look forward to that day, Lu Tian laughed heartily. There is nothing that money cannot resolve, Jiang Yin continued. You are absolutely right, Lu Tian replied without a second thought. With sufficient funds, he believed that spending 100 million could easily hire mercenaries to eliminate the pirates. He was confident that such a sum would lead to their swift demise. What are you discussing? At that moment, Lu Yan entered, smiling. Nothing much. Have you finished your tasks? Lu Tian asked. Not yet. I'm still cooking the conch, Lu Yan replied, sipping a cup of tea before heading back to the kitchen. I shall assist you, Lu Tian said, following Lu Yan. An hour later, Lu Tian brought the conch and lobster to the table. There is hardly enough space on the table. Let us store the rest in the iron can, Yishui observed, looking at the feast of seafood. Suyin, please fetch the wine. Come, let us eat, Lu Tian called. The 7 of them gathered around the table, eagerly consuming the conch. I will go prepare some rice. One remarked, rice? With so much seafood? After dinner, the sun set on the horizon, casting a beautiful glow across the sky. That night, everyone conversed in the stone cave, talking until the late hours before retreating to their rooms for rest. At dawn, Lu Tian rose early to prepare noodles, and the women gradually awoke. Yishui, please organize the items we need to take. We shall depart after breakfast, Lu Tian instructed, placing the noodles into boiling water. I will freshen up first, Yishui replied. 10 minutes later, everyone sat at the table enjoying their noodles. Once breakfast concluded, Lu Tian placed the items that could not be taken, iron cans and barrels of peanut oil, into a corner. To be on the safe side, everyone should take a firearm, as well as the canned goods, the box of noodles, and the kettle, Lu Tian advised, while Yishui and the others packed the cans and noodles into their backpacks. I will take some dried fish and radishes, Zhang Hong said, rushing to the ceramic jar to retrieve several pieces of dried fish for her backpack. Lu Wei, you should carry some firewood, Lu Tian suggested to him. Half an hour later, everyone had prepared the items they intended to take. All right, let us go, Lu Tian announced as they shouldered their backpacks, casting a final glance at the stone cave before departing. Little cloud leopard, we are leaving. You must hunt for yourself from now on. Come, let us go to the woods, Lu Tian said, stroking the little cloud leopard as they stepped out of the cave. The little clouded leopard glanced back at Lu Tian and the others, gradually vanishing from his sight. Lu Tian, laden with oil, made his way back to the returning bay, reaching the boat in half an hour. Yishui and the others had already placed their belongings inside, and Lu Tian proceeded to the cockpit, starting the engine and slowly steering the vessel away from the bay. Look, the little clouded leopard, Lu Yun remarked, noticing the creature watching the departing boat from the shoreline. I hope it can survive, Lu Wei murmured as he watched the leopard's silhouette grow increasingly indistinct. Everyone, take your seats. Ahead lies turbulent waters, Lu Tian called out to them. As he navigated the boat through the choppy sea, it rocked precariously from side to side, seemingly on the brink of capsizing. Lu Tian glanced at the nautical chart and steered towards the land. Damn it, I truly fear this boat might suddenly overturn, he cursed, gazing at the distant waves. What on earth is that? Lu Tian suddenly noticed a mass of dark clouds accompanied by flashes of lightning a few hundred meters away and quickly maneuvered the boat to evade the storm. Thunder rumbled ominously. Hold on tight, Lu Tian shouted to Yishui and the others, desperately turning the boat to the right. Despite the turbulent waters seeping into the vessel, he fought to distance himself from the ominous clouds. Lu Wei, I'm so scared, Zhang Hong suddenly cried, throwing herself onto Lu Wei in distress. Do not fear, he replied, gazing at the tumultuous sea with furrowed brows. The other women fared little better, with Su Qing trembling visibly. An hour later, Lu Tian finally navigated the boat away from the stormy clouds, arriving at a placid stretch of sea. What is the matter? Lu Tian inquired as he approached Yishui and the others. Had I known this would happen, I would have preferred to spend my life in that stone cave rather than risk falling into the ocean to feed the fish, Jiang Yin declared, patting her ample chest, prompting Lu Tian to swallow hard. Indeed, I can scarcely walk now, Su Qing echoed Jiang Yin's sentiment. There's no use lamenting now. Let's have something to eat, Yishui suggested, producing a can. Everyone should rest. We will set sail again shortly, Lu Tian added, taking a can for himself. After all this time, not a single ship in sight, Lu Wei remarked as he stepped onto the deck to survey the vast expanse of the ocean. Navigating ahead will be even more challenging, Lu Tian said, scanning the surroundings with binoculars. The ocean was an endless stretch, devoid of even a single bird, with waves surging all around. May heaven protect us, Lu Tian murmured. After resting for half an hour, he returned to the cockpit, reigniting the boat's engine and steering forward. It seems the nautical chart is of little use now. We must simply press onward, Lu Tian pondered, realizing that since evading the storm clouds, he had lost all sense of direction. The boat bobbed up and down on the waves, while the women on board clung together in fear, watching the turbulent waters outside. The winds and waves grew ever fiercer, and Lu Tian wondered if the boat would withstand the onslaught. Sein Süden screamed. Suddenly, a wave crashed against the ship, and seawater poured into the vessel, causing it to sway uncontrollably, accompanied by creaking sounds. Yeshua, do you think we will perish in the ocean? Suching suddenly asked Yeshua. Please refrain from such talk. We must have faith in El Tian, Yeshua replied, gently patting Suching's shoulder. But there is no but. We can only trust El Tian now. If you are frightened, just close your eyes and don't look, Yeshua interjected before Suching could finish her sentence. In truth, Yeshua's expression revealed her own fear. However, at this moment, she felt compelled to maintain a facade of calmness. Chapter 55. Encounter with Ships and Storms During the Night. Lu Tian anchored his vessel upon a tranquil expanse of sea, relieved that no fierce winds threatened to carry it away. Lu Wei, keep watch over the ship while I take a brief rest. Should anything arise, rouse me, Lu Tian instructed Lu Wei. Having navigated the waters all day, he felt exhausted, yearning for a moment of respite to rejuvenate his spirit for the journey ahead. As darkness enveloped the sky, devoid of stars and moonlight, the surroundings were shrouded in obscurity. A few women huddled together, succumbing to slumber. The night remained calm, and Lu Tian awoke feeling refreshed after a peaceful night's sleep. After a modest meal, he ventured into the wheelhouse to relieve Lu Wei. Time drifted by slowly. Lu Tian had been sailing for 3 days, yet the horizon revealed no land nor passing vessels, which dampened his spirits. 3 days at sea, and still nothing but the endless ocean. How long will this continue? He murmured, peering through his binoculars. Lu Tian, look. It seems rain is approaching. Yeshua pointed towards the sky on the left. That is no mere rain. It's a storm. Quickly, retreat to the cabin, Lu Tian exclaimed, hastily making his way to the wheelhouse to start the engines. Captain, a storm appears imminent. We should return. A female voice from a nearby fishing boat suggested to her companion. Alas, after so many days, we have yet to discover the whereabouts of that deserted island. The man responded, glancing at the ominous clouds above. This man was He Bao, accompanied by 2 teammates, navigating the seas in search of the island marked on their charts, though its location remained elusive. Captain, look, there seems to be a vessel over there. Hanyo, peering through binoculars, announced as she spotted a ship navigating the turbulent waters. He Bao quickly took the binoculars, confirming the sighting of a ship. Full speed ahead. Let us approach that vessel, he commanded with urgency. Teammate, the storm is drawing near, which poses a grave danger to us all, Hanyo cautioned. There's no choice. Perhaps the crew aboard that ship knows the location of the island, thus sparing us from endlessly searching the seas, He Bao replied hastily. The fishing boat sped towards the approaching vessel, even as the sky darkened ominously, heralding the impending storm. Jiangyan, look, a ship seems to be approaching us. Hurry and inform Lu Tian, Yishua shouted, binoculars in hand. Moments later, Lu Tian appeared on deck, while Lu Wei remained vigilant in the wheelhouse. Could it be pirates pursuing us? Suining anxiously. It's a fishing boat. Jiangyan, you Lu Yun. And Suqing, take cover in the cabin with your firearms, Lu Tian instructed Jiangyan. Lu Tian, it's raining, and the waves are growing fiercer, Yishua warned as she rushed to the deck. That woman looks familiar. Hanyo quickly retrieved the photograph given by the commander. He Bao called out to Hanyo, who dashed into the cabin to fetch the picture. That's her. Hanyo, take a look, He Bao exclaimed, joyfully handing the binoculars to Hanyo. Captain, it is indeed her, she confirmed. As Hanyo gazed at Yi Shui aboard the vessel, she exclaimed with excitement, Hey Hu, increase your speed, quickly. He Bao shouted towards the cabin. Thunder rumbled ominously as dark clouds gathered, unleashing a torrential downpour. The waves grew increasingly formidable, as if they sought to engulf the ship. Lu Tian, that ship is swiftly approaching us, Yishui remarked, peering through her binoculars. Forget about it. Water is flooding the vessel, and it's beyond our control. The winds and waves are too fierce. Hurry inside, or you will be lost at the sea, Lu Tian called out to Yishui. Lu Tian, the ship can no longer move, Lu Wei shouted from the cabin. Is someone on your ship named Yishui? A voice suddenly called out from the approaching vessel. Yishui, are they calling for you? Lu Tian inquired, glancing at Yishui. Lu Tian, what should we do? Several women asked, their fear palpable amidst the raging storm. At that moment, the fishing boat was a mere 10 meters from Lu Tian's vessel. Are you calling me? Yishui shouted above the din of the rain, racing to the edge of the ship. Yishui, be careful. Lu Tian hurried to her side, fearful that a powerful wave might throw her overboard. The wind howled ferociously, and the sea roiled with tumultuous waves, threatening to shatter the ship at any moment. We are sent by Commander Yi to find you, He Bao called out, as the boat drew closer to Lu Tian's position. Watch out, Yishui, Lu Tian yelled as a colossal wave nearly capsized the vessel, causing Yishui to lose her footing and tumble onto the deck. Lu Tian scrambled over to embrace her. Commander Yi, my father? He has sent someone for me. Yejue claimet, head equitement palpable. Hey Hu, bring the ship closer. Hai Bao Uget. Captain, the winds and waves are too strong. We can barely maintain control. Hey Hu responded. Moments later, the fishing boat edged alongside Lu Tian's vessel. Yishui, come over. Hey Bao called out, struggling to maintain his balance on the deck. Lu Tian gently helped Yishui up and guided her towards the fishing boat, where He Bao grasped her hand and pulled her aboard. Are you an instructor? He Bao suddenly exclaimed with fervor, looking at Lu Tian. Let us discuss that later. Help me get them all onto your ship, Lu Tian instructed, proceeding towards the vessel. Everyone come out, be cautious, and head to that ship, quickly, Lu Tian shouted to those inside. Captain, if we don't leave now, we want to be able to. Hey Hu warned from the cabin. Hey Nyo, come help. He Bao called out. Lu Yun and the others struggled across the deck, and Lu Tian assisted each one onto the fishing boat, while He Bao and He Nyo guided Lu Yun and the others aboard. Captain, a wave is coming, He Nyo shouted, watching as the enormous swell approached. Lu Wei, hurry up. Lu Tian pushed Lu Wei towards the fishing boat, and He Bao caught his hand. Just then, a massive wave crashed down, violently separating the fishing boat from the pirate ship, sending the latter careening away, dozens of meters from their original position. Ensure their safe return. A voice echoed from the pirate ship. Black Tiger, set sail immediately and come aboard. Black Panther and Black Girl shouted as they pulled Lu Wei onto the vessel. Lu Tian, how can you leave without him? Lu Tian, woe is me. Lu Tian. A few women attempted to rush onto the deck, only to be pulled back by Black Panther. There is no choice. I do not wish for it to be this way, but if we do not depart, we shall all perish here, Black Panther stated solemnly within the ship. With a telescope in hand, Black Panther scanned the surroundings, noting the tumultuous waves and the disappearance of the pirate ship. On the fishing boat, several women were weeping and calling out Lu Tian's name, and Lu Wei's eyes glistened with tears. Rest assured, Lu Tian possesses great skills. I firmly believe he will survive, Lu Wei reassured Lu Yun and the others. Lu Wei is correct. Lu Tian will be fine. Do not grieve excessively, Yishui said, wiping her tears. Instructor, do not worry. I will ensure their safe return. Black Panther murmured, gazing out at the vast ocean. Chapter 56. Where am I? 3 days later, Black Panther safely returned Yishui and her companions to Guawa City. They lingered at the harbor, gazing at the sea for quite some time before departing. Under Black Panther's arrangement, they returned to Huaxia. Cough, cough. Where on earth am I? Lying on the ship, Lu Tian suddenly awoke, surveying his surroundings and murmuring to himself. Ah, my head aches. Upon regaining consciousness, Lu Tian discovered a large bump on his head. As he touched it, a sharp pain surged through him. All I recall is hitting my head against the wooden ship. Alas, it matters little now. I am hungry and must find something to eat. Slowly, Lu Tian rose and made his way inside the vessel. At that moment, the ship was adrift at sea. He found a piece of radish and began to eat. After searching for what felt like an eternity, he discovered only 2 radishes on board. Everything else appeared to have vanished. Fortunately, the dagger and revolver he carried, along with his Nepali army knife, were still intact. After consuming the radish, Lu Tian entered the cockpit, only to find that the ship was damaged and could not be started. It was merely drifting on the waves. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Tian had been adrift for 2 days. By this time, his hunger had become unbearable. Without food, he could only survive for another 2 days. And without water, he might meet his demise within 3. That night, a fierce wind rose from the sea, accompanied by a torrential downpour. Lu Tian lay on the deck, allowing the rainwater to pour into his mouth. Driven by the tempest, the ship drifted into the unknown depths of the night. Bang! A sudden crash jolted Lu Tian from his slumber. He awoke with a start, hearing the unmistakable sound of water flooding the ship. Hurriedly, he scrambled to his feet, the dawn barely beginning to break, yet he could still see. Damn it, we've struck a reef. The ship is taking on water. Lu Tian watched as the vessel gradually filled with water on the verge of sinking. Scanning his surroundings, he noticed a faint outline of an island a few dozen meters ahead, though the light was still too dim to discern clearly. Never mind. Without hesitation, he hurled a piece of wood overboard, secured his knife at his waist, and leapt into the water, clutching the wood and swimming toward the island. Moments later, the ship sank beneath the waves, disappearing from sight. A few minutes later, Lu Tian reached the rocky shore, pulling himself up onto the rocks. He found himself surrounded by steep cliffs and jagged stones, and he sat upon the rocks, waiting for dawn. Half an hour later, the day had brightened considerably, allowing him to see clearly. Lu Tian noticed a slope on the cliff ahead that seemed to lead upward, and he cautiously approached it. Goodness, one misstep could lead to my demise here. He painstakingly climbed the slope, each step taken with utmost care. After 20 minutes, Lu Tian finally reached the summit of the cliff. He paused to rest for a moment before rising and venturing into a grove of trees. Chirp, chirp! Suddenly, a few monkeys in the trees spotted Lu Tian and began to screech, leaping about in excitement. Keep it up, and you'll become my meal. Lu Tian glanced at the monkey and spoke sharply, disregarding its presence as he continued onward. After half an hour's trek, he stumbled upon several banana trees adorned with ripe clusters of bananas. He hurriedly approached and plucked some to indulge in their sweetness. The monkeys in the trees began to screech louder, their demeanor quite fierce. If you keep screeching, I'll deal with you, Lu Tian retorted. After devouring 7 or 8 bananas and stashing a few in his pocket, he departed from the thicket. By this time, the sun had risen fully, and Lu Tian found a large rock on which he could lay his clothing to dry. Where am I? Is this yet another deserted island? I seem to have a peculiar affinity for deserted islands, he chuckled wryly. Having just escaped one, he now found himself on another, as if fate were playing a grand jest on him. I wonder if Lu Yun and the others have returned safely. They should have by now, Lu Tian murmured, gazing at the sun. After more than 2 hours, once his clothes were dry, he donned them and ventured deeper into the woods. Before long, he arrived at a grove filled with large-leaved plants, many of which were unfamiliar to him. Goodness, when did centipedes grow to such a size? He exclaimed, startled by a centipede that emerged from the roots of a large-leaved plant, measuring several inches long. He hurriedly retreated. Fortunately, the beach still offered coconuts. Approaching a small stretch of shoreline, he beamed at the sight of 3 coconut trees. This stretch of beach was merely a dozen meters long, littered with rocks. Lu Tian fashioned a stick and set about gathering coconuts, soon managing to collect 3. Ah, the same delightful taste, Lu Tian remarked after sipping the coconut water. Once he finished, he examined his surroundings but found no caves or tree hollows. However, he did discover a large stone beneath a cliff that could serve as shelter. After clearing the area of debris and gathering some dry branches, he finally managed to start a fire, though it had cost him some blisters on his hands. It's not easy, but I've done it, he said joyfully as the flames flickered to life. Once the fire was established, he added more wood and fashioned the stick into a spear. Armed with the spear, Lu Tian waded into the water. observing two large fish swimming nearby. He remained perfectly still. At the opportune moment, he thrust the spear and successfully caught a fish that had ventured close to his feet. Ah, quite sizable. I want to go hungry tonight, he declared triumphantly as he brought the fish to the rocks. There, he used his knife to gut the fish and skewered it on a stick, placing it by the fire to roast. Ah, I seem to have grown accustomed to this way of life, Lu Tian mused with a faint smile as he sat beneath the large stone, watching the fish roast. After a few minutes, when the fish was ready, he retrieved the bananas from his pocket and set them aside, then began to savor the roasted fish. Ah, I've eaten too much. This feeling is simply delightful. Lu Tian gently caressed his belly with a smile, and then picked up a coconut to drink from. First, I shall rest well, he thought. After finishing the coconut water, Lu Tian reclined. More than 2 hours later, he awoke to find that night had fallen, and darkness would soon envelop the surroundings. With this in mind, he ventured into the woods to gather some firewood, and then made his way to the rocky shore to collect a few small sea snails and mussels. I shall spend the night here and devise a plan for tomorrow, Lu Tian decided. He placed the sea snails and mussels into a coconut shell and set them atop the fire. Half an hour later, the night was fully upon him. After enjoying the sea snails and mussels, Lu Tian succumbed to slumber. Chapter 57. The Heroic Rescue. Please, let me go. No. In a state of drowsiness, Lu Tian thought he heard a woman's voice, who was crying out so early in the morning. He sat up, rubbing his eyes and murmuring to himself, "Someone is here." Suddenly, Lu Tian became fully alert and hurried out from beneath the large rock, making his way to the beach. "No." The voice echoed again, prompting him to sprint in its direction. After running for a while, he arrived at a cluster of rocks. Climbing up, he spotted 3 figures atop the cliff, 2 of whom were bare-skinned, their faces adorned with black and white paint, brandishing wooden sticks with sharp stones affixed to one end, while strategically covering their modesty with leaves. The third figure was a foreign beauty, bound to a cross, her pleas in English filling the air with urgency. Lu Tian stood merely a few meters away, his vision crystal clear. Indigenous? He thought, as the appearance of the 2 figures struck a chord in his mind. The 2 natives circled the foreign beauty, murmuring incomprehensibly. Suddenly, they halted, looking skyward and whispering among themselves. One of the natives picked up a gleaming black stone from the ground and lunged toward the beauty's abdomen. The foreign woman, eyes closed and tears streaming down her face, continued to cry out, "No." Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Tian sprang into action, a dagger instantly manifesting in his grasp. In a swift move, he hurled the dagger, which found its mark in the throat of the native wielding the black stone. Without faltering, he charged forward, drawing his Nepali knife just as the second native began to react, severing his head in one fluid motion. In mere seconds, both natives lay lifeless. "Open your eyes," Lu Tian urged the still-closed eyes of the foreign beauty. "Please don't kill me." "Woo," she sobbed in English. "I said open your eyes," Lu Tian reiterated in English. Upon hearing the familiar language, the foreign beauty abruptly opened her eyes, only to be met with the sight of Lu Tian and the lifeless natives at their feet. "Thank you." "Woo," she exclaimed, tears streaming down her cheeks. Lu Tian extracted his dagger and, without hesitation, cast the natives' bodies into the sea below to feed the fish. He then cut the ropes binding the foreign beauty to the cross, who continued to express her gratitude in English. "Enough with the thanks," Lu Tian replied, sheathing his dagger and retrieving the black stone. Turning, he descended the rocks toward the beach, the foreign beauty following closely behind. Upon reaching the base of a large stone, he placed the firewood into the pile. "Are you from Huaxia?" The foreign beauty suddenly inquired in Mandarin. "Oh, you speak Mandarin? Who are you?" Lu Tian responded, intrigued. Lu Tian turned in surprise to the foreign beauty and inquired, "What is your name?" "My name is Sophie, and I hail from the Eagle Nation. I am an archaeologist, fluent in 8 languages. Due to the demands of my profession, I spent the last 2 years conducting archaeological work in Huaxia," she replied in Huaxia, her command of the language impressively proficient. "Oh, an archaeologist?" Lu Tian pondered aloud. "Do you know where we are?" "I'm afraid not. A month ago a group of 7, set out to explore Pulleys Island for archaeological purposes. However, Our vessel deviated from its course, and after 2 days at sea, we found ourselves here. Sophie explained slowly. Here, drink this and take your time, Lu Tian said, offering her a coconut. Thank you. Sophie expressed her gratitude as she took the coconut and began to drink. When our ship arrived here, all our instruments malfunctioned, forcing us to disembark onto this island. We ventured quite far and discovered numerous unfamiliar flora and fauna, as well as a colossal statue. Upon entering with ropes, we uncovered many mysterious artifacts, among which was a magnificent golden city. She continued, sipping from the coconut. A golden city? Lu Tian's interest was piqued. Indeed, a golden city. However, as we attempted to leave, we were captured by the natives. They imprisoned us in a stone cave, and every few days, they would take one of us out to be sacrificed. One was bound to a cross, and they used sharp stones to lacerate his skin, coating it with honey to attract ants. I was terrified watching it unfold. By this morning, I was the only one left, and then I was brought here, Sophie recounted, covering her face in anguish. If you had not saved me today, they would have disemboweled me and fed my entrails to the eagles, she continued, her voice trembling. How cruel, Lu Tian remarked, his brow furrowing at the thought. Otherwise, how could they be considered natives? Sophie responded. And you? How did you end up here? She inquired. Me? Huh. It was pure happenstance. Our ship struck a hidden reef and sank, and I managed to swim to this place. My name is Lu Tian, he replied with a slight smile. Lu Tian? That is a beautiful name in Huaxia, Sophie said softly. Indeed, we must leave here quickly, she suddenly asserted after a moment's thought. Oh, why is that? Lu Tian asked, looking at her. You killed those 2 natives. If they do not return, it will attract more of them to this place, Sophie explained. You make a valid point, but where shall we go? Lu Tian queried. Over there is where the natives reside. If we head in that direction, they are unlikely to search there, Sophie indicated towards the eastern woods. Very well. Let us proceed that way, Lu Tian said, rising to his feet. He then buried the remnants of the fire and cleared away any traces before heading eastward with Sophie. These trees resemble palm trees, yet they are not edible, she observed. Lu Tian felt a tree reminiscent of a palm, chuckling as he spoke. Let us hasten. We must depart from this place soon. Sophie addressed Lu Tian. She guided him through the thicket, traversing over the tangled underbrush, navigating the dense forest of towering trees, and stepping over the rugged piles of stones. After more than 3 hours of journeying, they arrived at the foot of a magnificent waterfall and paused. Let us find a suitable spot to rest. Your stamina is truly impressive, Lu Tian remarked with a smile. It is not my stamina, but rather a necessity imposed upon me, Sophie replied breathlessly. Soon, Lu Tian and Sophie discovered a secluded cave, albeit slightly damp, yet spacious enough to accommodate them. Chapter 58. Mysterious Island. Oh, Lu Tian, I long to bathe beneath the waterfall. It has been over a month since my last wash, Sophie declared as she stood at the entrance of the cave. Do as you wish. I can manage the cave's tidiness myself, Lu Tian responded with a subtle smile, and Sophie made her way to the waterfall. Half an hour later, Lu Tian had cleaned the inside of the cave and had also gathered several large leaves to lay on the ground. With so many mosquitoes, how shall I sleep at night? I should kindle a fire first, he mused, for the oppressive heat had led to an abundance of large, bothersome mosquitoes on the island. Lu Tian ventured from the woods into the small river formed beneath the waterfall, searching for something. Found it, he exclaimed, noticing a stone the size of his fist. He bent down to pick it up and struck it against another black stone, producing a spark. With a sense of triumph, Lu Tian returned to the woods to seek dry grass as kindling. Oh, this will serve well as tinder, he noted upon discovering an empty bird's nest nestled in the fork of a tree, indicating the fledglings had grown and taken flight. He gathered a handful of dry grass and twigs from the ground and made his way back to the cave. He placed the bird's nest on the ground and began striking the stones together. After several attempts that nearly ignited the nest, the flames extinguished before taking hold. Lu Tian, what are you up to? Sophie inquired as she entered, observing him. Lu Tian caught a glimpse of her and nearly lost his composure. Her damp, light yellow hair framed a delicate oval face adorned with large, expressive eyes and fair, rosy skin. Her low-cut top accentuated her perfect figure, revealing nearly half of her ample bosom, while her exceedingly short shorts left little to the imagination, showcasing her long, beautiful, and fair legs. Oh, I was just contemplating how to start a fire. Perhaps the nest is too damp to catch flame. I shall need to dry it outside, he stammered, stealing glances at Sophie as he took the dry grass, twigs, and the nest of the stones by the riverbank to sunbathe. Lu Tian also collected some larger firewood, which Sophie joined him in doing. However, each time she bent down, he couldn't help but glance sideways. When did I become so lecherous? He pondered, shaking his head. What did you say, Lu Tian? Sophie suddenly asked from beside him. Oh, nothing of consequence. I merely remarked on the sun's intensity today, he replied with a slight smile. After 2 hours of drying the firewood beneath the blazing sun, Lu Tian carried it all back into the cave, and this time he quickly managed to ignite the fire. Lu Tian, let us venture out to find something to eat. I am hungry, Sophie said, patting him on the shoulder. Lu Tian placed a large log onto the fire and stepped outside with Sophie. Minutes later, they found themselves in a tall, dense forest blanketed in moss, where the ground was strewn with dry branches that creaked underfoot, interspersed with the occasional song of birds. Stop! Sophie, do not move, whatever you do. Suddenly, Lu Tian shouted at Sophie, who was walking ahead. He cautiously drew his knife and approached her step by step, hearing Lu Tian's command to remain still. Sophie froze in place, her eyes darting nervously from side to side, her complexion betraying her unease. Whoosh! Out of nowhere, a hefty snake descended from a branch above, aiming to strike Sophie. In a flash, Lu Tian reacted, seizing the snake before it could reach her and pinning it against a tree, swiftly severing its head with a single stroke of his blade. You scared me to death. We should head back. This place is far too perilous, Sophie exclaimed, her hand on her chest as she spoke to Lu Tian, her heart still racing. Fine. We have food now, Lu Tian replied, glancing at Sophie, who was still catching her breath and swallowing hard as the tumultuous scene replayed in his mind. He skinned the snake and cleaned it before turning back with Sophie. Lu Tian, look, there is something crawling towards us, Sophie suddenly pointed out, her voice urgent. Lu Tian turned to see a creature that sent chills down his spine. What in the world is that? When did lizards grow so large? The beast, over 3 meters long, was racing towards them with alarming speed. Run! Lu Tian grasped Sophie's hand, and they dashed towards the cave. They found refuge behind a large rock, peering out to see if the lizard had followed. Get down and stay still. Lu Tian suddenly pulled Sophie down to the ground, his eyes fixed on the sky. A massive shadow soared overhead, a giant eagle, its wingspan stretching over 10 meters. What kind of place is this? First a gigantic lizard, now a colossal eagle. Let us return to the cave, Lu Tian said, rising and pulling Sophie along. What animal was that? Sophie asked as she sat on the cave floor, looking at Lu Tian. I have no idea. All I know is this place is bizarre, Lu Tian replied, placing the snake meat on a stick by the fire to cook. Aren't you afraid? Sophie inquired, her gaze fixed on Lu Tian. A lizard that size and a giant eagle? Afraid? Huh, what good would that do? Lu Tian chuckled, flipping the snake meat over. After several minutes, the meat was ready, and Lu Tian sliced it into pieces. Here, eat up. Didn't you say you were hungry? He offered 1/2 to Sophie. I can't eat that, Sophie murmured, eyeing the snake meat hesitantly. Can't eat? Do you wish to starve here? Lu Tian insisted, placing the meat in her hand before taking a bite of his portion. It's actually quite good. Really, go on and eat. Seeing Lu Tian relish the meat, Sophie cautiously took a small bite. After chewing a few times, she found it palatable and gradually began to eat more. Once he finished, Lu Tian grabbed his knife and headed outside. Where are you going? Sophie called out, rising quickly. I'm going to chop some wood to seal the cave entrance. Otherwise, I want to be able to sleep tonight. Lu Tian skillfully wove branches around the entrance. After a mere 10 minutes, he had inserted several trees into the ground, both horizontally and vertically, and placed additional twigs atop them for reinforcement. Lu Tian, where shall we venture tomorrow? Sophie inquired, lying on the ground as she gazed at him. Tomorrow? I'm uncertain of our destination. Perhaps you could guide me to the stone statue? Lu Tian replied, seated by the fire, whittling a piece of wood while casting a glance at Sophie. Are you intending to seek the city of gold? It is heavily guarded by numerous natives, Sophie pondered aloud. Fear not, I shall merely take a look. If danger arises, we shall depart immediately, for we are at a loss as to where to go anyway, Lu Tian continued. Very well, I shall lead you there tomorrow. I need to rest now, Sophie said, closing her eyes and swiftly drifting into slumber, likely due to her exhaustion, as she fell asleep within mere minutes. Chapter 59. The mysterious giant statue. As dawn broke, Lu Tian sat by the fire, roasting several plump white larvae that he had discovered among the dry wood outside. With no other sustenance available, he had no choice. What are you doing, Lu Tian? Sophie stirred from her slumber, rubbing her eyes as she inquired. Preparing breakfast, Lu Tian replied, turning the larvae on the stick. Sophie rose and joined him by the fire, gazing at the wriggling larvae in his hand. Oh, those are worms. Are you planning to eat those? I would rather starve. Suit yourself. It's not me who will go hungry, Lu Tian chuckled, casting a glance at Sophie. After a few minutes of roasting, Lu Tian began consuming the larvae one by one. Delicious. You truly want tea, have any? He asked, but Sophie merely shook her head in disgust. Once he finished, Lu Tian extinguished the fire by burying it in dirt, and the two emerged from the cave. You lead the way, he suggested to Sophie. Sophie took the lead, guiding him through the sparse thicket, up a slope, and across a stream, the path winding along the way. How much farther? Lu Tian inquired as they rested on a log. Not far, just over that broadleaf forest. She indicated a patch of trees a few hundred meters away, wiping the sweat from her neck in a rather charming manner. After a brief respite, they resumed their journey, entering a thicket where Lu Tian observed his surroundings, gradually approaching the broadleaf forest. Sophie, get down. Lu Tian suddenly pushed her down into the underbrush, his hand covering her mouth as they pressed closely together. Sophie lay on her back, her ample chest contorted beneath Lu Tian's weight. Stay silent. There are natives, he whispered into her ear. The grass was nearly a meter high, concealing them completely. Peering cautiously, Lu Tian spotted 4 indigenous individuals several dozen meters ahead, carrying an animal towards the broadleaf forest. Once they had disappeared into the trees, Lu Tian gently assisted Sophie to stand. Lu Tian, you're crushing me, she protested, rubbing her chest. Shall I help you with that? He joked, a grin spreading across his face. You're such a rogue. Sophie shot him a glance before walking towards the forest. Just teasing, he replied, following her closely. They soon entered the broadleaf forest, where Lu Tian noticed a narrow path. He and Sophie walked along it for several meters until they spotted the 4 natives carrying the animal. Lu. Sophie began to speak, but Lu Tian swiftly covered her mouth, signaling her to remain silent. After the natives took a break, they resumed their slow trek down the path. Only when they were far enough away did Lu Tian release his grip. Let us go, but remember to stay quiet. If I need you to speak, I'll instruct you to do so. Lu Tian spoke to Sophie and then slowly followed the indigenous people behind. An hour later, Lu Tian crouched behind a large tree and observed as the 4 natives entered a cave, disappearing from sight. He hurriedly pulled Sophie to the other side of the forest and soon arrived at the edge of a cliff. It turned out that the indigenous people resided here. Lu Tian lay on the ground, gazing at the thatched huts and tree houses beneath the cliff, whispering. The natives' dwelling was surrounded by mountains on all sides, with only this sheer cliff standing tall, reaching over 20 meters high. As Lu Tian looked down at the scattered thatched and tree houses, it appeared that this tribe had quite a substantial population. Below this cliff, there are 2 stone caves. I was imprisoned in one of them. Sophie whispered in Lu Tian's ear. The statue is not far from here, she continued. Then let us proceed, Lu Tian replied softly, rising to follow Sophie. Lu Tian and Sophie carefully navigated through the broadleaf forest, and after more than half an hour, they arrived at the cliff's edge. Across the ravine stood 2 colossal stone statues. Towering at heights of 70 to 80 meters, the statues were spaced apart by 10 to 20 meters, with a massive waterfall cascading between them. The left statue had its mouth slightly agape, while the right statue's mouth was firmly closed, with a rushing river flowing at its feet. Last time, we secured a rope to a large tree atop the left statue and used it to carefully make our way into its mouth, which serves as the entrance. Sophie pointed at the left statue. How can we reach the top of that statue? Lu Tian noticed that there seemed to be no path leading up to it. Do you see those large stones over there? If we climb on those boulders, there's a small path that leads directly to the top of the statue. A friend of mine discovered it by chance last time. Sophie indicated toward a pile of rocks by the riverbank. By the way, how were you discovered last time? Lu Tian turned to Sophie and asked. We were simply too loud, Sophie replied with a bitter smile. If they hadn't been so excited and shouting, perhaps they wouldn't have been found. Now, out of 7, 6 had perished. Did you venture inside? Lu Tian continued to inquire. No. We only went in a little way and stumbled upon a patch of golden bricks, resembling a small house. Just as we were about to enter, we were spotted by the natives, Sophie said, gazing at the statue. Let's move on. By the way, didn't you arrive by boat? Where did you dock it? After taking a few steps, Lu Tian recalled Sophie's words. It's over there. I'm not sure if the natives have discovered it. Sophie pointed to the right. Let us go and take a look, Lu Tian said with a smile. Sophie led Lu Tian into the broadleaf forest, and half an hour later, they emerged into a clearing. The mist here is quite thick. Be cautious. Lu Tian spoke to Sophie, expressing that ever since they entered the woods, the fog had thickened considerably, reducing visibility to merely a few meters. Consequently, both Lu Tian and Sophie could only proceed cautiously through the forest. After approximately 20 minutes, Lu Tian finally emerged from the trees and found himself amidst a pile of rocks. Descending from this point would lead them to the shore where the boat was anchored. However, the fog was so dense that the vessel remained unseen. Sophie turned to Lu Tian and said, Let us not dwell on it. Let's go down and take a look. Without hesitation, Lu Tian began to carefully navigate down the rocky terrain, with Sophie closely following behind. Upon reaching the beach, Lu Tian walked ahead, and suddenly, a boat came into view. Sophie, the boat is right here, he exclaimed joyfully, addressing Sophie who was still behind him. In the 60th episode of Life Aboard the Ship, Lu Tian discovered the vessel and, accompanied by Sophie, climbed aboard. Although visibility was limited to only a few meters, the interior of the ship was sufficiently illuminated. The remnants of supplies remained untouched, as the indigenous people had not discovered this place. Sophie, who had gone nearly a day without food, eagerly retrieved a can of meat and began to eat. Meanwhile, Lu Tian searched the surroundings and found a lighter along with a box of cigars. He took one out and lit it, remarking, It has been ages since I last smoked a cigar. It feels rather foreign now. Sophie, sitting at the table with several cans of meat, was soon joined by Lu Tian, who brought a bottle of wine. After pouring 2 glasses, he placed one before her. Thank you, she smiled, taking a small sip of the wine. There is plenty of food aboard. Feel free to indulge. I'll go change into some fresh clothes, Sophie said after finishing her meal, rising to head toward a small room. Lu Tian rummaged through a drawer and pulled out several packages of duck legs, tearing one open to feast upon, occasionally sipping from his glass. After about 10 minutes, Sophie emerged from the small room clad in pajamas, retrieving a bottle of mineral water from a cupboard and taking a few swigs. Is this what you changed into? Lu Tian asked with a slight smile. Sophie, I wish to stay on the ship. I haven't had a good night's sleep in quite some time, she said softly, placing a hand on his shoulder as she approached him. That is perfectly fine. We have no other place to go, and with food and drink available. I have no desire to leave, Lu Tian replied, gazing into her eyes. There is a small room over there designated for men, if you don't mind. You could sleep in my room, Sophie whispered, leaning closer to him. I wouldn't mind at all, Lu Tian began, reaching out to embrace her, but she turned away, gently pushing him back. However, I do mind. I need to rest properly. This is my way of thanking you for saving me, she said, giving him a quick kiss on the cheek before retreating to her room. Well, that is not so bad, Lu Tian murmured to himself, a smile gracing his lips. He then entered the small room, which contained a bunk bed suitable for sleeping above and below, several sets of men's clothing, and a small table adorned with various items. Lu Tian lay down on the bed, noticing a book at the head of the bed. It was in English entitled 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. He picked it up and began to read. After more than half an hour, he drifted into a light slumber. When Lu Tian awoke, he realized it was dark outside. Stepping onto the deck, he found himself enveloped in darkness, the only sound being the waves crashing against the rocks. Upon re-entering the cabin, he discovered that Sophie had already lit an oil lamp, hanging it above, and was currently searing 2 steaks on the stove. Awake at last, dinner will be ready shortly. Please, take a seat. Sophie greeted him with a smile. Is this steak still edible? It has been sitting for quite a while, Lu Tian inquired as he settled down, gazing at the steak on the stove. This steak was pre-cooked, packaged, and could be stored for several months. I merely seared it, Sophie replied. It's good to eat now. Could you fetch the wine? Sophie placed the steak on a plate and set on the table, also retrieving 2 pieces of bread. Lu Tian opened a bottle of red wine and poured it into glasses. Cheers! They both exclaimed, as they savored the steak and bread. They swiftly consumed 2 bottles of red wine. Sophie then stood up and went to retrieve another bottle. Still drinking? You seem a bit tipsy, Lu Tian remarked, noticing the rosy hue on Sophie's cheeks. Being tipsy is fine. I have a low tolerance for alcohol and seldom drink, Sophie said, pouring herself another glass of wine and taking a sip. Sophie gradually approached Lu Tian, setting down her glass, and sat on his lap, embracing him as they shared kisses. However, after a few pecks, Sophie leaned back into Lu Tian's embrace. If you can't handle your liquor, you shouldn't drink so much, Lu Tian said, lifting Sophie and carrying her into the bedroom. He gently laid her on the bed, tucked her in, and quietly exited, closing the door behind him. As soon as the door clicked shut, Sophie briefly opened her eyes, smiled, and then drifted back into slumber. Alas, another sorrowful night, Lu Tian murmured as he tidied up the table. He then took an oil lamp into the small room, settled down at a tiny table, and picked up a magnifying glass to examine a piece of copper. Ugh, this isn't yielding any results, Lu Tian sighed, setting the magnifying glass down. Since he had just awakened, sleep eluded him, and he opted to read in bed instead. Suddenly, a series of roars echoed from the nearby forest. It seems this island is fraught with peril, Lu Tian muttered, setting his book aside, fearing that a wild beast might venture onto the ship. He placed his Nepalese knife and revolver beside his bed. He merely dozed lightly until dawn. Rising, he stepped out of the small room and onto the deck, where thick fog obscured visibility beyond 10 meters. When will this cursed fog lift? Lu Tian shook his head and retreated into the cabin. He poured fresh water from a canister into an iron kettle and set it on the stove, then retrieved several packets of instant noodles from the cupboard along with 2 large bowls, tearing open the noodle packets and placing the contents into the bowls. After a few minutes, the water in the kettle came to a boil, and Lu Tian poured the hot water into the bowls, covering them with lids. I almost forgot to add the seasoning, he chuckled, tapping his forehead. He promptly added the seasoning to the bowls. Sophie, it's time to eat, Lu Tian called from outside the room. Moments later, Sophie emerged slowly, her complexion somewhat pale. What is wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Lu Tian asked, approaching her and placing a hand on her forehead. It feels somewhat warm. It seems I have a fever, Lu Tian remarked with a furrowed brow. I sense my discomfort as soon as I awoke. My head also aches a bit, Sophie replied weakly. Perhaps you should eat something first. By the way, do you have any medicine here? Lu Tian inquired of Sophie. There's a medicine cabinet in the right cupboard, Sophie indicated, pointing at several cabinets. I can't eat, she said after taking a few bites of noodles. You should return to bed, Lu Tian suggested, and then he assisted Sophie back to her room. Lu Tian opened the right cupboard and indeed found a medicine cabinet within. He retrieved the cabinet and placed it on the table, opening it to find the medication for fever. He then took a bottle of mineral water and entered the room. Chapter 61. The pursuit of the indigenous here. Consume this, and you shall feel better. Lu Tian placed the antipyretic medication into Sophie's mouth, followed by a small sip of mineral water before stepping out of the room. He returned to the table to eat some noodles, and once he finished, he proceeded to the control room to inspect the vessel. Indeed, it had failed entirely, refusing even to start. Lu Tian attempted to ignite the ship's engine, but to no avail. Days passed slowly, and 3 days later, under Lu Tian's attentive care, Sophie's health had nearly recovered. Their provisions were running low, and it was clear that they could no longer remain aboard the ship. That evening, the two shared the last two steaks at the table. Lu Tian looked at Sophie and remarked, "I have tried starting the ship, but it remains unresponsive." After taking a sip of red wine, he continued, "What shall we do? Should we return to the island?" Sophie furrowed her brow and inquired, "Is that our only option?" Lu Tian remained silent, merely nodding as he continued to eat. Sophie took a bite of her steak and retreated to her room. Lu Tian understood that she was reluctant to return to the island, yet the food aboard was nearly depleted. After satisfying his hunger, Lu Tian sat in a chair, smoking a cigar while inspecting his revolver, which contained only 5 bullets. He resolved not to use it unless absolutely necessary. After sitting for over half an hour, Lu Tian stood and glanced at Sophie's room before returning to his small chamber. Early the next morning, he rose to prepare noodles, rummaging through several cupboards only to discover the last 5 packets of instant noodles and 2 bottles of mineral water. He decided to cook 3 packets, reserving 2 for later. "Sophie, it's time for breakfast," he called, knocking on her door a few minutes later. After waiting for a while without response, he returned to the table to eat alone. Upon finishing his meal, Lu Tian retrieved a backpack hanging on the wall, opened a bottle of liquor, and poured some into a flask. He also found 2 tennis strings and a small flashlight in another cupboard, which he added to the backpack. After changing into a denim jacket, he sat by the table, glancing towards Sophie's room. After waiting for over half an hour without seeing her emerge, he stood, placing the 2 packets of noodles and the mineral water on the table. "Farewell," he whispered to the room. Since Sophie had chosen not to leave, Lu Tian would not force her. He slung the backpack over his shoulder and exited the cabin. Sophie lay in bed, covering her head with the blanket. After a while, she slowly lifted the blanket and, hearing silence outside, hurriedly got out of bed and walked into the cabin. There, she found a bowl of noodles, 2 unopened packets of instant noodles, and a bottle of mineral water on the table. Rushing to the small room, she discovered that Lu Tian was no longer there. She then dashed onto the deck, only to find nothing but thick fog enveloping the surroundings. Sophie slowly walked back into the cabin and sat down, now certain that Lu Tian had departed. A sudden wave of fear washed over her. After consuming a few bites of noodles, she buried her face in her arms atop the table and wept. The fog was peculiar. It seemed to have swallowed everything in its embrace. After walking for an hour through the forest, Lu Tian noticed that the fog was gradually dissipating until there was not a trace of it left. Half an hour later, he arrived at a pile of stones beneath the giant statue. Climbing over several large boulders, he indeed discovered a narrow path and decided to ascend along it. Just as he reached the summit of the giant statue, he was spotted by the indigenous people stationed there, and a flurry of arrows was soon shot in his direction. Startled, Lu Tian instinctively rolled backwards, evading the incoming arrows through a series of quick maneuvers. A dozen indigenous warriors, yelling wildly, pursued him as he darted through the trees, skillfully dodging their arrows. Soon, he found himself cornered at the edge of a cliff, with no escape in sight. Below lay a turbulent river, a daunting drop of nearly 20 meters from the precipice to the water. Hearing the shouts of the indigenous people drawing nearer, Lu Tian glanced around and then at the rushing river. He secured his Nepalese knife to his waist just as the warriors emerged from the trees and began to shoot arrows at him. Seeing the arrows flying toward him, he gritted his teeth and jumped. The arrows whizzed overhead as he plunged into the river. With a splash, Lu Tian was engulfed by the raging waters. The indigenous warriors reached the cliff's edge and loosed a couple more rounds of arrows into the river, only to find that Lu Tian had vanished without a trace. They let out a series of wild cries before retreating back into the forest. Following the current, Lu Tian soon swam to shore in a calmer section of the river. He sat beneath a tree, unexpectedly finding that there were still indigenous people stationed above. He removed his clothes, wrung them out, and laid them on a rock to dry, murmuring to himself, This backpack is waterproof." Opening it, he was astonished to find that no water had seeped inside. Gathering some dry twigs nearby, he built a fire to dry his clothes. Sitting by the flames, he picked up a stone and began to smoke a cigar. "I must see what lies beyond," he declared resolutely as his clothes dried. Once dressed, he cast a determined glance toward the giant statue and ventured slowly into a thicket, wielding his knife as he hacked through the underbrush, a foul odor wafting toward him. Wow, the mosquitoes in this cursed place are enormous, he muttered, swatting a few that dared to approach him for a taste of his blood. Quickening his pace to escape the dense foliage, he found the swarm overwhelming. Damn, that was close, he exclaimed as a venomous green snake lunged at him from beneath the leaves. Startled, Lu Tian leaped aside, narrowly avoiding the snake's fangs. The snake, having missed its target, quickly slithered toward his feet to strike again. With swift reflexes, Lu Tian slashed down with his knife, severing the serpent in two. Did you really think I wouldn't defend myself? He said, casting a glance at the lifeless snake before continuing on his journey. After walking for an hour, Lu Tian finally emerged from the dense forest and arrived at a verdant meadow. In the center of the meadow lay a small waterhole, surrounded by a path worn by animals seeking a drink. Scattered around were a dozen trees, which Lu Tian initially thought resembled coconut palms. However, upon closer inspection, he discerned their distinct differences. As he surveyed his surroundings, a wild hare suddenly came into view. Lu Tian merely glanced at the hare before continuing along the edge of the grassy area. After traversing several dozen meters and stepping into the sparse woodland, Lu Tian noticed numerous small burrows in the ground, likely created by rodents or similar creatures. Suddenly, a cacophony of calls erupted from the thicket, startling Lu Tian. It turned out to be a nearby flock of wild chickens that had been disturbed by his presence, scattering in all directions and taking flight. Chapter 62. Sophie captured such a multitude of wild chickens? Lu Tian murmured as he bent down to inspect the sparse thickets. He scoured the forest for long vines resembling chopsticks, crafting several nooses upon the ground. Ascending a tree, he plucked diminutive red fruits and placed them within the snares before departing the woods. Bamboo? Lu Tian approached a gentle slope, finding himself in a small grove of bamboo. Filled with delight, he ventured into the thicket, striking the bamboo with his knife. This bamboo is perfect for crafting bows and arrows. He chuckled as he stood beside a sturdy stalk. After felling the bamboo, he dragged it to a patch of weeds and commenced the creation of his bow. Before long, he had fashioned a bow, and retrieving tennis strings from his backpack, he fashioned a bowstring. Suddenly, the forest echoed with the clamor of wild chickens, prompting Lu Tian to hastily set aside his bowstring and rush toward the sound. I've truly caught one. Upon entering the thicket, he discovered a wild chicken ensnared. Flapping its wings desperately in an attempt to escape, Lu Tian approached, seized the chicken, and freed it from the noose, carrying it back to the patch of weeds. He swiftly dispatched and cleaned the chicken, gathering some firewood to kindle a fire for roasting. As he crafted arrows, he tended to the roasting chicken, ensuring it would not char. Splendid. The bowstring made from tennis string is indeed exceptional, he remarked contentedly while drawing back the bowstring. I shall craft the arrowheads after a hearty meal. The chicken's feathers will serve a purpose. Setting the bow aside, he focused on roasting the chicken. The flavor is delightful. Lu Tian removed the chicken from the fire, plucked off a leg, and began to feast. In less than 10 minutes, he had devoured the entire bird, reclining on the patch of weeds while patting his belly. After reclining for over half an hour, Lu Tian rose to cut bamboo for arrowheads. All done, I can depart now. An hour later, he had fashioned 10 arrowheads and hewed a bamboo tube to serve as a quiver. He opened a small flap in his backpack to accommodate the tube filled with arrowheads before standing up to leave the weedy expanse. As Lu Tian strolled through the forest, the sun cast a golden hue, elongating his shadow. He remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings, wary of potential beasts lurking nearby. I shall spend the night here, he murmured, arriving at a small clearing as he observed the setting sun. Armed with his knife, he ventured nearby to fell several trees of a size suitable for an arm. Beginning to construct a shelter, since he intended to stay only one night, he opted for a simple design. After over half an hour, he placed the final large leaves atop the shelter, completing the structure. He then used the remaining wooden pieces as a makeshift bed, layering them with more large leaves to create a comfortable resting place. As darkness began to envelop the forest, Lu Tian knew that nightfall would arrive within the hour. He hurriedly collected fallen twigs and branches, bringing them back to the shelter. Using a lighter, he ignited some dry grass, starting a fire to ward off the encroaching night. In the stillness of night, Lu Tian slumbered within the shelter, the dying embers of the fire barely flickering. The incessant chattering of a monkey pierced the tranquility. At dawn, Lu Tian was roused from his slumber by the cacophony of the monkey's cries. Stepping outside the shelter, he hurled a few pieces of wood towards the creatures perched in the trees. With his backpack secured, Lu Tian departed the shelter. The fire extinguished in the dead of night, and he ventured forth. To his surprise, after traversing over 100 meters through the woods, he stumbled upon 5 or 6 monkeys busily plucking bananas from a cluster of trees. Get away from here!" Lu Tian shouted as he sprinted towards them, brandishing his knife. The monkeys, startled by his outburst, scampered to nearby trees. Fortunately, a dozen bananas remained untouched. After successfully scaring off the monkeys, Lu Tian approached the banana trees, severed the remaining fruit, and stowed them in his backpack, all the while the monkeys cried out in protest from above. Continuing along a narrow path, he munched on the bananas. Before long, Lu Tian arrived at a clearing, where wild grasses towered over half a meter high. In the distance, he discerned the edge of a broadleaf forest, an oddly familiar sight. Why does this seem so familiar? Lu Tian pondered aloud. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps reached his ears, prompting him to swiftly conceal himself on a slope within the woods. Moments later, 3 indigenous individuals armed with wooden sticks emerged from the forest and made their way along the path into the adjacent woods. Once they had passed, Lu Tian crept out from his hiding place and observed the direction they had taken before venturing into the clearing, heading towards the broadleaf forest. After more than half an hour of careful navigation, he arrived at the forest's edge. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped inside, treading cautiously, acutely aware of the potential presence of the indigenous people nearby. "Let me go, Lu Tian, save me." A voice echoed from ahead, unmistakably that of Sophie. A surge of urgency gripped Lu Tian as he sprinted towards the source of the cry. Following the path for several dozen meters, he soon spotted 3 indigenous individuals carrying Sophie, hoisted upon their shoulders, hastily retreating to their dwelling. Upon witnessing this, Lu Tian charged forward. As he closed the distance, he knocked an arrow to his bow and, with precision, released it, striking the last indigenous man in the rear. The man shrieked and collapsed, causing Sophie to tumble to the ground. The 2 remaining individuals, startled by their comrade's fall, turned to confront Lu Tian but were caught off guard. His second arrow found its mark in one man's neck. Grasping his throat, the wounded man pointed a trembling finger at Lu Tian before collapsing. The final indigenous man hesitated momentarily before turning to flee. Lu Tian advanced a few steps and released another arrow, hitting the man in the back. Though he staggered, he managed to keep running, evidently not struck in a vital area. Reaching Sophie, Lu Tian swiftly severed the vines binding her with his knife. As Lu Tian, Sophie had just freed herself from the vines when she tightly embraced Lu Tian, exclaiming, "How did you get captured by the natives again?" Lu Tian patted Sophie on the shoulder and inquired. "Lu Tian, do not speak now. We must discuss this when it is safe. We need to flee immediately, as that native is not dead and will surely return to alert others." Just as Sophie was about to respond, Lu Tian interrupted her, pulling her toward the open ground. Indeed, more than half an hour after Lu Tian and Sophie had departed, over 20 natives armed with wooden clubs and bows appeared beside the lifeless bodies of the 2 fallen natives. One of them stepped forward, glanced at the deceased, then examined the footprints on the ground, chattering excitedly. Subsequently, the group of natives set off in pursuit of the direction Lu Tian had taken. Chapter 63. Escape into the mysterious cave. Lu Tian sprinted along the narrow path with Sophie, swiftly exiting the broadleaf forest. "Lu Tian, I can't go on any longer. I need to rest," Sophie gasped, collapsing amidst the grass. Lu Tian remained silent, scanning their surroundings, glancing back at the forest intermittently. Suddenly, he spotted a towering peak to his right and resolved to head there to evade the pursuit of the indigenous people. "We must leave now. They are closing in," Lu Tian urged Sophie after 5 minutes. Where are we going? Sophie inquired as she rose to her feet. Just follow me, Lu Tian replied, setting off ahead with Sophie trailing closely behind. As they emerged from the open area, the indigenous people burst forth from the forest, one of them pointing at Lu Tian and Sophie while chattering excitedly. They're coming. Run. Lu Tian realized they had been spotted, grabbing Sophie's hand as they dashed into the dense foliage. Suddenly, Sophie stumbled and fell to the ground, a branch having scratched her foot. Are you all right? Lu Tian asked, helping her up. I'm fine. Just a minor scratch, she replied. We need to get out of here now, Lu Tian urged, and they continued towards the mountain peak. Whoosh, whoosh, suddenly, several arrows whizzed past them. With quick reflexes, Lu Tian pulled Sophie close, rolling to the ground to evade the incoming projectiles. Damn it, you think I'm an easy target? He exclaimed, rising to his feet, drawing his bow, and aiming towards the direction of their pursuers. You go ahead quickly. Run that way, he instructed Sophie, pointing toward the thicket. Whoosh, 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 more arrows flew by, embedding themselves in a nearby tree. Lu Tian crouched low, nocking an arrow, and aimed it at the indigenous man running ahead. With a swift release, the arrow struck true, and the man collapsed. The others, witnessing their companion fall, hesitated. Whoosha! An arrow pierced the throat of another indigenous man, causing him to kneel, clutching his throat before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The remaining pursuers, alarmed by the sight, took cover behind the trees. Having felled 2 of their number, Lu Tian turned and sprinted after Sophie, who had continued onward. After a brief moment, the indigenous people emerged cautiously from behind the trees to inspect their fallen comrades. And upon realizing the danger, they frantically resumed their chase after Lu Tian. Lu Tian quickly caught up with Sophie, and together they vanished into the thick woods. The indigenous people searched fruitlessly, ultimately splitting up to scour the area. Lu Tian and Sophie emerged from the dense foliage, reaching a patch of overgrown grass, and soon arrived at the bank of a river. After quenching their thirst, they crossed the water and arrived at the foot of the mountain. Let's climb, Lu Tian said, glancing at the peak before Sophie could respond. Without waiting for her reply, he began to ascend the rocky path, with Sophie struggling to keep up. At times, Lu Tian had to assist her in climbing higher. The colossal peak, surrounded by smooth stone walls, posed a formidable challenge for ascent. With only a narrow path available for footing, Lu Tian grasped Sophie's hand, guiding her slowly along the narrow trail beside the stone wall. Sophie's hand trembled, a sensation that Lu Tian could easily perceive. Do not look down. Just follow me and do not be afraid, Lu Tian reassured her with a smile. Casting a glance at the indigenous people searching for them in the small river at the foot of the mountain, he pressed closely against the stone wall, cautiously leading Sophie along, fully aware that a moment's carelessness could lead to their downfall. After trudging along for several minutes, the path beneath their feet began to widen. Lu Tian soon reached a small platform, where he and Sophie took a well-deserved respite. He produced a flask and took a swig. Would you like a drink? He inquired, offering the flask to Sophie, who accepted it and took a sip. Coughing ensued as the liquid went down. Hee, Lu Tian chuckled upon observing her reaction, then pulled out a cigar to smoke. How did the natives capture you? Lu Tian exhaled a plume of smoke, directing his gaze towards Sophie. I stepped off the boat, intending to find you on the island, but unexpectedly, I was spotted by 3 natives as soon as I reached the vicinity of the broadleaf forest, Sophie replied, her gaze cast downward. Oh, you were looking for me? Why didn't you follow me then? Lu Tian inquired with curiosity. At that moment, my mind was in disarray. I didn't think about reaching the island. However, after a night of contemplation, I realized there was no food left on the boat, and hiding there was merely awaiting death. So, by morning, I made my way to the island, knowing you would likely head towards the statue. And I intended to wait for you there, Sophie explained, meeting Lu Tian's gaze. Alas, it is fortunate you encountered me. Otherwise, your fate would have been dire. Lu Tian said, pat her on the back. Yes, I will heed your advice in the future, Sophie responded, looking earnestly at him. After resting on the small platform for over half an hour, Lu Tian stood up to survey their surroundings. He noticed that ahead lay a precipice to proceed. They would need to leap across it. However, the distance to the opposite side spanned several meters, with vines surrounding the cliff and hanging below. Lu Tian, are we really going to jump across? Sophie approached the edge of the precipice, questioning him. Would you prefer to retreat or leap across? Lu Tian asked with a smile. I do not wish to go back, Sophie quickly replied, recalling her earlier trembling and realizing that retreat was not an option. Then we shall jump across. Lu Tian observed the depth of the chasm below and confirmed that there were indeed no alternative routes. I will jump first, Lu Tian announced, stepping back a few paces before sprinting towards the edge and leaping gracefully, landing precisely upon the rocky ledge. It's your turn now. Do not be afraid. He called back to Sophie. I am afraid. She shook her head, on the verge of tears. Do not fear. I will catch you. Lu Tian extended his hand reassuringly. Sophie hesitated for a moment, then steeled herself, taking a few steps back before mimicking Lu Tian's actions and leaping towards the precipice. As Sophie's toes barely grazed the stones at the edge of the precipice, she lost her balance and plummeted downwards. Lu Tian swiftly grasped Sophie's hand, instinctively flattening himself against the ground. Hold on to my hand, don't let go, Lu Tian urged. Lu Tian, I lack the strength, Sophie murmured softly. Crack, crack. Suddenly, the stones beneath Lu Tian emitted ominous sounds, beginning to fracture. This is bad. Lu Tian's expression changed abruptly as the stones beneath him shattered and fell away. Drag him down with them. In that fleeting moment, while falling, Lu Tian managed to clutch Sophie with one arm and grasp a vine with the other. The vine, burdened by their weight, began to slide downwards, and, as they descended several meters, it abruptly halted, snapping under the strain. Lu Tian and Sophie tumbled downwards, only to be ensnared by several vines after a short drop. Suspended midair, Lu Tian held Sophie tightly, surveying their surroundings and noting the jagged cliffs on either side. Look, there's a rock down there, Lu Tian exclaimed, spotting a protruding stone about 3 to 4 meters below. Releasing one hand, he drew a dagger from his waist and deftly severed the vines. Judah! Lu Tian and Sophie landed on the stone, with Lu Tian facing downwards. Ouch, that hurts, he groaned, releasing Sophie and rubbing his head. Lu Tian, are you all right? Sophie inquired with concern as she rose, supporting him. I'm fine. I just need to rest for a moment, Lu Tian replied, still tenderly touching his head. Lu Tian, look, there's a glimmer of light, Sophie exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise as she pointed to the vines against the stone wall. Chapter 64. The botanist Lu Tian sat on the ground for a while, waiting for his head to cease throbbing before he rose cautiously. Be careful, it may be perilous, he advised as he gently pulled aside the vines, revealing an entrance completely obscured by foliage, though a faint light seeped through the crevices. I shall go in first. Follow closely behind me, Lu Tian instructed Sophie. Turning to her, with deliberate movements, he parted the vines and stepped inside, soon finding himself within the cavernous opening. Wow, it's so beautiful here, Sophie exclaimed in astonishment as she stepped in and beheld the enchanting scenery before her. A small river meandered through the center, flanked by sparse trees, while a wooden cabin nestled beside a grand tree, surrounded by wildflowers and lush green grass. There's a cabin. Let us investigate, Lu Tian pointed towards it. Walking across the verdant meadow, they encountered patches of wildflowers with butterflies fluttering gracefully above them. Before long, Lu Tian reached the riverbank, glancing around and spotting a quaint wooden bridge a short distance to the left. He guided Sophie carefully across the bridge, noticing fish swimming in the clear waters below. As they crossed, a narrow path emerged before them, indicating habitation in the vicinity. Following the path, they turned several corners until they arrived at the base of the grand tree. Observing the cabin closely, Lu Tian sensed that although it appeared deserted, the tidy ground suggested otherwise. Suddenly, a foreign man, balding with a crown of white hair and a beard, approached them from beside the cabin, inquiring in English, "Friends, who are you?" "Oh, please, do not shoot. I am not a malicious individual." He quickly raised his hands as Lu Tian brandished his revolver. "We are being pursued by the natives and accidentally stumbled upon this place," Sophie interjected. Ah, those wretched natives again. Please, come inside. I harbor no ill intent. The elderly man chuckled, gesturing for them to enter his cabin. Seeing the old man meant no harm, Lu Tian holstered his weapon and entered the cabin with Sophie. Please, have a seat. My name is Alan. I'm a botanist, and I have resided here for over 2 years, he said, moving to pour 2 cups of tea and placing them on the table, followed by a plate of bananas and grapes. 2 years ago, I arrived here with 2 assistants aboard a ship, only to find ourselves stranded on this island, our instruments rendered useless upon arrival. Thus, we began our exploration. Alan continued after a brief pause. Upon discovering the plethora of extinct plants here, we devoted ourselves to research until a month later when the natives captured my 2 assistants, prompting my escape. He took a sip of tea as Lu Tian and Sophie listened intently to his tale. I concealed myself within the dense forest, tracking the indigenous people in hopes of rescuing my 2 assistants. However, by the following day, they had been brutally slain by the natives. In a state of desperation, I fled, yearning to escape this island. After 2 months of observation, I discovered that a thick fog enveloped the island, rendering escape impossible. Alan, with a solemn expression, remarked, I apologize for my verbosity. It has been over 2 years since I last conversed with anyone. He turned to Lu Tian and Sophie, offering a smile. I too have suffered loss. 6 of my friends were killed by the natives. Sophie replied in a subdued tone. Ah, these indigenous people harbor great hostility towards outsiders, capturing and killing any they encounter, Alan stated, glancing at Sophie. Are you hungry? Allow me to prepare some lamb for you, he offered, rising to fetch several pounds of lamb from a wooden cabinet, igniting a fire to cook it. Let me assist you, Sophie volunteered, standing up. Oh no, please remain seated. Alan quickly gestured for her to stay. Lu Tian began munching on grapes, followed by banana. Alan, it seems you have adapted well to life here. Lu Tian remarked with a smile. When I arrived, the cabin was already constructed. Everything here was left behind by others, Alan explained. Oh, so people live here before? Lu Tian inquired, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, I suspect they, like us, were hunted by the natives and found themselves unable to leave the island, thus remaining here for eternity. Alan continued as he stirred the lamb. Can the natives not be found here? Lu Tian curiously asked. Huh, you must have encountered giant eagles, enormous lizards, great serpents, and other peculiar creatures outside. The natives fear them and dare not venture far from their dwellings. Even when they seek food, they do not linger outside for long. Alan replied with a smile. Come, the food is ready. He placed the cooked lamb onto a platter and set it on the table. Ha, we can eat with our hands. Uninhabited. Would you care for a drink? Lu Tian asked, retrieving a flask from his backpack. Oh, splendid. I shall fetch some cups, Alan said as he rose to retrieve 3 wooden cups from the cabinet, placing them on the table. Lu Tian poured wine into each cup. Cheers. I am Lu Tian, a Huaxiao person, and this is Sophie from the Eagle Nation, he announced with a smile while raising his cup. Greetings, Huaxiao person. I admire Huaxia and have visited several times. The cuisine, there's my favorite, Alan replied, taking a sip of wine with a grin. Oh, I'm also from the Eagle Nation, he added with a laugh, turning to Sophie. Let us drink. It has been ages since I last had wine. The 3 engaged in lively conversation as they dined, with Alan being the most talkative among them. This is your room, but it contains only 1 bed. Good night, Alan said, leading Lu Tian to a room before returning to his own for rest, appearing to have consumed quite a bit of wine. As Lu Tian's flask was now empty. You may rest upon the bed. I shall find solace on this chair, Lu Tian said to Sophie. The wooden cabin was quite spacious, featuring a living area and 2 bedrooms, adorned with various pieces of furniture, mostly crafted from wood. Lu Tian approached the entrance of the cabin, retrieved a chair, and seated himself, gazing at the night sky, which was enveloped in darkness, punctuated only by a few twinkling stars. As he puffed on a cigar, Lu Tian quietly contemplated those distant stars, perhaps reflecting on Lu Yun, Yi Shui, and Lu Wei. Chapter 65. Alan's vegetable garden. Oh, Lu Tian, are you up so early? Alan inquired, pushing open the door to find Lu Tian seated in a chair. Lu Tian smiled. I generally rise early. Alan approached the counter, squeezed a glass of grape juice, and handed it to Lu Tian. It's better to have some juice in the morning. Thank you. Lu Tian accepted the juice, took a sip, and then set it on the table. Feel free to prepare whatever you wish. Consider this place your home. When I am alone, I often wander out to till the soil, cultivate vegetables, and explore the flora to pass the time. Sitting with the juice in hand, Alan chuckled. Alan, having been here for over 2 years, have you never thought of a way to leave? Lu Tian asked. I have considered it, but there are no viable options. The island is perpetually shrouded in thick fog, obscuring the path, and with numerous hidden reefs, navigating by boat is impossible. Oddly enough, the fog only exists outside the island. Alan replied, taking a sip of grape juice while gazing at Lu Tian. This island exudes an air of mystery, Lu Tian remarked with a smile. What are you two discussing? Sophie emerged from the room and took a seat, glancing at Lu Tian and Alan. Nothing much. Did you sleep well last night? Lu Tian asked Sophie. Very well, Sophie nodded in response. Come, I shall take you both to see my vegetable garden and perhaps gather some fruit for breakfast, Alan said with a smile, rising to lead the way. Walking ahead, Alan guided Lu Tian and Sophie. After a few minutes, they arrived at a lush green vegetable garden. Wow, these are tomatoes and cucumbers, Sophie exclaimed joyfully as she ran towards a patch of vegetables. Hee hee, Alan, your garden boasts quite a variety, Lu Tian commented as he walked, noting some fruits he had never encountered before. Some are native, while others I brought from the ship. I extracted their seeds and planted them here, Alan explained, surveying the vines and vegetables with a smile. Look, over there are grapevines and banana trees, along with 2 mango trees and a few orange trees. In a few days, the fruits will ripen. Alan pointed to the nearby fruit trees with delight. Oh, Sophie, you can pick some of your favorite fruits to take back, Alan called out to Sophie, who was exploring the area. Lu Tian, come. There is something else I wish to show you. Alan led Lu Tian out of the vegetable garden to a patch of wild grass where a dozen sheep grazed contentedly. When I arrived here, these sheep were already here, and they remain nearby, grazing. If you desire lamb, you may slaughter one, Alan laughed. Sophie, I've gathered plenty of tomatoes, cucumbers, greens, and radishes. Look, Sophie exclaimed, revealing a bamboo basket filled with an assortment of vegetables and fruits that she had somehow acquired. Suddenly, a massive eagle soared overhead, yet the sheep did not flee. Lu Tian observed the majestic bird and noted that it was even larger than the one he had seen by the river. Haha, rest assured, the colossal eagle will soar past here every few days. However, it never descends to see sheep or other creatures. Having witnessed it numerous times, one becomes accustomed to its presence, Alan remarked with a smile as he watched the mighty bird vanish into the distance. Let us return. You may explore the surroundings, and you will discover that this is indeed a beautiful place. With a glance at Lu Tian, Alan made his way towards the wooden cabin. Time passed slowly, and Lu Tian and Sophie had resided in the cabin for 3 days. Alan frequently ventured out alone to study the flora, leaving Lu Tian and Sophie in the cabin most of the time. Each day, Lu Tian would sit for a while in the nearby bamboo grove, while Sophie played by the river. The following noon, Alan caught a sheep, so Lu Tian and Sophie enjoyed lamb for lunch, though wine was absent. Alan, how does one leave this place? Lu Tian inquired after the meal, gazing at Alan. Oh, you wish to depart? Alan responded, momentarily taken aback. I merely seek a way to leave this island, Lu Tian replied with a gentle smile. Very well, follow the river downstream, and you will encounter numerous vines. Simply grasp a vine and descend slowly for about 10 meters. You will reach the ground. Continue to the right, and you shall find a stone path. Just follow the path, Alan instructed, pointing towards the river. In the afternoon, Alan again left the cabin to study the flowers, while Lu Tian ventured into the bamboo grove to craft an arrowhead from a bamboo stalk. Lu Tian, do you truly intend to go outside? Sophie approached and seated herself on a stone, inquiring. Lu Tian replied as he moved unnecessary bamboo deeper into the grove. Yes, I can manage alone. You stay here. After tidying up, Lu Tian returned to the cabin with Sophie. Lu Tian, it is perilous outside, Sophie expressed as she settled down beside him. Even so, one must venture forth. Do you wish to remain here forever? Lu Tian poured Sophie a cup of tea and sat down. I too long to return home, but there are no buts. You shall wait here for my return. I will be back in 3 to 5 days, rest assured. Lu Tian offered Sophie a reassuring glance. Are you leaving now? Sophie asked, taking a bite of a tomato. No, I shall depart tomorrow. Let us play by the river today. Lu Tian stood up, taking Sophie's hand as they ran towards the riverbank. They frolicked by the water, laughing and splashing one another, with Lu Tian even attempting to catch fish, continuing their merriment until they grew weary and returned to the cabin. Tonight, I shall fry the lamb. Sophie, please wash some cucumbers, Lu Tian said, retrieving the lamb. Moments later, Alan entered from outside. Oh, Lu Tian, what are you cooking? It smells delightful. I could smell it from outside, he exclaimed with a grin upon entering the cabin. Ha ha, Alan, have a seat. Dinner will be ready shortly, Lu Tian replied with a smile. 10 minutes later, Lu Tian placed 3 portions of lamb on the table, and Sophie brought over the cucumbers. Oh, I didn't expect you to fry lamb chops as well. Splendid. It is a pity there is no wine, Alan lamented. Ha ha, do not worry. Tomorrow I shall venture out and return with a few bottles of wine. There are still several bottles aboard the ship. Lu Tian took a bite of cucumber, then sliced some lamb with his dagger to eat. After dinner, the 3 of them conversed at the table for quite some time before retiring for the night. Lu Tian produced a cigar and began to smoke, pouring himself a glass of grape juice. Lu Tian, come in and sleep. The bed is quite spacious, Sophie suddenly said, emerging to address him before returning to bed, leaving the door ajar. Lu Tian lingered in the wooden hall for a considerable duration before returning to his room, where Sophie had already succumbed to slumber. Gently, Lu Tian covered her with a blanket, then settled himself by the edge of the bed. Chapter 66. The Great Battle with the Giant Lizard. In the early morning, a delicate mist enveloped the valley. Lu Tian, having risen, consumed a couple of cucumbers hastily before stepping out of the wooden cabin, backpack slung over his shoulder, making his way towards the riverbank. He did not awaken Sophie and Alan to bid farewell, deeming it unnecessary, as he would be away for only a few days. Upon reaching the river's end, he discovered an abundance of vines. Lu Tian bent down to grasp a vine and carefully descended. As to his right, a small waterfall cascaded from the river, splashing water upon him. In less than 10 minutes, he arrived at the ground level, finding a stone path. The left side of this path dropped into an abyss, while the right was flanked by sheer cliffs, compelling Lu Tian to adhere closely to the stone wall as he navigated. After half an hour, he entered an expansive ancient forest, where each tree was so vast that 2 people holding hands could scarcely encircle its trunk. Some trees required several individuals to do so. Towering at several dozen meters, the ground was strewn with decaying leaves and branches. With each cautious step, Lu Tian remained vigilant, wary of the potential for a venomous snake or other perilous creature to spring forth from the rotting foliage. After nearly an hour, he emerged from the ancient woods into a small stream. Crossing this stream would lead him to another forest. Lu Tian paused to wash his face in the cool water before ascending alongside the stream. Suddenly, he sensed an ominous presence to his left, accompanied by a hissing sound. Instinctively, he felt a surge of danger and drew his Nepalese knife, adopting a cautious stance. In an instant, a giant lizard, exceeding 3 meters in length, burst forth from the ancient grove, sprinting towards him with alarming speed, snapping off the smaller trees in its wake. With a resounding splash, the giant lizard leaped into the stream, its gaping maw displaying sharp fangs as it lunged at Lu Tian. Realizing the imminent threat, Lu Tian sprinted towards the woods, the creature hot on his heels. Within less than a minute, it caught up to him. The lizard aimed for Lu Tian's feet, forcing him to dart to a large tree. With a powerful leap, he executed a somersault in midair, narrowly evading the lizard's attack, which crashed into the tree, causing it to sway. Lu Tian shouted as he regained his footing, striking the creature's back with his knife. The lizard recoiled in pain, flicking its tail as Lu Tian swiftly retreated. Upon striking again, he realized that his Nepalese knife merely left 2 faint marks on the creature's tough hide, with no blood drawn. By the heavens, this beast's skin is remarkably thick. Lu Tian cursed under his breath. The giant lizard swiftly pivoted, lunging at him once more. Lu Tian had no choice but to weave through the trees, evading the lizard's ferocious bites. Enraged, the lizard quickened its pursuit. Lu Tian found himself in an area abundant with tree vines, and soon, the creature became ensnared, its speed diminishing. Seizing the moment, Lu Tian halted, brandishing his knife as he charged towards the lizard's head, striking with all his might. Such hardness, he thought, noting that only a trickle of blood emerged from his strike. He relentlessly assaulted the creature's head with several blows. The giant lizard, furious, began to lash its tail wildly, using its sharp teeth to sever the vines. "This is bad, I must flee." As Lu Tian observed the giant lizard struggling to free itself from the vines, a sense of foreboding washed over him, prompting him to turn on his heel and flee. The lizard soon broke free, pursuing Lu Tian with several vines still clinging to its form. Suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted from the left side of the forest, accompanied by a swift shadow racing toward the giant lizard. In its wake, trees as wide as a bowl were uprooted, sending dust swirling into the air. Upon hearing the roar, the lizard turned to flee, but the shadow was faster. Within mere seconds, it reached the lizard's side. It was a giant ape, leaning against a large tree. Lu Tian discerned the shadow's true nature. A towering creature, 4 to 5 meters tall, cloaked in dark fur. The giant ape dashed behind the lizard, seizing its tail with both hands and forcefully slamming it to the ground. With one foot planted on the lizard's belly, the ape gripped its jaws, pulling with great strength. A chilling crack echoed through the air as the lizard succumbed, lifeless. The ape then seized the lizard's tail and dragged it away, casting a fleeting glance at Lu Tian before retreating into the depths of the ancient forest. "Am I truly in a movie set on a mysterious island?" Lu Tian murmured to himself as he sat on the ground. After a brief respite, he stood and continued his ascent along the creek. After more than 2 hours, Lu Tian finally arrived at a river, realizing that the creek was merely one of its tributaries. Following the riverbank, he soon reached a shallower section and crossed over. In the distance, he finally beheld the imposing peak he and Sophie had once scaled. After quenching his thirst at the river's edge, Lu Tian set his sights on the mountain. "At last, I've arrived," he sighed in relief. 3 hours later, he found himself in the overgrown terrain he had previously traversed while being pursued by the natives. Glancing at the sky, he crossed the thicket and entered the dense forest, aware that the sun was slowly descending. He wished to exit the woods before darkness enveloped the land. As he navigated the underbrush, he came upon a large tree with an arrow embedded in it. A faint smile crossed his lips as he turned and quickened his pace. Finally emerging from the woods, he breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that it had not yet grown dark. However, twilight was fast approaching. Within the hour, night would fall. Hastily, Lu Tian sought to construct a shelter in the nearby grove. His stomach growled with hunger, having gone the entire day without sustenance in his rush. What a plight, he lamented, resting in his makeshift shelter. That night, the pangs of hunger plagued him, preventing Lu Tian from finding a restful sleep. At dawn, he arose to kindle a fire and ventured into the woods in search of food. Half an hour later, he returned bearing a handful of grasshoppers and several beetle larvae. He skewered the insects on twigs and placed them by the fire to roast. "This hunger is unbearable. I feel utterly drained," Lu Tian sighed as he watched the insects cook. After 10 minutes, he savored the roasted grasshoppers and larvae, instantly regaining some vigor. "Perhaps I shall forego visiting the statue for now and instead explore the coastline for a means of escape," he mused, casting a glance toward the statue's direction. Lu Tian changed his direction and made his way toward the ship, intending to begin a thorough exploration of the surrounding area in search of any new discoveries. As he strolled slowly through the forest, he occasionally glanced around, aware that indigenous people might appear. It was not that Lu Tian feared the natives. Rather, he wished to avoid unnecessary complications. His sole desire was to leave the island, and unless absolutely necessary, he had no intention of resorting to violence. Chapter 67. The visitor on the island. The fog hung thick in the air. Lu Tian cautiously made his way to the edge of the boat. Grasping the railing, he leaped onto the deck and entered the cabin. After sitting for a brief moment, He collected the remaining 6 bottles of wine and stowed them in his backpack, also retrieving a magnifying glass and some books from small room. Descending from the vessel, Lu Tian ventured into the dense woods, wandering along the coastline. After half an hour, he noticed that the mist was beginning to dissipate and visibility had improved to several dozen meters. Suddenly, a series of ferocious roars erupted from the trees to his left, accompanied by a rustling commotion. Startled, Lu Tian crouched low and hastened towards the source of the noise. Reaching a low-lying area, he squatted down and murmured in disbelief, "Goodness, what a massive tiger!" From his concealed position, he spotted a gigantic tiger, less than 20 meters ahead, fiercely gripping the throat of a wild boar. With wide eyes, Lu Tian drew his revolver, fearing that if the tiger noticed him, it would be too late to defend himself. The tiger clung tightly to the boar's neck, which struggled feebly before being dragged into the depths of the forest. Wow, that tiger is enormous, at least 600 kilograms. Truly terrifying, Lu Tian whispered to himself, watching the creature disappear from sight. A sudden thud echoed from the sea, prompting him to wonder if it was yet another colossal creature. He hurried towards the shoreline. "Oh, Captain Castor, our instruments have malfunctioned upon arrival due to the dense fog, and we accidentally collided with a rock. The ship is now damaged and cannot be operated. Repairs will take about 2 weeks," a foreigner exclaimed as he rushed from the cockpit to a burly man. "Kemi, is it your poor navigation skills that led to the crash?" A bearded foreigner chuckled, provoking laughter from those nearby. "Captain Castor, enough. The ship is broken, so we shall find a place on the island to settle until repairs are made. Beard, go summon everyone to disembark with their belongings onto the island," Castor commanded, pausing to add, "and bring those 3 along as well." The crew promptly disembarked, splashing into the water, each foreigner armed with automatic rifles, ammunition belts draped across their bodies, daggers and handguns at their waists, some adorned with hats and scarves, all clad in camouflage. Mercenaries? What are they doing here? Lu Tian thought to himself as he observed the approaching foreigners from his hiding spot in the woods. It seems this island is no longer tranquil. I should return. Lu Tian slowly retreated, exiting the thicket. The fog is too thick. We must move into the woods. Castor shouted to the group of mercenaries gathered on the shore. Half an hour later, the mercenaries emerged from the forest and arrived at a small clearing. "Set up the tents. Blackie, take 2 men to gather firewood," Castor instructed, pulling out his phone to address a black man. "Damn it, what a peculiar place this is, devoid of any signal." Cast's repeated attempts to dial several numbers revealed the absence of connectivity. In less than half an hour, 5 large tents had materialized in the open space, and a fire had been ignited. Some mercenaries had taken out 2 iron kettles to boil water. "Secure them in the tents. They are our benefactors, milady. You are responsible for their oversight," Cast remarked, glancing at the bound pair of women and 1 man, smiling at a female mercenary. "Captain, rest assured," replied the bearded man. "Go inform Kemi to expedite the repairs on the boat. We cannot linger here for too long. Tell him I will grant him 5 days to complete the repairs, or I shall toss him into the sea to feed the fish," Cast whispered to the bearded man. As Cast entered the tent, he retrieved a chair and addressed the 3 captives seated on the ground. "You shall reside here for the time being. Once the boat is repaired, I will ensure your return to your families. Remember, behave yourselves. How can you treat us this way? We have paid you. We are your employers." One of the women protested. "Indeed, we are not your prisoners. We are your employers," echoed another. "Well, while I appreciate your sentiments, I have yet to receive payment. Do you understand? Your families must provide both the people and the funds," Cast replied, casting a glance at them. "So, should you attempt to flee, how shall I reclaim the money owed to me?" One of the women retorted, "We will not run away." "Who knows?" Cast stood and exited the tent. Meanwhile, Lu Tian was roasting a wild rabbit beneath a rock in a canyon. He produced a dagger, slicing a piece of meat from the rabbit and savoring it. Perfectly cooked. Before long, Lu Tian had consumed the entire rabbit and leaned against the rock to rest. After half an hour, he rose, brushed off his trousers, and walked along the narrow path through the canyon with his knife in hand. As he walked, he realized he seemed unable to escape the canyon. The path had come to an end, and no further route lay ahead. Observing his surroundings, Lu Tian remarked, "It appears I must ascend to leave this place." He sought an easily climbable slope, using his knife to leverage himself upward. Upon reaching the top, he noticed several tree roots protruding from the slope. Firmly planting his feet, he secured his knife at his waist and leapt. Grasping the roots with both hands, he managed to hoist himself up, landing on the flat ground above and escaping the confines of the canyon. Seated on the ground, Lu Tian took a swig from his flask and surveyed the area. The scenery here is quite delightful. Before him lay an expansive grassland, devoid of trees, dotted only with scattered wildflowers. In the distance, he spotted a few creatures resembling wild goats grazing, though they were too far to discern clearly. As Lu Tian gazed upon the tranquil prairie, he felt an unexpected reluctance to depart, for the sight of the grassland brought a profound sense of relaxation to his entire being. Lu Tian did not venture into the vast grasslands, but rather walked along its periphery. Soon, he arrived at a valley, where he ascended to a higher vantage point. From this elevated position, he discerned that traversing the valley would lead him to an ancient forest, thus allowing him to return to Alan. Upon realizing this, Lu Tian resolved to spend the night within the valley, as twilight was fast approaching and darkness would envelop the land in just over an hour. He settled in the midst of the valley, constructing a shelter nestled between two grand trees, where he would reside for the night. As dusk swiftly descended, Lu Tian kindled a fire within his humble abode, roasting a few grasshoppers he had captured while foraging for firewood among the underbrush. Chapter 68. Mercenaries versus Natives. The night was fraught with the howling of wind and the relentless downpour. Lu Tian found himself sheltered, the fire nearly extinguished by the rain, with several leaks in the makeshift refuge. "How am I to sleep like this?" he murmured, gazing at the torrential rain outside. As dawn broke after a sleepless night, Lu Tian emerged from the shelter to find the sky a brilliant blue, sunlight illuminating the grassy valley while a refreshing breeze enveloped him. Exhausted from the previous night's lack of slumber, he stretched and quietly spoke to himself. "Captain, the boat is gone," Kaimi exclaimed, rushing in from the woods, breathless. "It was swept out to sea by the storm last night." "What? The boat has sunk? How are you unharmed?" Cass stood up, setting aside his noodles, gripping Kaimi's drenched clothing with urgency. At that moment, several mercenaries, having overheard the news, approached Kaimi. "Last night, as the storm raged, I had just awoken on the boat, only to find it had been driven into the depths of the ocean. I fought fiercely to swim to a nearby rock, and as dawn broke, I swam ashore to inform you," Kaimi recounted, tears streaming down his face. "Useless fool, get lost," Cass berated, throwing Kaimi to the ground in frustration. At that juncture, Mildy approached, stating, "Captain, the ship has sunk, and our food supplies are dwindling. We may only have enough provisions for 2 days. With the boat gone and no signal on our phones, how shall we leave this place?" Cass pondered, pacing anxiously. "We can only remain on this island for now and devise a plan," Mildy suggested. Cass sighed. "It seems we have no other choice." After finishing his noodles, he summoned all the mercenaries and declared, "Now that the ship is lost and our food is limited to 2 days' worth, I need you to search the nearby area for any animals. If you cannot capture them, shoot them and bring them back." Half an hour later, a dozen mercenaries ventured into the nearby woods in small groups, leaving Cass, Mildy, and 3 mercenaries to guard the camp. Within mere minutes, gunshots echoed from the forest. Cass, still seated in the tent, contemplated their escape, while Mildy kept watch over the 3 bound captives. The remaining mercenaries patrolled outside. After more than half an hour, several mercenaries stumbled out of the woods, looking somewhat disheveled, one with an arrow embedded in his arm. "Captain, we encountered natives, and one of our brothers was injured." Uzi rushed into the tent, urgency in his voice. "What? Natives?" Cass stood up, his face a mask of astonishment. "Yes, Captain. We managed to kill a wild boar in the woods, but just as we were about to carry it back, a barrage of arrows was fired at us. One brother didn't manage to evade in time and was struck in the arm," Uzi explained hastily. Beard lifted his cup and took a sip of water before continuing. "There were about 10 to 20 of them, unclothed, with facial markings. They were undoubtedly indigenous people. We shot a few of them and then fled. This place is no longer safe. Quickly summon the others. We must depart post-haste, Cast urged Beard. But Captain, we are armed. Why should we fear the indigenous people? Beard queried, perplexed. Do you have any idea how many there are? Hurry, Cast retorted with fury. Beard stepped outside the tent and exchanged a few words with the other mercenaries, who then dispersed into the woods. After a brief interval, the mercenaries returned, bewildered by the events that had transpired. Cast emerged from the tent, shouting, hurry, pack the tents and our belongings. We must leave this place for another. Suddenly, dozens of arrows rained down from the trees on either side, striking one mercenary fatally in the head. Take cover. Defend yourselves. Return fire. Cast shouted upon spotting the archers. The mercenaries dropped to the ground, firing back into the woods. Stop. Cast suddenly bellowed, realizing that silence had fallen over the forest. He gestured to Beard, and the mercenaries paired up, weapons raised, cautiously advancing into the trees. Captain, the indigenous people have fled. We've killed a dozen of them. Beard reported breathlessly 10 minutes later. At that moment, Milady approached and said, Captain, we lost 2 brothers and 3 are injured, though their wounds are not severe. Sighing, Cast replied, tell the men to gather their things. We will leave this place, and the 2 fallen brothers shall be buried in the woods. The mercenaries swiftly packed their belongings, escorting the 3 terrified individuals deeper into the woods. Miss Moreau, are you afraid? There are indigenous people here, one woman, her hands bound behind her, quietly asked another. Seeing that Murong Qingxue remained silent, she continued, I've heard that indigenous people eat humans. Miss Li, not all indigenous people resort to cannibalism. This should be gone now, the man chimed in with a smile. Is that truly the case, Luo Cheng? Rest assured, I have trained in martial arts. I will protect you. Oh, that is wonderful. Thank you, Luo Cheng. Murong Qingxue remained silent, her brow furrowing as she glanced at the man named Luo Cheng. Do not speak, hurry. A mercenary behind them, armed and vigilant, commanded in English. Captain, look, there's a canyon over there. Let us explore it, Milady pointed out. Cast peered through his binoculars and replied, let us proceed in that direction. Follow me. After more than an hour, the mercenaries arrived at a narrow path leading to the canyon, following it deeper into the gorge. Captain, there's a cave over there. As they traversed the winding path, Beard gazed at a nearby cave and called out, Come, let us explore, but do exercise caution. With a grand gesture, Castor led the mercenaries towards the cave. After a brief interval of around 10 minutes, they arrived at the cave's entrance. Castor instructed several mercenaries to enter and investigate. Upon discovering nothing amiss, he felt reassured. Milady emerged from the cave and remarked, Captain, the space within is limited, accommodating only 2 tents. This location is quite suitable, devoid of trees and surrounded by open ground, with a few earth mounds obscuring the cave's entrance from view. Let's set up camp here for the time being. Castor surveyed the surroundings and directed them to establish their camp outside the cave, while also erecting 2 tents within. Chapter 69. Return to the valley. Lu Tian strolled slowly through the ancient forest, where birds flitted about in the branches and on the ground, seeking insects. This must be the footprint of the giant ape, Lu Tian murmured as he crouched to examine an enormous print. It seemed evident that this was the territory of the colossal creature. It would be prudent to hasten onward. Rising to his feet, Lu Tian swiftly navigated through the ancient trees, making his way toward the precipice. After more than half an hour, Lu Tian finally arrived at the stone path, carefully ascending. Upon reaching the vines beside a small pond, he surveyed his surroundings before grasping the vines and climbing upward. As he reached the riverbank, he sank down, exhaling few. I am truly exhausted. After resting for a moment, Lu Tian stood and made his way toward the wooden cabin. As he approached the cabin, he noticed smoke billowing from its chimney. Entering, he found Sophie busily preparing a meal. Sophie, what delicious dish are you cooking? Lu Tian exclaimed joyfully. Oh, Lu Tian, you're back. That's wonderful. I missed you so much, Sophie replied, setting down her chopsticks and rushing to embrace him, planting a kiss on his cheek. I missed you too. Where's Alan? Lu Tian asked, patting Sophie on the shoulder with a smile. Sophie released him and darted back to the kitchen, where she picked up her chopsticks and stirred something in the iron pot. Alan left early this morning. He probably won't return until evening. I'm frying fish. So you can sit and wait a bit. It will be ready soon. Lu Tian set down his backpack and retrieved several bottles of wine, placing them in a cabinet beneath a wooden table. A few moments later, Sophie returned with 2 plates, one of which held a fish. It's ready. Come taste it, she said, grinning as she sat down. Lu Tian picked up a piece of fish with his chopsticks and, after tasting it, exclaimed, "Not bad. You could abandon archaeology and become a chef at a 5-star hotel." "You're exaggerating," Sophie replied with a gentle smile, gazing at Lu Tian. During the days of his absence, she had been deeply concerned for his safety, fearing for his well-being. Lu Tian quickly finished the fish and reached for a tomato. "I'm going to take a nap. I hardly slept last night," he said, standing up after finishing the tomato and heading to his room, collapsing onto the bed and falling asleep within minutes. Watching as Lu Tian retreated to his room, Sophie enjoyed her fish slowly. After finishing, she washed the plate and tidied up before entering the bedroom. Sitting at the edge of the bed, she tenderly stroked Lu Tian's face, her eyes filled with warmth. Then she lay down beside him, closed her eyes, and shortly thereafter rose to cover him with a blanket before exiting the room. "Huzi, take 2 people and look around for water. We've run out," Cass said, holding an iron water jug to his lips, only to find it empty. "Drink from mine. I still have a bit of water left," my lady said, approaching with her iron jug and offering it to Cass. Castor took the iron kettle, took a sip, and returned it to Milady, saying, "This cannot continue. We must devise a way to leave this place." "I understand, but without a boat, how can we depart?" Milady replied, furrowing her brow as she tucked the kettle away. "Alas, this is truly wretched," Castor exclaimed, rising to kick a stone in frustration. "Kimmy, take a few people into the woods to search for food. If we don't find any, we shall go hungry by tomorrow." Later, Lu Tian awoke from his slumber in the wooden cabin, roused around 4 in the afternoon. Exiting the cabin, he spotted Sophie playing by the river and approached her. "You're awake?" Sophie smiled gently as she noticed Lu Tian's approach, her pristine feet gliding through the water. Do you seem troubled?" Lu Tian asked as he sat beside her. Sophie sighed and replied, "I simply miss home." Lu Tian gazed up at the sky, contemplating the sun. He too longed for home and for Lu Yun and the others. Yet fate had played a cruel jest upon him. "What about you? Do you miss home?" Sophie turned her gaze towards Lu Tian. "I do," he admitted, returning her glance. Their eyes met for a few seconds before Lu Tian slowly leaned closer to Sophie. With dreamy eyes, she gradually closed them as he leaned in, and they shared a kiss. After a minute, Lu Tian released Sophie, and after a brief exchange of glances, she blushed deeply and hurried back into the cabin. As the sun descended, casting a warm glow across the sky, Lu Tian strolled along the riverbank. Noticing that dusk was approaching, he returned to the cabin to begin preparing a meal. "Oh, Lu Tian, you're back. I'm so delighted," exclaimed Alan, entering the cabin and embracing him upon seeing him cooking. "Alan, is that a wild chicken you have?" Lu Tian inquired after releasing Alan. Alan lifted the creature and chuckled. "Indeed, it's quite hefty. I found it dead after it must have been startled and crashed into a rock. I thought I'd bring it back." "Very well. I'll call you when it's time to eat." "Great. I'll just rest in my room for a bit," Alan replied. After cleaning the wild chicken in the river, Lu Tian returned to the cabin to cook. That evening, he lit the oil lamp, illuminating the cabin instantly. He placed the chicken meat, vegetables, and stir-fried cucumber on the table and retrieved a bottle of wine from the cupboard. Once everything was prepared, Lu Tian called out, "Alan, dinner is ready," and then went to wake Sophie. "Oh, Lu Tian, this wild chicken is exquisite. Come, everyone, let us raise a toast," Alan exclaimed after taking a bite and lifting his wine glass. "Here, this is for you," Lu Tian said, placing a chicken leg into Sophie's bowl before indulging in the vegetables himself. Sophie smiled at Lu Tian and savored the chicken leg. After finishing the meal, Lu Tian recounted the encounter with the mercenaries. "Fear not. As long as we remain here, they will not be able to find us," Alan reassured after a moment as contemplation. "I merely wish to ascertain their purpose for being here. If they have come in search of something, it implies that they are capable of departing from this place, thus suggesting that we too may be able to leave." Lu Tian's eyes shimmered with a glint of clarity as he spoke. "So, You intend to venture out to discover their true intentions? Alan inquired, gazing at Lu Tian. Indeed, I shall set forth tomorrow. Lu Tian nodded affirmatively. Lu Tian, that could be perilous. They are mercenaries. Sophie expressed her concerns. Lu Tian reassuringly patted Sophie's shoulder, saying, Do not worry, I shall be fine. Later that night, Lu Tian lay in bed while Sophie rested nearby. He remained awake until the midnight hour, gradually succumbing to slumber. At that moment, Sophie slowly crawled over to Lu Tian. Startled, he instinctively opened his mouth to speak, only to have Sophie place a finger to his lips before leaning in for a kiss. Chapter 70. The Three Escape Chirp. Chirp. In the early morning, a few small birds frolicked atop the wooden roof. Lu Tian rose at dawn to prepare breakfast. After finishing his meal, he placed several cucumbers into his backpack, took up his bow and arrows, and set off. This time, Lu Tian chose not to descend via the vines, but instead took a different path through the valley, a route suggested by Alan the previous night. However, this trail required a longer detour to reach the river. Lu Tian felt indifferent. He was not pressed for time and could familiarize himself with the surroundings while taking the smaller path. Before long, Lu Tian arrived at the path Alan had mentioned. As he walked along the trail, he turned several bends and soon encountered a steep slope. He bent down and cautiously descended, dislodging numerous small stones as he passed. Upon reaching the bottom of the slope, he found himself amidst a jumble of rocks. With agility, he leaped and climbed, spending half an hour to extricate himself from the rocky chaos and emerge into an open area. He hadn't anticipated the difficulty of the journey. Had he known, he would have opted for the vines instead. Sitting on a stone, he took a few sips from his water bottle, glancing around to decide his next direction. To his right lay a few low mountains, while to the left stood a thicket of trees. Unsure of where to proceed, he sighed. Perhaps the forest is the better choice. Climbing mountains is too exhausting. Rising to his feet, he made his way toward the woods. Captain, we have been attacked by the natives again. One of our brothers is gravely injured. Outside the cave, a man rushed over, breathless with urgency. Damn it! These natives have assaulted us time and again. Do they truly believe we will not retaliate? Cast exclaimed as he emerged from the tent, fury etched on his face. What shall we do, Captain? We lack medicine, and our brother cannot hold on much longer, the man with a worried expression inquired. Gather everyone, Cast commanded. Soon, the mercenaries assembled. Excluding the severely injured comrade, there were 16 remaining. Beard, Black Man, take 5 men each to scout for the natives' dwelling. I will take Milady and Kemi to forage for food near the forest. Cast assigned the tasks, determined to locate the native settlement and avenge their fallen brother. Hedgehog, you stay here to care for our injured comrade and keep watch over the 3 in the cave. Cast instructed another mercenary. In no time, Beard led 5 mercenaries with firearms toward the left woods, while Black Man took his 5 men toward the sunken ship. Milady, Kemi, let us head to the grassy area by the forest and see if we can find any large game. If we fail to catch something, we shall all go hungry tonight, Cass stated, clutching a rifle as he departed the camp with Milady and Kemi. Hedgehog, armed with a gun, ventured into the cave to check on the 3 individuals before stepping outside to examine the injured comrade who had already lost consciousness. Consequently, Hedgehog settled onto a stone outside the cave to rest. Qing Xue, there's only one person outside. Do you have any way to untie the ropes? Roaching leaned closer to Murong Qing Xue and whispered softly. Murong Qing Xue remained silent, her gaze fixed on the entrance of the cave, her hands fidgeting behind her. At that moment, Roaching noticed her movements, a look of astonishment blossoming on his face. They had overheard Cast's earlier remarks outside. This was indeed the opportune moment to escape. 5 minutes later, Murong Qing Xue had managed to sever the ropes binding her hands against a sharp stone. Qing Xue quickly, Roaching exclaimed joyfully. Just then, Li Rongjin awoke and, noticing their activity, also fixed his gaze on the cave entrance to provide Murong Qing Xue a signal. Soon, the ropes binding both Roaching and Li Rongjin were undone by Murong Qing Xue, and the trio cautiously approached the cave's mouth. At the entrance, Roaching spotted a sleeping porcupine and gestured to Murong Qing Xue and Li Rongjin to follow him. The 3 tiptoed out of the cave, making nary a sound for fear of awakening the creature, and carefully sidled past the slumbering porcupine, venturing into the gorge. As they reached the gorge, they broke into a desperate run, ascending a slope and surveying their surroundings. "Where are we headed?" Li Rongjin inquired softly, casting glances between Murong Qingxue and Roqing. "Over there, those mountains," Murong Qingxue pointed towards 3 distant peaks. "Once we enter the mountains, they will find it exceedingly difficult to track us down. Hurry! We must move before that mercenary wakes and realizes we are gone." Without delay, she sprinted in that direction, prompting Li Rongjin and Roqing to follow suit. A brief rest was truly rejuvenating. The porcupine stirred and awoke, grabbing a firearm as it approached the tent to check on the injured mercenary, discovering him still asleep. The porcupine then entered the cave. "Where's everyone?" It stared blankly at the empty cave. "Damn it, they've escaped." In a flurry, the porcupine dashed out of the cave, scanning the area but failing to spot the fleeing trio. Rat-a-tat-tat. The porcupine fired several shots into the sky before ascending to a vantage point to survey the surroundings. Suddenly, it spotted 3 figures darting through the underbrush, though they were too distant to identify. Enraged, the porcupine fired at them. "Hot-tot-tot-tot. Damn it, come back here." Murong Qingxue and her companions heard the gunfire, and realizing their escape had been compromised, they quickened their pace. "Murong, Mississippi. Wait for me, I can't keep up." Li Rongjin gasped, breathless. "If you don't want to be caught, run faster." Murong Qingxue halted to urge Li Rongjin and Roqing. At that moment, the porcupine was already in pursuit. They had no time to lose. "Let us dash into the woods over there, and then make our way around to the mountains," Murong Qingxue shouted. After several minutes of frantic running, they entered the forest, at which point the porcupine, in hot pursuit, suddenly realized the trio had vanished. Unable to find them, the porcupine reluctantly returned to the camp. Half an hour after his return, Cast and Kimmy appeared carrying a wild goat, while Milady held 2 wild rabbits in her hands. "Captain, alas, they have escaped," the porcupine murmured to Cast. "Who has fled?" Cast inquired, momentarily taken aback, realizing that it was the individuals from the cave who had made their escape. In a state of urgency, Cast dashed into the cave, only to find it utterly deserted. He emerged, seizing the porcupine's attire and demanding, "What transpired? How did they manage to escape?" I inadvertently dozed off outside, and thus." The porcupine stammered, his countenance darkened. "Useless," Cast exclaimed, casting the porcupine to the ground in frustration. "Where have they gone? Do you know?" "They ventured into the eastern woods," the porcupine replied. At that moment, Milady approached and reassured, "Captain, there is no need for concern. On this island, they cannot elude us." Chapter 71. Lu Tian gets lost. You are indeed correct. As long as they remain on this island, they shall not escape. Upon hearing Milady's words, Castor felt a considerable easing of his inner fury. "However, I shall not permit them to hide in silence," Castor remarked with a smile as he gazed towards the eastern woods. In the afternoon, Huzi and Haigi returned with their men. "Captain, we could not locate the natives' dwelling. Not even a shadow was seen." "Neither could I," Huzi and Haigi reported as they approached Castor. Castor looked at them and said, "If you cannot find them, then so be it. They will come to us. Haigi, you take 3 men and head over there. Find those 3 fugitives. Do not return until they are captured." Castor pointed towards the eastern woods. Haigi asked in confusion, "Fugitives? Have the 3 from the cave escaped?" "Yes, go now." Haigi, armed and accompanied by 3 men, swiftly made his way towards the eastern woods. "Kimmy, you take 2 men and ensure we have wild goat and hare for dinner. Tonight we feast on roasted goat." Castor instructed Kimmy, "Let us see how far you can run." Castor lit a cigar and exhaled a thick plume of smoke. What a cursed place! Lu Tian wandered into a marshy area, glancing around, only to discover that there was no path ahead. He could either wade through the swamp or follow its edge into a thicket. After contemplation, Lu Tian decided to navigate the periphery of the marsh, moving towards the underbrush. After several minutes, Lu Tian reached the thicket and continued towards a valley. "I seem to be lost. Where am I?" He pondered as he walked through the brush. Looking up at the sky and surveying his surroundings, he realized he did not know which direction to take. "Ah, never mind. I shall seek a place to spend the night in the valley first. Lu Tian quickened his pace towards the valley. Upon entering the valley, Lu Tian was struck by its beauty. Vibrant wildflowers bloomed amidst the grass, and various small birds frolicked among the sparse trees. A gentle stream flowed through the center of the valley, dividing it into two halves. Witnessing such a picturesque scene, Lu Tian thought of the fragrance of flowers and the songs of birds. He ventured further in, arriving at a small grove where he found a clearing. Setting down his backpack and bow, he took his knife and felled several trees, clearing the space of debris. He then sharpened the wood and planted it into the ground, returning to the grove to gather a dozen vines, which he used to bind the structure into a framework for shelter. Lu Tian also collected several large leaves, laying 3 inside the shelter while placing the remainder atop it. Having experienced leaks during the last rain, he was determined to construct a watertight shelter this time. Even in heavy rain, it would remain dry. The construction of this shelter took Lu Tian nearly 2 hours. "Let's see if you leak this time," Lu Tian said with satisfaction as he regarded his handiwork before heading back to the woods to gather firewood. Now, only food remained. It was time to search the stream. Lu Tian placed his backpack and bow and arrow inside the shelter before making his way to the brook. Upon arriving at the stream, he began to sift through some small stones, discovering a handful of tiny shrimp and crabs hiding within. In less than half an hour, Lu Tian had captured over a dozen small shrimp, 7 or 8 crabs, and 4 or 5 thumb-sized fish. Oh, the water is a bit chilly. He called upon Hai Tian to gather energy for him, to pave the way for new beginnings. Stripping off his clothes, Lu Tian sat in the stream, rubbing his body while humming a tune, feeling immensely content. After a few minutes, he emerged from the water, clutching a bundle of small fish and shrimp wrapped in leaves, and headed back to the shelter. "This wild fruit has worms and is too astringent. I won't eat it. Just eat the ones without worms. They're fine. Hurry up and eat. This fruit is simply dreadful. I refuse to eat it. You should go find something more palatable." In a low-lying area of the forest, 3 individuals sat on the ground, consuming wild fruits they had foraged. They were the recently escaped Murong Qingxue, Li Rongjin, and Luo Cheng. Murong Qingxue, biting into a yellow wild fruit, listened to the conversation between Li Rongjin and Luo Cheng, furrowing her brow as she remarked, "If you want something delicious, go find it in the woods. Do you think we are here on vacation? You can't be so picky." Upon hearing Murong Qingxue's words, Li Rongjin's expression shifted slightly, revealing her displeasure. "These fruits are just horrid. Am I wrong to say so?" she exclaimed suddenly, tossing the 2 wild fruits she held into the woods. "If they're unappetizing, you don't have to eat them. It's not as if I'm starving. Stop throwing a tantrum like a spoiled girl from the land of pickled vegetables," Murong Qingxue said, her tone indifferent. Li Rongjin retorted, "What is wrong with being from the land of pickled vegetables? Can a girl from there express her anger? All right, let us not quarrel. Everyone should speak a little less." Luo Cheng interjected with a smile to ease the tension. Murong Qingxue glanced at Luo Cheng, finished her wild fruit, stood up to brush off the dirt from her clothes, and walked deeper into the woods. Noticing her departure, Luo Cheng stood and asked, "Qingxue, where are you headed? It's getting dark. I'm looking for a place to spend the night." Murong Qingxue replied as she walked. "Wait for me," Luo Cheng hurriedly exclaimed, turning to Li Rongjin, who was still seated on the ground. "Get up and come on. Do you want to stay here overnight? Aren't you afraid of being eaten by wild beasts?" At her words, Li Rongjin quickly stood up and followed behind Murong Qingxue. "Let us find a place to rest for the night. We'll search more diligently tomorrow." Meanwhile, Haigu, accompanied by 3 mercenaries, traversed a small path in the woods, glancing up at the sky. This is delicious," Lu Tian remarked as he sat in the shelter, savoring the small shrimp and crabs he had cooked. In mere minutes, the fish and shrimp disappeared into his belly. Feeling satisfied, Lu Tian climbed onto a small hill, gazing at the valley painted red by the evening glow, an exquisite sight. Slowly, he took out his cigar box, retrieving the last cigar and lighting it. The sunset is truly magnificent, yet it heralds the approaching dusk, Lu Tian mused, rising to dust off his pants as he made his way back to the shelter. Lu Tian added some larger logs to the fire, ensuring it would burn for an extended period. Outside the cave, the fire crackled as it roasted goat meat. Castor drew forth a dagger and sliced off a piece of meat. Not bad, he remarked, though it could use a bit more seasoning. Let us begin to eat. With that, a dozen individuals eagerly took to sharing the succulent goat meat. Meanwhile, Milady refrained from partaking in the goat, opting instead to savor a roasted hare, delicately nibbling on it atop a stone. Chapter 72. Li Rongzhin's reckless behavior as dawn broke. The valley came alive with the vibrant hues of various birds flitting playfully among the trees and grasslands, while butterflies and bees busily danced from flower to flower, indulging in the sweet nectar. Nearby, a few deer-like creatures quenched their thirst by the babbling brook. The slumber last night was truly rejuvenating. Lu Tian emerged from the shelter, stretched languidly, and squinted at the sun with a gentle smile. After washing up by the stream, Lu Tian gathered his belongings and ventured along the wooded edges of the valley. "Luo Cheng, I am famished," Li Rongzhin said softly as he rose from a pile of leaves beside Luo Cheng. The previous night, Murong Qingxue had sought refuge in the woods, finding a spot against a sturdy tree and forming a makeshift bed with fallen leaves, allowing the three of them to huddle together in warmth. Grateful that the island's nights were not overly frigid, Luo Cheng glanced at Murong Qingxue, then turned to Li Rongzhin with a wry smile. "I am hungry too, but what can we do? We have no food." Emerging from the leaves, Murong Qingxue brushed off the remnants from her body and surveyed her surroundings before setting off deeper into the woods. Luo Cheng and Li Rongzhin had no choice but to follow her. After half an hour of trudging, Murong Qingxue felt an overwhelming fatigue, as if her very strength had been sapped. Li Rongzhin and Luo Cheng fared even worse, each step draining them of energy. Chirp, chirp! A few monkeys perched on the branches began to chatter, seemingly mocking the trio. Murong Qingxue cast a glance at the monkeys and continued her slow advance. "Luo Cheng, I can't go on. I feel like I'm dying." Li Rongzhin collapsed onto the ground, utterly depleted. "If we don't move, we truly will perish here," Luo Cheng replied, eyeing Murong Qingxue before staggering forward, ignoring Li Rongzhin's plight. Chirp, chirp! The monkeys trailed them, and suddenly, a cluster of banana trees appeared before Murong Qingxue, one of which bore a delightful bunch of ripe yellow bananas. Her eyes brightened with excitement, and summoning her last reserves of strength, she rushed to the banana tree, plucking the fruit eagerly. Seeing Murong Qingxue devouring the bananas, Luo Cheng hurried over, snatching a few for himself before sitting down to relish them. After consuming several bananas, Murong Qingxue turned to Luo Cheng and said, "Leave a few for her, or she really will perish here." At her words, Luo Cheng chuckled softly, standing up to harvest the last few speckled bananas from the tree. Just then, Li Rongzhin, bracing herself against a tree, approached slowly. Luo Cheng walked over to Li Rongzhin, offering her the bananas. Grateful, she snatched them eagerly, peeling one and devouring it with fervor. Cough, cough. In her haste, Li Rongzhin choked slightly. Luo Cheng gently patted her back, advising, "Take your time. No one is competing with you." After the trio had their fill of bananas and rested for a few moments to regain their strength, they resumed their journey forward. After more than an hour of walking, the three of them sat upon a wooden log, wiping the sweat from their brows. Murong Qingxue glanced around. Just ahead lay a patch of wild grass, beyond which opened a vast expanse, the foot of several mountains marking the horizon. "What is that?" Li Rongzhin exclaimed, having spotted several white objects protruding from a nearby pile of leaves. Rising to her feet, she cautiously approached the leaves, using a twig to part them. "Wow, what a large egg!" she declared joyfully, gazing at the white, oval-shaped egg nestled among the foliage, which was as sizable as a goose egg. Upon hearing Li Rongzhin's exclamation, Murong Qingxue and Luo Cheng hurried over. "These must be snake eggs, but how could they be so large?" Murong Qingxue remarked, frowning at the 7 or 8 eggs. "These are definitely not snake eggs. Snakes aren't this big. I've seen them at the zoo," Li Rongzhin replied, gleefully picking up 2 eggs to examine them. "Put those down. You could get us killed." Murong Qingxue's expression turned serious as she warned her. "What is the worry? They're just 2 eggs," Li Rongzhin retorted. cradling the eggs in her arms as she moved toward the clearing. Murong Qingxue shot a glance at Li Rongjin before hastening toward the open ground, aware that if these were indeed snake eggs, the creature that hatched from them would be enormous. You can still return the eggs now. When their mother comes back, we'll be doomed, and you'll endanger us all, Murong Qingxue implored, catching up to Li Rongjin and grasping her arm. I want to return them. I want to eat the eggs, Li Rongjin insisted, breaking free from Murong Qingxue's grasp. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the forest, as if something was swiftly approaching. At the sound, Murong Qingxue's face paled, and she sprinted toward the open space leading to the mountains, with Luo Cheng hot on her heels, leaving Li Rongjin stunned in place. A gust of wind swept through the trees, revealing a massive black serpent, thicker than a thigh, coiled around a large tree. It surveyed the leaves, realizing 2 eggs were missing, then lifted its head, flicking its tongue as it fixated on Li Rongjin. Ah! Li Rongjin screamed, bolting in the direction of Murong Qingxue, dropping the 2 serpent eggs, one of which shattered upon impact with the ground. Hissing, the colossal black serpent slithered down from the tree, its gaze fixated on the broken egg, and in an instant, it lunged toward Li Rongjin. As Murong Qingxue reached the clearing, she paused to look back, and her heart sank. A nearly 20-meter-long black serpent was pursuing Li Rongjin. Just as Li Rongjin reached the edge of the clearing, the serpent caught up with her, causing her to tumble to the ground. Tears streamed down her face as she stared into the eyes of the gigantic serpent, while Murong Qingxue and Luo Cheng stood frozen, unable to move, not from a lack of will, but because their feet felt as if they had been rooted to the ground. The immense black serpent reared its head, gazing down imperiously at Li Rongjin, its forked tongue flickering incessantly. Suddenly, the fearsome creature lunged forward, its jaws agape, intent on swallowing Li Rongjin whole. Startled, Li Rongjin let out a terrified scream before succumbing to unconsciousness. Amidst the chaos, a sound reverberated through the sky, causing the serpent to halt its attack. Hissing furiously, it directed its ire towards the heavens while retreating slowly. In an instant, a colossal shadow descended from the sky with astonishing speed, targeting the black serpent. What on earth? Such a gigantic eagle, muttered Luo Cheng, paralyzed on the ground, his eyes fixed in awe on the magnificent bird, while Mu Ronkinx trembled slightly, her legs quivering. The giant eagle swooped down upon the black serpent, its sharp talons aiming directly for the serpent's body. The serpent, with a swift motion, evaded the initial strike. But the eagle ascended once more only to launch another attack. This time, the black serpent could not escape. The eagle seized its tail, viciously pecking at the serpent with its formidable beak, causing blood to gush forth in torrents. In agony, the black serpent writhed violently, retaliating by spitting venom towards the eagle's eyes. The eagle, momentarily released, soared high into the sky, circling twice and shrieking before diving back towards the injured serpent. Realizing the eagle was airborne, the black serpent hastily slithered towards the nearby forest, swiftly disappearing from view as it sought refuge among the trees. The eagle, spotting the serpent's retreat into the foliage, flapped its wings vigorously and flew towards the forest, where a rustling commotion ensued. Chapter 73. The mysterious stone cave of the indigenous people, as Murong Qingxue and Luo Cheng observed the 2 colossal beasts retreating into the woods. Murong Qingxue collapsed on the ground, her gaze fixed in the direction of the trees. Just moments ago, she had witnessed their fierce battle, and had initially thought it a mere illusion. Half an hour later, both Murong Qingxue and Luo Cheng managed to rise from the ground with great effort, slowly making their way to Li Rongjin, who had succumbed to unconsciousness. Murong Qingxue knelt beside him and delivered 2 firm slaps to his face. After being jolted awake by her actions, Li Rongjin gingerly touched his face, his eyes still hazy as he murmured, "Am I not dead? Not dead. Hurry, get up. We must leave this place," Luo Cheng urged, helping him to his feet. Murong Qingxue admonished Li Rongjin, "If you choose not to heed my words again, you are free to go wherever you wish." With that, the trio set off toward the distant mountains. Murong Qingxue wore a serious expression. The sight of the black serpent and the giant eagle was unprecedented. what other monstrous creatures might inhabit this island. She felt an overwhelming sense of mystery and danger enveloping the land. Black Ghost, should we pursue them? An one-eyed mercenary inquired of Black Ghost, who stood atop a hillside, gazing at the three figures in the open ground below. Our leader has decreed that if we cannot capture them, we need not return, Black Ghost replied, stroking his rifle. But you all witnessed that enormous serpent and eagle. We shall not venture into the woods. Let us take a detour to follow their trail. Meanwhile, Lu Tian found himself navigating through a thicket adorned with a floral crown atop his head. A few hundred meters ahead loomed a stone mountain, a colossal rock formation devoid of any trees. This stone mountain connected to a smaller hill, which, while only slightly over 100 meters tall, spanned a considerable area. Lu Tian was determinedly making his way toward the stone mountain. It's quite hot, he remarked, pausing momentarily to glance at the sun overhead before resuming his journey. After nearly 20 minutes of walking, Lu Tian arrived at the base of the stone mountain. He circled the foot of the mountain, searching for a path to ascend. Before long, he discovered a route up the stone mountain. Lu Tian leapt onto a protruding rock, grasped it firmly, and climbed vigorously, wedging his feet into the crevices as he ascended. After nearly half an hour of climbing, he finally reached a flat expanse of stone. Observing his surroundings, Lu Tian cautiously began to move forward along the edge of the stone wall. A few minutes into his progress, he suddenly heard voices emanating from below. Quickly, he crouched down, pressing himself against the rock face, cautiously peeking out. He spotted two indigenous individuals emerging from the stone cave, armed with bows and wooden staffs, making their way along a stone path toward the hill that stood over 100 meters tall. Once the indigenous people had distanced themselves, Lu Tian rose and peered down, noting that the drop was only about 4 meters. He jumped down and approached the cave's entrance. At the cave's mouth, Lu Tian scanned his surroundings, ensuring no indigenous people were nearby, and then ventured slowly into the stone cave. As Lu Tian stepped into the cave, he was immediately struck by the sight of numerous animal skulls adorning the passageway on either side. He pressed onward, and, after 2 minutes, he reached the innermost depths of the cavern. There he discovered a large stone at the center, which bore a small hole through its middle, with a wooden cross inserted into it, bound with ropes. Surrounding the ground were many smaller crosses, each adorned with a human skull, creating a chilling atmosphere that sent shivers down his spine. On the far wall hung a massive skull of a giant ape, and directly in front of it stood a stone pillar upon which rested a peculiar stone radiating a faint, eerie green glow. Could this be a sacred object of the indigenous people? Lu Tian pondered, examining the glowing stone intently. Surely, this must be a site of sacrifice for the natives. It would be wise to leave this place. I feel an unsettling chill. He hastily exited the cave and made his way along the stone path towards the mountain peak. Qingxue, shall we take a moment to rest? I'm utterly exhausted, Luo Cheng gasped, leaning against a large tree. For over 2 hours, they had traversed the mountainous terrain, climbing slopes and descending inclines, leaving Li Rongjin and Luo Cheng utterly fatigued, while Murong Qingxue fared slightly better but was not much better off. Do you see the valley ahead? There's a stream. Let us go there and rest before continuing, Murong Qingxue suggested, pointing towards a valley and then sitting down to recuperate. After half an hour, the trio rose and continued their journey, leaning against trees for support as they walked. They followed a narrow path for several minutes, turning a couple of bends, until they finally arrived at the edge of the stream. Upon sighting the water, the three rushed forward to kneel beside it and drink. Once quenched, they strolled along the stream's bank. Luo Chan, look, there are fish in the stream, Li Rongjin exclaimed joyfully, observing the small fish swimming in the water. They're so tiny, not even enough to fill a gap in one's teeth. Luo Chang remarked with a glance. Murong Qingxue, exploring her surroundings, suddenly crossed the stream and headed towards a thicket. Seeing this, Luo Cheng and Li Rongjin followed suit. After traversing the stream, they stepped onto a patch of underbrush, and not far ahead lay the dense forest. Murong Qingxue boldly pushed through the undergrowth, making her way towards the woods. As the trio entered the thicket, a flock of small birds erupted into flight. Luo Cheng, parting the low shrubs beside him, inquired Qingxue. What is our purpose here? Murong Qingxue furrowed her brow, glancing around as she continued forward. Moments later, they reached the end of the forest, where a mountain loomed behind them, devoid of any visible path. Murong Qingxue began to walk along the mountain's base. Noticing her silence, Luo Cheng felt unconcerned, understanding her aloof nature, which seldom lent itself to conversation. Abruptly, Murong Qingxue halted, a smile breaking across her face as she stepped into a hollow area. Within lay a cave. She pulled aside the vines at the entrance and stepped inside, with Luo Cheng and Li Rongjin following closely behind. The cavern is quite spacious, capable of accommodating as many as 10 individuals, though the illumination is rather dim and the ground is merely covered with some dirt. It is evident that those outside are undoubtedly searching for us. Thus we must seek a concealed refuge. This place offers ample seclusion, and there is a small stream outside, ensuring that access to water is not an issue. Therefore, we shall make our abode here. If any of you wishes to depart, feel free to do so. After surveying the cave, Murong Qingxue addressed Luo Cheng and Li Rongjin. Luo Cheng remained silent, firmly resolved to follow Murong Qingxue, especially given the terrifying dangers that lurked outside. Encountering some monstrous creature could pose an insurmountable threat. Murong Qingxue glanced at both Luo Cheng and Li Rongjin and said, "Since you have chosen to stay, let us hasten to clear this cave together." Chapter 74. Encounter with mercenaries Lu Tian, along with the mercenaries Black Ghost and Murong Qingxue, spent nearly 2 hours clearing the soil within the cave. Luo Cheng went to the cave entrance to tear down some vines, ensuring unimpeded access. Observing the now pristine cave, Murong Qingxue addressed Luo Cheng and Li Rongjin, stating, "Let us venture into the dense forest outside to gather some large leaves. We can lay them down and rest upon the ground. But how shall we cut those large leaves without knife?" Li Rongjin ninkirat. Murong Qingxue glanced at her and replied, "We can find some sharp stones by the stream. Come along." "How do you know so much, Qingxue?" Luo Cheng asked curiously. He had always perceived Murong Qingxue as an aloof goddess, untouched by situations such as this. Her knowledge intrigued him. One simply needs to watch a few wilderness survival programs at home. Rather than lingering outside chasing after girls, Murong Qingxue remarked nonchalantly. Luo Cheng scratched his head, puzzled. What is a wilderness survival program? Much like our current predicament, surviving on a deserted island, she explained, casting him a sidelong glance. "Ah, I shall definitely watch it once we return." Luo Cheng nodded in response. "Let us hasten. Survival comes first," she urged. The trio swiftly traversed the thicket and arrived at the stream in search of sharp stones. "Black Ghost, did you hear that sound?" The one-eyed mercenary suddenly asked Black Ghost. At that moment, the four of them were scouring the woods for Murong Qingxue and her companions. However, the towering trees and dense foliage made it exceedingly difficult to locate the hidden individuals. Yet they had no choice. Caste had decreed that if they failed to capture the three, there would be no returning. "Everyone, stay alert. There is something amiss here," Black Ghost warned, gripping his automatic rifle as he scanned the surroundings. The thick brush rendered visibility nearly impossible. The three mercenaries, heeding Black Ghost's caution, raised their rifles in vigilance. After 10 minutes of careful movement through the thicket, their anxiety eased as nothing transpired. Suddenly, a mercenary standing at the back was dragged into the woods by some unseen creature, vanishing in an instant. The others merely heard a rustling in the underbrush. "Open fire." "Ot-ot-tot-tot. Ot-ot-tot-tot." The trio unleashed a flurry of bullets, causing numerous saplings to splinter around them. "What we do, Black Ghost?" the one-eyed mercenary questioned, as the three stood back to back, weapons trained on the forest. The sudden loss of their comrade left them unsettled, uncertain of what had taken him. "Qingxue, did you hear that?" Gunfire. The trio, searching for stones by the stream, caught wind of the commotion. "It seems to be coming from that mountain over there." Li Rongjin pointed toward the distant peak. Murong Qingxue glanced in that direction before turning back, saying, "Let not our thoughts wander. We must swiftly gather stones." 3 figures stood silently for nearly half an hour. "Let us depart from this forest," the dark-skinned man declared, turning abruptly and sprinting toward the foot of the mountain, gun in hand, with two mercenaries trailing behind. Ah, Blackie, save me. Suddenly, the last mercenary was dragged back into the woods. Hearing his companion's anguished cries, Blackie and the one-eyed man halted and swiftly turned to fire into the thicket. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. Come out, you bastard. Show yourself. Blackie shouted in fury. Let us go, he called to the one-eyed man. The two quickly turned and fled, their only desire to escape the forest. Ah, Blackie. The one-eyed man fell to the ground, shouting at Blackie as a giant lizard clamped down on his foot, attempting to drag him back into the woods. Rat-a-tat-tat. Blackie spun around and shot at the creature, hitting it several times until it released the one-eyed man and scurried back into the underbrush. Seeing the lizard retreat, Blackie hurriedly helped the one-eyed man to his feet, guiding him out of the forest to a few large rocks at the mountain's base. Damn it! What kind of cursed place is this? It's terrifying, black serpents, giant eagles, and now a monstrous lizard. Who knows what other horrors lurk here? Blackie cursed as he glanced toward the forest. One-eyed, are you all right? He asked, placing a cigar in the one-eyed man's mouth. The one-eyed man looked at his nearly severed foot, forcing a bitter smile. Blackie, I can't walk anymore. My foot is ruined. Blackie patted his shoulder, smiling reassuringly. Don't worry, I'll carry you back to find Captain. It's futile. The ship has sunk, and there's no medical kit with the captain. Going back is just a death sentence. You should leave me behind. The one-eyed man replied. At that moment, blood continued to flow from his foot as he leaned against the rock, his complexion pale, eyes closed. Suddenly, the one-eyed man mustered his strength to draw his handgun and shot himself in the head. Blackie, realizing what had happened, cried out and rushed to embrace him, tears streaming down his face. They had fought alongside each other for over a decade, considering one another as brothers, as family. It was a poignant scene. Suddenly, a voice interrupted, and Blackie released the one-eyed man, instinctively raising his weapon. Whoosh! Ah! An arrow pierced through Blackie's gripping hand, causing him to cry out in pain. He attempted to grab his gun with his other hand, but it too was struck by an arrow, blood flowing profusely. Lu Tian approached slowly from the incline, bow in hand. Who are you? Blackie asked, astonished to see Lu Tian. He hadn't expected anyone else on this island besides the natives. Whoosh! Another arrow struck Blackie's foot, forcing him to kneel, though this time he stifled his cry. Who are you? He shouted, looking up at Lu Tian. Who I am is irrelevant. You need only provide me with the information I seek, Lu Tian replied, stepping closer to Blackie. The dark figure let out a hearty laugh and inquired, What is it that you wish to know? Everything that you are aware of, Lu Tian replied with a smile. After a moment of contemplation, the dark figure lifted his gaze to Lu Tian and said, I can share my knowledge, but I have but one request. I am aware that my time is limited. I ask that after my demise, you ensure that I am laid to rest alongside him. Lu Tian looked at the dark figure and affirmed, I promise you that. Once Lu Tian made his pledge, the dark figure divulged the details of how they had rescued the hostages, and during their return by sea, they encountered a tempest which inadvertently led them to this place. Their vessel sank, the 3 hostages escaped, and Castor summoned them to pursue those 3 individuals. After a span of several minutes, the dark figure concluded his tale, his complexion paling, likely a consequence of excessive blood loss. That is all I know. Come now, he murmured, eyes closed. Lu Tian approached the dark figure, drawing a dagger from his waist, and stated, You have revealed to me the information I sought. Now, you must resolve your fate on your own. I shall not intervene. With that, Lu Tian tossed the dagger before the dark figure. Slowly, the dark figure opened his eyes, trembling hands reaching for the dagger. With a determined thrust, he plunged the blade into his neck, and thus he met his end. Lu Tian retrieved the dark figure's automatic rifle and pistol, securing the magazine from his waist to his own, while placing the pistol and several magazines into his backpack. After completing these tasks, he laid the dark figure and the one-eyed man to rest in a low-lying area, then departed with the automatic rifle, making his way toward another peak. Chapter 75. Encounter with the giant man-eating spider in the heart of the forest. Lu Tian approached an ancient tree. He knelt down slowly and overturned a wild boar that weighed over 100 pounds. Upon inspection, he discovered the animal's body was desiccated, with 2 thumb-sized holes in its abdomen. What creature could have caused this? Standing upright, Lu Tian scanned his surroundings and noticed a narrow path ahead, which he proceeded to follow. As Lu Tian traversed the diminutive trail, he felt an eerie atmosphere. Not a single bird was in sight. Upon reaching the path's end, he entered a dense thicket. Drawing his Nepalese military knife, he began to clear away the obstructing underbrush. After several minutes of walking, he found himself beneath a few towering trees and decided to rest on a moss-covered root. He set down his backpack and took a few sips from a water bottle he retrieved. Having quenched his thirst, Lu Tian placed the bottle aside, leaned against the sturdy tree, and lit a cigar he had found on the black man. As he inhaled, he relaxed against the trunk and exhaled a delicate smoke ring. Suddenly, a faint sound emanated from above. Curiously, he glanced upward and was met with the sight of an enormous black spider descending on a silk thread, gradually making its way towards him. This spider, an imposing creature, was estimated to stand around 5 to 6 feet tall, measure over 6 feet in length, and weigh approximately 100 pounds. Lu Tian was taken aback, and in a moment of instinct, he rolled away from the tree, his cigar forgotten. Despite having encountered giant lizards and eagles on this island, the sight of this colossal spider still left him astonished. With a swift motion, the giant spider plummeted from the tree, resembling a dark mass hurtling towards the ground. Upon landing, it emitted a peculiar sound and began to scuttle towards Lu Tian with astonishing speed, its 8 long legs propelling it forward. Realizing the imminent danger, Lu Tian turned and sprinted away. The spider pursued him relentlessly, closing the distance in a matter of moments. Lu Tian dashed towards another ancient tree, but the spider was already in hot pursuit. With a fierce shout, he leaped and propelled himself against the tree, executing a somersault in midair as he drew his dagger from his waist. As he descended, he landed squarely on the spider's back and plunged his dagger into its tough exoskeleton. The blade penetrated only a few inches, but Lu Tian managed to strike several times. Infuriated by the pain, the spider violently shook its body, throwing Lu Tian several meters away. As he hit the ground, Lu Tian quickly regained his footing and sprinted towards the ancient tree where his automatic rifle and backpack lay. The spider, now bleeding a greenish fluid, was driven mad with agony and gave chase. Lu Tian exerted every ounce of strength to run, but the spider was relentless, its speed nearly on the verge of overtaking him. Lu Tian gazed ahead, the towering tree standing merely a dozen meters away. He quickened his pace, sprinting forward with fervor, leaping a distance of 7 to 8 meters. As he landed heavily on the ground, a sharp pain surged through his chest. Hiss! A colossal spider charged towards him at great speed. Lu Tian rolled on the ground twice, reaching the base of the tree where an automatic rifle lay. With one hand, he grasped the rifle's grip firmly. Lying on the ground, facing upwards, he held the weapon steady and began firing at the giant spider. Rat-a-tat-tat! Rat-a-tat-tat! Lu Tian shouted as all the bullets struck the arachnid's abdomen and head, given its proximity of merely 2 to 3 meters. After expending the 30 rounds in the magazine, the giant spider collapsed, its bluish blood splattering onto Lu Tian. Phew! Damn! I nearly met my end here. Observing the lifeless creature on the ground, Lu Tian set down the rifle, rested for a moment beneath the tree, and then replaced the magazine. Before departing, he glanced back at the fallen spider and then shouldered his backpack, heading toward the slope. Luo Chung, did you hear that? The gunfire. It's not far from here, just over the hill ahead, Li Rongjin whispered to Luo Chung, who was picking wild fruits from the tree. Murong Qingxue furrowed her brow as she glanced in the direction of the gunfire. Its proximity indicated that the shooter was nearby. She turned to Luo Chung and urged, Luo Chung, hurry down, we must return. Prompted by her words, Luo Chung swiftly descended from the fruit tree and assisted in gathering the fallen fruits. We need to head back to the cave. This place isn't safe. Murong Qingxue collected a few wild fruits and stood up, addressing Luo Chung and Li Rongjin. The trio quickly exited the woods, making their way swiftly towards the cave. Lu Tian, noticing the garments stained with bluish blood, remarked, How foul. I need to find a place to wash up. He descended the slope, reaching a flat area in the valley, and continued forward. Oh, there's a stream over there. Lu Tian's eyes brightened as he spotted a small creek about 100 meters ahead. He joyfully approached the stream, traversing through the overgrown grass until he reached its banks, where he stripped off his clothes, placing his backpack, rifle, and knife on the grass, before leaping into the water to bathe. Unbeknownst to him, 3 individuals in the nearby thicket were observing him. Murong Qingxue and Li Rongjin lay concealed in the underbrush, their faces flushing crimson as they witnessed Lu Tian disrobe, an expression of shyness evident upon them. Qingxue, he doesn't seem like a mercenary. He resembles someone from Huaxia. Luo Cheng whispered to Murong Qingxue. Sweetly, sweetly, you smile like flowers blooming in the spring breeze, ah? In the spring breeze. Lu Tian sat in the stream, singing merrily as he washed the dirt from his body. His melody drifted into the thicket, clear to the ears of the 3 observers. He is indeed from Huaxia. Murong Qingxue murmured softly. Luo Cheng exclaimed with delight. Should we go out? Murong pondered for a moment and remarked, at present, we cannot ascertain whether he is a good or a bad person. He is armed, and we cannot venture outside just yet. Let us observe the situation further. Several minutes later, Lu Tianguang emerged from the stream, his body bare, and proceeded to wash his clothes in the water. Once he had cleaned his garments, he found himself without anything to wear. Reluctantly, Lu Tian ventured into the nearby woods, unclothed, to gather some firewood. Fortunately, with no one around to witness, he felt little discomfort in his nudity. Such a rogue, wandering about in the nude, Murong Qingxue muttered silently, before gradually retreating back into the cave with Li Rongjin. The daylight was waning, and Lu Tian mused that they would need to construct a shelter for the night. Half an hour later, his clothes were thoroughly dried, and Lu Tian donned them before entering the woods with his bow and arrow in hand. Chapter 76. Murong Qingxue's decision inside the cave. 3 individuals sat on the ground, consuming the wild fruits they had foraged. I crave meat. I can no longer endure these wild fruits, Li Rongjin declared, setting down his fruit. Luo Cheng, munching on a wild fruit, retorted, even if there were meat, we lack fire. Do you wish to consume it raw? Murong Qingxue pondered for a moment before responding. I shall step outside for a while. With deliberate steps, she ventured into the dense thicket, heading towards the stream. Upon reaching the forest's edge, she crouched low, knowing she was merely 20 to 30 meters from Lu Tian. Emerging from the woods, Lu Tian grasped a wild chicken in his hands and began to prepare it by the stream. As darkness descended, the sky surrendered to night, soon enveloping the surroundings. Lu Tian added several large logs to the fire, skewered the chicken with branches, and placed it near the flames to roast. According to the black man, the mercenaries are trapped on this island, just as I am. He mused with a faint smile, having anticipated some ulterior motive for their presence. Before long, the night deepened, and Murong Qingxue returned to the cave. Damn those pesky mosquitoes, Luo Cheng exclaimed, slapping his thigh in frustration. Murong Qingxue lay on the ground, her eyes fixed ahead, yet perceiving nothing but the enveloping darkness. As night passed into dawn, Lu Tian ventured to the stream, catching small shrimp and crabs. After securing a handful, he returned to the fire to roast them. Inside the cave, Murong Qingxue spoke earnestly. I must go out to seek assistance from that person outside. Luo Cheng regarded her with concern. Are you not afraid he could be a villain? What if? We have no fire, no resources. Hiding here simply awaits our demise. Murong Qingxue interjected, casting a glance at Luo Cheng. Wherever you go, I shall follow, Li Rongjin chimed in. Let's take the risk. Even if he is a rogue, it is better than languishing here, subsisting on these wretched wild fruits. I am on the brink of despair, Murong Qingxue exclaimed, her voice rising as she struggled to maintain composure, having bottled her emotions for days. Luo Cheng regarded her with deep empathy, stating, We shall heed your decision. Taking a moment to compose herself, Murong Qingxue declared, I will proceed first. You shall remain here. If anything transpires, make your escape. After adjusting her filthy clothing, she took a deep breath and exited the cave, making her way into the dense foliage. At that moment, Lu Tian was by the fire, savoring his small shrimp, when suddenly, a figure emerged from the thicket, approaching him. He caught sight of her in his peripheral vision, but chose to remain silent, feigning ignorance as he continued to eat. Lu Tian was aware that the woman posed no threat, for she bore no weapon. Even if she did, he remained unperturbed, confident in his ability to draw and fire faster than she could. Moments later, Mu Rong Qingxue approached, crossing the creek to halt amidst the weeds. A mere 7 or 8 meters from Lu Tian, fully cognizant that he had already spotted her. "Hello, I seek your assistance." Mu Rong Qingxue softly spoke in Huaxia, her gaze fixed on the man who was enjoying his meal. Lu Tian finished the last shrimp, turned his head to regard the woman, and with a slight smile inquired, "Oh, you wish for my help? What is it that you desire?" Taking a deep breath, Mu Rong Qingxue replied, "Food, or perhaps a lighter, or alternatively, I could accompany you." Lu Tian scrutinized her, noting her exquisite beauty, the translucent skin resembling pure snow, a face of stunning grace, and a figure that was undeniably alluring. "I can provide you with these items, but what benefit can you offer me in return?" Lu Tian asked, eyeing her curiously. I am willing to assist you in any way," she responded, her teeth clenched. "Oh, anyway, pray tell, what can you possibly do for me? Can you not extend a helping hand, considering we are both Huaxia people?" Lu Tian chuckled. "So, being Huaxia means I must aid you? What if you were a villain? What must I do for you to agree to help?" Mu Rong Qingxue retorted, her jaw clenched tightly. "Ha ha ha, east. Come, take a seat. By the way, summon those 2 lurking in the woods to join us." Lu Tian boomed with laughter. Noticing the distress on Mu Rong Qingxue's face, as if on the verge of tears, he felt a pang of empathy and refrained from teasing her further. In truth, Lu Tian was already aware of the 3 individuals from what he had overheard from the mercenaries. He simply did not expect to encounter them here. Mu Rong Qingxue turned to the dense thicket, where Li Rongjin and Luo Chang were peering out from behind a tree, occasionally glancing in their direction. She called out to them, "Come over here." Upon hearing her summons, Li Rongjin and Luo Chang stepped out from behind the large tree and approached Mu Rong Qingxue. She settled beside the fire, while Li Rongjin and Luo Chang, eyes fixed apprehensively on Lu Tian, sat beside her, acutely aware of the automatic rifle resting at his left, alongside a gherkin knife with a dagger and ammunition belt secured at his waist. Once they were seated, Lu Tian cast a smile at the trio and remarked, "I know who you are. You managed to escape from the mercenaries, did you not?" "How do you know?" Luo Chang exclaimed, astonished, unaware of how Lu Tian could possess such knowledge. The 2 women mirrored his surprise. Lu Tian added logs to the fire and explained, "I encountered 2 mercenaries. One of them informed me of your situation." Upon hearing that it was the mercenaries who had divulged this information, the trio's expression shifted. "Fear not, they are already dead." Lu Tian continued. Relief washed over the 3 upon learning of the mercenaries' demise. Mu Rong Qingxue gazed at Lu Tian and asked, "Did you kill them?" Lu Tian shook his head and replied, "No, one died by suicide, while the other succumbed to excessive blood loss after having its leg bitten off by some creature. Now that the mercenaries pursuing you are dead, there is no need for you to hide any longer. Rest assured, the mercenaries outside will not come here." Lu Tian stood up, brushing off his pants. "There are plenty of small shrimp and fish in the creek. You can catch some and roast them over the fire." "I must take my leave," he said, looking at them. Lu Tian retrieved 2 daggers from his backpack. These had been taken from the black man and the Cyclops, along with a lighter and a handgun. "This is for you. Do not worry, I do not require your assistance." He handed 1 dagger, the lighter, and the handgun to Mu Rong Qingxue, while the other dagger he gave to Luo Chang. With his backpack and bow slung over his shoulder, the Nepalese knife secured at his waist, and an automatic rifle in hand, Lu Tian regarded the trio and said, "Take care. I hope you survive." Seeing that Lu Tian was about to leave, Mu Rong Qingxue quickly stood and ran to his side, asking, "Can you take us with you? Even with these items, it will be difficult for us to survive on this island." She was acutely aware that despite possessing a gun and fire, the mercenaries were still hunting them, and the island was home to monstrous creatures and indigenous peoples. Survival here seemed impossible. "Oh, you wish to accompany me? Are you not afraid of me? With a beauty like you, I might find it hard to control myself," Lu Tian teased, deliberately glancing at Murong Qingxue with a smile. She returned his gaze and, with a slight smile, replied, I am not afraid. If you truly intended to do something to me, there is nothing we could do to stop you. If you wanted to act, you would have done so already. Lu Tian shook his head and said, very well, I will allow you to follow me, but you must heed my words, specifically during critical decisions. In everyday matters, you may act as you wish. Do you agree? Murong Qingxue nodded, and Li Rongjin and Luo Cheng exchanged glances before also nodding. Satisfied, Lu Tian remarked, that is good. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lu Tian. Chapter 77. Murong Qingxue encounters danger with a smile. Murong Qingxue extended her hand and introduced herself. I am Murong Qingxue, and this is Luo Cheng. I am Li Rongjin. Li Rongjin interjected, rising to her feet to announce her name before Murong Qingxue could mention hers. Oh, you're not from Huaxia? Lu Tian remarked upon hearing her speak, quickly deducing her origins. She hailed from the esteemed Li family of the land of kimchi. Murong Qingxue continued, Luo Cheng, the young master of the Li family from the land of kimchi. Lu Tian reached out to shake hands with Murong Qingxue before returning to sit by the fire. Casting a glance at Li Rongjin, the young lady of the Li family, how fascinating. It seems we have a wealthy heiress among us. He paused momentarily before adding, and not just any wealthy heiress. Staying still, Murong Qingxue suddenly recalled the name Lu Tian. It seemed familiar, as if she had heard it mentioned before. Noticing Lu Tian's gaze upon her, Li Rongjin blushed slightly, bowing her head and folding her hands at her lap while gazing into the flames. Lu Tian then turned his attention to Luo Cheng, observing that he bore an uncanny resemblance to a pretty boy with skin fairer than that of many women. Luo Cheng? What a splendid name, Lu Tian remarked with a smile. Luo Cheng offered a wry smile. Mine is the city character, not the success character. He understood the reason behind Lu Tian's compliment. At that moment, Murong Qingxue approached and sat beside Lu Tian, inquiring, do you know Yixue? Lu Tian paused, momentarily taken aback, before asking, which Yixue? With a smile, Murong Qingxue replied, over a month ago, Yixue was rescued, and when I visited her, she recounted her experiences on a deserted island. The name she mentioned most frequently was Lu Tian. So when you introduced yourself as Lu Tian, it resonated with me, though I couldn't immediately place it. There are many people named Lu Tian in the world, Lu Tian said with a slight smile. Murong Qingxue chuckled. I deduced that first. Yixue mentioned being rescued from stormy sea, but the Lu Tian she spoke of was swept away by a massive wave along with his vessel. Secondly, your appearance on this island leads me to believe you may have been brought here by that very wave. Am I correct? Lu Tian smiled in return. The Yixue you speak of, I should indeed know. Then you must also be acquainted with Jiang Yin and Lu Wei, correct? Luo Cheng's eyes brightened as he inquired. Lu Tian glanced at Luo Cheng and nodded. Splendid. Meeting you is a delight. You have no idea. Lu Wei has spoken of you with such reverence. Almost as if you were a deity, Luo Cheng exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Lu Tian regarded Luo Cheng and asked, are you close friends with Lu Wei? Luo Cheng shook his head. Not exactly close friends, but our families have business dealings, and I have met Lu Wei a few times. We can be considered friends. Last time, after Lu Wei was rescued, his father, in his joy, hosted a dinner at a hotel for acquaintances, and I attended as well. Lu Tian felt a surge of happiness knowing that Yixue and Lu Wei had safely returned home, and he was glad for them. At this moment, Murong Qingxue handed the pistol and dagger back to Lu Tian, saying, Lu Tian, rest assured, we will all heed your instructions here. Luo Cheng and Li Rongjin nodded in agreement, casting their gazes toward Lu Tian. With a wry smile, Lu Tian replied, there's no need for such formalities. Can you all handle firearm? He suddenly inquired of the trio. We have a bit of experience. We've been to a shooting range to practice with handguns and some automatic rifles. Both Murong Qingxue and Luo Cheng replied simultaneously. I've been there too, Li Rongjin added. Murong Qingxue smiled at Lu Tian and remarked, it's nothing unusual. Many scions from prominent families in Yanjing are adept with firearms. Oh, so you hail from the illustrious Murong family of the 4 great families in Yanjing? And you belong to the Luo family? Lu Tian asked, looking at Murong Qingxue and Luo Cheng. They both nodded affirmatively. As for Yi Shui, she is the eldest daughter of the Yi family and also my close friend, Murong Qingxue said with a smile. What a surprise. All of you are from esteemed backgrounds. Lu Tian exclaimed in admiration. Since you all can handle a gun, you may keep this pistol, he said, accepting the firearm and dagger from Murong Qingxue. He also handed a pistol from his backpack to Li Rongjin for her protection. You must be quite hungry. So go catch some fish and shrimp from the creek to roast for a meal while I scout the woods, Lu Tian suggested as he stood up. He took his bow and arrows and ventured into the forest, while the three of them descended to the creek to flip over stones in search of fish and shrimp. After more than an hour, Lu Tian returned with a wild goat slung over his back. Murong Qingxue and the others were overjoyed at the sight of the goat. Having grown weary of their diet of wild fruits over the past few days, Lu Tian began to clean the goat with his dagger by the downstream creek, while Murong Qingxue and Luo Cheng prepared a wooden rack by the fire. After more than 2 hours, the goat was roasted to perfection, and the three of them devoured the meat ravenously. Observing their hunger, Lu Tian grasped the challenges they had faced in recent days. Once they were satiated, the trio guided Lu Tian to a nearby cave. This cave is quite decent, spacious enough, though sunlight doesn't penetrate it. Let's go, Lu Tian remarked after glancing around, leading them away as he intended to return to the valley, which offered greater safety. The four of them walked along a narrow path toward another mountain peak. Lu Tian was aware that once they crossed that peak, traversed a thicket of trees, and walked through a patch of tangled grass, they would arrive at a pile of rubble. We must climb over the mountain ahead. I will lead you to a safe place for us to stay, Lu Tian instructed the three. Half an hour later, they arrived at the foot of the mountain, where Lu Tian found a trail leading upward, and they began their ascent. After meandering through the mountains for over an hour, they finally reached the summit. Let us take a moment to hydrate, Lu Tian said, retrieving a bottle of water from his backpack and offering it to Murong Qingxue. She took a few sips before passing it to Li Rongjin and Luo Cheng. Lu Tian set his backpack down on the ground, laden with an abundance of uneaten lamb. From his trouser pocket, he retrieved a cigar box and extracted a single cigar, which he promptly lit. After igniting the cigar, he placed the lighter into the small pocket of his backpack. Following a half-hour respite, the quartet began their descent down the mountainside. Upon traversing the slope, they entered a thicket of trees. Everyone, be cautious, Lu Tian cautioned as he surveyed the three companions. The group ventured into the woods, with Lu Tian leading the way, wielding a knife to carve a path. After a brief walk of about 10 minutes, they arrived at a small clearing. Just as Lu Tian stepped into the center of the clearing, a rustling sound emanated from the left side of the woods. Ah! Lu Tian, Murong Qingxue suddenly cried out, only to be ensnared by a white silk thread that wrapped around one of her feet, dragging her into the forest depths. In a swift reaction, Lu Tian hastily removed his backpack, brandishing an automatic rifle as he sprinted toward the woods. At that moment, he refrained from firing, fearing he might inadvertently harm Murong Qingxue. Luo Cheng, brandishing a dagger, followed closely behind Lu Tian, while Li Rongjin stood frozen in shock at the edge of the clearing. Chapter 78. Beneath the cliff, Lu Tian swiftly caught up with Murong Qingxue, only to find her ensnared by a gigantic black spider, dragged along the ground by one of its silk threads, hurtling deeper into the woods. With a rapid succession of gunfire, Lu Tian aimed his rifle at the creature, landing 2 shots on its back, which prompted the spider to hasten its pace. Determined, Lu Tian pursued relentlessly. With another barrage of shots, he struck the spider's legs, causing it to violently toss Murong Qingxue out of the woods, sending her tumbling toward the precipice. Fortunately, she managed to grasp a vine mid-fall, preventing her from plummeting to the depths below. After flinging Murong Qingxue aside, the spider collapsed momentarily, then rose again, charging toward Lu Tian. Standing his ground, Lu Tian emptied his magazine into the advancing beast. It finally crumpled to the ground, mere meters from him, though its legs and formidable fangs still twitched in a final throes of life. Setting his rifle down, Lu Tian drew his Nepalese dagger and leaped onto the spider's back, thrusting the blade directly into its neck, silencing its movements for good. After dispatching the creature, he sheathed his knife and hurried to the edge of the cliff, calling down to Murong Qingxue, who still clung to the vine. "Hold on, I'm coming to rescue you." I'm losing strength," she replied weakly. Suddenly, her grip faltered and she fell. Having been dragged nearly 200 meters by the spider, her body was battered and exhausted. "Murong Qingxue!" Lu Tian shouted in alarm as he began to descend the vine, only to witness her fall. At that moment, Luo Cheng arrived at the spider's corpse, glancing at the lifeless creature before rushing to the cliff's edge. "Lu Tian, where's Murong Qingxue?" he inquired anxiously. "Luo Cheng, take Li Rongjin back to the cave and wait for my return. Murong Qingxue has fallen below. I must go after her. Promise me you will wait for me," Lu Tian urged before grasping the vine and climbing down. Upon hearing Lu Tian's words, Luo Cheng glanced down the cliff, then retreated to the clearing in the woods, taking Lu Tian's backpack and hastening back to the cave with Li Rongjin. Descending the vine, Lu Tian reached a height of 5 or 6 meters and discovered Murong Qingxue sprawled on a mound of earth. "Oh, this is bad." The vine he clutched suddenly snapped, sending him tumbling onto the earthen mound, stirring up a cloud of dust. Coughing, Lu Tian rose from the debris and staggered toward Murong Qingxue. Turning her over, he found her unconscious, a trickle of blood at her lips, and visible scratches marring her face and limbs. Surveying the area, he realized the mound was merely a small protrusion beneath the cliff, with a sheer drop of over 20 meters leading to a canyon below. Lu Tian glanced at the surrounding vines and observed that they were quite slender, some of which could hardly bear the weight of a single individual. It was impossible for him to carry the unconscious Murong Qingxue up, so he had no choice but to wait for her to awaken. "Hey, Murong Qingxue, wake up!" Lu Tian gently called out while patting her face. After a brief interval of over 10 minutes, Murong Qingxue slowly regained consciousness. "Lu Tian, where's this?" she inquired, her gaze landing on him. Lu Tian assisted her in sitting up and replied, "This is a cliff, not the underworld. You are not dead yet." After resting for half an hour, Murong Qingxue was able to stand. "Can you climb up?" Lu Tian asked, gesturing towards the vines. Murong Qingxue glanced at them and shook her head, saying, "No, my left hand still hurts. I can't exert myself." "Then let us descend," Lu Tian suggested, pointing towards the gorge below. Taking a couple of cautious steps forward, Murong Qingxue peered into the over 20-meter deep gorge and expressed her fear. "It's so deep. How do we get down?" Lu Tian indicated a sloping path to the right, saying, "We can descend from here. The slope isn't too steep. Just stay close to the earthen wall and proceed slowly. If you feel frightened, don't look down, just follow me." A few minutes later, Lu Tian reached the slope. Pressing his body against the earthen wall, arms outstretched for balance, his face turned towards the wall as he carefully stepped on the uneven surface, beginning his descent. Each step was taken with utmost caution, for a moment's lapse could lead to a fatal fall. Murong Qingxue mimicked his movements, trailing closely behind him. After over half an hour of careful navigation, Lu Tian paused to look down, realizing they still had a considerable distance to the gorge's bottom. "Lu Tian, I can hardly hold on any longer. My hands and feet are beginning to tremble," Murong Qingxue said weakly from above him. "We're almost there, just a little longer," Lu Tian reassured her. He continued his descent, with Murong Qingxue following closely, though sweat had begun to bead on her forehead, and her limbs shook. Suddenly, Murong Qingxue could no longer maintain her grip. Her body slipped from the wall, and she fell. Seeing her plummet, Lu Tian instinctively leapt to catch her, enveloping her with his body as they tumbled down together. With a thud, they landed on a narrow path at the bottom of the gorge, colliding into a mound of earth. Lu Tian found himself face down, still tightly holding Murong Qingxue. "Can you get up? Your assets are too large. I can hardly breathe," he remarked, loosening his grip to look at her. "Pervert," Murong Qingxue retorted, slowly rising from his embrace and moving to sit aside. Fortunately, as Lu Tian had shielded her during their fall, Murong Qingxue sustained no injuries, though both were now covered in dirt. Gradually rose to sit on the ground, observing Murong Qingxue as she brushed the dirt off her clothing. Suddenly, he beheld a captivating sight. At that moment, 2 buttons of Murong Qingshue's garment had come undone, revealing a glimpse of her undergarments, with her fair and ample bosom partially exposed. As she continued to pat away the dirt, they swayed gently. This sight caused Lu Tian to swallow hard, a warm rush filling his nostrils. Murong Qingxue quickly noticed Lu Tian's gaze and glanced down at herself. "Pervert!" she exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed as she realized her exposure, before turning away. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lu Tian muttered softly, "Can I be blamed for this? After all, the target is rather prominent." Chapter 79. Exiting the gorge after a brief respite on the ground, the two stood up and ambled along a narrow path to the right. Lu Tian sensed a palpable awkwardness in the air, as Murong Qingxue had remained silent throughout their journey, casting him only occasional glances. "Let's venture over there. The trees appear lush, and there must be water within," Lu Tian declared, halting abruptly and gesturing toward a small grove not far ahead. "Am I to assume that I have fractured my bones from rolling down with you earlier?" Lu Tian remarked, shaking himself slightly as he faced Murong Qingxue. She shot him a sidelong glance and replied, "It's fortunate you're still alive." As they approached a fork in the path, one route led deeper into the gorge while the other meandered towards a valley below, which housed a small thicket. The pair chose the path leading to the grove. Within a few minutes, they entered the thicket, where Murong Qingxue settled down against a protruding tree root, leaning back for support. Lu Tian surveyed the surroundings and noted that aside from a few small birds, no other creatures inhabited this grove. "I shall explore further within. Please wait here," he instructed Murong Qingxue. Lu Tian stumbled into the depths of the grove, and, after traversing several meters, he came upon a cluster of large stones, from which water trickled down, forming a puddle on the ground. However, the water appeared murky, tinged with a muddy yellow hue. As he approached the edge of the puddle, Lu Tian observed that it was at least half a meter deep. "This water is unfit for consumption. However, the water flowing from the stones is drinkable," he murmured, contemplating the puddle and the rocks above. The water that trickled from the stones had been filtered naturally, rendering it safe to drink. Yet, they lacked any containers to boil water, and the stagnant puddle was unsuitable for drinking, as it could be contaminated by other animals. Upon returning to the grove, Lu Tian rejoined Murong Qingxue. "There's a puddle over there. Would you care to take a wash? If you find yourself thirsty, you may drink from the water flowing off the stones," he suggested. Murong Qingxue glanced at him and replied, "Why don't you wash first? Chivalry dictates that ladies come first." Lu Tian chuckled before retrieving his knife and moving to a flatter area nearby. He began to chop down some saplings, slightly smaller than his arm, to construct a shelter, as he intended to spend the night there, needing rest due to his aching body. Observing Lu Tian laboring diligently, Murong Qingxue pondered for a moment before standing up and making her way towards the puddle. Lu Tian had felled 5 or 6 small trees, dragging them to a clearing. He stripped them of branches and leaves, laying them across the surrounding tree limbs and layering them with foliage, mindful of the possibility of rain at night. After completing the shelter, Lu Tian scoured the grove for dry twigs and some decayed wood. "Alas, I have left my lighter in my backpack," he lamented, patting his pockets and realizing he had no means to ignite a fire. At that moment, Murong Qingxue emerged from the woods, and Lu Tian, upon seeing her, nearly lost his composure. Murong Qingxue was clad in a damp garment that accentuated her figure, her exquisite face adorned with droplets of water. Most notably, it appeared she wore no undergarments. "Don't stare," Murong Qingxue exclaimed, her cheeks tinged with crimson as she addressed Lu Tian. "Ah, I wasn't staring," Lu Tian replied innocently. "I was merely searching for my lighter and just realized I forgot to bring it." "I have one. It's the one you gave me," Murong Qingxue said, extending her palm to reveal a lighter, which she then handed to Lu Tian. He took the lighter and approached a pile of dry branches, crouching down to start a fire. "All right, you can sit by the fire to dry your clothes. I'm heading to take a shower," Lu Tian remarked, casting a glance at Murong Qingxue before venturing deeper into the woods. Murong Qingxue settled beside the fire, retrieving a piece of lingerie from her bosom and placing it near the flames to dry. Lu Tian arrived at a water hole, undressed, and leaped into the water, noticing several abrasions on his body, likely sustained from rolling down the slope. Half an hour later, Lu Tian returned to the woods, approached the fire, and hung his shirt on a branch nearby. Murong Qingxue glanced at his bare torso, then lowered her head, stirring the fire with a stick. Since it's still early, I'll venture outside to see if I can find something to eat. If anything happens, just shout, Lu Tian said, picking up his knife and exiting the woods toward the canyon. Murong Qingxue watched him leave, adding more wood to the fire as it dwindled. She occasionally glanced toward the canyon, feeling a twinge of worry as Lu Tian had been gone for over 2 hours. Just then, the sound of footsteps emerged from the woods, and Murong Qingxue turned to see Lu Tian returning, holding a plucked animal. Have you been waiting long? Ha! I had no choice. I searched the vicinity for over half an hour before I found a few scorpions and small lizards, knowing you wouldn't dare eat those. I ventured deeper into the canyon, lying in the grass for over half an hour before I managed to catch a wild rabbit, Lu Tian explained. He sharpened a stick and skewered the rabbit, placing it beside the fire to roast. Murong Qingxue smiled at Lu Tian, pleasantly surprised by his thoughtfulness. As night fell, the two finished the wild rabbit together. That night, Lu Tian and Murong Qingxue slept on the leaf-strewn ground, the fire still crackling. They spoke not a word throughout the night. In the morning, Lu Tian and Murong Qingxue woke early, feeling much more invigorated after a night's rest. Let us go, Lu Tian said, fastening his dagger at his waist and securing his knife at his belt as he addressed Murong Qingxue. She adjusted her clothes and inquired, "Where are we headed?" When I was out searching for food yesterday, I noticed that if we simply exit the canyon, we will find ourselves beside a river. We can follow the riverbank from there, Lu Tian replied. Lu Tian remarked that after the two had gathered their belongings, they ventured deeper into the gorge. An hour later, Lu Tian guided Murong Qingxue out of the gorge, arriving at the riverbank, where they continued their ascent alongside the flowing waters. At last, they caught sight of the grove. Lu Tian paused, gazing at the cluster of trees to his right, exhaling a sigh of relief filled with joy. After more than 2 hours of trekking, they finally reached this point, and their stomachs were growling with hunger. Lu Tian, I am so hungry and tired. I can't walk any further, Murong Qingxue exclaimed weakly as she slumped onto the ground. Lu Tian looked at her with a smile and replied, "Let us take a moment to rest before we continue. We shall arrive shortly." Chapter 80. The Fury of Castor by the riverbank. Lu Tian and Murong Qingxue had been seated for over half an hour, with Murong Qingxue slumped on the ground, showing no intention of continuing their journey. "Let us go, for there is an abundance of food in the valley, and you can feast to your heart's content," Lu Tian encouraged as he approached her. Inspired by his words, Murong Qingxue sprang to her feet and followed Lu Tian into the woods. After a brief walk of about 10 minutes, they departed from the riverbank and made their way towards the thicket. Once they traversed the underbrush, they would enter the forest. "Wait for me a moment. I believe I have discovered something edible," Lu Tian suddenly exclaimed to Murong before dashing into a patch of bushes. Upon noticing the deep blue wild berries nestled within, he plucked one and popped it into his mouth. "Ah, blueberry! Delightfully sweet and tangy," he exclaimed with joy, subsequently gathering a handful more to savor. "Murong Qingxue, come over here," Lu Tian called out, beckoning her to join him. Hearing her name, Murong approached him. "Lu Tian, what are you eating?" she inquired, observing the movement of his mouth. Lu Tian pointed toward the bushes, and, as she glanced in that direction, she spotted several small trees laden with the deep blue fruits he had been enjoying. Excitedly, Murong Qingxue trotted over and picked a handful of the berries to taste. "Ah, blueberries! I've had these before," she exclaimed joyfully. The two sat on the ground, indulging in the delightful berries, and Lu Tian even procured a large leaf to gather a substantial amount to carry with them. Eventually, they ventured deeper into the woods, making their way toward a pile of rocks. After more than 2 hours, Lu Tian led Murong Qingxue to the valley, pointing toward a wooden cabin ahead. "There are still 2 people residing here. Come, I shall introduce you to them." "Ah, Lu Tian, you have returned." Upon seeing Lu Tian enter, Sophie, seated in a chair, exclaimed with delight and rushed over to embrace him. Lu Tian smiled and gently patted Sophie on the back, saying, All right, there are others here as well. This is Murong Qingxue, another person from Huaxia. Hello, I am Sophie from the Eagle Country. It is a pleasure to meet you, Sophie said, releasing Lu Tian and smiling at Murong Qingxue. Murong Qingxue returned the smile. I am equally pleased to meet you. You may call me Qingxue from now on. The three engaged in conversation at the cabin's entrance for a while before settling into chairs. Sophie poured a glass of juice for Murong Qingxue. Sophie, has Alan gone out again to study the flowers and plants? Lu Tian inquired, looking at Sophie. Yes, he just left not long ago. Sophie nodded in response. Very well. I must go retrieve Luo Cheng and Li Rongzhen. I fear they may be growing anxious, Lu Tian said, rising to head back to the cabin. Noticing his intent to leave again, Sophie hurried over and grasped his hand, saying, Lu Tian, are you going out once more? Gently, Lu Tian patted her head and replied, There's still 2 people outside. I must bring them back. It is quite dangerous out there, and I worry that if I delay, they may encounter trouble. Sophie, upon hearing that Lu Tian was heading out to rescue someone, released his hand, her face betraying her displeasure. Very well, I shall return shortly. By the way, Qingxue has sustained some abrasions. Please tend to her wounds, lest they become inflamed, Lu Tian instructed as he regarded Sophie. Furthermore, there is a medical kit in the cabinet of Alan's room, containing disinfectant, bandages, and hemostatic agents. Feel free to retrieve it, as Alan had informed me earlier that it was available for use. After taking a few steps, Lu Tian suddenly recalled something, turned back, and continued speaking. Upon finishing, he smiled at Sophie and proceeded towards the valley's exit. Captain, we have lost 2 brothers, Huzi exclaimed in terror as he rushed to Cast's side. At that moment, Cast and Huzi, along with 5 mercenaries, were searching for prey in a dense forest. To their astonishment, shortly after entering, one of the mercenaries vanished, followed by a chilling scream, and then another. Huzi, in a panic, hurried to inform Cast. Damn it! Who is it? Show yourself! Cast shouted angrily into the surrounding darkness. Captain, be careful, Huzi warned, as he noticed movement among the bushes beside Cast. A gigantic lizard lunged at Cast, and Huzi, spotting it, unleashed a flurry of gunfire. What on earth is that? Cast gasped, quickly joining in the shooting as the other 2 mercenaries rushed over. However, the massive lizard, during Huzi's gunfire, escaped into the underbrush, disappearing from sight. Yet, the group continued to fire at the foliage. Stop! Don't waste your ammunition, Cast bellowed, raising his automatic rifle to survey the bushes. Let us retreat, he urged, backing away while calling to Huzi and the others. The 4 of them cautiously withdrew, exiting the dense forest and pausing in the grass. What was that creature? Cast inquired, looking at Huzi. It was a lizard, but it was enormous, several meters long with a massive body. I hit it, but it was too swift. Vanishing into the thicket, Huzi recalled, a chill running down his spine from the memory of the colossal creature he had never encountered before. Captain, look! One of the mercenaries exclaimed, pointing skyward at Cast. A giant eagle soared past, quickly disappearing into the sky, leaving Cast and the others in stunned silence. Is that an eagle? Are there such enormous eagles in this world? Cast murmured, gazing at the spot where the majestic bird had vanished. Let us return. I hope Milady and the others will find food. Cast sighed, and with that, he led Huzi and the others back to their camp. Upon his return, Cast discovered that Milady had already arrived. Both he and Milady had ventured out with 5 mercenaries each to search for sustenance, albeit along different paths. Captain, you have returned, Milady said, rising to approach him as she spotted Cast entering the camp. Indeed, did you find any food? Cast asked, sitting down in a chair and taking a sip from his water flask. Milady pointed at the monkeys bound on the ground and remarked, We've captured 2 monkeys, but one of our brothers is missing. What transpired? The captain responded, While we were returning, we passed through a thicket, and one brother was seized by a massive spider and vanished into the woods. The recollection of that enormous spider instilled fear in Milady. It appeared that the outside world was fraught with peril, and caution was imperative for future excursions. Castor gazed at Milady and said, Indeed, we must exercise greater vigilance. Milady, intrigued, inquired, Captain, did you 2 encounter such a colossal spider? No, he replied, I merely encountered gigantic lizards and colossal eagles. I too narrowly escaped with my life." Castor sighed with a wry smile. Milady gasped. "Gigantic lizards? Colossal eagles?" "Yes, it feels as though we have stepped into a cinematic realm." Castor chuckled softly. "Alas, let's have the brothers prepare the monkeys for a meal. Today we have lost 3 brothers, and the dark-skinned ones have not returned for several days. I fear for their well-being." With that, Castor entered the tent. Milady watched his retreating figure, then sat down, gazing at the sky, lost in her thoughts. Episode 81. The clash of bears and tigers in the early morning. Milady emerged from the tent, surveying her surroundings. A few mercenaries sat listlessly nearby. Milady recognized that the meager provisions from the previous night were wholly insufficient, leaving many with empty stomachs. "Captain?" Milady stepped into Castor's tent, observing him lost in thought while seated in a chair. "Captain, should we venture out in search of food? Many of our comrades are hungry," she remarked, gazing earnestly at Castor. Rising to his feet, Castor led Milady outside to address the mercenaries. "Brothers, today we shall all set out to find sustenance. Form groups of 3 and go wherever you wish." He turned to Milady, adding, "You can team up with Kaimi. The 3 of us will go together." In no time, the mercenaries dispersed in groups of 3, leaving the camp devoid of any presence. In the cave, Li Rongjin sat beside Luo Cheng, pondering aloud. "What do you think has become of Lu Tian and Murong Qingxue? Will they return for us?" "Fear not. They will," Luo Cheng replied with a smile. At that moment, he too remained uncertain about Lu Tian and Murong Qingxue's fate, yet he was confident that once Lu Tian escaped peril, he would come seeking them. Lu Tian's willingness to brave danger, to rescue Murong Qingxue, spoke volumes of his character. Meanwhile, Lu Tian had arrived at a narrow path, knowing it would take merely half an hour to reach the cave, having spent the night amidst a pile of leaves. He awoke early and consumed 2 cucumbers he had brought along before embarking on his journey. Refreshing, Lu Tian reached the stream, crouching down to cup his hands and splash water on his face, instantly rejuvenating himself. After cleansing his visage, he proceeded towards the cave. Upon reaching the entrance, he called out, "Luo Cheng, Li Rongjin." Inside, Luo Cheng and Li Rongjin were engaged in conversation when they heard Lu Tian's voice echoing from outside. "It's Lu Tian. We're inside," Luo Cheng shouted back. Lu Tian entered the cave, settling down as he inquired, "How are things? Have you eaten?" As he spoke, he produced a cucumber from his belongings. "This is the last one. You can split it." Luo Cheng chuckled, responding, "We feasted on the goat meat from our packs, and are quite full." "I'll have it," Li Rongjin exclaimed, snatching the cucumber and devouring it swiftly. "What of Murong Qingxue?" Luo Cheng suddenly recalled her absence. "Oh, she is in a safe place. I've come to bring you to her. Rest assured, there is food and drink aplenty." Lu Tian replied with a smile. Upon hearing of the provisions, Li Rongjin jumped to her feet, urging, "Let us leave at once." Suddenly, a rumble of thunder startled Li Rongjin. Lu Tian stepped outside to glance at the ominous clouds overhead before returning to the cave. "It appears rain is imminent. We shall wait until it subsides before departing," he stated as he settled back down. Soon, a torrential rain began to pour outside the cave, forcing Lu Tian, Luo Cheng, and Li Rongjin to engage in conversation within its confines, sharing tales from their pasts. After more than an hour, the rain ceased, and the trio emerged from the cave to be greeted by a refreshing breeze. The dark clouds dissipated, revealing the sun in the sky, and a stunning rainbow arched gracefully above. Lu Tian led them along the original path, and after a journey of over 2 hours, he pointed to a mountain peak ahead and said to Luo Cheng, "If we traverse this peak, we can reach the valley today. However, if we skirt around the base, it may take until tomorrow to arrive." "We shall follow your lead," Luo Cheng replied, gazing at Lu Tian. With a slight smile, Lu Tian guided the 2 up the mountain. The 3 trekked through a steep forest, relying on the trees for support as they ascended, pausing intermittently to rest against the trunks. After nearly 2 hours, they finally reached the summit. Though it was not the path Lu Tian had taken before, the deviation was minor. They simply needed to descend. The descent was swift, and they soon found themselves on level ground, ready to rest. Just half an hour more would bring them to the foot of the mountain, but the trail down was rather steep. At that moment, Lu Tian sat on the ground, sensing an unseen presence observing him. A wave of danger washed over him, prompting him to rise slowly and scan his surroundings. Suddenly, a shadow emerged in his line of sight. A towering black bear, standing over 3 meters high, fixated on the trio from a distance of merely 20 meters. Lu Tian began to back away, cautiously, his gaze locked on the bear. "Let us move slowly down the mountain, but do not run," he whispered to Luo Cheng and Li Rongjin, still keeping his eyes on the bear. "What is wrong?" Luo Cheng inquired, noticing Lu Tian's demeanor. "Do not ask questions. Just listen to me. Stand up slowly and walk downwards quickly," Lu Tian urged, a sheen of sweat forming on his brow. Heeding his words, Luo Cheng and Li Rongjin stood and began to descend into the woods. Suddenly, Li Rongjin screamed, having glanced back and spotted the bear, perhaps out of fear or shock. Lu Tian could not tell, but the bear, alerted by the noise, charged towards them with alarming speed. "Run! Do not look back!" Lu Tian shouted, and Luo Cheng and Li Rongjin sprinted down the slope with all their might. Lu Tian drew his revolver and fired 2 shots at the bear. Bang! Bang! The bear was struck by one bullet and, enraged, lunged toward Lu Tian, trampling everything in its path. Realizing he had no time to waste, Lu Tian swiftly turned and leaped into the woods below, rolling on the ground before scrambling to his feet. Yet, how could he outrun the bear? Just as the bear was within 5 or 6 meters of him, it pounced, its massive paw swiping at Lu Tian. In a desperate leap, Lu Tian narrowly avoided the deadly blow, but the bear's claws grazed his back, causing blood to spill forth instantly. He felt a sharp pain shoot through his back, and he collapsed to the ground. As the black bear lunged once more at Lu Tian, its massive paw missing him, a thunderous roar echoed from afar, drawing closer. Suddenly, a colossal white figure surged forth from the left woods, pouncing upon the black bear, which was instantly sent sprawling several meters away from Lu Tian's perilous predicament. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Lu Tian glanced at his unexpected savior, a magnificent white tiger, even larger than the bear itself. Observing the fierce clash between the bear and the tiger, Lu Tian hastily rose to his feet, eager to distance himself from the chaos. Meanwhile, Luo Cheng and Li Rongjin trembled in fear beneath a large tree. Approaching them, Lu Tian admonished, "Quickly, we must flee. Do you intend to await your demise here?" Prompted by his urgency, the two immediately took off without hesitation. In a moment of grim necessity, Lu Tian tore his shirt, using the fabric to staunch the bleeding from his wounds. He discovered a sharp branch embedded in the outer side of his thigh. With steely resolve, he extracted it, blood flowing freely. He then tore the remaining portion of his shirt into strips to bind his thigh before casting a final glance at the fierce battle between the black bear and the white tiger, and hurriedly departed. Chapter 82. Lu Tian's injury. Half an hour later, Lu Tian and his companions arrived at the foot of the mountain. Luo Cheng assisted Lu Tian to the riverbank, and under Lu Tian's guidance, they ventured into the woods. At this moment, Lu Tian's complexion was pale, likely due to excessive blood loss. The 3 of them settled on the ground to rest, and Lu Tian retrieved a cigar from his pocket. "Please crush this cigar with a dagger, as finely as possible," Lu Tian instructed as he handed the cigar to Luo Cheng. "Oh, Lu Tian, I'm so sorry. If I hadn't called out, that black bear might not have chased us, and you wouldn't be injured." Li Rongjin suddenly began to weep, apologizing to Lu Tian. Seeing Lu Tian drenched in blood only intensified her sobbing. "Enough, enough. Stop crying, or your wails may attract some monstrous creature, and we will be doomed." "I do not blame you," Lu Tian said, growing irritated at the sound of her tears. The event had transpired. Lamenting would serve no purpose. After a while, Luo Cheng placed the crushed cigar on Lu Tian's thigh wound and bound it with torn fabric to stem the bleeding. However, Lu Tian's back still required urgent attention, as it continued to bleed, albeit not profusely. "Let us go. If we linger any longer, I may truly perish," Lu Tian said to Luo Cheng and Li Rongjin. He knew that the cabin contained a medical kit with bandages, disinfectants, and other hemostatic agents, as he had previously opened it. Luo Cheng and Li Rongjin attempted to support Lu Tian, but he declined their assistance, asserting that he could walk, albeit at a slower pace than usual. The two accompanied him, yet darkness fell before they could reach the valley. Navigating through the trees and over rocky terrain, the trio finally emerged onto the path. After a brief walk of 10 minutes, Lu Tian spotted the cabin. However, just as he approached within a dozen meters, he collapsed onto the ground. Lu Tian, Lu Tian, Luo Cheng and Li Rongjin exclaimed in unison upon witnessing Lu Tian's fall. Has Lu Tian returned? Where is he? Sophie and Murong Qingxue approached the cabin's entrance, Sophie inquiring. As her words fell, both women noticed Lu Tian lying on the ground. Luo Cheng and Li Rongjin hurriedly lifted him, revealing that his back was bleeding. Lu Tian, what happened? How could he be so severely injured? Murong Qingxue frowned as she observed the blood on Lu Tian's back and questioned Luo Cheng and Li Rongjin. Let us not discuss this now. We must carry Lu Tian back first. Qingxue, please fetch the medical kit, Sophie urged. Together, they lifted Lu Tian and carried him into the room, while Murong Qingxue retrieved the medical kit and brought a basin of warm water. Sophie used the dagger to cut the fabric binding Lu Tian's back wound. As she gazed at the gruesome injury, tears streamed down her face. She wept while carefully cleaning the wound with a white cloth soaked in warm water. After cleansing the injury, she disinfected it with alcohol, applied hemostatic powder, and securely bandaged it with gauze. What on earth transpired? How could Lu Tian end up like this? Murong Qingxue inquired, looking at the two seated individuals. Luo Cheng recounted their encounter with the black bear and the white tiger, detailing how Lu Tian had sustained his injuries. Murong Qingxue merely cast a glance at Li Rongjin before making her way into the room to visit Lu Tian. Rest assured, Lu Tian has merely lost a considerable amount of blood. With adequate recuperation, he shall recover, Sophie assured Murong Qingxue, wiping her tears. Shortly thereafter, Alan returned, and upon seeing Lu Tian's condition, he was filled with sorrow. He ventured into the forest to gather herbs for Lu Tian's recovery. That evening, due to the limited accommodations with only 2 rooms available, Murong Qingxue and Li Rongjin spread their bedding on the floor, while Sophie took the edge of the bed, and Luo Cheng shared a space with Alan. The following morning, Sophie rose early to assist Lu Tian in changing his bandages, and gradually, Lu Tian's complexion began to improve. At the table, the 5 of them sat in chairs, and after breakfast, Alan spoke up. Now that Lu Tian is out of danger and should awaken within a day or 2, it is not prudent for you all to continue sleeping on the floor. It could lead to illness. I propose we construct a bamboo or wooden shelter. What do you think? Since we have nothing else to do, we might as well get started now. Murong Qingxue glanced at the others and nodded in agreement. Alan produced an axe and a saw, while Murong Qingxue wielded Lu Tian's Nepalese army knife, and the 5 of them made their way to a nearby bamboo grove to begin cutting bamboo. Luo Cheng and Li Rongjin transported the harvested bamboo to a vacant space behind the wooden shelter, where they would construct their dwelling. After a bustling morning, they had relocated both bamboo and timber to the designated area. All right, time to eat. We can resume work afterward, Alan called out with a smile as he emerged from the wooden shelter. Wow, what a delightful spread, Li Rongjin exclaimed upon seeing 3 large fish. A generous platter of cucumbers, tomatoes, and greens laid out on the table. In less than 10 minutes, the 5 of them devoured the meal. After resting for nearly an hour, they returned to the area behind the wooden shelter to continue building. Sophie took a moment to peek in on Lu Tian before departing. Luo Cheng, come help lift this timber. It's rather heavy. Qingxue, pass me the axe. Li Rongjin, hand me the bamboo from below, they called out to one another, working diligently as a small house gradually took shape. Alan, are these ship nails? How come there are so many? Murong Qingxue inquired, gazing into the wooden barrel filled with hundreds of nails. Haha, shortly after arriving here, I returned to the ship and dismantled it. Many items here are from the vessel. Alan chuckled. Murong Qingxue nodded, realizing the origin of these supplies, which included ropes, nails, and hammers. With these resources, the small shelter could be erected in an afternoon. Cough, cough. Inside the room, Lu Tian slowly awakened, turning his head to survey his surroundings. He noticed he was lying on his stomach and felt a twinge of pain in his back, so he refrained from rising. Haha, it's finally completed. Though this little shelter can only accommodate a single bed, and we lack a bed for now, Alan remarked with a chuckle as he examined their handiwork. Murong Qingxue approached and gave the structure a light pat, noting its sturdiness. It's insufficient. We can always build another. Even without a bed, we can craft one ourselves. She stated calmly. Oh, Qingxue, you expressed it beautifully, Sophie remarked with a smile as she gazed at Murong Qingxue, while Luo Cheng and Li Rongjin nodded in agreement. Indeed, if it's not enough, we can construct more. After all, the materials here are abundantly sufficient. However, as twilight descended, the five of them resolved to craft the beds the following day and thus retreated to the wooden cabin. Ah, Lu Tian, you're awake? Everyone come quickly. Lu Tian has awakened. Sophie exclaimed joyfully upon noticing Lu Tian's return to consciousness, prompting the others to enter and express their well wishes. All right. Everyone step outside to prepare the meal. Let Lu Tian rest properly now that he has just awakened. Murong Qingxue instructed them. The four promptly exited, engaging in their respective tasks, washing vegetables, gutting fish, and picking fruits, imbued with joy at Lu Tian's revival as they busied themselves. Chapter 83. Healing wounds. After the other four had departed, Alan remained behind, settling himself at the edge of Lu Tian's bed. Your physique is remarkable. Your recuperative powers are impressive. Otherwise, you wouldn't have awakened now, Alan remarked, a smile gracing his face as he regarded the scars adorning Lu Tian's back. It seems you're a person with a story as well, he continued with a chuckle. Lu Tian offered a faint smile in response. Everyone has their own tale. Wouldn't you agree? Ha. You are absolutely right. I shan't hinder your rest any longer. I must venture out to prepare a meal for you. Tomorrow, I shall procure a lamb for your nourishment. Alan laughed heartily, rising to depart. That evening, the group gathered for dinner, and Murong Qingxue approached Lu Tian with a bowl of food. Shall I feed you? She inquired with a playful smile. My injury is merely on my back, not my hands. Besides, I hardly require the assistance of the esteemed Miss Murong, Lu Tian replied with a grin. Murong Qingxue placed the dish on the bedside table. Then you may eat it yourself. Later that night, after Sophie had finished changing Lu Tian's bandages, she lay beside him and soon fell asleep, likely exhausted from a day filled with labor. At the break of dawn the following day, Murong Qingxue took Li Rongjin to the garden to gather fruits and vegetables. Their previous experiences had not acquainted them with such a lifestyle, and now, engaging in it felt refreshingly novel. Li Rongjin, those melons are too small. Do not pick them. Focus on the larger ones, Murong Qingxue instructed. After rising, Alan took Luo Cheng with him to catch a sheep, having promised to prepare a meal for Lu Tian. At noon, the group dined on lamb and its innards, ensuring to set aside a portion for Lu Tian. After a brief respite, the five of them proceeded to a small building to construct a bamboo bed. Feeling somewhat restless while lying on the bed, Lu Tian assessed that as long as he refrained from excessive movement, his back injury would remain manageable. Thus, he rose and, with a cucumber in hand, limped towards the rear of the wooden house, his legs still tender from the injury. Ah, Lu Tian, what brings you out here? Sophie exclaimed upon seeing him seated on a stone beneath a large tree. It's not advisable to remain in bed all day. Go about your tasks. Do not mind me, Lu Tian replied, waving his hand dismissively while munching on the cucumber. The others, noticing Lu Tian, received only a smile and a wave in return. As for the construction of the bamboo bed, only Alan possessed the requisite skills, and he patiently guided the others through the process. After their concerted efforts, they successfully crafted a bed spacious enough for two. Kulme, let us carry the bamboo bed into the small house, Alan said with a grin. And together they lifted the bed, maneuvering it inside with ease. The bamboo bed fit perfectly within the small house, leaving just enough space for additional items. Alan returned to the wooden house and retrieved a blanket, laying it atop the bamboo bed to enhance its comfort for slumber. Haha, I have always hesitated to use this blanket, but now I shall offer it to you. Oh, I almost forgot something. Allow me a moment to retrieve it. As Alan spoke, he walked towards the wooden cabin, leaving everyone curious about what he would bring back. After a short while, Alan returned with a woolen quilt, placing it upon the bed. This quilt is the result of my labor over the past 2 years. Each time, I sheared a sheep. I meticulously washed and dried the wool before stuffing it into the cover. It serves perfectly on chilly nights, Alan explained, observing the others. Murong Qingxue approached and touched the quilt, appreciating its fine texture. Alan, how did you come by the quilt cover? Luo Chung inquired with curiosity. During my travels, I had 4 quilt covers on board, as I feared the quilt might get dirty, and I could easily switch the cover, Alan chuckled. Alan then walked to the side of the cabin, holding a small iron spade, and said, Luo Chung, please fetch a couple more bamboo stalks. I need them to craft a bamboo door upon my return. Where are you off to? I'm going to gather some mosquito-repelling plants to plant near the cabin. This will significantly reduce the mosquito presence, Alan replied as he departed. As time passed, 5 days later, Lu Tian's leg injury had greatly improved, allowing him to walk without a noticeable limp. The wound on his back, which had required dressing twice daily, now needed attention just once a day. During this period, the women had also been industrious. Alan led them in establishing a new vegetable garden near the existing one, transplanting the densely packed greens and gourds into the new plot. Alan, have you ever ventured into the forest to the west? Lu Tian asked as they stood atop a hill, gesturing towards the mist-shrouded expanse of trees. I have not fully explored it, but I did venture in a little while fleeing, only to emerge quickly. The ancient trees there tower ominously, shrouding the area in darkness where sunlight scarcely penetrates, Alan replied, gazing at the forest. I recall when the indigenous people pursued me to that very place. Upon seeing me enter, they fled in a frenzy, allowing me to escape, Alan continued. Lu Tian narrowed his eyes thoughtfully, pondering, is it truly that terrifying? Even the indigenous people dare not enter? Alan glanced at Lu Tian and remarked, that area is sacred to the indigenous people. I surmise there are things within that instill fear in them. Alan, Lu Tian, dinner is ready, Sophie called out from a distance. Let us return for dinner, Alan said, patting Lu Tian on the shoulder before heading back. A forbidden area? Ha! There is no place that I, Lu Tian, shall shy away from, Lu Tian murmured, casting a lingering glance at the distant forest. Sophie, this is the wild chicken soup I prepared for you. The wild chicken was caught by Luo Chung in the woods. Sophie said, placing a bowl of soup before Lu Tian, complete with a chicken leg. It was only a few days ago that Lu Tian taught me how to set snares, which enable me to catch the wild chicken. Tomorrow, I shall set more snares. There are plenty of wild chickens in those woods, Luo Chung said, beaming with pride. The 6 of them sat happily around the table, enjoying their dinner amidst laughter and lively conversation. Murong Qingxue took a sip of soup, observing the joyous laughter of her companions, and felt a wave of happiness wash over her. It was a scene she had never encountered before. As night fell, everyone gradually retired to their slumber. Lu Tian, still awake, lay beside the peacefully sleeping Sophie. He slowly reached out to caress her face. Sophie stirred slightly, her drowsy eyes fluttering open. Captivated by her expression, Lu Tian leaned in to kiss her gently. Lu Tian, please don't. They might hear us, Sophie gasped softly. If you speak quietly, they won't hear a thing, he replied. But you still have injuries, she protested. It's of no concern. Above them, the night sky was adorned with a sparse array of stars, while the chirping of insects echoed softly among the grass. Chapter 84. Cast desperation at the break of dawn. Several women ventured to the river to fetch water for the vegetable garden, while Luo Chung headed into the woods to gather ropes. Alan expressed his intention to check on the goats, leaving Lu Tian alone in the cabin, seated at the table, consuming tomatoes. In the afternoon, with no tasks at hand, the women resolved to fell trees in the forest to construct a new wooden cabin, even expressing their desire to build a larger one. Lu Tian and Alan concurred, and with joyful spirits, they armed themselves with axes, machetes, and saws and made their way into the woods. Alan and Luo Chung followed to assist, while Lu Tian surveyed the vicinity to determine the most suitable location for the new cabin. Ultimately, he decided upon a patch of open grassland, 10 meters to the right of the existing cabin. The ensuing tasks involved sawing timber, chopping branches, and transporting logs back to the clearing. Commander, what shall we do? There are too many natives, and we're down to just 8 men. Our ammunition is scarce, and even Hoosie has fallen, struck by multiple arrows. Milady gasped, brandishing an automatic rifle as she rushed to Cast, who was hiding on the slope. "Damn it! Those accursed natives!" Cast exclaimed, slamming his fist into the ground, gritting his teeth in frustration. It transpired that Cast had led his men to the thicket to hunt wild goats, only to be discovered by the natives, who summoned reinforcements, over 50 in number. After successfully capturing 2 goats, the group was ambushed from behind by the natives, who unleashed a volley of arrows, resulting in the deaths of 2 mercenaries. In the ensuing confrontation, only Cast, Milady, and 6 others remained, with 2 sustaining injuries. However, the natives also suffered losses, with over 20 slain, leaving them with around 30 remaining. Now, both Cast and the natives lay concealed in the thicket, wary of exposing themselves. Yet, Cast realized that if the situation persisted, they would perish there. "Commander, allow us to cover your escape. If you can reach the woods over there, you might have a chance at survival," one injured mercenary urged Cast. "But if I do that, you will perish here." "No, I cannot abandon my brothers," Cast retorted resolutely, unwilling to forsake them. "Commander, given our condition, even if we escape, we won't last long. Let us do something meaningful for you in our final moments. If you refuse, we will take our own lives before you." The 2 injured mercenaries declared, brandishing their pistols at their own heads as they gazed at Cast. "Very well. I consent to your plan." Cast relented swiftly. He approached the 2 injured mercenaries and embraced them deeply. Then, with Milady, Kemi, and 3 other mercenaries, he crouched and moved toward the woods to the west. Suddenly, an indigenous warrior spotted them and shouted, prompting 30 or more natives to rise and unleash arrows in their direction. "Ah, to hell with you." The 2 injured mercenaries abruptly stood from a slope, firing upon the natives. Several fell in response, yet soon a barrage of arrows rained down upon the 2, piercing their bodies. Blood spilled from their mouths as they clutched their rifles. The sound of clicking echoed as fingers still gripped the trigger, yet the rifle was devoid of ammunition. Observing that the 2 mercenaries had perished, the indigenous people set off in pursuit of Castor and his companions. "Captain, run swiftly. The natives are upon us," exclaimed Milady, glancing back with a look of alarm. Hot, Castor bellowed, unleashing a furious barrage towards the pursuers. "Quick, let us flee towards the woods." With a shot fired, Castor led Milady toward the western thicket as the natives relentlessly chased them. At last, Castor dashed into the forest, while the natives halted at its edge, shooting a volley of arrows into the trees before retreating to the underbrush, refraining from entering. "Have the natives followed us?" After running for a while in the woods, the 6 took refuge beneath a large tree, Castor inquired. Milady scanned their surroundings, noting the eerie silence. "Captain, it appears the natives have not pursued us. What shall we do?" she asked Castor. He turned to the group and asked, "How many rounds you have left?" "Captain, my rifle still has a dozen rounds," one replied. "I have only a few left," another said. "Captain, I am left with just a handgun and a single magazine." "My rifle has 1 magazine left as well," Milady added. "During this time, we have either hunted or clashed with the natives, and our ammunition has dwindled rapidly. It is unfortunate that our supplies and some weapons sank with the ship. Otherwise, we would have vanquished these natives long ago," she continued. Castor surveyed their surroundings and remarked, "It's futile to dwell on this now. We must find a secure location to rest. I sense this place is not safe." For Castor, who had long engaged in perilous missions, his instincts were remarkably accurate, and he sensed an underlying danger in the woods. After stating this, he led Milady and the others deeper into the forest. "Li Rongjian, hurry up. You're moving so slowly even while lifting a log. I have no strength left." Lu Tian, injured, could only watch as they struggled with the wood. The logs were not large, merely slightly wider than a bowl. Yet their dampness made them heavier. 2 people lifting them did not exert much effort, as each was only 2 meters long. "If you're tired, take a proper rest," Lu Tian called out with a smile as he observed them bringing back the logs. Although he could not lift the wood, he could prepare tea and cook, thereby contributing in his own way. Given that the woods were over 200 meters from the cabin, They only managed to haul back more than 20 logs throughout the afternoon, spending much of their time returning to the cabin for tea. Luo Chung. Let's catch a goat to bring back, said Alan, seated on a chair. Alan, including this one, we have already killed 2 goats this week. How many are left? Lu Tian asked with a smile. Haha, rest assured, just a couple of days ago, those ewes gave birth to several lambs, and now we have 15 sheep. Thus, there is no cause for concern. Moreover, constructing this wooden cabin will take 2 or 3 days to complete. One cannot subsist without some meat. Alan remarked with a carefree smile. That evening, everyone feasted on lamb, their spirits soaring with joy, and Alan even set aside half a lamb for the following day. The entire group had spent the afternoon transporting timber, and shortly after dinner, they retired for the night. Lu Tian poured himself a glass of grape juice and sat at the entrance of the cabin, gazing at the star-studded sky, lost in thought while the others had long since drifted into slumber. Tomorrow promises yet another splendid day bathed in sunlight. Lu Tian murmured as he looked up at the heavens, and after sitting for nearly an hour, he returned to his room to sleep. Chapter 85. Gathering walnuts in the early morning, a ray of sunlight streamed through the window, awakening Lu Tian from his slumber. Rubbing his eyes, he rose and seated himself at the dining table where Alan was preparing breakfast. Alan, do you rise this early every day to cook breakfast? Lu Tian inquired, plucking a few grapes from the fruit bowl and popping them into his mouth. Ha, it's become a habit, Alan replied, glancing back at Lu Tian with a smile. Lu Tian moved closer to Alan, peering at the pot where she was simmering a fragrant mutton offal soup. Have they not awoken yet? He asked as he resumed his seat. No, why would they get up so early? Young people should sleep a bit longer, Alan responded. I was merely asking. Very well. Carry on with your work. I shall take a stroll, Lu Tian said as he stood up and made his way outside. Stepping out of the wooden cabin, Lu Tian ambled towards the river, walking leisurely along its banks. Nearby, some small birds foraged in the grass for insects. Bah, bah. The bleating of sheep echoed from a nearby meadow. Lu Tian turned his gaze to see a dozen goats grazing, with 5 newly born lambs frolicking around their mothers. A gentle smile graced Lu Tian's face as he continued onward, the soft breeze causing the wildflowers in the grass to sway gracefully. After meandering for nearly half an hour, Lu Tian arrived at the river's upper reaches, where a towering cliff loomed before him, its surface cascading with water into a depression that formed a tranquil pool. The water from this pond flowed back into the river. Lu Tian then ventured to the right, walking for a while until he entered a grove of trees. As he tread upon the brittle branches beneath his feet, they snapped with a crisp sound. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Several wild chickens were startled and took flight to perch on the nearby tree branches. Chirp, chirp. Squirrels, scurrying on the ground in search of nuts, quickly climbed the trees, eyeing Lu Tian, the intruder, with curiosity. Looking up, Lu Tian discovered several walnut trees, their green fruit hanging from the branches of trees that soared over 20 meters high, indicating their venerable age. He crouched down, searching the ground for fallen walnuts, and after a few minutes, he found 2. Observing the abundance of walnuts still dangling from the branches, Lu Tian resolved to return later and inform the others to come and gather them. Placing the 2 walnuts into his pocket, he continued along the edge of the grove, walking for about 10 minutes until he reached its end. Glancing around, he noticed a hollow in the mountain before him, but chose not to venture inside. Instead, he made his way through the grass back toward the wooden cabin. Upon returning, Lu Tian found everyone seated at the table, enjoying the mutton offal soup and cucumbers. Lu Tian, where have you been so early in the morning? Luo Chung inquired as he noticed Lu Tian's entrance. The women at the table also turned to look at him as he produced the 2 walnuts from his pocket and placed them on the table. Curious, they examined the green fruits and asked, what are these wild fruits? Are they edible? Haha, these are walnuts. Lu Tian, did you wander into the grove on the right side of the cliff? Alan approached with a grin. Is this what walnuts look like? Luo Chung asked, staring in bewilderment. Lu Tian took out a dagger and etched a cross on the green shell of the walnut. With the same dagger, he pried open the shell, revealing the walnut nestled within. Indeed, it is a walnut. Several women exclaimed in astonishment simultaneously. Lu Tian smiled slightly and remarked, how would you affluent young ladies and gentlemen know? The walnuts you typically purchase are already stripped of their flesh. Alan, you didn't mention there were walnut trees over there. Lu Tian said with a grin, looking at Alan. Alan, having brought a bowl of lamb offal soup for Lu Tian, chuckled. I intended to take you all to pick them after we finished building the wooden cabin. I didn't anticipate you wandering off over there. By the way, there are also 7 or 8 papaya and banana trees in the hollow by the edge of the woods. You might want to explore what other fruit trees are there. I seldom visit that area, perhaps once or twice a year, so I don't know much about it, Alan continued. Yay, let us go pick papayas. They are my favorite, Li Rongjin exclaimed, jumping with joy. Luo Cheng looked at Li Rongjin and said, Are you really going to eat papayas? Li Rongjin shot him a glare and retorted, Are you implying that I am out of shape? The group erupted in laughter at her comment. Don't we need to carry wood? Sophie glanced at Lu Tian and inquired. Lu Tian sipped his lamb offal soup and replied with a smile. We can build the wooden cabin any time. This half-day 1 tea make a difference. We can carry it later this afternoon. I want to go. You all can, said Alan. Upon hearing about the walnut and papaya picking expedition, the group eagerly finished their soup and cucumbers. For safety, Qingxue and Li Rongjin, take the handguns I gave you. Just don't disengage the safety, Lu Tian instructed, looking at Murong Qingxue and Li Rongjin. Hearing this, Luo Cheng dashed back to Alan's room and soon returned with an automatic rifle to hand to Lu Tian. Hey, you found this gun too? Lu Tian remarked, noticing the rifle. It had been discarded on the ground when Lu Tian emptied its magazine while rescuing Murong Qingxue, and he hadn't expected Luo Cheng to retrieve it. Of course, if I see something, I must bring it back. I simply had it in my backpack. You just didn't notice last time, Luo Cheng chuckled. By the way, this gun only has 1 magazine left, he added. Can you use it? I can. Hee hee. Then you can keep this gun for future use. But be cautious not to shoot our own people, Lu Tian advised Luo Cheng. Sophie and Murong Qingxue each took a fruit basket, while Luo Cheng carried the backpack and rifle as they followed Lu Tian to the walnut grove. Half an hour later, Lu Tian led them to the base of the walnut tree. Wow, so many walnuts, Sophie exclaimed, gazing up at the tree, her face awash with wonder. And the others mirrored her expression. Luo Cheng, set the backpack and gun aside and climb up. Once you're up there, Qingxue will hand you a stick, and you can use it to knock the fruits down, Lu Tian instructed Luo Cheng. Once Luo Cheng ascended the tree, Murong Qingxue passed him a stick. Everyone step aside. Do not let the walnuts strike your heads. Lu Tian cautioned the group of women. Upon hearing his words, they hurriedly retreated to a safe distance. Bang, bang, bang. Once Ro Cheng secured his footing atop the tree, he grasped a wooden stick and began to strike at the branches abundant with walnuts. Before long, it was as if a hailstorm had descended beneath the walnut tree. Within mere minutes, the ground was carpeted with a plethora of walnuts. Lu Tian, is that enough? Ro Cheng called down from his perch in the tree. Come down. That is sufficient. Lu Tian replied loudly. After Ro Cheng descended, the group settled on the ground and, following Lu Tian's guidance, employed their daggers to peel away the green husks of the walnuts, leaving only the nuts themselves. It took the 5 of them over an hour to remove the husks, but they were rewarded with 2 large baskets brimming with walnuts and half a backpack filled with them. Chapter 86. Completion of the cabin. All right. Let's first take the walnuts back before heading to the hollow, Lu Tian addressed the 4 companions. Upon returning to the cabin, they washed the walnuts by the river, then spread a canvas on the weedy ground to place the walnuts beneath the sun to dry. After enjoying a cup of tea in the cabin, they cheerfully followed Lu Tian to the hollow, though due to his lingering back injury, he could only guide them while they foraged for items themselves. Lu Tian led them along a narrow path that served as the entrance to the hollow, flanked by trees whose branches extended into their way. He handed a knife to Luo Cheng, who cleared the obstructive branches ahead. After walking over 100 meters, the path widened, revealing foothills adorned with low shrubbery. Lu Tian, look, there's papaya over there, Sophie exclaimed joyfully, pointing to a clearing just a few meters to the left. They traversed a patch of weeds and arrived at the papaya trees, where 5 trees bore an abundance of large papayas, some ripening to a yellow hue, others still green, and some quite small. The trees stood in a row, approximately 3 meters apart, Behind the papaya trees, at a distance of several meters, stood a cluster of banana trees, 5 of which had already yielded bananas. One tree's bananas gleamed a vibrant yellow, while the others remained green. Wow, so sweet. Murong Qingxue and the others plucked a few ripe papayas, slicing them open with a dagger to indulge in the fruit. Luo Cheng, meanwhile, took a papaya and peeled it with his knife, savoring its taste. Within minutes, Murong Qingxue and her companions had feasted on the papayas to their heart's content. Enough to forego lunch. All right, let us gather all the yellow papayas. Luo Cheng, please go chop down those yellow bananas to bring back, Lu Tian suggested with a smile. After a short while, they had collected 8 yellow papayas into their basket. Lu Tian, a few of these bananas have been nibbled by animals, so I discarded those, but look at how many are left. Luo Cheng said, laboriously carrying a bunch of bananas. You can cut some bananas and place them in the basket, Lu Tian replied. Lu Tian, come here quickly. I think I found an edible plant. Murong Qingxue called out from a low-lying area. Lu Tian, mindful of his injury, made his way over cautiously, with Luo Cheng setting aside the bananas to follow. As Lu Tian reached a slope, he descended a narrow path leading to a damp area, where the ground yielded slightly beneath his feet. Lu Tian, look, is this taro leaf? Murong Qingxue asked with a smile, holding up a large green leaf. Recognizing it as the leaf of the taro plant, Lu Tian inquired curiously, yes, it is taro leaf. How did you come to know this? I once saw it in the countryside and have eaten it a few times. It's soft, tender, and delicious, Murong Qingxue replied with a smile. Come quickly. There are plenty here. Murong Qingxue grasped Lu Tian's hand and led him into a vast wetland filled with taro trees, at least 100 of them standing tall. Luo Cheng, take off your backpack and help dig up the taro, Lu Tian instructed, turning to Luo Cheng behind him. In truth, there was no need for digging. One merely had to grasp the taro tree firmly and pull with force to uproot the entire plant along with its tubers. After extracting just 7 or 8 taro plants, their backpacks were already filled. That is sufficient. We can return for more next time. Let us go back now, Lu Tian said to Murong Qingxue and Luo Cheng. The 5 of them joyfully returned, each carrying papayas and bananas, with Luo Cheng shouldering the heaviest load of taro, while Lu Tian held a basket. At noon, having had their fill, they refrained from preparing lunch. Alan, satiated after consuming a single papaya, watched as Sophie cleaned, peeled, and sliced the fruit into small pieces, presenting them on a fruit platter for anyone feeling peckish to enjoy. After a leisurely hour of rest in the afternoon, they set about lifting logs. Alan placed the sawn trees down, while Li Rongjin wielded an axe to chop off the branches, transforming each tree into a log. That evening, Alan produced half a lamb and boiled a few small taros. Cheers! We have 2 bottles of wine. Let us share one tonight and save the last for when the cabin is complete. Alan stood, raising his glass with a smile. Cheers! Cheers! Ah, delightful! The 6 of them chatted and dined, and as night fell, they drifted into slumber, each adorned with a smile. Time passed swiftly, and a week later, the cabin remained unfinished, still requiring some wood for the roof. Thus, early the next morning, after breakfast, they ventured into the forest to saw timber. Lu Tian's back wound had scabbed over, but was not yet fully healed. By the 3rd day at noon, after Lu Tian installed the wooden door, the cabin could be deemed officially complete. After nearly half a month of labor, the structure consisted of a spacious room and a cozy sitting area, the latter furnished with a newly crafted bamboo table and 6 chairs. The floor was smooth timber, and around the cabin, Murong Qingxue and her companions had planted numerous wildflowers. In the afternoon, Lu Tian personally led them to the bamboo grove to harvest bamboo for crafting a large bamboo bed. Through their collective efforts, Lu Tian fashioned the bed in just over 2 hours, moving it into their new cabin. That night, a torrential rainstorm erupted, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Murong Qingxue, Li Rongjin, and Sophie moved into the new cabin, while Luo Cheng preferred solitude and retreated to the small house. Seated by the window on a wooden bench, Lu Tian gazed at the cascading rain, pondering how he might escape this island. Ah, time for sleep. In a couple of days, it will be time to venture out, he murmured as he rose. At dawn, Lu Tian awoke and exercised in the overgrown field, the air noticeably fresher after a night of rain. Lu Tian, I am craving taro today. Sophie approached him, expressing her desire. Noticing no one around, Lu Tian pulled Sophie close and kissed her. Lu Tian, no, it would not be wise for Qing Shui and the others to see us, Sophie remarked, pushing Lu Tian aside with a glance. With a smile, Lu Tian replied, if you wish to enjoy some taro, it is quite simple. We shall go and harvest some shortly, and perhaps gather a few papayas and bananas as well. Wonderful. I shall inform Qing Shui and Li Rong of our plans, Sophie exclaimed, her joy evident as she trotted towards the new cabin. Lu Tian watched her retreating figure with a smile before returning to the cabin, just as Alan finished preparing breakfast. Chapter 87. The Mystery of the Giant Statue. Lu Tian approached Alan from behind and remarked, Alan, it seems you have a great passion for cooking. Haha, you are absolutely right, Lu Tian. My greatest joy lies in studying plants and preparing delightful dishes, Alan replied with a subtle smile. Seeing you all enjoy the meals I prepare brings me immense happiness, he continued. Lu Tian, let's go and pick papayas, Sophie exclaimed, entering with a basket and a cheerful demeanor. Haha, do bring back plenty of taro. I have a fondness for it, Alan said, gently patting Lu Tian on the back. With a smile, Lu Tian led Sophie and the others into the valley to gather papayas and bananas. Lu Tian, look, some papayas have been half eaten by the birds, Sophie said, holding up a spoiled fruit. Lu Tian chuckled and responded, humans need to eat, and so do animals. Sophie nodded, as if grasping a newfound understanding. To survive, both humans and animals require sustenance. Therefore, when you pick fruit, do not strip the tree bare. Leave a few behind, Lu Tian advised. Sophie nodded again, replying, oh, I understand now. Come, let us proceed to the snow-covered area to harvest taro. Lu Tian took Sophie's hand and led her towards the slope. After over an hour, they returned with an abundant harvest of taro. Since taro could be stored for extended periods, gathering a large quantity would alleviate the need for frequent trips. Lu Tian, are you truly going to leave? Murong Qingxue inquired as the six of them sat around the table. Looking at Lu Tian, Luo Cheng added, perhaps I should accompany you. It would be wise to have someone to rely on. You speak wisely, Sophie concurred. Lu Tian smiled at them and said, I am venturing out in search of a way to escape this place. Do you wish to remain here for eternity? Besides, sometimes I can barely take care of myself out there. Bringing you along would only distract me. I hope you can protect them in my absence. Lu Tian gave Luo Cheng a reassuring pat on the shoulder. I may be gone for 10 days or even half a month, so there is no need for concern. Lu Tian continued. Lu Tian, is there truly a way to leave this place? Murong Qingxue asked, gazing at him. Lu Tian shook his head, replying, no. That is why I must go out and explore. If we all stay here, we shall never escape. Murong Qingxue nodded slightly, realizing, indeed, if we all remain here, we have no hope of departure. That night, while everyone was asleep, Lu Tian's door creaked open slightly, revealing Sophie at the edge of his bed. Sophie? Lu Tian turned to find her there. Lu Tian, you're leaving tomorrow, so I. Before Sophie could finish, Lu Tian swiftly embraced her and placed her gently on the bed. In the morning, after finishing breakfast, Lu Tian donned his backpack and bow, with a dagger and a Nepalese knife at his waist and a pistol tucked behind him. His wound had largely healed, provided he did not engage in vigorous activity. Lu Tian, take this, Luo Cheng said, handing him a rifle. There's no need for that. You keep it. Last night, Li Rongjin handed me the pistol. Just take it with you. If anything happens, you can protect them with it. Besides, I'm merely going out to assess the situation, not to engage in anything that would require it, Lu Tian remarked with a smile. All right, you needn't see me off. If you're feeling bored, perhaps you could cultivate a couple more vegetable gardens. I'm leaving now. With that, Lu Tian turned and walked downstream towards the river, intending to exit from that point. Upon reaching the vines, Lu Tian grasped them and began to descend. Having traversed this path before, he swiftly made his way across the stone path into the ancient forest, heading towards the brook. He hoped not to encounter any colossal creatures. Lu Tian walked briskly alongside the stream, making his way towards the river. After more than an hour, he arrived at the riverbank, where he found a rock to sit on and take a well-deserved rest. He retrieved a bottle of water for his backpack and took a few sips. Within his pack lay 3 boiled taros, sufficient to sustain him for nearly a day, along with a few cucumbers and bananas that comprised his provisions. As he surveyed the surroundings, he noticed several water buffalo-like creatures drinking downstream, though the distance rendered them somewhat indistinct. After resting for a quarter of an hour, Lu Tian stood up and moved towards the thicket, aiming to reach the broadleaf forest before nightfall to spend the night, with plans to investigate the colossal statue the following day. Walking atop small mounds in the grassy area, he glanced up at the sun and remarked, "Why is the sun so fierce today?" He hastened his pace towards the dense woods, and after 10 minutes, he finally reached the forest's edge. Drawing out his Nepalese knife, he stepped inside. Upon entering the thicket, a wave of decay assaulted his senses. Lu Tian wielded his knife to clear away obstructing shrubs and ferns. Suddenly, a venomous snake lunged at him from a branch, its mouth agape. With swift precision, Lu Tian swung his knife, severing the snake in two. "Damn, you startled me." "Thankfully, I reacted quickly. Had you bitten me, that would have been the end of you," he muttered, stepping on the fallen serpent in irritation. Half an hour later, Lu Tian emerged from the dense foliage. As he did, the air felt significantly fresher. Without pausing, he moved directly towards the open area. Suddenly, he noticed 3 indigenous people emerging from the nearby woods, hastily making their way towards the broadleaf forest. Lu Tian crouched down to observe them. They soon disappeared into the foliage. Accelerating his steps, he followed, but by the time he entered the broadleaf forest, the 3 had vanished without a trace. Lu Tian took a few sips of water before heading toward the path. After a few minutes, he spotted the trail and followed it diligently. More than half an hour later, he arrived at the entrance to the indigenous settlement. Crouching low, he carefully maneuvered around the cliff's edge and lay down to remain hidden. Lu Tian cautiously peered down, observing a group of indigenous people engaged in the hunting of wild boars and mountain goats. The women among them were placing an assortment of fruits upon a large table, while children frolicked about, their laughter echoing in the air. An elder, resembling a chief, was directing the others in their tasks. Could it be a festival today? What could this gathering signify? Lu Tian mused quietly as he watched the industrious figures below. After several minutes of observation, he gradually withdrew and stood up, making his way towards the colossal stone statue. Before long, he arrived at the vicinity of the statue, surveying the area and noting the absence of others. He then proceeded towards the river below. After navigating several winding paths, he reached the riverbank, where he spotted a wooden bridge a short distance upstream, likely constructed by the indigenous people to facilitate passage for those stationed atop the stone statue to cross to the opposite side. Chapter 88. Inside the statue, Lu Tian traversed the wooden bridge and scaled a large boulder, eventually arriving at a narrow path. He proceeded cautiously, frequently scanning his surroundings, wary of an unexpected encounter with the indigenous people. Suddenly, a rumble emanated from his stomach. Lu Tian placed a hand on his belly and glanced at the sun. Noting its descent toward the horizon, nightfall was imminent. He paused, stepping into the adjacent woods, where he found a level spot to sit. From his backpack, he retrieved a taro and began to eat. Once he had satiated his hunger, he took a brief rest before ascending through the forest. Although the path was more straightforward, Lu Tian opted for the more challenging route through the trees. After more than half an hour, he lay prone on a slope, peering at the 3 indigenous individuals beside the colossal statue. Contemplating whether to eliminate them before entering the statue's mouth, he drew his bow and arrow, preparing to take aim. Just then, 3 more indigenous people emerged from the path, approaching the first group and exchanging a few words. The original trio then descended the trail, presumably for a shift change. Lu Tian lowered his bow, deciding to wait until they were further away before making his move. Gradually, he crawled back into the woods, where darkness had begun to envelop the area. Lu Tian discreetly circled through the underbrush, positioning himself behind the indigenous group. Minutes later, he overheard their conversation, though the words eluded him. Lying flat on the ground, he stealthily inched forward, raising his head slightly to see the 3 indigenous individuals striking 2 black stones together. With great care, Lu Tian unsheathed his Nepalese knife and set it down, then picked up his bow and arrow, targeting the one who stood at a distance. With a swift release, the arrow shot forth, striking the distant indigenous man in the neck. Discarding the bow, Lu Tian seized the knife and leapt toward his adversaries. With a swift motion, he slashed the nearest indigenous man across the throat, while the remaining individual raised a wooden club to strike him. Lu Tian reacted quickly, delivering a powerful kick that sent the attacker sprawling several meters away. Advancing a few steps, he plunged the knife into the other man's abdomen. The indigenous man's eyes widened in shock as he succumbed to his injuries. Lu Tian swiftly cleared the scene, dragging the three bodies into the woods. He retrieved his bow and, with his backpack secured, made his way toward the edge of the colossal statue's summit. The descent appeared perilous, with no clear path downward. Glancing up at the dimming sky, he hurried back into the woods. 10 minutes later, Lu Tian emerged, clutching several vines. Approaching a tree to the right of the statue's apex, he tied the vines securely, then began his descent, carefully maneuvering downward while gripping the vines. Taking a deep breath, he commenced his slow slide down the statue. Lu Tian lay on his back, gradually sliding down the colossal statue until he reached its nose. Gripping the vines tightly as he stepped cautiously onto the statue's surface. At this precarious moment, a fall would surely mean death. The sound of tapping echoed from above, and Lu Tian furrowed his brow, realizing the vines were on the verge of breaking. There was no possibility of climbing back up, so he hastened his descent. Reaching the statue's mouth, he found no foothold left. Below him yawned the gaping maw of the stone figure. Gritting his teeth, Lu Tian clung to the vine and slid downward. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, the vine snapped. His expression shifted dramatically as he lost his grip and plummeted, desperately reaching for the protruding edge of the statue's lips. With a thud, his elbows latched onto the stone, leaving him hanging precariously over the abyss. "Ah!" he shouted, summoning all his strength to lift one foot in an attempt to catch the lip of the statue. With every ounce of his energy, he managed to hook his foot just in time. Propelled upward, he seized the moment to roll directly into the statue's mouth. Phew, that was a close call. Lu Tian lay on the ground, gasping for breath, relief washing over his face, though a sharp pain in his back indicated a reopened wound. After resting for over half an hour within the statue's mouth, darkness enveloped the world outside, yet a faint white glow emanated from within. Slowly rising to his feet, Lu Tian ventured deeper into the statue. As he approached, he discovered a small castle nestled inside. Guided by the gentle luminescence, he stepped forward, realizing the castle was not constructed but intricately carved from stone. He moved towards the source of the light and gasped upon seeing a luminous pearl, astonishingly large, set within the castle's heart. Contrary to Sophie's description of a yellow glow and pyramids, this was a radiant night pearl emitting a soft white light. Continuing his exploration, Lu Tian noted 3 stone pillars on either side of the castle, each adorned with a ceramic plate containing charred wood ash, likely remnants of past fires for illumination, with stacks of firewood nearby. The surroundings were remarkably clean, apart from the castle and pillars. The most valuable treasure remained that night pearl. Approaching the center of the castle, Lu Tian discovered a stone door. With a gentle push, it swung open, revealing an impenetrable darkness within as the white glow failed to penetrate. He retrieved his lighter and stepped inside. With a click, the flame ignited, and Lu Tian was startled to find the chamber filled with human skeletons, a golden mask hanging ominously from the central wall. Navigating past the bones, he came to the mask, lifting it carefully. It felt surprisingly heavy in his hands. "This is real gold," he murmured, triumphantly carrying it back outside. Lu Tian stepped outside to examine the golden mask, discovering it was crafted from genuine gold. He placed it in his backpack. The skeletal remains within were likely the final resting place of the indigenous chieftain. Even in death, the natives desired to dwell within the castle. Lu Tian murmured to himself. As he surveyed the surroundings, he noted that there was only one castle, flanked by a false stone door on either side, devoid of any mechanisms. It appeared that the chieftain, after passing, had been carried here by his people and laid to rest within the castle. The 6 braziers were presumably for illumination or ceremonial purposes. He had initially thought this place to be one of great significance, but alas, it turned out to be a mere tomb. Lu Tian cursed as he glanced around. Chapter 89. Unable to escape, Lu Tian sat upon a stone adjacent to the pillar, extracting a crushed taro to consume, with a half-full bottle of mineral water beside him. After a brief respite, he leaned against the pillar, closing his eyes as a gentle breeze occasionally wafted through. In the dead of night, Lu Tian awoke and wandered around the castle, glancing at the luminous pearl above. Pondering for a moment, he moved a few stones to the center of the castle. Standing atop them, he realized he still could not reach the pearl and proceeded to the right side, stacking more stones. Once elevated, he stood on tiptoe, just able to touch the pearl. He drew forth his dagger and carefully probed around the gem. After a while, the dagger lodged itself in a crack. With a forceful push, the pearl was freed. How beautiful it is! Having come this far, it would be remiss not to take something back, Lu Tian mused, gazing at the pearl in his hand. Suddenly, a thought struck him. How would he ascend? Would he be trapped here forever? He approached the mouth of the giant statue to inspect, but soon retreated within. What now? How to ascend? He contemplated while seated on the stone. No more thoughts. I shall wait until dawn. He placed the pearl on the ground and leaned against the pillar, closing his eyes once more. Time passed slowly, and soon the mouth of the giant statue illuminated, the light stretching inside. Lu Tian gradually opened his eyes. Dawn had arrived. He rose, retrieved a slightly squished banana from his backpack, and stowed the pearl within. Placing the backpack against the castle wall, he was suddenly startled by a noise outside. Drawing his pistol, he rushed forward, witnessing 2 natives descending via vines. Bang! Bang! The 2 natives fell in response, and shortly after, 2 more emerged. But as soon as they reached the statue's mouth, Lu Tian shot them down as well. Armed with a Nepalese knife, he stood guard at the statue's mouth, dispatching each native that descended. However, after a few had come down, none appeared thereafter. Lu Tian hesitated to climb the vines, knowing numerous natives with bows awaited above. After waiting for over an hour without further descent, he stepped back and sat down. After a while, he approached the mouth of the giant statue, discovering many natives standing at the cliff's edge of the broadleaf forest across, gazing towards the statue. Smiling, he gently waved at them, knowing they could see him, as he had once stood there observing the statue himself. He surveyed his surroundings. To the left lay a waterfall, and to the right, a smooth stone wall, leaving no path to traverse. Turning back, he retrieved several stones from within to sit upon, laying his knife to the left and his gun to the right, eyeing the 2 vines ahead. Throughout the morning, Lu Tian maintained his vigil, but saw no natives descend. He then returned to the castle, searching thoroughly for any hidden chambers, yet found nothing. Cursed be this predicament, it is indeed the end. Lu Tian lamented as he struck the surrounding stone walls with the hilt of his knife. He settled upon a stone at the mouth of the colossal statue, gazing out at the enchanting scenery beyond. Suddenly, the 2 vines began to stir. Lu Tian cautiously grasped his Nepalese knife, positioning himself between the 2 tendrils, awaiting the descent of the indigenous men. Moments later, he observed both vines extending legs downward. A faint smile crossed his lips as he swiftly slashed at the ankles of one. The right foot of the native was cut by Lu Tian's blade, prompting him to release his grip and plummet below. Witnessing his companion's fall, the native on the left hastily attempted to climb up. Lu Tian would not allow such an opportunity to slip away. He delivered a decisive blow to the foot, eliciting another cry as the man tumbled downwards. Lu Tian surveyed the vines, confident that the natives would not return in the immediate future. Thus, he ventured further inside, continuing to strike the walls with the hilt of his knife. He refused to languish in despair, even if his efforts proved futile. As afternoon approached, he retrieved a cucumber from his backpack, knowing that he still had a taro, 2 bananas, and a small bottle of water remaining, enough to stave off hunger for a day or 2, but soon he would face starvation. Alas, this situation has escalated dramatically. Lu Tian mused as he sat upon the stone, gazing at the sun. He had not anticipated the vines would break. Had they remained intact, he would have ascended before dawn, thus avoiding detection by the indigenous people and the current plight he found himself in. Rising, he approached the vines and tugged at them, finding them quite sturdy. Yet, moments later, one vine fell from above, severed by the natives above, who presumed Lu Tian had ascended by their means. Do they still wish to see me perish? Lu Tian chuckled bitterly as he watched the vine descend. He then pulled at another vine, which, like the first, also fell away. As night fell, Lu Tian gathered several wooden branches from within, whittling some with his knife before igniting a fire with a lighter. Watching the flames dance, he was transported back to memories of life on Lake Island with Lu Yun and Yi Shui, recalling the days spent fishing by the beach and foraging for wild vegetables together. Are you all well? How do you fare? He murmured, gazing up at the stars. And Lu Wei, he mentioned a gift of a clubhouse for me. How amusing. Lu Tian smiled faintly. By midnight, Lu Tian leaned against the wall at the mouth of the statue, eyes closed, yet alert to any sound that might stir him awake. Suddenly, he opened his eyes to find two natives descending the vines, armed with sharp wooden sticks, lunging at him. Lu Tian rolled away just in time, swiftly drawing his pistol. Bang! 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 3 shots rang out, and the two natives crumpled to the ground. Lu Tian lifted his gaze, noticing more natives beginning to descend. He dashed to the stone, seizing his knife. As each native descended halfway, he struck them down, sending them plummeting below. Seeing that no more natives dared to descend, he returned to his stone seat, the dawn yet to break, while the fire continued to flicker warmly. After a brief respite, Lu Tian seized the 2 indigenous individuals and unceremoniously hurled them down by the mouth of the colossal statue. How cunning these natives are, attempting a stealthy ambush while I slumber. He chuckled to himself as he added more wood to the fire. Glancing into the distance, Lu Tian noticed the horizon beginning to pale, a sign that dawn would soon break in just over an hour. Yet, he had yet to devise a means of escape from this place. Chapter 90. The secret passage within the castle. The colossal stone statue resembled a gaping mouth. Lu Tian retrieved the last taro from his possession and consumed it with great difficulty, as he had no water to aid his swallowing. The sticky texture of the taro made it particularly challenging to ingest. In less than half an hour, a faint light began to illuminate the interior of the stone statue. Lu Tian cautiously approached the edge of the statue's mouth, glancing around before peering downwards. He pondered whether, in a moment of desperation, he would leap into the abyss below, where a river flowed. Perhaps a miracle awaited him there. However, deep down, he recognized that even if there were a river, a jump from such a height, 70 to 80 meters, would likely be fatal. As time passed, boredom enveloped him, prompting him to engage in push-ups on the ground. After another half hour, he returned to the castle, tapping the handle of his knife against various surfaces. Must I truly contemplate jumping? He murmured, surveying the outside world. With a furrowed brow, Lu Tian paced back and forth at the mouth of the statue, aware that the natives dared not descend. He felt utterly lost, uncertain of his next steps. He spent the entire morning seated on a stone, contemplating his fate. The natives had not cast down any vines. It seemed they intended to leave him to perish in this desolate place. Without food or water, he surmised he would succumb to starvation or dehydration within a week. At that point, the natives could simply descend to retrieve his remains. Returning to the castle, he chose a stone to sit upon in the center, gazing at the intricately carved structure before him. The entire castle appeared to be hewn from solid rock, including the bone-filled cavern at its core. After surveying his surroundings, he stood and settled upon the stone within the statue's mouth. Feeling parched from the taro, he swallowed hard to alleviate his thirst temporarily. As the afternoon waned into night, the natives still did not drop any vines. Lu Tian was acutely aware they were likely watching him from above. He returned to his chosen stone, producing a luminous pearl for illumination. Overwhelmed by thirst, he closed his eyes, attempting to drift into slumber, yet sleep eluded him. Just before dawn, he dozed off momentarily. The builders of this castle are rather foolish. The false doors on either side are carved from different stones, he quietly remarked, his eyes half open as he scrutinized the illusory stone doors. Wait, that's incorrect. This castle is carved from a single stone. How could there be different materials? He suddenly exclaimed, his eyes widening as he fixed his gaze upon the false doors. Rising swiftly, he struck the right false door with the handle of his knife, realizing that it differed from the left. The left false door matched the castle's color and pattern, while the right appeared unremarkable at first glance. Yet upon closer inspection, its hue was slightly faded, and the patterns did not align. Thud, thud, thud. It truly was hollow. Let's break it open and see. The sound of his strikes echoed from within the false door, indicating its emptiness. Grabbing a nearby stone, he prepared to smash it against the false door. Bang! The false stone door was forcefully breached by Lu Tian, who was astonished by how effortlessly it yielded to his strike. Clearing the debris that obstructed the entrance with his hands, he illuminated the space with a luminous pearl, bending down to step inside. The area was modest in size, barely allowing one to turn around. On the ground, he discovered a stone weighing approximately 50 to 60 pounds, embedded into the earth. With considerable effort, Lu Tian shifted the stone aside, revealing an opening that led to a dark passage, just wide enough for a person to enter, though shrouded in darkness. With the luminous pearl in hand, Lu Tian cautiously ventured into the opening, noting that the passage descended steadily. After a while, it transformed into a straight path, the destination of which remained a mystery. Turning back, he retrieved his backpack and knife before re-entering the dark corridor, holding the luminous pearl aloft for illumination. He meticulously examined his surroundings, observing chisel marks etched into the walls. Exercising caution with each step, he feared the presence of traps, thus proceeding with utmost care. After approximately 10 minutes of traversing the passage, Lu Tian realized its considerable length, prompting him to muster his resolve and continue onward. I hope there's an exit, he murmured, his gaze fixed ahead. Suddenly, a series of squeaks caught his attention. Holding the luminous pearl closer, he discovered several large rats scurrying about. Ignoring them, he pressed on, and after another 10 minutes, he noticed a faint glimmer of light ahead. Elated, Lu Tian hastened toward the light, discovering it emanated from a crevice in a large stone that obstructed the passage. He stowed the luminous pearl in his backpack and, using both hands, exerted all his strength to push against the stone. Due to its weight, each effort yielded only a slight shift. After resting momentarily, he resumed his efforts, repeating this process 7 or 8 times before finally creating an opening through which he could squeeze. Eagerly, Lu Tian extricated himself from the passage, only to find he had emerged atop a sheer cliff, overlooking a vast expanse of rocky shoreline. The waves crashed against the rocks below, while seabirds perched nearby, poised to catch fish. To the left lay a sandy beach, beyond which stretched a dense, primordial forest, resembling an endless sea of green. Surveying his surroundings, Lu Tian noticed a descent to the left, requiring a jump down 2 or 3 meters onto the rocks below, a trivial feat for him. Crouching down, he leaped toward the stones, then took a few more steps before jumping onto another rock. He deftly navigated the terrain and soon arrived at the edge of the beach. Upon reaching the sandy shore, he scanned the area and spotted several coconut trees a mere 10 meters ahead. Swiftly, he dashed towards them, but finding the trees too tall, he ventured into the forest to chop down a suitable trunk. Lu Tian leaned the tree against the coconut palm and set down his backpack before ascending the tree. Upon reaching a height of 1/3, he wielded the branch to strike the coconuts above. Thud! Thud! 2 coconuts plummeted to the ground, creating a resonant sound. After descending the tree, Lu Tian picked up one coconut and deftly carved an opening with his knife. He raised the coconut to his lips and drank deeply. What an exhilarating sensation! After finishing the coconut, he collapsed beneath the palm, exclaiming in awe, gazing at the vast, boundless ocean before him. Lu Tian suddenly noticed something peculiar. There was no thick fog enveloping the area, not a single wisp of cloud, resembling an ordinary beach scene. Chapter 91. Underwater lobster catching standing up, Lu Tian strolled along the sandy beach, only to discover that the skies were clear and the sun shone brightly, reminiscent of a tranquil holiday island. He halted at a significant bend, placing his backpack beneath a coconut tree. Venturing into the woods, he felled a tree, sharpening one end into a pointed stick. Armed with a bottle of mineral water, he dashed into the sea, stripping off his clothes. He waded into the water over a meter deep, placing the bottle atop the waves. With one hand gripping the bottle, Lu Tian leaned down to gaze into the depths. Catching sight of the fish below, with the sharpened stick in his other hand, he cautiously maneuvered the bottle, observing the aquatic world beneath. Suddenly, a large lobster materialized in his line of sight. Filled with excitement, Lu Tian thrust the stick into the water, inching closer to the lobster. Before swiftly and forcefully stabbing down, the stick pierced through the lobster, and he quickly lifted it out of the water, hurrying back toward the shore. What was that? As Lu Tian stepped onto the sand, he spotted a shark over a meter long, swimming a few meters away in the water. He glanced at the shark, contemplating the possibility of tasting its flesh had he not just caught the lobster. Reaching the coconut tree, he set the lobster aside and ventured into the woods to gather firewood. The forest abounded with dry branches, and he collected a sufficient amount before producing a lighter to ignite a fire. Before long, he placed the lobster onto the flames, knowing that this splendid creature would provide sustenance for an entire day. Turning the lobster over in the fire several times, it soon cooked through. Lu Tian retrieved it, prying open the shell to reveal the succulent white meat within. It smelled divine. He took a generous bite, murmuring his delight. In just a few minutes, he had devoured the entire lobster, patting his stomach contentedly as he settled on the ground, gazing out at the sea. Lu Tian felt no urge to leave. Instead, he yearned to spend the night here, having been on edge for the past 2 days, always wary of potential ambushes by the indigenous people. If only there were a boat, perhaps he could venture out to explore the waters. This might be the ideal spot for departing the island. He mused softly to the ocean. Clearing a patch of ground beside the coconut tree, he gathered some leaves from the forest to lay down, then returned to spread them out. Once the leaves were arranged, he reclined, using his backpack as a pillow, with his knife by his side, his gaze fixed on the sea. Gradually, he drifted into slumber, cooing. Has darkness fallen? Awakening on the ground, Lu Tian opened his eyes to find that night had indeed arrived, accompanied by a chorus of strange bird calls emanating from the woods. He sat up, retrieving his lighter to cast a glow around him, collecting more leaves and wood to stoke the fire. Crackle. The firewood in the pile crackled, sending sparks into the air. It seemed that a brief nap had transformed day into night, yet he felt rejuvenated. Lu Tian remarked as he added more wood to the flames. Tian found himself with little to occupy his time, and thus he succumbed once more to the ground, closing his eyes in the hope of drifting back into slumber until dawn. However, his mind was too alert, and despite his restless tossing and turning, sleep eluded him. Resigned, Tian sat up against a coconut tree, gazing at the pitch-black expanse of the ocean, with the intermittent sound of waves lapping against the shore reaching his ears. Gradually, he closed his eyes again, listening to the rhythmic crash of the surf, though the rustling from the nearby woods compelled him to open them once more. Sighing, he pondered when dawn would arrive. A glance at the trees revealed no signs of movement, and he turned his gaze skyward, murmuring at the scant twinkling stars. As he continued to watch, he eventually closed his eyes again and, in a haze of drowsiness, succumbed to sleep. In the early morning, a ray of sunlight fell upon Tian's eyelids, prompting him to slowly open his eyes. After surveying the sun, he rose to his feet. With his backpack slung over his shoulder and a knife in hand, he began to walk along the beach. As he meandered, he spotted a relatively short coconut tree, climbed up, and plucked one from its branches. Using his knife, he deftly peeled it and made an opening to drink from it. After finishing, he nonchalantly tossed the coconut shell into the sea. Continuing on for another 10 minutes, he discovered that the path ahead had vanished, revealing a steep cliff. Upon examining the cliff, which loomed impressively high, Tian resolved to ascend it, hoping to uncover something of interest. However, to reach the summit, he needed to navigate through the woods and take a detour. Armed with his knife, he ventured into the thicket, moving forward until he encountered a stone wall, standing a little over 2 meters tall and entwined with numerous tree roots. Stepping back a few paces, he sprinted towards the wall, placing a foot upon it, grasping with both hands, and executed a swift maneuver to hoist himself atop the stone structure. Tian surveyed his surroundings before proceeding onward. Shortly, he arrived at a slope. Reaching its summit would lead him to the cliff's apex. He ascended the slope steadily, soon standing atop it, where the vast expanse of the ocean unfolded before him. Gazing out over the sea, he observed the tumultuous waves crashing in the depths, an intimidating sight that deterred even the sturdiest of vessels from venturing forth. Turning around, he gazed deep into the woods, where a lush primordial forest exuded an air of mystery, with wisps of fog swirling in certain areas. Several colossal peaks intertwined, igniting within him a yearning for adventure in the depths of the unknown. Releasing a deep breath, Tion clutched his knife and descended the cliff, step by step, heading towards the ancient forest. As he ventured a few meters into the woods, a pungent odor of decay assaulted his senses, and the brittle branches beneath his feet snapped with a crackling sound. Despite the unpleasant scent, Tion pressed onward, wielding his knife to clear the obstructing underbrush. After a passage of several minutes, he emerged from the trees and found himself at the edge of a river approximately 5 to 6 meters wide, though nearly devoid of water. The riverbed was littered with sharp stones, with water trickling beneath them. Tion cast his gaze upstream, realizing that the river flowed directly into the heart of the forest. Cautiously, he stepped into the river, carefully navigating around the jagged rocks as he made his way upstream. Walking among these stones, the pace was exceedingly slow. Tion dared not hasten his steps, for the risk of being cut by the sharp rocks and bleeding was no trivial matter in this desolate place. After half an hour, he had only traversed 200 or 300 meters. He took out his water bottle and sought a low-lying area where water flowed, filling the bottle before continuing on his way. The sun blazed overhead, and the temperature was quite high, causing beads of sweat to form on Tion's brow. He wiped the perspiration from his face and surveyed his surroundings, soon discovering a cool, shaded spot to his left, sheltered from the sun's relentless rays. He made his way there slowly. Chapter 92. The dim cave. Tion approached the grand tree on the left bank of the river, where the sun's rays scarcely penetrated, leaving a coolness in the air. He settled himself upon the tree's roots to enjoy a brief respite, sipping water leisurely. After a repose of around 10 minutes, Tion rose to continue his journey, this time along the fringe of the forest. The sound of rushing water soon reached his ears, a cacophony drawing him closer. As he ventured forth, he beheld a magnificent waterfall, cascading from a height of several meters, splitting the torrent into 2 diverging streams, one veering to the right. Observing his surroundings, Tion noted the absence of a path. Climbing the smooth stone face of the waterfall seemed an insurmountable task, although some protruding rocks offered potential handholds. He opted instead to delve into the woods. As he stepped into the thicket, the sudden fluttering of small birds startled him, sending them scattering into the air. The proximity to the waterfall rendered the area particularly humid, fostering a lush undergrowth. Tion treaded carefully upon the vegetation, his Nepalese knife at the ready. Wary of the venomous serpents that might lurk nearby, he navigated through the foliage without incident. Yet the oppressive heat began to weigh upon him, compounded by the incessant buzzing of mosquitoes that swarmed around. Compelled to hasten his pace, he pressed onward. Before long, he emerged from the stifling woods. Arriving at the base of a mountain peak, he walked along the rocky periphery, where loose stones and wild grasses abounded. To his surprise, a cave entrance caught his eye, partially concealed by hanging vines. Approaching, he severed the vines, drew his handgun, and cautiously entered the cave, apprehensive of potential carnivorous creatures that might reside within. Upon entering, he discovered remnants of animal bones strewn across the ground. Progressing further, the space constricted and dimmed, prompting him to produce a lighter for illumination. He discerned a passage leading deeper into the cave, yet the enveloping darkness deterred him from venturing further without proper light. Resolute, Tion exited the cave, gathering a few sticks and seeking out resinous trees in the forest. After scraping the resin, he quickly fashioned 3 torches, driven by curiosity to explore the cave's depths. He secured 2 torches within the zipper of his backpack, grasping one in hand as he re-entered the cave. Navigating the pitch-black passage, he ignited the torch with his lighter. The resin ensured a quick blaze, illuminating the way ahead. With the torch held aloft, he slowly advanced deeper into the cave. Suddenly, a flurry of bats erupted from the ceiling of the passage, causing Lu Tian to duck instinctively. As he watched the creatures disperse, he resumed his exploration, noting the bizarre formations adorning the stone walls. The passage began to twist and turn, revealing an intricate labyrinth within the shadows. Lu Tian walked for over 10 minutes. The torch nearly burnt out. He retrieved another torch from his backpack, ignited it, and continued his journey. Soon, he arrived at the end of the cave, discovering a spacious area of at least 100 square meters. Stalactites adorned the ceiling, while the ground was scattered with a number of natural stone pillars and variously shaped stones. Initially believing he had reached the cave's terminus, Lu Tian noticed a small opening in the left stone wall, just wide enough for a person to pass through. Approaching the entrance, he found it slightly elevated. Without hesitation, he climbed onto a nearby stone pillar, braced himself with one hand against the opening, and pushed himself forward with a powerful leap, propelling his entire body into the aperture. However, the passage was rather low, requiring him to bend down to proceed. Holding the torch aloft, he illuminated the path ahead, which appeared to extend further. As he navigated the increasingly damp corridor, he spotted a glimmer of light in the distance. Quickening his pace, he reached the end of the passage, revealing another cave. Fortunately, the ceiling here was only a couple of meters above the ground. Lu Tian jumped down, torch in hand, and surveyed his surroundings, noting the dampness seeping through the walls. The faint light originated from a small opening above, but it was too high to escape through. Taking a moment to rest on the ground, Lu Tian stood up and ventured left, discovering another opening in the wall, just large enough for a person to enter. A gentle breeze flowed from within. He bent down to enter, initially needing to crouch, but as he progressed, the passage widened. Not far ahead, he could see more light, prompting him to hasten his steps towards it. Upon reaching the light, Lu Tian found it to be an exit. As he approached, the brightness intensified, and upon stepping out, he realized he stood upon a verdant grassy expanse, devoid of trees. Moving across the grassy area, he soon reached its edge, where he discovered he was perched on the side of a mountain, overlooking a vast sea of forest below, at least several hundred meters deep. Exploring the opposite side, Lu Tian noted it connected to another peak with a valley nestled below. Crossing the valley would allow him to ascend the adjacent mountain. Directly in front of the grassy area lay a forest, providing a descent into the valley. Seated on the grass, Lu Tian gazed at the endless expanse of trees below. Casting a glance at the sun, he observed it dipping towards the west, realizing that darkness would soon envelop the landscape in a couple of hours. Not wishing to spend the night in this spot, he rose and made his way towards the forest. As he traversed the woods, he noted the slope descending steeply, prompting him to jog downwards. After half an hour, Lu Tian reached a small trail, marked with numerous animal tracks, various prints indicating a plethora of wildlife. Particularly large creatures like wild boars, deer, mountain goats, and carnivorous animals. Choosing to walk to the left along the path, he headed towards the valley, aware that encounters with predators were rare during the day, as they typically emerged at night in search of sustenance. Lu Tian meandered along the narrow path for nearly half an hour, until the trail vanished, leading him into a patch of wild grass. Beside this verdant expanse flowed a small creek, a likely watering spot for the local fauna. Suddenly, he spotted two wild rabbits grazing not far from him. Upon noticing Lu Tian, they swiftly turned and disappeared into the underbrush. Approaching the creek, Lu Tian filled his mineral water bottle to the brim before proceeding towards the base of the mountain, hoping to discover a cave in which to spend the night. However, after wandering for over 10 minutes without encountering any shelter, he found himself compelled to settle for a small hollow at the foot of the peak for the night. Chapter 93. The Howl of Wolves at Midnight. Lu Tian ventured into the sparse grove nearby to gather some firewood, returning with a bundle that he placed in a hollowed-out area of the ground. He also felled a few small trees, laying them across the hollow, and soon a fire was crackling to life. Leaning against the earthen wall, Lu Tian resolved to spend the night there. In the valley, Murong Qingxue emerged from the wooden cabin and spotted Sophie standing motionless on the grass, gazing into the distance. Approaching her, she inquired, "Sophie, are you thinking about Lu Tian?" Sophie nodded slightly, her brow furrowed with concern. "He has been gone for several days now. I worry for him." With a gentle smile, Morong Qingxue reassured her, "There is no need to fret. You are well aware of Lu Tian's capabilities. He will undoubtedly be fine." Sophie turned her gaze to the heavens, murmuring, "I hope he is safe. Come now, let us return for dinner," Morong Qingxue said, taking Sophie's hand as they made their way back. As the night deepened, Lu Tian was jolted from his slumber by a piercing howl that echoed through the darkness. Slowly rising, he peered towards the source of the sound, which emanated from the woods not far behind him. The inky blackness of night obscured his vision. "It is the call of wolves. Best to remain cautious," Lu Tian murmured to himself. With a sense of dread settling in, he chose not to sleep again. He stoked the fire with more wood, frequently standing to glance toward the forest, seeking solace in the mere act of looking, even if he could see nothing. Time drifted by, and a faint light began to appear in the sky, signaling the approach of dawn. Having spent the night in trepidation, Lu Tian pondered the possibility of encountering other creatures. Such encounters might be preferable, yet wolves are pack animals, often arriving in numbers of 10 or 20. Escape was futile, and confrontation would be disastrous. His fate would likely be sealed as prey. As the first rays of light broke through the horizon, Lu Tian extinguished the fire and made his way toward the woods where the wolf had howled the previous night. Wolves seldom emerged during the day, granting him the courage to venture into their territory. Yet, he remained vigilant. Upon reaching the edge of the forest, he peered cautiously inside, detecting no signs of movement or sound before daring to step further in. Soon, he arrived at a clearing within the woods, where the surrounding underbrush and trees bore the marks of a fierce struggle, with broken branches strewn about and traces of blood staining the ground. The intensity of the previous night's conflict was evident, though he could only speculate as to which creatures had clashed with the wolves. Surveying his surroundings, Lu Tian noted that even trees as thick as a bowl had been snapped in two, confirming his suspicion that the wolves had indeed battled a formidable foe. With a final glance around, he ventured deeper into the forest, driven by hunger, as he had not eaten since the previous night. He hoped to find wild fruits or other edible offerings nearby. Suddenly, a series of chattering sounds drew his attention upward. A group of monkeys, having spotted him, danced about in the trees, their playful antics momentarily lifting his spirits. "Chirp, chirp!" The monkeys perched upon the tree gazed down at Lu Tian, chattering excitedly as they shook the branches. Bewildered, Lu Tian suddenly noticed a dark figure beneath a large tree ahead. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it to be a venomous snake, over 2 meters long and weighing several kilograms, attempting to ascend the tree. No wonder the monkeys were chattering. They were warning Lu Tian of the snake's presence. Cautiously, Lu Tian stepped back into the adjacent thicket, where he procured a sturdy 2-meter-long branch, stripping it of its twigs to fashion a makeshift staff. Armed with this newfound weapon, he approached the serpent, only to realize it was a lethal king cobra. Initially inclined to retreat, hunger soon compelled Lu Tian to take a chance. Sensing danger, the cobra swiftly raised its body and turned its head towards Lu Tian, flicking its tongue menacingly while inching closer. Lu Tian held the staff before him, blocking the snake's path, and when it moved, he deftly prodded it back to the ground. The monkeys continued to screech from above, their faces marked with terror as they observed the standoff. Suddenly, the cobra lunged towards Lu Tian. He quickly retreated, thrusting the staff in front of him, causing the serpent to halt, flicking its tongue as it focused on him. Lu Tian began to circle around the cobra, which mirrored his movements, its gaze fixed intently upon him. Determined to pin the serpent down, Lu Tian attempted to press it to the ground with his staff, but the cobra evaded him with remarkable agility. As Lu Tian continued to circle, the snake remained vigilant, its eyes unwaveringly locked onto him. After several revolutions, the cobra grew increasingly agitated, hissing furiously as it prepared to strike. In a split second, the cobra lunged, but Lu Tian was ready. He forcefully pressed the staff against its body, pinning it down. The snake's form coiled around the staff, and with swift precision, Lu Tian drew his knife and struck downwards, severing both the cobra and the staff in two. Even in its final moments, the severed body writhed, prompting Lu Tian to swiftly press the staff against the snake's head, delivering a decisive blow to decapitate it. He dug a small hole in the ground and buried the head, only then daring to lift the cobra's body. He began the process of skinning it and removing its entrails, gathering twigs to kindle a fire for roasting the meat. Chirp, chirp! The monkeys resumed their calls, but Lu Tian paid them no heed, engrossed in the task of cooking. Ah, how satisfying, he mused, feasting until he could eat no more. After enjoying the sumptuous meal, he rested against a tree, taking a moment to recuperate. After a brief respite of over 10 minutes, Lu Tian packed the remaining snake meat into his backpack, saving it for when hunger next struck. He then made his way out of the thicket, entering a patch of underbrush while scanning his surroundings and heading left. Suddenly, a massive shadow swooped overhead, prompting Lu Tian to look up. To his astonishment, a gigantic eagle soared past, vanishing into the vast expanse of the sky. Lu Tian swiftly made his way to the left, and after half an hour, he emerged from the thicket and arrived at a modest lake beside it. The lake, though not extensive, spanned a little over 100 square meters, surrounded by lush grass and dotted with several towering coconut trees. Behind the lake lay a stretch of grassy land. Lu Tian settled upon a stone beside the water's edge, gazing at the surrounding scenery. Contemplating his next direction, he lifted his gaze to the sun and resolved to head eastward, for that would lead him back to the valley. Turning his head toward the east, he beheld a dense thicket, deciding to take a moment to rest before proceeding, aware that such a forest likely concealed unknown perils within its depths. Chapter 94. Peril in the dense forest. Lu Tian reclined on a stone, indulging in a brief slumber. Upon awakening, he discerned that the sun had begun its descent toward the west. He leaped from the stone and approached the lake to wash his face. Casting his gaze around, he noticed several wild buffalo drinking from the water. Their robust, ebony physiques and formidable horns instilled fear in many carnivorous creatures, with only a few daring to challenge them. Lu Tian rose and ventured toward the dense forest, extracting some snake meat from his backpack, consuming it as he walked. After a short span of time, he reached the forest's edge. Drawing his knife, he stepped into the thicket. The stifling heat made his breaths labored. Towering ancient trees loomed overhead, casting shadows that obscured the sunlight, which filtered through the leaves in scant beams, imparting a scent of decay to the air, interspersed with the distant calls of wildlife. Cautiously, Lu Tian advanced, frequently glancing around, wary of any lurking beasts. Suddenly, he felt a sharp sting on his foot, prompting him to leap back. To his dismay, he discovered it was a swarm of army ants. Swiftly, he brushed them away and hurried from the spot. After wandering for an extensive duration, Lu Tian felt as though he could not escape the forest's grasp. Alas, I should find a suitable place to rest, he murmured, lifting his gaze. He approached an ancient tree, settled on its roots, and took a few sips from his water bottle. Suddenly, he spotted a turtle crawling among the dry leaves, making its way toward a nearby patch of low grass. Just as he decided to rise and capture the turtle, he sensed movement behind him. He reached back, only to be horrified at what he found. "Oh my!" Lu Tian exclaimed, dropping the object in his hand and jumping up in alarm. It was a colossal centipede, nearly a meter long, looking exceedingly fearsome. As the centipede scuttled toward him, Lu Tian, instead of retreating, advanced with his Nepalese knife, swiftly taking 2 steps forward and striking down at the creature. With a decisive blow, he severed the centipede in 2. Even after being cut, it continued to writhe, prompting Lu Tian to deliver several more strikes, rendering it into 5 or 6 segments. "Take that for scaring me," he cursed at the writhing segments. Once he had vented his frustration, Lu Tian captured the turtle and stowed it in his backpack, intending to have it for dinner. After securing the turtle, he moved deeper into the thicket. Shortly thereafter, he heard the sound of flowing water ahead. He followed the sound and discovered a small pool, where water cascaded down from a stone cliff towering several meters high. Lu Tian emptied his mineral water bottle, then filled it with water from the pool. With his bottle replenished, he continued onward, remaining vigilant and occasionally glancing at the treetops. He noted that the forest's ambience seemed to darken, indicating that twilight was approaching. As darkness enveloped the forest, navigating through it would be akin to courting disaster. Thus, Lu Tian quickened his pace, eager to escape the dense woods before nightfall settled in. As Lu Tian ambled along, he unexpectedly stumbled into a clearing, where a formidable black wolf was voraciously gnawing on the carcass of an animal. This wolf was remarkably large, nearly 2 meters in length, with a muscular physique and limbs, its jet black fur glistening ominously in the light. Upon sighting the creature, Lu Tian froze in place, his gaze fixed upon the wolf, which had also noticed his sudden presence. The wolf regarded him with fierce eyes, its fangs bared menacingly. With deliberate slowness, Lu Tian reached behind him to draw his pistol, while simultaneously beginning to retreat. Suddenly, the wolf let out a spine-chilling howl that echoed through the air. Lu Tian's expression shifted dramatically. He recognized the call as a summons for reinforcements from his pack. Within moments, a horde of wolves would descend upon him. Without hesitation, Lu Tian turned and sprinted forward, acutely aware that once the pack arrived, escape would be impossible. However, after dashing a mere dozen meters, the black wolf pursued him relentlessly. Glancing back, Lu Tian noted the wolf gaining on him swiftly. Just as he turned his head to focus on his path, he caught sight of a dark shadow coiled around a massive tree ahead. To his horror, a colossal black serpent, as thick as a man's thigh, lay poised on the branch. The serpent had already detected Lu Tian, its tongue flicking as it rapidly slithered down, lunging toward him. Cursing his unfortunate fate, Lu Tian felt the serpent drawing nearer, while the wolf was no more than 5 or 6 meters away. The serpent opened its gaping maw, ready to strike, and Lu Tian seized the moment to leap sideways, narrowly avoiding its attack. In that instant, the wolf leapt as well, aiming to seize Lu Tian. Fortuitously, Lu Tian evaded, causing the serpent to snap its jaws at the airborne wolf instead. In one swift motion, the serpent engulfed the wolf whole. Witnessing this, Lu Tian did not linger. He bolted forward once more. After consuming the wolf, the serpent raised its head, its gaze now fixed upon Lu Tian as it slithered rapidly in pursuit of him. Panting heavily, Lu Tian ran desperately, his speed unwavering. Suddenly, he heard the thunderous sound of rushing water nearby, signaling his imminent escape from the dense forest, prompting him to quicken his pace. Abruptly, a chilling sensation washed over him from behind. Turning, he was horrified to see the black serpent closing in at an alarming speed. With a surge of adrenaline, Lu Tian shouted and sprinted toward the sound of the water, but the serpent was closing the distance rapidly. Ahead, he spotted a lush green meadow. Realizing that even if he reached it, the serpent would still pursue him, Lu Tian drew his Nepalese knife, determined to fight even against the odds. As he burst forth from the forest into the meadow, the serpent was already upon him. With a swift motion, Lu Tian rolled onto the grass, brandishing his knife as the serpent lunged at him with its gaping jaws. This time, it seemed like his fate was sealed. Lu Tian pondered, when suddenly a colossal shadow descended from the sky, soaring directly above him. Its formidable claws reached out towards the massive black serpent. Before the serpent could react, it was seized by the head and whisked away into the heavens. Upon witnessing this, Lu Tian realized that a giant eagle had saved his life. The serpent was lifted into the sky and soon vanished from sight. Lu Tian exhaled deeply, feeling that fate had spared him. He lay back on the grass and erupted into hearty laughter. Chapter 95. The White Wolf King. Lu Tian reclined upon the verdant grass, gazing at the sky, and after indulging in a fit of laughter for a minute or two, he closed his eyes. Shortly thereafter, he approached the waterfall to wash his face, then settled down, his sole thought being to rest before continuing his journey. The sound of flowing water he had heard earlier was indeed emanating from this majestic waterfall, which, viewed from below, towered at least 70 to 80 meters high. Beneath the waterfall lay a pool, its waters cascading downward to form a river. Suddenly, a series of wolf howls erupted from the dense forest. Lu Tian recognized that this must be the call of the black wolf summoning its companions, who, upon arrival, began to howl in its absence. Rising to his feet, Lu Tian forded the river and made his way into the woods across the bank, having spotted a mountain peak behind the trees. As dusk began to settle, he knew that nightfall would soon envelop the land. Hastily, Lu Tian navigated towards the woods. After traversing for several minutes, he reached the base of the mountain. He lifted his gaze, scanning the surroundings for a suitable place to spend the night. However, the ground was strewn with loose stones and dense thickets, rendering it an unsuitable campsite. After walking a few meters to the left and inspecting the area, he noticed what appeared to be an opening high upon the rock face, approximately 7 or 8 meters above the ground. Approaching the entrance, Lu Tian observed that the rocky wall was adorned with protruding stones and small depressions. Testing the stability of the protruding stones with his hands, he found them to be quite secure. He then pressed against the wall and began to climb, reaching the opening within a minute. Peering inside, he discovered that the cave was modest in size but sufficient for a solitary occupant. Lu Tian placed his backpack within the cave, then descended to the forest at the mountain's base to gather some firewood. Binding the wood with vines, he ascended back to the cave, using his teeth to grip the vines as he climbed. Once atop, he pulled the firewood into the cave and commenced building a fire. "Good thing I have you, otherwise I would be spending the night hungry," he chuckled, retrieving a turtle from his backpack. He placed the turtle upon the flames, and as darkness enveloped the landscape, the moon ascended into the sky, full and luminous, casting a glow that rendered the island almost as bright as day. As Lu Tian feasted on the turtle, he observed the woods outside. Suddenly, a cacophony of wolf howls erupted from the dense forest across the river. Alarmed, Lu Tian extinguished the fire and crouched within the cave, peering out cautiously to assess the surrounding sounds. Abruptly, a loud commotion resonated from the opposite thicket, accompanied by the chilling roars of beasts. Gradually, the sounds drew nearer, reaching the woods at the foot of the mountain. A cacophony of sounds emanated from the forest, accompanied by the ominous crack of breaking branches. Suddenly, a colossal wild boar appeared within Lu Tian's line of sight. This beast weighed at least 200 pounds and was being pursued by a pack of over 20 wolves, swiftly surrounding it. The boar dashed into the thicket at the foot of the mountain, facing the wolves, its jaws agape, revealing its razor-sharp tusks. For a moment, the wolves hesitated, merely encircling the formidable creature rather than launching an attack. Bathed in the silvery glow of the moonlight, Lu Tian, though unable to see clearly, could discern the unfolding scene. Moments later, a pure white wolf emerged from the woods, noticeably larger than the others. As this white wolf approached, the pack lowered their heads and growled in deference. Recognizing the significance of the moment, Lu Tian realized this was the Wolf King. The white wolf ascended a nearby rock and suddenly let out a piercing howl. In response, the pack bared their vicious fangs and charged at the boar, igniting a fierce battle. The boar, using its sheer size and strength, managed to fend off several wolves before breaking through their ranks and sprinting toward the forest. Observing this, the White Wolf King leapt into action, leading the pack in pursuit. Soon vanishing from Lu Tian's sight, he turned to the trees and noticed that they had already retreated into the thicket on the right, the sounds of their growls fading into the distance. "Indeed, this place is fraught with peril," Lu Tian murmured, lying within the cave and gazing at the luminous moon above. The following morning, Lu Tian awoke and descended from the cave. Surveying his surroundings, he noted the tranquility of the daytime. He made his way to the riverbank, walking downstream. Despite the relative calm, he remained vigilant, acutely aware of his surroundings. After strolling along the river for several hundred meters, he observed that it was widening, with the current now flowing more gently than before. Stopping to drink from the river, he glanced around and spotted a thicket ahead, with dense forest across the water. Deciding against venturing into the thick woods, he resolved to navigate around the thicket via the adjacent hill for greater safety. However, feeling a pang of hunger, he paused again, noticing fish swimming in the shallows of the river. Determined to catch one, he retrieved a sturdy branch from the nearby trees, sharpened one end, and removed his shoes before wading into the river, where the water reached only knee-deep. Standing still, he focused intently on the fish swimming near his feet, narrowing his aim to a single target. Soon, a fish swam directly beneath him, and seizing the moment, he thrust the branch downward, but miscalculated slightly, striking the fish's tail instead. Quickly relinquishing the branch, he plunged both hands into the water, pinning the fish against the riverbed. One finger slipping into its mouth as he pulled it up triumphantly. "Almost escaped, didn't you?" he chuckled. Lu Tian arrived at the riverbank, holding a fish, and skillfully extracted its entrails with a dagger. After meticulously cleaning the fish, he placed it upon a stone and ventured into the woods to gather some firewood. Before long, Lu Tian sat beside a crackling fire, grilling the fish. Though it weighed just over a pound, it was ample sustenance for him. After several minutes, he gazed at the fish, now charred on the outside yet tender within, and exclaimed with delight, "What a perfect roast!" as he admired the fish skewered on a stick. Chapter 96. Encountering the mercenary's corpse after sitting on a stone and consuming some fish, Lu Tian took a moment to rest before making his way toward the thicket. It appeared that departing from this island would require alternative methods. He murmured to himself as he walked. Half an hour later, Lu Tian arrived at the edge of the thicket, standing at the foot of a mountain. He circled around the base, proceeding onward. As he walked, he came across a slope and descended it, reaching a low-lying area. He then climbed up a steep embankment, merely 2 meters high, and found himself in a patch of overgrown grass. Standing amidst the greenery, Lu Tian shielded his eyes from the sun and scanned the surroundings. To his left lay a small hill, seemingly only 100 meters in height, sparsely dotted with diminutive trees and covering a limited area. Not far in front of the hill was an ancient forest. To his right sprawled a series of undulating hills devoid of trees, merely a field of weeds. In the distance, the hills culminated in several peaks, their bases forming valleys, shrouded in mist at mid-height. Lu Tian could immediately sense the perils that lay ahead. The ancient forest was equally fraught with danger. Yet, he had no choice. If he wished to escape, traversing the ancient woods was inevitable. He set his sights on the small hill, intending to observe the ancient forest from its vantage point. After a brief trek of several minutes, Lu Tian reached the base of the hill and ascended slowly to the summit, gazing toward the ancient forest. However, he discerned nothing, as the forest's edge remained eerily tranquil. Finding a suitable spot, he sat down, taking a few sips of water while surveying the area. Suddenly, he noticed what appeared to be a person on a slope a few meters to his right. Drawing his handgun, he rose cautiously and approached, only to discover a corpse. Upon inspecting the deceased attire, he realized that this was a mercenary, the body partially devoured by carnivorous animals. Furrowing his brow, Lu Tian surveyed the vicinity before departing. Descending the small hill, he stumbled upon a cave at its base. Entering with his firearm drawn, he discovered another corpse leaning against the wall, untouched by animals. Yet its face bore a dark hue, indicative of death by poison. Searching the body, Lu Tian retrieved a mobile phone and charger, though the phone was devoid of power. The corpse still clutched an automatic rifle and a handgun, both lacking ammunition, alongside a dagger. He stowed these items in his backpack, uncertain of their utility, but deeming it prudent to take them. How did these mercenaries end up here, and why are there 2 dead? Lu Tian pondered quietly as he exited the cave. Recognizing the precariousness of his situation, he resolved to leave promptly. As he approached the ancient forest, he soon spotted remnants of torn clothing a few meters ahead, the colors resembling those worn by the mercenaries. Casting a glance around, he ventured directly into the ancient woods, opting to run rather than walk, for the latter proved too slow. Lu Tian paid no heed to the surrounding distractions. His sole intention was to escape the ancient forest. He skillfully navigated the terrain, effortlessly scaling steep inclines and leaping over uneven ground. As he dashed through the woods, the monkeys perched in the trees remained oblivious to his presence. Whenever fatigue set in, he paused for a moment to sip water and rest beneath the shade of a tree, allowing himself a brief respite of 10 to 15 minutes before resuming his flight. At last, Lu Tian emerged from the ancient grove just before dusk, collapsing onto the grassy expanse outside and inhaling deeply the fresh air. After resting for several minutes, he rose and set his course toward the valley. Upon reaching the overgrown area, Lu Tian glanced skyward. The sun had dipped below the mountains, and darkness would soon envelop the land. He He scanned the vicinity in search of a suitable place to spend the night. Ultimately, he opted to venture into the thicket to his left rather than the wooded area to the right. Within the thicket, he discovered a secluded patch of ground, accompanied by a nearby tree. With nightfall upon him, foraging for food was no longer feasible, yet he could still gather some firewood and dry grass in his vicinity. Lu Tian procured a sturdy piece of wood to serve as a makeshift seat and ignited a fire in the clearing. As he gazed into the flickering flames, deep in contemplation, a sudden roar from a wild beast jolted him from his reverie. Despite the distance indicated by the sound, Lu Tian remained vigilant, frequently scanning his surroundings. The thought of returning to the valley the following day brought a subtle smile to his lips. He resolved that upon his return, he would refrain from seeking an escape for the time being, unless unforeseen circumstances arose. Observing the night sky, he admired the beauty of the moonlight, bright yet sparse among the stars. Lu Tian reclined, closing his eyes, though he dared not succumb to slumber, instead choosing to rest. As midnight approached, he extinguished the fire and climbed into the tree, for the moonlight rendered the fire's illumination unnecessary. Time passed slowly, and after several hours, dawn began to break. Lu Tian descended from the tree, stretching his limbs before continuing his journey. Exiting the thicket, he arrived at a small stream, where he quenched his thirst and washed his face before pressing onward. Throughout his journey, he did not seek food. His thoughts were solely fixated on returning to the valley for a much-needed rest, having gone without proper sleep for the past 2 days, which he could feel weighing on him. After a lengthy trek, he finally reached the pile of stones, where he sat upon one of the rocks. Finishing the water from his bottle, once refreshed, he made his way to the familiar path. A smile crept upon his face as he recognized the area, and he hurriedly ascended toward the summit. Upon reaching the grassy expanse, he spotted 2 wooden cabins ahead and walked toward them. Lu Tian, you're back? How wonderful! At that moment, Luo Cheng emerged from behind one of the cabins, bursting with laughter as he embraced Lu Tian. Has anything significant happened here in the past few days? Lu Tian inquired with a pat on Luo Cheng's shoulder. Luo Cheng chuckled, tapping the automatic rifle slung across his back. With this, what is there to fear? Lu Tian was quite exasperated with him, constantly wandering around with a gun for no apparent reason. Where are the others? She scanned the surroundings, but apart from Luo Cheng, there was not a soul in sight. They went to pick papayas and dig for taro just a short while ago. Alan went to the woods by the waterfall to study the flora. I stayed behind to guard the house, Luo Cheng replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Tian nodded and made her way into the wooden cabin, seizing a cucumber to munch on before taking a refreshing bath in the river. Luo Cheng, I intend to take a good nap. If they return, please inform them not to disturb me, Lu Tian said, casting a glance at Luo Cheng. With a gesture of his hand, Luo Cheng exited the cabin. Chapter 97. The Joy of 3 Maidens. When Lu Tian awoke, night had already fallen. Laughter from the women outside the wooden cabin filled the air, prompting Lu Tian to rise from his bed and head outside. Ah, Lu Tian, you're awake? Come quickly for dinner, Sophie exclaimed. Murong Qingxue entered and guided Lu Tian to a chair, seating him down. Here, Lu Tian, have this rabbit leg, Sophie said as she placed a piece onto his bowl. All right, enough now, Lu Tian protested as Sophie and Li Rongzhen heaped more dishes onto his bowl, causing everyone to erupt in laughter. After dinner, they gathered around the table chatting. Murong Qingxue inquired about Lu Tian's experiences outside, to which he responded only briefly. Returning to his room, Lu Tian took out the luminous pearl. The 3 women eagerly vied for a look, ultimately deciding it would serve as a light source in their new cabin. Lu Tian merely smiled, choosing not to comment further. As the night deepened, they all retired to their rooms for sleep. However, Lu Tian lay awake in bed, devoid of slumber. Over an hour later, Sophie entered his room. In the morning, a light rain began to fall. Alan was up early as usual, preparing breakfast, while Lu Tian gradually emerged from his room. Good morning, Alan, Lu Tian greeted with a smile as he took a seat and poured himself a cup of tea. Oh, Lu Tian, why aren't you sleeping a bit longer? I'm older and tend to wake up early, so I got up to make breakfast, Alan replied with a grin as she glanced over at him. Lu Tian smiled softly. I couldn't sleep either, was hoping to take a walk, but I didn't expect it to rain. Haha, this rain won't last long. It will stop soon, Alan assured him, soon placing a dish of taro and tomatoes in front of him. As Lu Tian savored Alan's breakfast, the rain gradually lightened, and the sky began to clear. By the time he finished his meal, the rain had ceased, and sunlight streamed in. Lu Tian, you're up. At that moment, Luo Cheng emerged from the small house, encountering Lu Tian just as he stepped out of the wooden cabin. Lu Tian, I spotted some animal tracks in the valley, but I'm not sure what kind they are. I set a snare. I wonder if it will catch anything. Shall we go take a look? Luo Cheng said as he approached Lu Tian. Let us wait until you've had breakfast. Alan has prepared it. Go eat, and I'll wait for you outside. Lu Tian suggested with a smile as he walked toward the riverbank, while Luo Cheng headed into the wooden cabin. Upon reaching the riverbank, Lu Tian washed his face and found a spot to sit. The air was fresh and invigorating after the rain, and he thought that this way of life was quite delightful. Even if he couldn't leave this place, he felt content. After a few minutes, Luo Cheng joined him, and the two set off toward the valley. Lu Tian, where are you two going? At that moment, Murong Qingxue and the other women emerged from the new wooden cabin, spotting Lu Tian and Luo Cheng walking across the grass. We're going to check out the valley, Lu Tian called back to them. Upon hearing this, the three women fell silent and proceeded directly to the wooden cabin, while Lu Tian and Luo Cheng took their leave. As they walked along the narrow path leading into the mountains, they noticed that the underbrush had been thoroughly cleared. Did you do this? Lu Tian inquired curiously, glancing at Luo Cheng. It was rather dull, so everyone decided to tidy up the weeds and bushes along this path. Now we needn't worry about venomous creatures like snakes when coming and going, Luo Cheng replied with a grin. Lu Tian nodded in agreement. Luo Cheng's reasoning was sound. Soon, they arrived at a cluster of papaya trees, where they observed that two of the trees bore no fruit, evidence that the three women had likely harvested them recently. Over there, I made a small path. It was once overgrown with weeds. Luo Cheng